Chapter 108. Li Hao arrives at the northern frontier of the Empire. Li Hao solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, the Zerg are our enemies. As a soldier, it is my duty to rush to the battlefield and fight to defend the Empire." After a moment of silence, the Emperor replied, "Enough, no more discussions. The Empire has not yet reached a point where all 13 legions are required on the Zerg battlefield. This time, I shall reward you with a royal fleet as a token of appreciation. This matter is settled." Seeing the Emperor's firm stance, Li Hao knelt and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous reward." Once the court session concluded, Li Hao returned to his residence, only to find the Crown Prince, the third prince, and the sixth princess waiting for him at his doorstep. Li Hao felt a twinge of surprise. He could not fathom why they would be waiting at his estate. He hurried forward to greet them, inquiring, "Your Highness, Crown Prince, third prince, and sixth princess, what brings you here?" The Crown Prince smiled gently and said, "General Li, we have come to express our gratitude for your timely rescue. Your Highness is being too kind. I merely did what I was supposed to do." The third prince interjected, "Li Hao, there is no need for modesty. We have all witnessed your contributions. Without you, it would have been quite difficult for us to maintain our standing in the court. Let us step inside and converse. I have yet to tour the estate of our esteemed Duke Li," the sixth princess playfully remarked. At her words, everyone nodded in agreement, surrounding Li Hao as they entered the Duke's residence. Inside the estate, the pavilions and towers were arranged with elegance, and the ornamental rocks and water features were laid out with exquisite taste, showcasing the owner's nobility and refinement at every turn. As they walked, the sixth princess exclaimed, "Li Hao, your estate is truly magnificent. It surpasses all my expectations." Li Hao smiled modestly, replying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. This is all a gift from the Emperor, and I dare not take credit." As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the drawing room. Li Hao invited everyone to sit and had tea brought in. The Crown Prince looked at Li Hao, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked, "Li Hao, why do you wish to go to the Zerg battlefield?" With a slight smile, Li Hao set down his teacup and answered, "Your Highness, to be frank, the pirate issues in the Endless Sea Star domain have been largely resolved, and the 13th Legion will not have any tasks in the near future. However, the Legion must hone its skills through real combat." The Crown Prince nodded. "You make a valid point, but the Zerg battlefield is not a simple place, and my father is unlikely to allow you to go so easily. Your Highness, I am aware of the dangers of the Zerg battlefield. If we do not venture there, our troops will inevitably become complacent, and our combat effectiveness will decline." After a moment of contemplation, the Crown Prince replied, "You have a point, but concerning my father, actually, this issue can be resolved quite easily." The sixth princess suddenly interjected. All eyes turned to her as she smiled and continued, "Do you not have a royal fleet at your disposal? This time, my father has rewarded you with another fleet, 2 heavy cruisers, 20 cruisers, and with the Invincible, you should be able to operate near the Zerg battlefield." Li Hao looked at the sixth princess, puzzled, and asked, "Why only take the royal fleet?" The sixth princess smiled gently. "Your royal fleet does not require military orders to navigate within the Empire. Otherwise, do you think no one intervened when you smuggled minerals and traded supplies back then?" At that moment, the Crown Prince suddenly understood exactly. "This fleet is akin to your personal guard, allowing you free passage within the Empire. You can head directly to the Zerg battlefield, but do not venture too deep." Upon hearing the sixth prince's words, Li Hao felt a wave of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his royal fleet held such a unique status. "Thank you, Princess and Your Highness, for your guidance. However, do exercise caution and do not let my father discover this," the Crown Prince admonished. The group conversed late into the night at Li Hao's residence. Only when the Crown Prince and the sixth princess took their leave did Li Hao personally see them to the door. He watched as they boarded their flying car and gradually disappeared from view before turning back inside. Upon returning to his room, Li Hao found himself wide awake. He sat at his desk, lost in thought. Today's discussion had deepened his understanding of the Zerg battlefield and provided him with a clearer vision for his future. The following morning, Li Hao arrived at the starport, gathering all the officers of the 13th Legion in the command room of the Invincible to discuss the next steps. Heeding the sixth prince's advice, "Everyone, the matters of the imperial capital have been resolved, and our legion must promptly return to garrison the Endless Sea Star domain. However, the Starshine fleet will remain behind for now, as I have further arrangements." The other fleets will return to the endless sea as planned, while the hero fleet will stay at the base star. As his words concluded, a wave of murmurs rippled through the command room. General, why must we leave the Starshine fleet behind? One officer inquired. This time, the Emperor's reward is a royal fleet, which will perfectly augment the Starshine fleet. Hence it will remain to accept the new fleet. After the meeting, the various fleets of the 13th Legion began preparations to return to the Endless Sea star domain. General Li Hao stayed at the starport, collaborating with the commanders of the Starshine fleet to arrange the specifics of receiving the royal fleet. In the following days, the personnel of the Starshine fleet busied themselves with various preparations. They meticulously checked and maintained the warship's equipment to ensure that the fleet could swiftly regain combat readiness after receiving the new vessels. Meanwhile, the other fleets of the 13th Legion gradually returned to the Endless Sea star domain. They maintained a high level of vigilance during their journey, wary of any potential enemies. After a period of navigation, all fleets safely reached their designated station in the Endless Sea star domain. After receiving the new fleet, Li Hao integrated it into the Starshine fleet. Among the new vessels was a heavy cruiser, which he named Glory. Li Hao sought out Zhang Yu, informing him of the preparations to lead the Starshine fleet to the Zerg battlefield. Zhang Yu felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the Zerg battlefield. General, when do we set off? 3 days from now? Li Hao replied. We must make thorough preparations to ensure the success of this mission. In the ensuing 3 days, Li Hao and Zhang Yu busily prepared. They inspected the fleet's equipment and supplies, formulated a detailed combat plan, and conducted pre-battle mobilizations for the soldiers. 3 days later, the Starshine fleet departed on schedule. The Invincible, as the flagship, led the fleet toward the Zerg battlefield. Along the way, Li Hao continuously sought intelligence from the front lines. The Zerg forces were vast and formidable, having already conquered multiple star domains and were encroaching upon human territory. After several days of navigation, Li Hao and the Starshine fleet finally arrived at the northern frontier of the Empire. Beyond lay the star systems of the Zerg battlefield, a realm fraught with danger and uncertainty. Standing in the command chamber of the flagship, Li Hao gazed into the starry expanse ahead. This was his inaugural venture leading a fleet into the Zerg battlefield, and his emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and anxiety. He understood that the Zerg were humanity's arch-nemesis, their numbers vast, and their combat prowess formidable, coupled with a terrifying reproductive capability. Should they remain unchecked, they would pose an immense threat to human existence. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he turned to his aide and commanded, "Notify all ships to prepare for battle. We are about to enter the Zerg battlefield." Chapter 109. Li Hao enters the Zerg battlefield. The aide nodded, then turned to relay the orders. Zhang Yu approached Li Hao and inquired, "General, should we first communicate with the North Ming Star military headquarters?" Li Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. We shall proceed directly to the Zerg battlefield. Our mission here does not originate from the Imperial military, and they are unlikely to offer us any assistance." Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. "However, General, if we do not first consult with the North Ming Star military headquarters, they may misinterpret our actions and even obstruct our entry into the Zerg battlefield." Li Hao smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, this is precisely why I brought only the Xingyao fleet as a royal fleet. They will not impede our progress." Just as Li Hao was preparing to lead the Xingyao fleet across the border into the Zerg battlefield, the warning alarm from the detector blared. A sense of unease gripped Li Hao's heart. Could it be the Zerg? He immediately commanded the fleet to enter combat readiness, preparing for confrontation. However, as the unidentified objects drew closer, he realized they were not Zerg, but a patrol fleet. As Li Hao let out a sigh of relief, the opposing force sent a communication request. Upon connecting, the patrol fleet commander stated, "This is the Imperial Royal 4th Legion's North Ming Star Patrol Fleet. Please present your identification code and mission briefing. This is the Imperial 13th Legion's Xingyao Fleet. The identification code has been sent. Please check." There is no mission briefing. The patrol fleet commander fell silent for a moment, seemingly verifying Li Hao's identity and information. After a while, he replied, "The identification code is correct, General Li. We have checked the military task system, and your legion is supposed to be returning to the Endless Sea star domain. Why are you present at the northern border?" Li Hao felt a slight shock but maintained his composure. "The 13th Legion has returned to the Endless Sea base. The Xingyao fleet is a royal fleet and my personal guard. thus not listed in the military task system. The patrol fleet commander paused again, deep in thought. Li Hao understood that his explanation might seem somewhat forced, yet he had no better alternative. General Li, I am aware of your situation, but we must adhere to military regulations, the commander said. Without special orders from the military or His Majesty, no fleet may enter the Zerg battlefield. Li Hao frowned. Commander, my fleet has a vital mission in the Zerg battlefield. As a Royal Legion, you should understand that royal fleets are not subject to military task constraints. The patrol fleet commander hesitated before responding. Generally, I need to consult my superiors. Please hold for a moment. After a while, the patrol fleet commander re-established contact with Li Hao. Generally, I have consulted my superiors, and they have agreed to allow your passage. The commander stated. However, you must report your actions to the military immediately upon entering the Zerg battlefield. Thank you, Commander. Li Hao replied that we will comply with your requirements. The patrol fleet commander nodded. Good luck to you. Li Hao ordered the fleet to advance, crossing the border into the Zerg battlefield. The Zerg battlefield lay shrouded in eerie silence. Standing on the command ship's bridge, Li Hao gazed into the starry expanse ahead. He knew this was the Zerg's domain and the front line where humanity clashed with the Zerg. General, we have entered the Zerg battlefield. What is our purpose for this venture? Zhang Yu queried, perplexed about the mission. Li Hao paused, aware that the objective of this operation was of utmost importance and should not be disclosed lightly. However, Zhang Yu was his trusted aide, and he needed to share some information. Zhang Yu, our purpose in the Zerg battlefield is to seek materials for constructing battleships. Wang Lei has received intel that such materials exist within the Zerg battlefield. According to intelligence analysis, components of a material capable of repelling Zerg have been discovered within a Zerg organism. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was filled with doubt. He understood that battleships were among humanity's most formidable vessels, yet this material had been lost to the Empire for centuries. Moreover, the Zerg battlefield was a perilous realm, teeming with formidable Zerg forces. Tio's search for battleship construction materials in such a place was akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. General, how can we possibly find this material within the Zerg battlefield? First, we will observe the Zerg's movements from the periphery, analyzing their troop deployments and defensive arrangements. Simultaneously, we will instruct the reconnaissance ships to deploy detectors to gather more intelligence. Zhang Yu nodded and relayed Li Hao's orders. The fleet lingered at the outskirts for a time, while the reconnaissance ships launched detectors to collect data on the Zerg battlefield. After a while, the detectors transmitted preliminary intelligence. Li Hao and Zhang Yu scrutinized the information, discovering that the Zerg had established numerous defensive fortifications along the battlefield's perimeter, with substantial troop strength. It seems the Zerg are thoroughly prepared, Zhang Yu remarked. Breaking through their defenses will not be easy. Li Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the challenge. We cannot afford to launch a reckless assault. Otherwise, we will suffer significant losses. His gaze remained fixed on the star map of the Zerg battlefield, deeply engrossed in analyzing the intelligence. His brow furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety and concern. The Zerg's defenses were incredibly robust, and their patrol timings were highly systematic, leaving the Imperial Army unable to advance and relegated to passive defense. Yet, Li Hao refused to concede. He meticulously examined the star map, searching for any exploitable opportunity. At last, he identified a brief defensive gap near an asteroid belt within the Zerg battlefield. This revelation filled him with excitement, as he recognized it as an opportune moment to infiltrate the Zerg's rear lines. Turning to Zhang Yu and the officers of the staff, he declared, "Gentlemen, observe this asteroid belt. It will present a window of vulnerability during this time frame. If we choose to traverse this belt at this moment, what do you estimate our chances of success to be?" Li Hao's gaze was fixed upon the asteroid belt on the star map, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Yu and the staff officers gathered around the star map, intently observing the conditions of the asteroid belt. "General, the density of this asteroid belt is immense. If we intend to navigate through, we must proceed with utmost caution," Zhang Yu cautioned gravely. "I understand. But if we manage to traverse this asteroid belt successfully, we can directly penetrate the Zerg's defenses," Li Hao asserted. "However, General, the Zerg will surely anticipate this. What appears to be a vulnerability may well be a trap laid for us," one of the staff officers voiced with concern. Chapter 110. Entering the Zerg's rear lines. Li Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the officer's apprehension. "We cannot dismiss this possibility." With a serious demeanor, Li Hao continued, "The Zerg are notoriously cunning. If this is indeed a trap, we must be thoroughly prepared. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, General, we could first dispatch a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed survey of the asteroid belt for any Zerg ambushes. Li Hao agreed, that is a prudent approach. But I suspect this may be our only opportunity. Once the Zerg discover our intentions, we will not have a second chance to stealthily breach their defenses. His expression grew resolute. Thus, we will proceed with the entire fleet. Upon entry, do not activate the star shields. All ships will follow the Invincible, which will directly ram through the asteroids of the belt. We must swiftly breach their defenses before the Zerg can react. Zhang Yu and the staff officers were taken aback by Li Hao's words. They understood the peril of such a plan. Should the Invincible collide with an asteroid, it could trigger a chain reaction, placing the entire fleet in jeopardy. General, this course of action is exceedingly dangerous. Should we not consider alternative strategies? There is no time. We must break through the Zerg's defenses swiftly, or we risk losing this opportunity. Li Hao asserted firmly, the armor of the Invincible is unlike that of other ships. Trust me, it will be able to break through the asteroids. Zhang Yu was well acquainted with Li Hao's resolve. He recognized that the decision had been made, and thus refrained from further objections, silently returning to his station to prepare for Li Hao's orders. Li Hao glanced at Zhang Yu, then turned to the fleet's communication system. Attention all personnel, we are about to enter the asteroid belt. All ships will follow the Invincible closely, maintain tight formation, do not activate the star shields, and prepare to collide with the asteroids. The soldiers within the fleet were taken aback by Li Hao's command. They understood the gravity of this undertaking, yet they all placed their faith in Li Hao. They returned to their posts, ready to execute his orders. The Invincible steadily approached the asteroid belt, its bow gleaming like a sharp sword, poised to cleave through any obstructions. Other ships closely trailed behind the Invincible, forming a lengthy dragon. As the Invincible entered the asteroid belt, its speed increased, and the brilliance of its bow intensified. Asteroids began hurtling toward the Invincible. Yet it showed no trepidation, charging directly into a massive asteroid. With a resounding roar, the bow of the Invincible collided with the asteroid, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The Invincible pressed onward, sustaining some damage to its hull, yet resolutely forging ahead. The other warships, witnessing the Invincible's successful breach of the asteroid, harbored a sense of quiet admiration. They hastened to follow in its wake, plunging deeper into the asteroid belt. Under the leadership of the Invincible, the fleet adeptly navigated through the asteroid field, breaching the defenses of the insectoid forces. Li Hao surveyed the display showing the insectoid defensive line. Releasing a sigh of relief, General, we have successfully breached the insectoid defenses. What shall we do next? First, we must distance ourselves from the vicinity of their defenses and find a concealed location, Li Hao commanded. Then deploy reconnaissance drones to ascertain the situation within the insectoid territory. We cannot act blindly. The fleet, under Li Hao's command, swiftly retreated from the insectoid line, finding refuge within a small asteroid belt. From this vantage point, various drones were dispatched, stealthily infiltrating the heart of the insectoid domain. After several days of reconnaissance, based on the myriad reports relayed by the drones, Li Hao finally grasped the general situation in the insectoid realm. The expanse of their territory was far greater than he had anticipated, and their military strength was formidable. Completely annihilating the insectoids would prove to be no simple task. General, what should we do now? Considering the current circumstances, the forces behind the insectoid front are even more numerous. We cannot possibly breach their occupied planets. Li Hao furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the situation was dire. The distribution of insectoid forces was unexpected. They had believed that breaching the line would allow them to advance unimpeded, yet they now found themselves in a precarious position. Rising from his seat, he approached the command cabin's viewport, gazing into the abyss of the cosmos. The fleet had come to a halt, enveloped in silence, broken only by the eerie glow of several insectoid-occupied planets shimmering in the distance. What shall we do now, General? Zhang Yu inquired. Li Hao turned to face Zhang Yu and the other commanders, whose faces were etched with anxiety and unease, awaiting his decision. I have a plan. Li Hao stated, I will lead the Invincible to clear the insectoid presence on the outermost planet and observe whether nearby insectoids will come to their aid. If they do, you will attack this planet and establish a defensive base. If we are unable to construct the base upon entry, we must withdraw immediately. Upon hearing this, the others understood that while Li Hao's plan was risky, It was the only viable option at present. Should they succeed, they might breach the insectoid defenses and pave the way for the subsequent advance of the Imperial forces. Li Hao directed the Invincible toward the outermost planet. A stronghold of the insectoids, riddled with their nests and defensive structures. As the Invincible drew nearer, the insectoids swiftly detected their approach. A multitude of flying insectoids surged from their nests, launching a fierce assault on the Invincible. Utilizing the reconnaissance drones, Li Hao quickly pinpointed several nest locations on the planet and decisively ordered the energy of the annihilation cannon to be set to 50, targeting the nest openings for firing. The main cannons are charged to 50, the weapons officer reported. Fire immediately and continue to attack the other nests. Prepare the secondary cannons for defense. 2 Robust beams of energy cleave through the void, striking the entrances of the insectoid nests with devastating force. The nests erupted in explosions, annihilating countless flying insectoids in the process. Observing this scene, Li Hao felt a momentary relief. While these shots had destroyed the entrances of the nests, the insectoid forces remained formidable, and a more fervent counterattack was inevitable. Indeed, it was not long before the flying insectoids once again launched an assault on the Invincible. This time, the swarm was larger and more ferocious. Chapter 111. A flanking maneuver against the insectoids. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao commanded, activate the star shield and energy shield. Once the flying insectoids cluster against the star shield, we will retreat while utilizing the energy particles emitted by the ship's engines to vaporize them. The crew promptly executed Li Hao's orders, and the Invincible's star shield and energy shield enveloped the entire vessel in an instant. The flying insectoids, akin to a frenzied swarm of hornets, relentlessly collided against the shields, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Li Hao intently monitored the screen. Observing the insectoids' movements, he noticed that they showed no signs of abandoning their assault. Rather, an even larger swarm began to coalesce. Prepare to retreat. The engine of the Invincible emitted a deep rumble as the warship began to slowly withdraw. The flying insectoids pursued closely behind, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves in pursuit of their prey. However, upon encountering the fiery exhaust from the Invincible's engines, a remarkable transformation occurred. The high-temperature energy vaporized the flying insectoids instantaneously, as if devoured by an invisible force. Their wings and bodies vanished without a trace, leaving behind only faint glimmers and wisps of smoke. Continue the retreat. Maintain engine power. The roar of the Invincible's engines grew louder as the warship accelerated its retreat. Although the flying insectoids continued their pursuit, their numbers appeared to be dwindling. Just as Li Hao and his crew were about to leave the planet, the drones issued a warning. An overwhelming number of insectoids were approaching from the starry void. Li Hao surmised that reinforcements from a nearby planet were en route. General, what should we do? A nervous officer inquired. Li Hao paused for a moment, then decisively commanded, activate the star shield and gradually retreat. Drawing them in, the officer felt a pang of anxiety but swiftly carried out the order. The star shield system of the Invincible activated, casting a powerful energy shield around the warship. Li Hao fixated on the drone display. Observing the approaching insectoid fleet, he noticed a particularly large light spot among them, larger than the other insectoids, and its shape resembled that of a warship. General, what is that light spot? An officer asked. I am unsure. It feels reminiscent of a queen insect. Prepare the annihilation cannon and target the large insectoid. As soon as Li Hao's words fell, the officer relayed his command. The annihilation cannon, the most potent weapon aboard their ship capable of obliterating an asteroid, was poised to inflict substantial damage if that light spot indeed represented a queen insect. General, the annihilation cannon is locked onto the large insectoid and ready to fire. Li Hao nodded and ordered. Fire! The officer pressed the firing button, and the annihilation cannon unleashed a radiant beam toward the large insectoid. In a brief moment, the light vanished, but the shot was intercepted by the defensive insectoids, leaving the queen insect merely wounded. What manner of insectoid is this, capable of withstanding an annihilation cannon attack? Elated by the discovery of such resilient insectoids, Li Hao recognized that this was the very purpose of his incursion into the insectoid battlefield. After contemplating for a moment, he declared, prepare for withdrawal. Lead them away to buy time for the Starshine fleet to establish a defensive base. The officer, somewhat perplexed by Li Hao's command, nonetheless relayed it without delay. The Invincible's engines roared to life, preparing to vacate the battlefield. The queen insect seemed to sense Li Hao's intentions, unleashing a potent psychic wave that commanded the various flying insectoids to swarm toward the Invincible, intent on thwarting its escape. Seeing this, Li Hao promptly ordered the activation of the ship's energy shield and commanded all weapon systems to enter random attack mode. The atmosphere on the Invincible's bridge was tense and foreboding. "Report, Captain. The number of flying insectoids is overwhelming. Our energy shield may not hold for long," an officer exclaimed anxiously. Li Hao's brow furrowed. He understood the numerical advantage of the insectoids, yet he could not afford to surrender easily. "Activate the main cannon, concentrate fire on the leading insectoids, and minimize their numbers. Accelerate the retreat." Following his orders, the main cannons of the Invincible unleashed two brilliant beams of light, instantly obliterating a significant number of flying insectoids. However, the sheer volume of the insectoids was overwhelming as they relentlessly battered against the energy shield. The strength of the shield waned, and alarms blared throughout the bridge. "General, the energy shield is about to fail." The officer's voice was filled with urgency. Li Hao inhaled deeply, knowing the critical moment had arrived. He resolutely stood and proclaimed, "Full power to engines, accelerate the retreat, and deactivate the energy shield." The engines of the Invincible emitted a deep rumble as the vessel began to hasten its retreat. The flying insectoids surged forth like a tide, relentlessly crashing against the hull of the Invincible. The crew on the bridge clung tightly to the handrails, their faces pale. "General, deactivating the shield will inflict severe damage to the hull from the insectoid assaults." A crew member reported loudly. Li Hao's expression was grim, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Continue accelerating. Do not concern yourselves with the insectoid attacks." The Invincible's speed increased, steadily creating distance from the insectoid swarm. The Zerg's flying insects seemed to have detected the intentions of the dreadnought, and they began to congregate, forming a colossal swarm. "General, the Zerg are gathering. They appear poised to launch a massive assault," reported the anxious lieutenant. Li Hao nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching swarm. "Prepare the annihilation cannon. Once they enter range, unleash a 50 energy strike." The dreadnought's main cannon was fully charged, ready to fire at a moment's notice. As the swarm fell within range, Li Hao decisively pressed the launch button. A brilliant flash illuminated the area as the plasma cannon instantaneously obliterated a significant number of Zerg flying insects. The formation of the swarm was disrupted, and they began to scatter in panic. "A splendid opportunity," Li Hao exclaimed. "Accelerate forward, make haste." No sooner had Li Hao spoken than, under the formidable cover of the secondary cannons, the dreadnought swiftly maneuvered through the encirclement of the Zerg, heading toward the distant horizon. Meanwhile, aboard the Starshine fleet, Zhang Yu, observing through the scanner, noted a mass of Zerg heading towards a remote star. Surmising that Li Hao had commenced operations, once the bulk of the Zerg had departed, he promptly commanded the fleet to surge towards the nearby planet. This marked their inaugural entry into a Zerg-occupied world. Under Zhang Yu's command, the Starshine fleet successfully penetrated the vicinity of the Zerg-held planet. This was the 13th Legion's first foray onto a planet dominated by the Zerg, and the fleet members felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. The fleet circled above the planet, with scanners continuously probing the surface. Zhang Yu and his officers closely monitored the incoming data, striving to identify suitable locations for constructing defensive bases. Chapter 112, Zerg Forward Base. Commander Zhang, I have identified a rocky cliff ahead. Its terrain is exceptionally conducive for erecting fortifications, an officer pointed out on the scanner's display. Zhang Yu followed the officer's indication, observing a steep rocky cliff surrounded by a vast plain on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Excellent, immediately order the Marine Corps to proceed to that location and commence construction of defensive works. Additionally, deploy engineering robots to assist them, ensuring the fortifications are robust and comprehensive." Upon receiving the orders, the Marine Corps and engineering robots sprang into action. They boarded landing craft and descended onto the plain adjacent to the rocky cliff. Armed with an array of tools and weapons, the Marines began digging trenches, erecting electrified fences, and constructing bunkers and turrets. Through the combined efforts of the Marines and engineering units, the defensive structures gradually took shape. Trenches and electrified fences crisscrossed the area, while bunkers and turrets were strategically positioned, forming a formidable line of defense. Zhang Yu also installed anti-air laser cannons and scanners on 3 sides of the cliff. These anti-air laser cannons could effectively engage the Zerg's aerial insects. While the scanners would promptly detect Zerg movements, providing early warning for the defense line, the defensive works continued to improve. Zhang Yu immediately contacted Li Hao via the Star Network. General, we have established a defensive base on the target planet and deployed scanners across its entirety. Li Hao's voice resonated through the Star Network. Excellent work, Zhang Yu. Moving forward, you must closely monitor the Zerg's movements and remain prepared to counter their assaults. It is imperative that we hold this forward base on the planet. I shall join you as swiftly as possible. Understood, General, Zhang Yu replied. We will be thoroughly prepared and shall defend this planet's forward base. After terminating the communication, Zhang Yu turned to the officers by his side. The general is quite pleased with our efforts, yet we must not grow complacent. The Zerg could strike at any moment. The officers nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yu continued. We must further fortify our defenses and increase the number of turrets and bunkers. Learning of the Starshine fleet's success, Li Hao contemplated whether to rendezvous with them or return to Beiming Star for resupply. If he chose to return to Beiming Star, he would have to traverse the Zerg's defensive line once more. Given the recent commotion caused by their fleet behind Zerg lines, it was likely that the Zerg defenses were now on high alert. After careful consideration, Li Hao resolved to return to Beiming Star for supplies. Although the Zerg defenses might be alert, he was merely a single warship. With caution, he believed it was still possible to navigate through the Zerg lines. Thus, Li Hao ordered the fleet to change course toward Beiming Star. As they sailed, he instructed the fleet to maintain heightened vigilance, ever ready to respond to any potential Zerg patrols. However, midway through their journey, Li Hao suddenly received an urgent communication. The message, originating from Beiming Star, left him astounded. It revealed that shortly after Li Hao's fleet had created a stir behind Zerg lines, the Zerg had launched a large-scale offensive. Despite the valiant resistance of the garrison at Beiming Star, the overwhelming numbers of the Zerg ultimately breached their defenses. Beiming Star had now become a battleground, and the defenders suffered heavy casualties. Upon receiving this news, Li Hao felt the weight of despair. The fall of Beiming Star would signify the loss of a crucial supply base, plunging them into an even more precarious situation. Li Hao urged the dreadnought to accelerate, pushing the warship to its limits in a desperate bid to reach Beiming Star in time for rescue. After a rapid voyage, the dreadnought finally approached the vicinity of Beiming Star. Li Hao utilized the scanner to assess the situation on Beiming Star, observing a landscape shrouded in smoke and chaos. The Zerg forces rampaged across the planet, wantonly wreaking havoc. The scanner quickly mapped the situation of Beiming Star, and Li Hao discerned a Zerg gathering point resembling the colossal Zerg he had encountered earlier. He commanded the pilot to navigate closer. As the dreadnought neared the Zerg congregation, Li Hao scrutinized the enormous Zerg through his binoculars. Noting its body was marred with wounds, suggesting it had recently endured a fierce battle. How did such a creature end up here? Li Hao pondered, filled with confusion. That moment, the gigantic Zerg emitted a deep, resonant roar, causing the surrounding Zerg to stir in agitation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Hao ordered the dreadnought to prepare for combat. Open fire. With his command, the weapon systems of the dreadnought activated, unleashing a barrage of laser beams and missiles towards the Zerg gathering point. The Zerg, refusing to relent, charged at the dreadnought, launching corrosive and toxic projectiles in an attempt to thwart its assault. The air was soon filled with flames and the sounds of explosions. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Hao observed that the colossal Zerg moved sluggishly, seemingly injured. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to concentrate fire on this particular Zerg. Target its head. Fire the main cannon with 50 energy, Li Hao bellowed. The dreadnought's annihilation cannon discharged a series of laser beams that accurately struck the head of the gigantic Zerg. With no defenses to shield it, the immense creature let out a piercing wail, its body swaying precariously. The surrounding Zerg, upon hearing the agonizing cry, abandoned their assault on the dreadnought to aid their injured comrade. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. All-out attack. The weapon systems of the dreadnought unleashed a torrent of laser beams and missiles upon the Zerg. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the Zerg descended into chaos. Many were struck directly, vanishing in an instant. Yet, the Zerg did not entirely surrender. Some began to regroup and retaliate, firing acidic and toxic projectiles in a bid to hinder the dreadnought's assault. However, the dreadnought's shield system proved remarkably resilient, easily deflecting the Zerg's attacks. Under Li Hao's command, the dreadnought advanced relentlessly, systematically eliminating the Zerg. As the numbers of Zerg dwindled in the vicinity, their resistance weakened. After a sustained period of assault, only a few Zerg remained active in the area. Li Hao ordered the mecha units to deploy and eliminate the remaining Zerg. Upon receiving the command, the mecha units swiftly mobilized, dividing into squads to conduct thorough searches and clear the area. The mecha warriors advanced cautiously, their weapon systems primed, ready to fire at the first sign of Zerg presence. Under the meticulous efforts of the mecha units, the remnants of the Zerg were soon eradicated. When the mecha units returned to the dreadnought after completing their mission, Li Hao received encouraging news. A support fleet from the nearby star system had arrived at Beiming Star, commencing a purge of the remaining Zerg forces. Chapter 113. Zerg Overlord Li Hao directed the dreadnought to hover near the corpse of the enormous Zerg. Clad in combat gear and flanked by his personal guard, he descended to the surface, eager to examine the appearance of this colossal creature. The moment he stepped onto the Zerg's carcass, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Li Hao grimaced but pressed onward. Approaching the Zerg's head, he scrutinized its form. This Zerg was immensely large, its shell as hard as iron, adorned with sharp spines. Its head boasted a pair of enormous compound eyes that emitted an eerie glow. Its maw gaped open, revealing razor-sharp teeth, as if capable of devouring anything in its path. A chill coursed through Li Hao. He could hardly fathom how such a creature had evolved. Turning his gaze, he noted the expressions of terror on the faces of his guards. "General, we should depart from here swiftly," one of the guards urged. Li Hao nodded, aware that the area was far from secure. He pivoted away from the Zerg carcass and made his way back to the dreadnought. Just as he returned, a fleet appeared in the sky. Upon scanning the identification codes, Li Hao recognized it as the Imperial 4th Legion's Royal Fleet. Arriving for rescue. "General, a communication request has been received from the opposing side," the communications officer reports. "Connect it," he instructed. The communication screen displayed a middle-aged man clad in military attire, adorned with a golden star on his shoulder, indicating his rank as a Major General. "Greetings, General. I am Huangpu Tianming, the Deputy Commander of the Imperial 4th Legion's Royal Fleet." "May I ask who you are?" the middle-aged man inquired, standing before the communication screen. Li Hao adjusted his military uniform and replied, "General Huangpu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Hao, the commander of the Imperial 13th Legion." Surprised, Huangpu Tianming exclaimed, "Ah, so you are Commander Li? My elder has spoken of you. I presumed you were stationed in the Endless Sea Star domain. How is it that you find yourself at Beiming Star?" he continued. "I have just returned from the Zerg battlefield and received a distress signal from Beiming Star en route." "You have been to the Zerg battlefield? This attack from the Zerg isn't a retaliation for some mischief caused by your forces, is it?" Huangpu Tianming speculated, knowingly how to be a restless spirit. "General Huangpu, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but the large Zerg creature below is indeed one we injured behind their defensive line. It likely came here seeking vengeance after failing to locate me. I shall take full responsibility for this incident and will report to the military headquarters shortly," Li Hao replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Huangpu Tianming felt a wave of relief at Li Hao's words. He recognized Li Hao as a person of integrity. His willingness to accept responsibility indicated that this incident was not a result of negligence. "Wait, what large creature are you referring to, and where is it?" he asked. "Directly below your fleet. It is this massive Zerg carcass," Li Hao indicated. Huangpu Tianming rushed to the bridge window to inspect the enormous Zerg remains. "Ha, Commander Li, you have actually slain it. You need not bear the blame for the breach at Beiming Star. I shall petition the military headquarters and His Majesty for your commendation at once." "What is the situation here?" Li Hao inquired, perplexed. "What is so special about this Zerg?" Returning to his command seat, Huangpu Tianming looked at Li Hao with excitement and declared, "Commander Li, this is no ordinary Zerg. It is the Zerg King, the sovereign of this star system Zergi. With its demise, the Zerg may very well descend into chaos." Li Hao's heart raced at this revelation. He had not anticipated that through mere chance, he had eliminated the Zerg King. "General Huangpu, is this truly the case? Why would it venture out? Shouldn't it remain hidden underground?" "I am uncertain, but it is indeed the Zerg King. We have encountered it numerous times while stationed in this star system over the years," Huangpu Tianming confirmed after verifying the Zerg King's remains on the ground. He promptly reported the matter to the military headquarters and the Emperor. "Are you saying that the Zerg King led an assault on Beiming Star and was slain by the 13th Legion's Li Hao during the rescue?" a high-ranking official at military headquarters asked. visibly agitated. Indeed, it has been confirmed as the Zerg King. After sustaining injuries from Commander Li behind the Zerg defensive line, the Zerg King sought revenge, only to be killed by Commander Li at Beiming Star. Huangpu Tianming elaborated. Ensure the remains are safeguarded. We must defend Beiming Star at all costs. We cannot allow them to reclaim the carcass. I shall report to His Majesty immediately, the high-ranking official commanded. Without delay, the military officials rushed to the palace to inform the Emperor of the victory at Beiming Star. Upon hearing the report, the Emperor was filled with joy. He understood that with the death of the Zerg King, the Zerg would soon descend into chaos, presenting a tremendous opportunity. Excellent, the Emperor proclaimed. This is a monumental victory for our empire. The high-ranking officials expressed their congratulations and urged the Emperor to issue immediate orders for the army to pursue and annihilate the Zerg. The Emperor nodded, declaring, "Very well. Convey my orders for all forces to prepare for immediate departure." However, after further contemplation, the Emperor paused. Wait a moment, who was it that killed the Zerg King? The military officials reported once more. It was the 13th Legion's commander, piloting the invincible flagship, who struck down the Zerg King Li Hao. How did he come to be at the Zerg battlefield? Who granted him permission for this? An irate general questioned. A Legion commander personally piloting a flagship into battle against the Zerg King. What was he thinking? The Emperor's anger was understandable. After all, the actions of a Legion commander engaging the Zerg King directly were fraught with peril, potentially endangering not only his own life, but also the overall situation of the battle. The military officials fell silent, knowing well the Emperor's temperament and that it was best to refrain from interjecting at this moment. After a brief pause, the Emperor's emotions settled somewhat, and he asked, "Where is Li Hao now?" Commander Li is currently at Beiming Star. However, the 4th Legion has reported that when he first arrived at the Zerg battlefield, he was accompanied by his personal guard fleet, yet now only his flagship has returned to Beiming Star, an official explained. Could his fleet be in trouble? Contact Li Hao immediately, the Emperor urged anxiously. The military officials swiftly established a communication link with Li Hao, who answered the call. The Emperor, filled with urgency, questioned, "Li Hao, who permitted you to engage at the Zerg battlefield? What has happened to your fleet? Why has only your flagship returned to Beiming Star? Your Majesty, I did not bring the 13th Legion's fleet to the Zerg battlefield. I commanded the royal fleet. This does not violate military protocol, does it? I traversed the Zerg defensive line and established a forward base on a Zerg planet behind their defenses. The fleet is currently defending the forward base," Li Hao clarified. The Emperor and the military officials were taken aback by Li Hao's revelation. 4 years, they had never breached the Zerg defensive line and had remained in a defensive posture. Li Hao, are you speaking the truth? You established a forward base on a Zerg inner planet? Your Majesty, it is true. The Zerg King sought vengeance against me after I injured it while attacking the Zerg planet. However, it seems it could not locate me and instead targeted Beiming Star. I am willing to take full responsibility for the events at Beiming Star, Li Hao asserted. The Emperor and the military officials fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Li Hao's words. They recognized the perilous nature of Li Hao's actions, which had led to the Zerg attack on Beiming Star, yet the elimination of the Zerg King was a monumental achievement. Had it not been for his courageous endeavor, the Empire might have remained in a state of passive defense. The Emperor regarded Li Hao with a glimmer of approval in his eyes, acknowledging him as a commander of both valor and strategy. Li Hao, despite the risks you undertook, you have achieved tremendous success. You shall not be held accountable for this matter. Instead, you will be commended. The military officials expressed their agreement, believing that Li Hao's actions had opened a new chapter for the Empire and warranted recognition. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief at the Emperor's words. Your Majesty, I merely did what I felt was necessary. Li Hao, you are to immediately lead the 4th Legion to support the Xingyao fleet. The Zerg planet will not be easily held, the Emperor commanded. Upon receiving the orders from the military headquarters and the Emperor, the 4th Legion coordinated with Li Hao to support the Xingyao fleet behind the Zerg defensive line. Li Hao, aboard the invincible flagship, set course for the Zerg planet. As Li Hao and the 4th Legion approached the asteroid belt near the Zerg defensive line, Huangpu Tianming queried, "You cannot be suggesting that you intend to traverse this asteroid belt, are you?" Li Hao nodded, responding, "You are quite perceptive. You guessed correctly. You must be mad. If we engage the star shields, the Zerg will instantly detect us. If we do not activate the shields, our ships will be obliterated by the asteroids. Follow my lead. I will pave the way ahead. All ships, Do not activate the star shields, Li Hao ordered. You lunatic, you are truly insane, Huangpu Tianming shouted. Ignoring Huangpu Tianming's outcry, Li Hao commanded the Invincible and the 4th Legion to proceed as planned. After the Xingyao fleet established a forward base on the Zerg planet, they were soon besieged by relentless Zerg attacks. The sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming, launching assaults from the ground, air, and underground simultaneously. The soldiers of the Xingyao fleet valiantly defended their positions using fortifications, yet the incessant waves of Zerg assaults left them feeling besieged. Commander Zhang, this cannot continue. The Zerg's reckless strategy has filled our trenches. A mech captain exclaimed anxiously. Commander Zhang furrowed his brow, observing the advancing Zerg with growing concern. The numbers were too great, and their ferocious tactics were proving overwhelming for the soldiers of the Xingyao fleet. As Commander Zhang contemplated a strategy, a soldier shouted, "Everyone, take cover. The energy Zerg are deploying energy bombs." Hearing this, Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, find cover at once." Upon receiving Zhang's command, the soldiers scrambled to seek shelter. However, the speed of the energy bombs was too swift, and many soldiers were caught unawares, struck by the blasts. "Help!" The battlefield erupted in cries of despair. Seeing this, Zhang felt a deep sorrow. "Everyone, do not panic. Continue to seek shelter," he shouted. Under Zhang's leadership, the soldiers finally managed to find refuge. However, the power of the energy bombs was devastating, and many of the shelters were destroyed. "Commander Zhang, what should we do now?" An officer inquired. Zhang's brow remained furrowed. He understood that the situation was dire. If they did not devise a solution swiftly, the ground troops within the base would face annihilation. The battleship's main cannon locked onto the energy worm. With Zhang Yu commanding, "Destroy the energy worm." As his orders were issued, the main cannons of the Xingyao fleet began to charge, unleashing beams of energy that sliced through the void, hurtling towards the energy worm. Sensing the impending threat, the nearby defensive worms instinctively shielded the energy worm behind them. Observing this scene, Zhang Yu's heart sank. He understood that the defensive worms possessed formidable protective capabilities, making it difficult to breach their defenses. "Concentrate fire on the defensive worms," Zhang Yu commanded. The soldiers aboard the battleship promptly adjusted their aim, focusing their firepower on the defensive worms. Beams of energy surged towards the defensive creatures, yet their exceptionally robust exoskeletons merely bore shallow marks from the impact. This was not a sustainable approach. "We must identify their weaknesses." Zhang Yu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Just then, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Commander Zhang, I've noticed that the defensive worms have always been facing away from us. Could their front be their weak point?" At this revelation, Zhang Yu's spirits lifted, and he immediately ordered, "Mecha units, ascend and deploy pulse grenades." Following his command, the mecha units swiftly took to the skies, launching a barrage of pulse grenades towards the front of the defensive worms. The grenades arced gracefully through the air, landing accurately on the front of the defensive worms. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, creating large gaping holes in the front of the defensive worms. They emitted agonized howls, their bodies beginning to sway, revealing the energy worm hiding behind them. "Continue the assault. Target the energy worm," Zhang Yu shouted. The soldiers of the ground forces quickly redirected their fire, focusing on the vulnerabilities of the defensive worms. Beams of energy struck the energy worm, causing its body to rupture. Under the concentrated fire of the ground forces, the energy worm's form began to disintegrate, green ichor splattering forth, emitting a noxious odor. The soldiers did not relent. They continued to unleash beams of energy, completely annihilating the energy worm. Just as Zhang Yu was about to allow the troops a moment of respite after vanquishing this wave of insectoid foes, the detector blared an alarm once more. A soldier in charge of monitoring reported, "Commander Zhang, the detector indicates that another swarm of insects is approaching, and their numbers are substantial." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's brow tightened. He understood that the insectoid assaults came in relentless waves, offering little opportunity for respite. He immediately commanded, "Order the soldiers to abandon the forward positions. We shall hold the cliff face, and the fleet will provide aerial support." Zhang Yu's orders were swiftly relayed, and the soldiers began to withdraw in an orderly fashion towards the cliff. The fleet also established an aerial defensive line, preparing to strike the swarm from above. By the time the soldiers reached the cliff, the insectoids had already encroached upon their defenses. Zhang Yu stood atop the cliff, surveying the dense throng of insectoids below, and bellowed, "Open fire!" At his command, the artillery atop the cliff roared to life. Fiery blasts illuminated the night sky, casting light across the battlefield. The insectoids, caught off guard by this sudden assault, fell in droves. Chapter 115. Li Hao arrives at the forward base, however. The sheer number of insectoids was overwhelming. They quickly regrouped and charged at the cliff. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu promptly ordered the fleet to provide aerial support. The fleet unleashed wave after wave of firepower upon the insectoids. Although they managed to temporarily halt the assault, the swarm charged forward towards the forward base with frenzied determination. "Commander Zhang, this is unsustainable. The insectoids are too numerous, and our energy reserves are dwindling. If this continues, we will be unable to maintain our offensive," communicated a fleet member through the comms. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he commanded, "Activate the reserve energy blocks and prepare the ground forces for withdrawal. Should the insectoids breach our defenses, we must abandon the base." The fleet members acted swiftly, activating the reserve energy blocks, and the firepower once again rained down upon the insectoids. Yet, the sheer volume of the swarm continued to surge, relentlessly battering the fleet's defenses. After a prolonged struggle, the numbers of the insectoids showed no signs of abating, but rather increased. Observing the faltering defenses, Zhang Yu ultimately decided to order the fleet to descend and assist the ground forces in their evacuation. "Ground forces, retreat immediately," Zhang Yu's command echoed across the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers began to withdraw in an orderly manner towards the fleet's docking area, firing continuously at the insectoids to impede their pursuit. Just as the last batch of ground forces boarded the fleet, the insectoids launched a sudden, ferocious assault. Energy projectiles from the energy worms struck the command ship's engines, causing it to lose power and plummet towards the ground. "This is bad. The command ship has been hit," a fleet member exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Yu clutched the command chair tightly, filled with despair as he realized that he and all aboard the command ship faced imminent death. Just as the command ship was about to crash, the insectoids surged toward the Xiaodai and the command room. Zhang Yu transmitted orders over the fleet comms. "The Xinghui will now take over as the flagship. All ships, withdraw immediately." The captain of the Xinghui responded urgently, "Commander, we're coming down to rescue you right away." Zhang Yu shouted, "Leave now. There are too many insectoids. Only after you depart can I detonate the ship." The captain hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to follow Zhang Yu's orders, understanding that his decision was for the safety of the entire fleet. "All fleet members, retreat immediately," the captain of the Xinghui commanded. Just as the fleet prepared to depart, a multitude of beams suddenly rained down from the skies, covering the insectoids in artillery fire. This unexpected assault momentarily interrupted the insectoid attack, creating a vacuum in their ranks. Zhang Yu and the soldiers of the fleet watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ha, we're saved. The Legion commander has come to rescue us." At that moment, Li Hao's voice crackled through the Xingyao fleet's comms, "Brothers, I'm late. You all take a breather. I'll handle the rest." "Commander, you have finally arrived," Zhang Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Ha, how could I let my brothers face these insects alone?" Li Hao replied with a grin. "Now, let us eradicate these pests." Following Li Hao's orders, the 4th Legion fleet unleashed relentless firepower upon the insectoids, causing their formation to descend into chaos. They attempted to retaliate, yet their efforts appeared trivial under the overwhelming might of the fleet's bombardment. With the fleet's firepower suppressing them, the insectoids began to retreat. Observing the retreat, Li Hao swiftly commanded, "Pursue the insectoids." The 4th Legion fleet closely trailed the fleeing insectoids, continuously attacking them. "Commander Li, the insectoids on this planet seem unusual. I suggest we refrain from pursuing further and return instead," Huang Pu Tianming advised. Li Hao stood on the bridge, gazing at the retreating insectoids, feeling a sense of unease. He ordered the fleet to halt the pursuit. "Let us return to the forward base and assess the situation." His command was quickly disseminated, and the fleet ceased pursuit, turning back towards the forward base. On the way back, Li Hao pondered the recent battle, sensing an oddity in the insectoids' behavior, as if they were deliberately luring them deeper. Upon arriving at the forward base, Li Hao found the defenses had been devastated by the insectoids. The ground was littered with corpses, and even the trenches had been filled. "What has transpired?" Zhang Yu, emerging from the Xingyao, inquired of Li Hao. "We are uncertain. It feels as if the entire planet's insectoids converged upon us," Zhang Yu replied. "This is peculiar. With the insect king you killed, logically, the insectoids should be disorganized and without command during this chaotic period. Huang Pu Tianming remarked, puzzled. Who is this general? Li Hao explained, he is the deputy commander of the 4th Legion Fleet. General Huang Pu Tianming. Zhang Yu saluted Huang Pu Tianming, saying, are you suggesting that there may still be an insect king commanding the forces on this planet? What do you mean by killing one insect king? Let us set this matter aside for now. We must promptly arrange for the construction of defensive fortifications. If the insectoids return, we will have no choice but to flee, Li Hao joked. The group burst into laughter. Their spirits lifted despite the looming threat of the insectoids. Under Li Hao's leadership, the soldiers quickly sprang into action, industriously constructing defenses. They skillfully utilized the surrounding terrain and the abundant resources provided by the 4th Legion to erect an impregnable line of fortifications. After several days of tireless effort, the defensive works were successfully completed. These meticulously constructed fortifications encompass trenches, bunkers, and barbed wire, forming a robust defensive system capable of effectively repelling the insectoids' ferocious assaults. Commander Li, why have the insectoids been so quiet these past few days? Their previous attacks were so frequent, yet now it's so silent. Could there be some sort of conspiracy? Huang Pu Tianming approached Li Hao with concern. Li Hao furrowed his brow, responding, indeed, this is somewhat abnormal. The insectoids do not readily abandon their assaults. Their current silence surely indicates they are orchestrating a significant operation. What shall we do then? Do you have any plans? Huang Pu Tianming inquired. I am uncertain at present. Li Hao shook his head, his expression reflecting confusion and helplessness. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a nearby valley, strategically situated, which suddenly inspired a thought within him. I believe establishing a base there would be advantageous. With both sides acting as horns, they would be unable to concentrate their attacks against us. Li Hao pointed towards the distant valley. Chapter 116. Evacuation of the outpost base as the group followed Li Hao's. They beheld the valley's treacherous terrain, which was indeed a prime location for a base, being easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Excellent idea, the crowd unanimously agreed. Consequently, Li Hao led them towards the valley. After a grueling trek, they finally arrived at the valley's entrance. Li Hao meticulously examined the valley's topography, contemplating how to arrange the defensive fortifications. He resolved to establish a line of defense at the valley's mouth, constructing a rudimentary wall with sandbags and barbed wire to thwart the insectoid onslaught. Simultaneously, he set traps and mines within the valley to heighten the casualties among the insectoid forces. Under Li Hao's command, the group busily set to work. Some transported sandbags, some dug trenches, while others laid mines. The valley was abuzz with activity. After several days of diligent effort, the defensive structures were finally completed. Standing at the valley's entrance, Li Hao gazed proudly at the defenses he had personally arranged. Now, we await the insectoids' attack. However, the insectoids did not rush to assault. Instead, they gradually encircled Li Hao's base, surging like a tide from all directions, rendering the valley impenetrable. Observing this scene, a sense of gravity washed over Li Hao. Days passed, and the insectoids maintained their encirclement without launching a large-scale assault, occasionally dispatching small units for probing skirmishes. Li Hao and his soldiers remained on high alert, ever vigilant. General, the insectoids surround us daily without attacking. What could they be plotting? Zhang Yu inquired, perplexed. Li Hao furrowed his brow, fixating on the densely packed insectoids outside the valley. And after a moment's contemplation, he replied, I am uncertain, but their intentions cannot be benign. They may be waiting for the opportune moment or seeking to identify the weaknesses in our defenses. Zhang Yu expressed his concern. This cannot continue. Our supplies are depleting rapidly, and the soldiers remain in a state of heightened tension. Huang Pu Tianming had just received intelligence from the 4th Legion, indicating that the insectoids had reinforced their defenses, intending to starve Li Hao's fleet and the 4th Legion's fleet at the outpost base. With a grave expression, Huang Pu Tianming addressed Zhang Yu and Li Hao. The situation is worse than we imagined. The insectoids are determined to trap us here. I suspect there is another insect king on this planet. Otherwise, the insectoids would not maintain such coordination after losing one at impossible. There can only be one insect king per star system. Zhang Yu countered. Then how do we explain that after we killed one, the insectoids remained orderly and continued their calculated encirclement? That is indeed a conundrum. Logically, the insectoids should be embroiled in a struggle for the insect king now. At that moment, a staff officer rushed in with a report. "General, we've detected unusual movements in the insectoid defenses. There appear to be signs of large-scale mobilization. This is bad. They have been waiting for reinforcements, likely from insectoids arriving from other star systems," Huang Pu Tianming deduced. "Given our current troop strength, defending the outpost base would likely lead to our encirclement. Breaking through the insectoid defenses to retreat to Beiming Star is our only viable option." Zhang Yu proposed. Li Hao's expression turned serious as he contemplated Zhang Yu's suggestion, and after a moment, he said, "You make a valid point. The insectoids have strengthened their defenses to prevent us from receiving support. If their reinforcements arrive, it will be exceedingly difficult to hold the outpost base. Thus, tonight, instruct the men to evacuate to the warship. You and General Huang Pu will break through to return to Beiming Star." Huang Pu Tianming, hearing Li Hao's plan, asked, "Will you not return with us? You go ahead. I need to ascertain the situation regarding the insectoids, and operating alone will suit me better," Li Hao replied. Huang Pu Tianming frowned. Worry etched on his face as he looked at Li Hao, "But that is too dangerous. If a single warship is besieged." Li Hao's gaze was resolute. "Do not worry. I have my own plan. I will carefully conceal my presence and gather intelligence on the insectoids before promptly returning." As night fell, Zhang Yu led the ground forces to swiftly evacuate onto the warship. Huang Pu Tianming stood on the bridge, watching Li Hao's solitary vessel with deep concern. Subsequently, Huang Pu Tianming and Zhang Yu stealthily sailed away from the outpost base, heading towards Beiming Star. After everyone had evacuated, Li Hao led the soldiers of the Wu Wei to bury a sufficient number of pulse bombs at various positions beneath the base, preparing to deliver a grand gift to the insectoids upon their departure. Once the bombs were properly placed, Li Hao and his men swiftly boarded the solitary warship. They activated the engines and gradually departed from the outpost base. The insectoids remained oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to swarm around the outpost base. Li Hao gazed down at the insectoids, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Let them taste the power of these pulse bombs. After the Wu Wei burst forth from the planet into space, Li Hao pressed the button on his remote control, and instantly, a brilliant light and energetic waves erupted beneath the outpost base. Massive pulse bombs detonated one after another, their tremendous shockwaves engulfing the entire outpost. The surrounding insectoids were thrown into disarray by the sudden explosions, some obliterated into fragments, debris flying in every direction. The insectoid soldiers fell into a state of extreme chaos and panic. As the remnants of the pulse bomb's devastation gradually subsided, the outpost base lay in ruins. The encircling insectoids suffered severe losses, yet some remnants clung to life. "We must leave this place. The insectoids should be reacting now, and soon the flying insectoids will be searching for us." The group sprang into action, the Wu Wei quickly revving up as they sped away. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, intently monitoring the radar screen, ever alert to the surrounding movements. Indeed, it was not long before the radar indicated that a swarm of flying insects was surging from all directions. "Accelerate. Do not allow them to catch up." The warship darted through the cosmos, pursued relentlessly by the flying insects. They emitted piercing cries, akin to the roars of demons. The soldiers remained tense, steadfast at their posts, operating various instruments in a bid to shake off these tenacious foes. "Report. A large number of flying insects are approaching from the defensive line. They are drawing closer," a soldier exclaimed anxiously. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. It appeared their previous actions had alerted the insectoids on the defensive line. "I hope the fleet has managed to break through. General, what should we do?" "The insects will catch up soon," the aide inquired. Li Hao glanced at the star map of the insectoid's rear, obtained through reconnaissance. And after a moment's reflection, he stated, "According to this star map, we should head into the depths of the insectoid star system." Chapter 117. Exploration of the nameless planet. The warship slowly adjusted its course, venturing into the depths of the insectoid star system. Throughout the journey, the tension among the crew escalated as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. As they delved deeper, they encountered scattered insectoid patrols. But through excellent tactics and skillful maneuvers, they successfully evaded or neutralized these adversaries. "General, there is a planet ahead. The detector indicates it is devoid of insectoids," a soldier reported. Li Hao's eyes brightened. "Let us head to that planet. We will rest there for the time being." The warship approached the planet, and through the portholes, the crew observed a seemingly desolate world, yet at least it appeared safe for the moment. The warship landed on the planet's surface, and as the hatch opened, The soldiers filed out to begin surveying the surrounding environment. After conducting reconnaissance with detectors, they found no signs of life nearby. Li Hao felt a slight sense of relief. At least for now, there was no need to worry about sudden attacks from unknown creatures. However, he understood that this seemingly tranquil planet might conceal many unknown dangers and secrets. The soldiers began to establish a temporary camp. While some ventured deeper into the surrounding areas for more thorough exploration, Li Hao stood at the center of the camp, surveying the barren landscape. General, this planet is lifeless. It is an internal insectoid world. If we cannot procure supplies, we cannot remain here for an extended period. Li Hao gazed solemnly at his surroundings and replied, "Continue the search. After all, the insectoids are also looking for us. We will hide here until they believe we have departed. Then we will venture out. For now, let us explore this planet." The soldiers nodded in agreement and promptly dispatched more detectors, cautiously probing the seemingly lifeless planet. Li Hao, accompanied by his aide, observed the surroundings from a high vantage point. His mind racing with thoughts. "General, this planet likely qualifies as a dead world, thoroughly ravaged by the insectoids," the aide quietly remarked. Li Hao nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Let us conduct further scans. There is nothing else to do right now. And who knows what we might discover." They continued to explore the desolate planet, witnessing decay and desolation at every turn. The howling winds whipped up dust that swirled in the air. The general had scoured the area for quite some time, yet found nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao decided to let the detector operate autonomously, suggesting that everyone take a moment to rest. The soldiers promptly obeyed, adjusting their detectors to automatic mode, which began to methodically survey the surroundings, its blinking indicators barely visible amidst the swirling dust. Time slipped away, and the detectors continued their diligent work. Suddenly, one of the devices emitted a sharp alarm. Instantly alert, Li Hao dashed over to examine the data. "General, it seems we have detected an underground cavity with unusual energy fluctuations," reported a technician. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. "What is the distance? Let us investigate." "General, we must fly there. It's on the opposite side of the planet," the adjutant reported. "Assemble everyone and prepare to follow me." The soldiers sprang into action, boarding the Invincible. With the roar of the engines, the craft ascended, racing towards the far side of the planet. After a period of flight, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a desolate valley, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Li Hao led the soldiers down for a gradual landing. And as they touched the ground, it became evident that this landscape was not of natural origin. It appeared as though it had been reshaped by some powerful and enigmatic force, presenting a bizarrely twisted form. The ground was marred by deep and shallow ravines, as if clawed by some colossal beast. The surrounding rocks bore strange shapes, some jutting abruptly, others contorted oddly, seemingly narrating tales of unimaginable transformations they had endured. Li Hao surveyed the area with a grave expression, a wave of intense unease swelling within him. The adjutant stepped forward, speaking softly, "General, this place feels exceptionally peculiar. It seems to harbor some unknown peril." Li Hao nodded slightly and replied solemnly, "Let us remain vigilant and explore with caution." The soldiers advanced carefully, each step taken with utmost prudence. They traversed the twisted ravines, seeking the entrance to the underground cavity. However, as they progressed, it felt as though they had entered a labyrinth, the scenery repeating endlessly, rendering them directionless. Just as confusion began to set in, a deep rumbling sound echoed from a distance, reminiscent of some massive machinery at work. Li Hao's eyes widened, gesturing for the soldiers to converge towards the source of the sound. As they approached, the rumble grew louder. Upon reaching the origin of the noise, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. "What is this?" a soldier murmured. A stone wall resembling a door appeared, etched with strange symbols. Li Hao stepped closer, scrutinizing the markings in an attempt to decipher any useful information. The adjutant, puzzled, inquired, "General, this planet indeed harbors secrets. Could these symbols represent some form of code or hint?" "Possibly, but we currently possess no knowledge of them and cannot decode them yet." The soldiers gathered around, their hearts filled with curiosity and apprehension as they gazed at the mysterious stone wall. "Let us first search the vicinity for any additional clues," Li Hao commanded. Thus, the soldiers commenced a thorough investigation around the stone wall. They overturned stones on the ground and examined the surrounding walls, hoping to uncover something related to the symbols. After a while, A soldier exclaimed excitedly, "General, there is a slab here, and it appears to bear similar symbols." Li Hao hurried over, and indeed, he discovered a slab inscribed with symbols not far from where they stood. Comparing the slab's symbols to those on the stone wall, he sensed a connection. "Everyone, be cautious. We may be on the verge of unraveling this mystery." He and the adjutant began meticulously studying the patterns and arrangements of the symbols. After considerable effort, they seemed to grasp some clues, yet they felt insufficient. Li Hao furrowed his brow. His confusion deepening, he rose, pacing before the stone wall, lost in thought. The adjutant also appeared contemplative, repeatedly sorting through the symbols in his mind. The soldiers observed them in silence, scarcely daring to breathe, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just then, the stone wall began to exhibit new changes. The symbols flickered with a more brilliant light, rhythmically pulsating. Li Hao and the adjutant exchanged glances, both taken aback by the phenomenon. What could this possibly signify? Suddenly, the soldiers' previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, their vigilance heightened as they peered into the depths of the passage, beads of sweat forming on their palms. "Remain alert, do not act recklessly," Li Hao intoned softly. The eerie sounds grew nearer, as if countless invisible hands were scratching at the walls, sending chills down their spines. Abruptly, shadows surged from the darkness, racing towards the soldiers with uncanny speed. Like wraiths, mechanical spiders, these diminutive machines moved with extraordinary agility, darting between the soldiers, their sharp claws easily rending through armor. The soldiers hastily brandished their weapons to retaliate, yet the sheer number of mechanical spiders made it difficult to eradicate them all at once. Observing this, Li Hao quickly directed the soldiers to form a defensive formation. Use the flamethrowers. Several soldiers immediately produced flamethrowers, unleashing torrents of fire upon the mechanical spiders. The creatures emitted sizzling sounds as some were scorched and fell. Yet many continued their frenzied assault. The battle reached an impasse, with the soldiers contending with the mechanical spiders while remaining wary of potential threats lurking in the passage. Just then, numerous concealed doors appeared along the tunnel's walls, unleashing an onslaught of additional mechanical monstrosities. "What is this place? How could there be so many terrifying entities?" A soldier shouted in terror. Li Hao felt a surge of astonishment, yet he understood that panic was not an option at this moment. "Fear not, everyone. We will prevail." The soldiers summoned their courage, engaging in a desperate struggle against the mechanical beasts. In the fierce combat, many soldiers sustained injuries and some even sacrificed themselves, yet they steadfastly held their ground. Refusing to retreat, as time passed, the soldiers gradually devised strategies to counter the mechanical foes, the tide of battle beginning to shift. However, just as they neared the defeat of the last wave of mechanical monsters, a powerful energy surge erupted from the depths of the passage, revealing a colossal figure. All eyes were drawn to the immense silhouette, and as they discerned its form, a sense of dread washed over them. It was a gigantic mechanical armor resembling a titan, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, its limbs robust, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. "What kind of monster is that?" a soldier muttered. Li Hao's expression grew grave, understanding that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle. Yet he harbored no intention of retreating, shouting, "Brothers, we have no way back. Give it all we've got." The soldiers roared in unison, rallying their courage to charge at the massive mechanical armor. The armor swung its massive iron fists, effortlessly sending nearby soldiers flying. Some crushed into mere pulp. Li Hao commanded the soldiers to attack from various angles. Attempting to divert the mechanical armor's attention, a few soldiers wielding electromagnetic weapons sought to disrupt the armor's control systems. However, the armor's defenses were formidable, rendering the electromagnetic weapons ineffective. It roared, unleashing powerful energy shocks that made it difficult for the soldiers to draw near. Amidst the fray, the adjutant was unfortunate enough to be struck by the mechanical armor, sustaining severe injuries. Li Hao felt a pang of sorrow, yet he knew this was not the time for grief. "Concentrate all fire on its joints." The soldiers complied, unleashing a barrage of bullets and energy beams towards the joints of the mechanical armor. Finally, under the relentless assault, the armor's movements began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao raised his energy sword and leaped towards the mechanical armor, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at its eye. The armor sensed the impending danger and tried to evade, but Li Hao managed to pierce one of its eyes. The The mechanical armor writhed in fury. Gripping the sword tightly, Li Hao struggled against the armor's resistance. That moment, he spotted the energy core on the armor's back. Kicking off the armor, he used its momentum to propel himself towards the core, plunging his sword into it with a resounding boom. The passage was engulfed in blinding light. The brilliance faded. The mechanical armor lay motionless on the ground. While Li Hao was thrown several meters away by the shockwave, his mech in ruins. Struggling to rise, Li Hao felt as though his bones were splintering. He staggered towards his comrades, each step a monumental effort. "General, are you all right?" The soldiers asked with concern as they gathered around him. Li Hao waved his hand, signaling that he was not gravely harmed. He gazed at the destroyed mechanical armor, a sigh of relief escaping him. Yet he knew the danger had not entirely subsided. "Check the surroundings for any remaining threats," Li Hao commanded. The soldiers immediately dispersed, cautiously searching the corridor. Li Hao leaned against the wall, taking a brief respite to regain his strength. After a while, the soldiers returned one by one to report that they had discovered a grand hall ahead, which appeared to be the central control room of this underground space. Li Hao's expression sharpened as he stood up, ready to investigate. As they approached the hall, they found the grand door firmly shut, yet a faint glow seeped through the cracks. Li Hao gestured for the soldiers to remain vigilant before gently pushing the door. With a low rumble, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast and intricate control room. "What is this place?" a soldier whispered. Li Hao remained silent, his gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from within the control room, as if some machinery was coming to life. "Be careful," Li Hao shouted. In the next moment, various instruments within the control room flickered to life, and a massive screen displayed incomprehensible data and images. After a period of time, all the screens illuminated, and the main display revealed a peculiar-looking creature. The words it uttered were utterly foreign to Li Hao and his companions, as were the accompanying texts. However, the screen gradually began to sift through various languages. The soldiers exchanged anxious glances, gripping their weapons tightly. Li Hao furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on the screen, attempting to glean some clues from the constantly shifting languages. At last, the display stabilized in a language they recognized. The strange creature spoke again, its voice resonating through the control room via the speakers. "Intruders, you are human, are you not? It seems our planet has yet to overcome the insectoid threat. Senior, we mean no offense. This planet has indeed been overrun by the insectoids, but it is now devoid of life. They have abandoned it. We fled here while being pursued by them," Li Hao explained. The creature fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "I see. It appears that the wheels of fate continue to turn. Your arrival here is, in itself, a form of destiny." Chapter 120. The Yak Civilization. Li Hao and his companions listened intently, awaiting the creature's further revelations. It continued. "Our planet is known as Yaks, once a vibrant and intelligent realm. We possessed highly advanced technology, capable of traversing the cosmos and exploring endless mysteries." Curiously, Li Hao inquired, "How did the insectoids come into being?" The creature sighed. "It was a dreadful calamity. The insectoids appeared from an unknown origin, exhibiting fierce reproductive capabilities and aggression. They inundated our planet like a tidal wave. We rose in defiance, yet ultimately fell into despair. Despite our numerous attempts, we could not eradicate the insectoids entirely. In desperation, we initiated our final plan, placing all hope within this base. A glimmer of sorrow and helplessness flickered in the creature's eyes. "What hope did you leave behind?" Li Hao pressed on. "What we left, you have already attempted to utilize, have you not? Those beast-like mechas. Your civilization's technology is commendable, but with an ample supply of those mechas, you might still stand a chance against the insectoids, lessening your losses," the creature articulated. A realization dawned upon Li Hao and his companions as they recalled their prior battle with the mechanical beasts, the very key weapon against the insectoids. "But how can we acquire more of these beast-like mechas?" Li Hao queried anxiously. The creature pointed toward a corner of the control room, where machines and technical documents for manufacturing the beast-like mechas resided. "If you require them, you may study them yourselves," it instructed. Li Hao and his companions promptly approached that corner, discovering an array of intricate devices and towering piles of technical documentation. Excitement and anxiety danced upon their faces. "What a treasure trove," one soldier murmured. Li Hao inhaled deeply. "Let us commence our work." We must swiftly master these technologies. They divided into small groups, some delving into the operational principles of the devices, while others immersed themselves in the technical materials, striving to comprehend the profound knowledge contained within. Days turned into weeks as they tirelessly explored this corner. When faced with challenges, they engaged in discussions or consulted the creature. After considerable study, they finally achieved a rudimentary understanding of how to manufacture the beast-like mechas. Senior, we have backed up this data. We need to venture out in search of the materials required to create these mechas. Should I take your mainframe with us? The creature pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need. My mission has been fulfilled. This place is my sanctuary. I will await your return here. Go, but remember to exercise caution. Elihu nodded, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. Rest assured, Senior, we shall succeed. After emerging from the base, the grand door gradually closed behind them. They glanced back at the tightly shut entrance, as if bidding farewell to the past. Subsequently, they piloted their mechas back to the Invincible. Upon returning, Liao promptly transferred the materials obtained from the underground base to the ship's intelligence system. After analysis and comparison, the system revealed several technologies that the Empire lacked or that were even more advanced. General, where do we head next? Our supplies cannot sustain further exploration, the aide reported to Liao. We shall first return to the planet of the forward base. After such a lengthy interval, the insectoid's focus should no longer be on us, Liao replied. The aide nodded and began relaying orders to redirect the Invincible towards the forward base's planet. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at their destination. As the Invincible approached the planet, everyone anxiously surveyed the surroundings, apprehensive that the insectoids might suddenly appear. General, it's strange. The scanners reveal no traces of insectoids on this planet. The scanner operator reported Liao contemplated this anomaly. The planet had once been teeming with insectoids, yet now it was devoid of any presence. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The aide interjected, General, could it be that the insectoids are plotting something greater? Or have they relocated elsewhere? Liao pondered and suddenly realized a possibility. This is bad. We must hasten back to Beiming Star. The insectoids on this planet must be preparing to attack Beiming Star. The aide gasped, then we must depart immediately. The Invincible swiftly adjusted its course, racing toward Beiming Star. Liao's heart brimmed with anxiety and concern. He was uncertain of the current situation on Beiming Star. During the rapid journey, he continuously devised countermeasures in his mind. If the insectoids launched a large-scale assault on Beiming Star, the planet would likely plunge into grave peril. Increase speed. We must arrive as quickly as possible. As they neared the insectoid defense line, the scanners detected that the insectoid forces had multiplied exponentially. The aide's expression shifted dramatically. General, this is dire. How could the insectoids have amassed such overwhelming forces here? Liao's gaze turned grave. It seems our suspicions were correct. They have indeed concentrated their main forces here. However, we must break through. Beiming Star awaits our rescue. But General, with our current strength, a forced breakthrough might result in catastrophic losses. The aide said, apprehensively. Liao gritted his teeth. There are no alternatives left. We must take the risk. Charge all weapons. Prepare to breach the insectoid defense line with the Star Annihilation Cannon. The Invincible surged forward toward the insectoid defenses. Upon realizing they were under attack from behind, the insectoids launched a fierce counteroffensive, unleashing a torrent of energy beams and biological weaponry, creating a terrifying web of firepower. The warship rocked violently amidst the bombardment. Yet the soldiers resolutely operated their weapons in retaliation. Liao stood at the command platform, intently monitoring the battlefield, continuously issuing commands. Keep firing the main cannon, activate the star shield and energy shield simultaneously, and accelerate all engines to full power. Charge ahead. As Liao's orders were executed, the warship erupted with immense force, akin to a colossal beast charging forward through the relentless fire of the insectoids. The insectoid assaults rained down like a torrential storm upon the warship. The energy shields flickered with unstable light under the intense onslaught, and the star shield exhibited minute cracks. Yet, the soldiers showed no signs of retreat. They gripped the control sticks tightly, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. The aide, anxiously watching, exclaimed, General, at this rate, our shields won't hold much longer. Liao's gaze burned with intensity. Hold on. Once we breach this defense line, we will reach Beiming Star swiftly. P.S. Dear readers, a new week is about to begin. Wishing you all a delightful reading experience. Could you kindly leave a 5-star review for this book? A little encouragement would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 121. The Pirate Alliance re-emerges. The battlefield tension escalated, with each passing second feeling interminable. The warship struggled to advance amidst the encirclement of insectoids, occasionally small insectoids breaching through the cracks in the star shield, only to be eliminated by the mech soldiers with energy rifles. With full power acceleration, the Invincible swiftly broke through the insectoid defense line. We burst forth. A jubilant cheer erupted from the bridge. Yet, Li Hao remained undeterred. He promptly commanded, "Assess the damage to the battleship and expedite repairs. Prepare to advance." The soldiers sprang into swift action, conducting a thorough inspection and urgent repairs on the Invincible. At that moment, they could clearly discern the outline of Beiming's star. The lieutenant, gazing anxiously at the approaching celestial body, remarked, "General, I wonder what the situation on Beiming's star is now." Li Hao clenched his fists tightly. "Regardless, we must hasten to provide support." As the Invincible drew closer, they observed thick smoke and the remnants of battle pervading Beiming's star's atmosphere. Debris from the insectoid race floated ominously nearby, signifying that a fierce conflict had recently transpired here. "General, there's a communication request coming in," reported the communications officer. "Bring it through immediately." The screen flickered to life, revealing a weary visage. It was Huang Pu Tianming from the 4th Legion. "General Li Hao, you have finally returned. The insectoid assault was ferocious. I feared the worst for you. We are unscathed. What is the current situation there? Let us discuss it in person. It's not something that can be conveyed in a few words." The Invincible sped toward Beiming's star like a radiant meteor. Upon entering the atmosphere, they beheld a ravaged landscape, with cities reduced to ruins. "Damn the insectoids!" Li Hao gritted his teeth in anger, amid the chaos. The Invincible searched for a suitable landing site when Huang Pu Tianming's vessel swooped in. Upon their meeting, Huang Pu Tianming recounted, "After we parted ways, we stealthily breached the defenses and returned to Beiming's star, immediately notifying the military headquarters. However, before reinforcements could arrive, the insectoids launched a sudden attack, leading to a fierce confrontation between the 4th Legion fleet and the insectoids." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "I hadn't anticipated such a swift maneuver from the insectoids. It seems they had been plotting for quite some time. What is the current status of the 4th Legion?" Huang Pu Tianming's expression darkened. "We have suffered heavy losses. The sheer number of insectoids is overwhelming. Our defenses have been breached in multiple locations, and our soldiers are fighting valiantly, but the situation remains dire." Li Hao inhaled deeply. "When can we expect the Imperial reinforcements? What of the Xingyao fleet? Why can't I reach them?" Huang Pu Tianming's expression mirrored his concern. "As far as I know, the major royal legions have arrived, but the support fleets from other legions may arrive later than anticipated. As for the Xingyao fleet, they were ordered back to the Endless Sea by Commander Lin before the conflict erupted." "Lin Xiao, why would she recall the Xingyao fleet at such a critical moment? Doesn't she know the insectoid battlefield requires support?" Li Hao's countenance darkened, his tone laced with fury and confusion. Huang Pu Tianming explained helplessly, "Do not blame Lin Xiao. According to the military intelligence briefings, there have been incidents in the Endless Sea. Unable to reach you, she had no choice but to withdraw the Xingyao fleet." Li Hao furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. What could possibly be amiss in the Endless Sea, so severe that it necessitated the recall of the Xingyao fleet? Huang Pu Tianming shook his head. "The specifics are still unclear, but the brief mentioned a powerful force emerging, frequently active in the Endless Sea area. They have clashed with the 13th Legion twice, both times to our disadvantage. How can this be? How could there be a force capable of defeating the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea? What of the situation on the insectoid front? Can we hold our ground?" Huang Pu Tianming replied gravely, "The outlook is not particularly optimistic. Although the insectoid attacks are intensifying, the primary forces of the Royal Legions are now engaged on the insectoid battlefield, and the remaining major legions have dispatched fleets. It should not be insurmountable." Li Hao exhaled slightly, though his worries lingered. He understood that the threat of the insectoids loomed perpetually, demanding unyielding vigilance. After bidding farewell to Huang Pu Tianming, Li Hao hastened back to the Endless Sea. Throughout the journey, he was consumed with concern, mulling over the enigmatic force. After several days of travel, Li Hao returned to the Endless Sea star domain. Upon crossing into the border star system, He immediately sensed something was amiss. He contacted Zhang Yu, urgently inquiring, "Zhang Yu, what is going on in the border star system? Why are there so many merchant vessels congested here?" Zhang Yu's voice emerged from the communicator, tinged with gravity. "Legion Commander, you've returned. We have sealed off all routes from the Endless Sea to the Empire." "Why take such measures?" Li Hao questioned in confusion. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. "Legion Commander, the leader of the Pirate Alliance has somehow acquired warships, and in considerable numbers. We suspect there are elements within the Empire aiding them. As a precaution, we had no choice but to implement these measures." Li Hao's expression darkened further as he grasped the gravity of the situation. "What shall we do with these merchant vessels? We cannot simply leave them stranded here. We are conducting thorough inspections, ensuring that no problematic vessels are released quickly, but this will take time." Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao contemplated for a moment, then stated, "Accelerate the inspection process. We cannot allow innocent merchants to suffer undue consequences. Additionally, intensify surveillance of the border star system. We must not afford them any opportunities." "Understood, Legion Commander." After concluding the communication, Li Hao promptly ordered a passage through the border star system to rendezvous with the Alliance fleet and the 13th Legion. The officers aboard the Invincible sprang into decisive action, maintaining heightened vigilance throughout their transit. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, his gaze fixed intently on the starry expanse ahead. Upon finally reaching the Alliance star system, the fleet commanders of the 13th Legion awaited their arrival. Li Hao immediately convened an urgent meeting with the commanders of the 13th Legion. "The situation is even more dire than we imagined," Lin Xiao stated gravely. "They seem to have discovered a method to breach our energy shields, which resulted in our significant losses in the previous 2 engagements." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "What method are they employing to circumvent the energy shields?" Lin Xiao inhaled deeply. "Based on the intelligence we currently possess, they appear to be utilizing a specialized energy frequency interference technique that disrupts the operational mechanism of our shields, rendering them ineffective for a brief period." Li Hao's gaze sharpened. It seemed they had been betrayed by someone within the Empire. "We must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in an extremely precarious situation. Can we ascertain where the breach occurred?" Chapter 122. 13th Legion's Breach. Lin Xiao shook her head solemnly. "We have no leads as of yet, but it is evident that there is a mole within our ranks, leaking critical information." Li Hao clenched his fists tightly and immediately ordered a comprehensive investigation, leaving no suspicious individual unchecked. Simultaneously, he bolstered intelligence operations to see if any clues about the mole could be obtained from alternative sources. The Legion swiftly mobilized, engaging in a tense and frantic search. However, this was no simple task. Given the Legion's vast personnel, identifying the mole within a short time frame was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, the mysterious force's assaults persisted, growing ever more ferocious. Li Hao and his comrades struggled to repel the attacks while anxiously seeking solutions to their internal dilemmas. "General, during our inspection of the fleet's defensive systems, we discovered that the programs of a batch of components we recently purchased have been tampered with," a subordinate reported. "It indeed stems from the Empire and our own ranks. We must swiftly root out the culprits." Li Hao's expression darkened ominously as he issued orders for the intelligence and technical departments to collaborate intensively to identify the mastermind in the shortest time possible. The technicians toiled day and night, conducting an in-depth analysis of the compromised components, attempting to reconstruct the altered programs in search of clues. Meanwhile, the intelligence personnel conducted a thorough investigation within the Legion, scrutinizing every suspicious detail and individual. However, progress was slow. The enemy seemed well prepared, having eliminated all traces, making it challenging to find a breakthrough. "Damn it, these fiends are too cunning. Are we to remain in the dark indefinitely?" Li Hao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Legion Commander, the investigation is complete. The mole is not from our Legion. We checked the maintenance department, and the personnel handling our repairs are mostly veterans of the 13th Legion. Newcomers have no access to all our warships." Li Hao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If it was not someone from within their ranks, then the issue must have arisen during the production and transportation of the components. Immediately investigate all related manufacturers and transporters. Soon, the investigation team sprang into action, traversing various planets, meticulously scrutinizing every possible connection to the components. During their inquiries, they uncovered several manufacturers exhibiting unusual signs. Some had disorganized accounts, while others displayed anxious employees, seemingly concealing something. Focus on investigating these manufacturers, Li Hao ordered. As the investigation deepened, some hidden secrets began to surface. It turned out that a vast commercial organization had colluded with the mysterious force, controlling parts of the production and transportation of components through bribery and threats, thus executing their schemes. Despicable scoundrels! Li Hao seethed with rage. Li Hao summoned Wang Lei and entrusted him with the technical data acquired from the planet Ikisi, instructing him to seek trustworthy individuals to delve into this technology. Wang Lei solemnly accepted the materials, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. Commander, where did these materials originate? This requires a lengthy explanation. In the future, we must produce our core resources independently and not rely on external sources. Some of the technologies here are more advanced, so you must maintain strict confidentiality. They must not leak. Rest assured, Commander, I shall not betray your trust. Wang Lei swiftly selected a group of elite researchers who discreetly entered a specially established research facility. This base, located deep within the military headquarters, was heavily fortified to ensure the absolute security of the technical data. During their research, they encountered numerous challenges. The advanced and intricate technologies from Ikisi presented principles and concepts previously unknown to them. They labored day and night, relentlessly exploring various methods and ideas. After weeks of effort, they finally achieved some preliminary results. They utilized the technologies of the Ikisi civilization to modify the defense system of the 13th Legion, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the warship's energy shields and improving the system's resistance to interference. As the 13th Legion adjusted the defense protocols for all its warships, the leader of the Pirate Alliance learned that Li Hao had returned to the Alliance galaxy. A sinister smile crept across the pirate leader's menacing face. Li Hao, what is your return matter? This time, I will ensure you leave no trace behind. He immediately summoned the various pirate leaders he had recruited during this time, plotting a new course of action. Meanwhile, Li Hao, keenly aware of the impending crisis, bolstered the fleet's defenses and training while actively gathering intelligence on the Pirate Alliance. General, according to our reports, the pirate leader seems to be amassing a considerable force, preparing for a large-scale attack against us. An intelligence officer informed Li Hao. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. If they wish to play, then we shall indulge them. Notify all departments to enter a state of heightened readiness. The entire 13th Legion buzzed with tension and order, warriors rolling up their sleeves in preparation for the impending battle. Concurrently, the pirate leader's fleet stealthily approached the Alliance galaxy, employing various means to conceal their movements, attempting to catch the 13th Legion off guard. However, Li Hao and his team were not unprepared. Thanks to their advanced monitoring systems, they detected the faint traces of the pirate fleet. General, we have spotted the pirate fleet, but we cannot yet determine their target, a monitor reported. Li Hao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Maintain close surveillance and report any developments immediately. As time passed, the monitor relayed new information. General, further analysis indicates that the pirate fleet appears to have split into several factions, heading towards our inhabited planets. Li Hao's expression hardened. They believe we are too timid to divide our forces. Now that our warship shields are operational, let us see how they intend to attack. Immediately notify all fleets to return to their respective planets. The 13th Legion swiftly sprang into action, dispatching portions of the fleet to various planets for defense, while others stood ready to provide assistance. Li Hao led the Dawn Fleet, awaiting the main force of the Pirate Alliance in the Alliance galaxy. During the tense preparations, Li Hao pondered the true intentions of the pirate leader. Did they have a more insidious plot in mind? A sense of unease began to swell within him. Meanwhile, the pirate leader aboard his flagship reveled in his confidence. Li Hao, let us see how you respond this time. Around him, a group of pirate leaders erupted in laughter, eyeing the vastness of space. The pirate fleet continued to execute their plan, gradually closing in on the various targets of the 13th Legion. Chapter 123. The pirate leader attacks Base Star. Commander, the patrol squad in the border star system has detected a fleet heading towards Base Star. Should we send reinforcements? Li Hao's gaze turned steely as he immediately verified the identity of the fleet. Soon, the report returned. General, that fleet is not ours. Preliminary assessments indicate it is part of the pirate fleet. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it is their scheme. Command the hero fleet to prepare for battle, and simultaneously notify the Dawn Fleet to set forth to support Base Star. At that moment, the pirate leader's fleet accelerated towards their goal, brimming with confidence for this operation. Within the pirate fleet, the leader declared to his subordinates, once we capture Base Star, the super energy mine of the 13th Legion will be ours. On Base Star, the inhabitants stood ready, the atmosphere charged with tension. The Dawn Fleet, like a radiant beacon, sped towards Base Star for reinforcement. The pirate leader, gazing at the approaching Base Star, wore a greedy smile. Hurry up, increase speed. Those treasures will soon be ours. On the hero fleet side, the commander's resolve was unwavering. All hands, prepare for engagement. We must not let the pirates succeed. In an instant, the two fleets clashed in the expanse of Base Star space. Countless beams of laser and energy cannons intertwined, illuminating the dark cosmos. The pirate leader's fleet, relying on their numerical advantage, surged towards the hero fleet like a tidal wave, attempting to overpower them with sheer force. Yet, the hero fleet stood unyielding, employing exquisite tactics and seamless coordination to repel the pirate fleet's assaults time and again. Concentrate fire on their flagship, the commander of the hero fleet commanded vociferously. Powerful energy beams rained down upon the pirate leader's flagship, while the surrounding escort ships desperately shielded it. In a series of violent explosions, some escort ships were reduced to mere debris. Enraged by this sight, the pirate leader bellowed, "Attack with full force. I want to obliterate them completely." Under his command, the pirate fleet launched an even more frenzied assault. The warships of the hero fleet bore the brunt of immense pressure, sustaining damage. However, the warriors of the hero fleet did not falter. They tenaciously held their ground, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the pirate fleet. The pirate leader had not anticipated that Base Star housed a defending fleet. But this time he was prepared. He had arranged for a portion of his fleet to distract the hero fleet, while sending another portion into the planet's interior in search of the super energy mine. Upon witnessing the pirate fleet charging towards the planet, the defensive forces on Base Star reacted immediately. Anti-aircraft fire erupted in a concentrated barrage, attempting to intercept the invading pirate warships. But the pirates had come prepared, deploying a plethora of decoy flares and shields to minimize damage as they pressed on. The pirates who entered the planet's interior, following preordained instructions, divided into several small teams, scouring the complex terrain for traces of the super energy mine. They faced fierce resistance from the Base Star's guard forces, and intense urban combat erupted in various corners of the planet. The commander of the hero fleet, witnessing this dire situation, felt a surge of urgency. He understood that if the pirates succeeded, the consequences would be dire. "We cannot let them prevail," he roared, directing the fleet to break through the pirate blockade at all costs. Meanwhile, within the planet, the battle between the guard forces and the pirates grew increasingly brutal. The pirate leader closely monitored the developments from his flagship, alternating between excitement and agitation. "Hurry, speed up the search for the energy mine," he incessantly urged. "Leader, our scans indicate multiple mining sites on this planet, but we cannot accurately locate the energy mine's position," reported one of his subordinates. The pirate leader's expression darkened ominously. "Incompetent fools, increase the search intensity. We must find it even if we have to turn this planet upside down." With his furious commands echoing, the pirates intensified their search efforts, assaulting mine after mine in a bid to uncover clues about the energy mine's location. "Leader, look over there. The defenses are the most comprehensive. Could that be it?" One excited pirate pointed towards the Valley base on Base Star. The leader surveyed the Valley base's location, contemplating before responding. "That is the command center of the 13th Legion on this planet. Did you not see the extensive housing and training facilities? The energy mine cannot be located there." The pirate, feeling somewhat discontent, scratched his head. "But those defenses are indeed formidable, leader." The pirate leader furrowed his brow. "Do not be deceived by appearances, you fool. Continue searching elsewhere. There are surely clues we have yet to uncover." As the pirate fleet engaged the hero fleet, they quickly realized that their attempts to disrupt the energy shields of the 13th Legion's warships were futile. The commander of the hero fleet smirked slightly. "Our shield technology is not so easily breached." He promptly ordered a more vigorous counterattack. Beams of laser and missiles erupted from the hero fleet's warships, pouring down upon the pirate fleet like a torrential downpour. The pirates were soon thrown into chaos, with some warships sustaining damage and exploding. Damn it! How could this happen? Wasn't it stated that the disruptors could interfere with their star shields? The commander of the pirate fleet shouted in frustration. "Chief, should we notify the leader? We cannot break through their defensive star shields. If we remain entangled like this, we will be trapped when the 13th Legion's reinforcements arrive." A subordinate suggested. The pirate fleet commander's face darkened ominously. He glared fiercely at the subordinate who made the suggestion. What are you panicking for? Do not alarm the leader just yet. We shall devise another plan. He pondered for a moment before commanding loudly. Concentrate all firepower and target their energy supply systems. I refuse to believe their star shield can withstand our onslaught indefinitely. The pirate fleet swiftly adjusted their tactics, unleashing a torrential downpour of cannon fire upon the energy supply area of the hero fleet. Meanwhile, the commander of the hero fleet discerned the pirates' intentions and immediately directed his fleet to execute agile maneuvers and counterattacks. We must not allow them to succeed, he bellowed. Once again, the two sides were engulfed in fierce combat amidst the cosmos, with flashes of light and energy fluctuations resonating throughout. Inquiring of his fleet, he asked why they had yet to neutralize the enemy's defensive squadron. Soon, the communications officer relayed the response. Leader, the fleet has reported that their disruptors have malfunctioned, rendering their attacks incapable of breaching the opponent's shields. The pirate leader, upon hearing this, slammed his fist onto the control panel in fury. A bunch of useless fools. Continue pressing the attack. We cannot allow them to impede our progress. Yet, leader, such a relentless assault will incur significant losses on our part. One of the advisors interjected, unable to contain his concern. Humph! What do we stand to gain without bearing the cost? The pirate leader's eyes widened with fury, immediately relaying my orders, at all costs. Breach their defenses. Chapter 124. Defense of the base star mining facility. Under the forceful command of their leader, the pirate fleet launched another frenzied assault. Various artillery rained down upon the hero fleet, enveloping the entire expanse of space in dazzling brilliance. On the side of the hero fleet, the commander maintained a calm demeanor, orchestrating the defense, urging his crew to hold formation and not to panic. Their shields cannot be breached, however. As time marched on, the intensity of the pirate fleet's assault grew, and the shields of several hero vessels began to flicker with instability. This is dire. Shield energy is dwindling. A crew member cried out anxiously, activate the backup energy systems and reinforce the shields. The commander commanded decisively to end this tense battle. Both sides gritted their teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, on the planet, some pirate squads had begun covertly searching for potential super energy mines. They attacked the mining facility on the base star, where the guards valiantly resisted, utilizing the facility's defenses. Strike them fiercely. We cannot allow them to prevail. The captain of the guards shouted hoarsely. The pirates relentlessly assaulted the defenses of the mine, the brilliance of various weapons intertwining and flashing throughout the area. Though the guards fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the pirates. Captain, we can hardly hold out any longer. One guard exclaimed anxiously, hold firm. I have already notified the base. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We cannot allow them to seize the mine. The captain grit his teeth in response, at that moment, bolstered by their captain's encouragement. The guards summoned their courage and continued to resist the pirates' onslaught with all their might. As the pirates became increasingly impatient from their inability to breach the defenses, the squad leader roared. Intensify the firepower. Charge in at all costs. The fierce battle transformed the air around the mining facility into a haze of smoke and flames. Despite the constant casualties among the guards, there remained no sign of retreat. Time trickled by, and the captain anxiously gazed at the sky, yearning for the arrival of reinforcements. Why are they not here yet? If they do not arrive soon, we truly cannot hold on, he silently prayed. At last, a cluster of flickering lights appeared on the distant horizon. Reinforcements dispatched by the base. Reinforcements have arrived. A guard shouted with excitement. A flicker of joy crossed the captain's face, yet he dared not relax for even a moment. Everyone, push harder. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. As the reinforcements drew closer, the pirates sensed the shift in momentum. Damn it, we cannot allow them to unite. The pirate leader bellowed. Leader, a scouting squad has reported that they have located a heavily fortified mine, and the 13th Legion has dispatched mech troops for support. Upon hearing this, the pirate leader's excitement surged. Humph, we have finally located you, and no matter the cost, we must seize that mine. Relay my orders to concentrate all available forces there. Under the pirate leader's command, more pirate warships and troops surged toward the direction of the mine. At this juncture, the guards of the mine and the newly arrived reinforcements had tightly united. bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. "Brothers, we must hold this ground. We cannot let the pirates succeed." The commander of the reinforcements declared loudly. "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, spirits soaring. The pirates surged forth like a tidal wave. And once again, a thrilling clash erupted. Cannons roared, and the cries of battle reverberated through the air. The land surrounding the mine was repeatedly torn apart by explosions, and the scent of smoke and dust permeated the atmosphere. In the heat of battle, personnel from both sides fell, yet the fighting showed no signs of abating. "Report, our mech troops have suffered heavy losses," an officer informed the captain of the mine guards. "Damn it, if we cannot hold, we will retreat to the mine shafts. We know this area well," the captain replied through gritted teeth. The pirates, likewise, suffered substantial losses, yet under the relentless orders of their leader. They continued their frenzied assault. "Charge! Anyone who retreats shall be executed without mercy," the pirate commanders roared. As time slipped by, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. Although the guards and reinforcements fought valiantly, the unending waves of pirates began to overwhelm them. Amidst the chaos, a young guard soldier, witnessing his comrades fall around him, was engulfed by a surge of intense indignation. Clenching his weapon tightly, he charged recklessly toward the enemy, shouting, "Let us fight them head-on." His actions ignited the fighting spirit within others, and they followed suit, launching wave after wave of assaults. The pirates, caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, quickly regrouped and resumed their frenzied assault. Meanwhile, the hero fleet in space faced immense pressure. The pirate fleet continued to launch fierce attacks, attempting to breach their defenses. The commander of the hero fleet wore a grave expression, constantly adjusting tactics and directing the fleet to resist tenaciously. "We must not let them prevail," the commander asserted resolutely. On the planet's mining facility, the battle reached a fever pitch. The entire area was shrouded in flames, with scarcely a single intact spot remaining. "Captain, our ammunition is nearly depleted," a soldier exclaimed anxiously. A resolute glint flashed in the captain's eyes. "Retreat into the mine. If necessary, we will blow the entrance." The soldiers swiftly began to act, firing as they fell back toward the mine shafts. The pirates seemed to sense their intentions and surged forward with renewed frenzy, determined to prevent their entry. "Hurry, pick up the pace," the captain urged incessantly in the midst of the fierce exchange of fire. Soldiers continued to fall, yet they remained steadfast, pushing toward the mine shafts. At last, the majority of soldiers successfully retreated into the mine. "Prepare to detonate the entrance," the captain commanded. Several soldiers immediately began to set up explosives. And at that moment, the pirates had already reached the vicinity of the entrance. "Hurry, there is no time left," someone shouted. Just as the pirates were about to storm through the entrance, the explosives were detonated. With a resounding boom, the entrance was buried beneath a collapse of earth and rock, temporarily halting the pirates' advance. The pirate leader, arriving hastily at the surface mining facility with his subordinates, beheld the buried entrance, and his expression darkened considerably. Filled with frustration and anger, "Damn it, those wretched scoundrels!" The pirate leader struck a nearby rock in frustration, having initially believed this operation would be a sweeping success, only to discover the enemy's resilience and their use of such tactics to thwart their assault. "Leader, what shall we do now?" a pirate commander inquired cautiously. The pirate leader ground his teeth, his gaze glinting with ferocity. "Assemble all available excavation equipment and breach this area. I refuse to believe they can hide indefinitely." Thus, the pirates became busy, bringing in various large excavation machines to the entrance, the cacophony of machinery roaring incessantly. Inside the mine, the soldiers also heard the commotion from outside. "Captain, they have begun excavating. What should we do?" a soldier asked, his face reflecting anxiety. The captain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It's fine. We will plant explosives around this passage. When they dig in, we will blow it up." Chapter 125. The Starshine fleet arrives at the base star. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, diligently setting up explosives. They carefully and swiftly positioned the explosives at critical points in the passage, ensuring they could deliver a fatal blow to the pirates. During the setup, everyone wore a serious expression, their movements sharp. They understood this was their last line of defense and a crucial step in their struggle for survival and victory. "Captain, the explosives are all set," a soldier spoke softly. The captain nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the buried entrance. Good. Everyone find a concealed position and be ready to detonate the explosives at a moment's notice. All gathered concealed themselves, quietly awaiting the pirates' approach. Time seemed to stretch unbearably, each second straining their nerves. At last, with the sound of shifting earth and stone, the pirates successfully excavated a small opening. Ha! They cannot escape now. The pirates erupted with excitement, eagerly rushing forward. The very moment the first wave of pirates set foot in the passage, the captain decisively pressed the detonation device. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The entire mine trembled violently, flames and smoke billowed forth instantaneously, obliterating the passage, and the pirates who surged in faced devastating casualties in the explosion. Success! Some soldiers cheered. Yet, the captain's expression remained grave. Don't rejoice too soon. We must quickly devise a way to escape this place. They pressed onward through the newly discovered passage, hoping to find a safe exit. Meanwhile, at the other end of the passage, the pirate leader, enraged by yet another failed assault, seethed with fury. Cursed be it, I shall not let them escape. Keep searching for them. We must drag them out, the pirate leader bellowed, commanding more pirates to delve into the excavation. In the starry sky, the commander of the heroic fleet continued to orchestrate the battle against the pirate fleet, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the support fleet, fearing that the base could not hold out much longer. The communications officer promptly initiated contact, calling the support fleet, "We urgently need to know your arrival time." Moments later, the response crackled through the communicator. "We expect to reach the battlefield in 2 standard hours." The commander's face tightened as he surveyed the fierce battle unfolding before him, silently praying that the base would endure until the support fleet arrived. "Inform them to hasten. Our situation is dire," the commander ordered. Meanwhile, the pirate fleet seemed to sense the urgency of the heroic fleet, intensifying their assault. Boom! A warship from the heroic fleet was struck, billowing thick smoke. "Damn it!" the commander cursed, retaliating with all his might. "We cannot let them prevail." The warriors of the heroic fleet gritted their teeth, fiercely resisting the relentless onslaught of the pirate fleet. Time ticked by agonizingly as the heroic fleet struggled to hold their ground. Finally, after an interminable wait, the silhouettes of the support fleet appeared against the distant starry backdrop. The stellar vanguard fleet arrived on the battlefield, launching a surprise attack from behind the pirate fleet. The pirates were thrown into chaos, utterly unprepared for such a formidable force to strike from their rear. Cursed be it, where did this fleet come from? How did the 13th Legion's support arrive so swiftly? The pirate leader roared in fury. The stellar vanguard fleet's strikes were sharp and precise, powerful energy beams raining down upon the pirate fleet. One by one, the pirate vessels were struck, bursting into flames that illuminated the starry sky. Upon witnessing this, the commander of the heroic fleet immediately commanded, "All personnel, seize the opportunity and counterattack with full force." The morale of the heroic fleet surged, coordinating with the stellar vanguard fleet to execute a pincer maneuver against the pirate fleet. Under this relentless assault, the pirate fleet began to crumble, many pirate vessels attempting to flee the battlefield, but they were hotly pursued. "Commander Zhang, why aren't you? Where is the Legion commander?" the commander of the heroic fleet inquired. Puzzled, Commander Zhang replied with a smile, "The Legion commander has other assignments. He sent us ahead to support you. Rest assured, with us here, those pirates won't escape." The commander of the heroic fleet nodded. His concerns slightly alleviated, though he remained curious about the whereabouts of the Legion commander. As the battle progressed, the pirate fleet was nearly annihilated, with only a few vessels managing to escape. The commander of the heroic fleet sighed in relief. "Quickly, enter the planet. The pirate leader has been inside for quite some time, and the base must have been breached by now." Commander Zhang, with a grim expression, nodded. "All fleets, accelerate towards the planet." The fleet surged forward like meteors towards the planet. As they approached, they found the surface of the planet in disarray, many structures in ruins. "This is bad. The situation is worse than we imagined," the commander of the heroic fleet frowned. They cautiously entered the planet's atmosphere and, upon reaching the valley base, discovered it had not been attacked. "What's going on? Did the pirate leader not assault the base?" Zhang Yu asked the base commander. The base commander, equally bewildered, shook his head. "We are not sure either. Only a few pirate ships came to scout, but the rare mineral site has repeatedly requested assistance, and we've already dispatched a mech squad to rescue them. This is bad. They must have seen us send mechs to the rare mineral site, thinking it to be an energy mine, and all the pirates will head there. We must hurry. Zhang Yu led his team to the rare mineral site, but found no sign of the pirate leader's forces. Only the entrance to the mine had been collapsed. What is going on? Confusion filled Zhang Yu's mind. The commander of the heroic fleet surveyed the fallen mine entrance, his expression darkening. It appears the pirates acted first. They may have detonated the mine to trap our people or conceal their true intentions. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Immediately organize a team to excavate. We must find the trapped individuals. The soldiers swiftly sprang into action, laboring to dig through the wreckage of the mine. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu dispatched a reconnaissance team to assess the situation in the vicinity. After a grueling effort, they finally made some progress, breaking through the mine and establishing contact with the trapped mech soldiers. What happened? Where are the pirates? Zhang Yu inquired anxiously. The mech squad leader reported. We could not withstand the pressure and retreated into the mine, subsequently collapsing the entrance. When the pirates attempted to dig in, we detonated again, delaying their entry into the mine. You did well, but where did the pirates go? The situation was too chaotic. We are unsure of their exact whereabouts. Only knowing they fell silent after our last detonation of the entrance, the mech squad leader replied, somewhat frustrated. The commander of the heroic fleet pondered for a moment. They will not easily give up. Perhaps they are seeking alternative ways into the mine or have already shifted their target elsewhere. Zhang Yu nodded. Immediately expand the search radius. We cannot allow these pirates to simply vanish. Chapter 126. Encircling the pirate leader thus, the soldiers of the fleet commenced a more detailed search in the surrounding areas. They left no stone unturned, meticulously inspecting every potential hiding place for the pirates. While conducting their extensive search, they detected several isolated pirates in a nearby valley. Zhang Yu promptly led a team toward that valley. Upon arrival, they found the pirates in a state of panic. Desperately attempting to hide, don't run, surrender willingly, Zhang Yu shouted. However, the pirates disregarded the warning and fled deeper into the valley. Zhang Yu and his team pursued relentlessly, weaving through the valley in hot pursuit. Suddenly, they encountered a steep cliff ahead, forcing the pirates into a corner. Keep running, you cannot escape, Zhang Yu sneered. The pirates' faces showed despair, yet one seemed unwilling to be captured and charged at Zhang Yu and his team. Seeking death, a soldier beside Zhang Yu immediately opened fire, and the pirate collapsed instantly. Witnessing this, the remaining pirates abandoned resistance, raising their hands in surrender. Zhang Yu approached, demanding sternly, "Speak. Where's your main force? Why are you here?" The pirates exchanged glances, and one hesitantly spoke. We were sent to search for other mineral sources. The leader fled with his men upon learning about your reinforcements. Take them back, intensify the search on the planet, and conduct round-the-clock scans of the base. We cannot overlook any location. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, escorting the captured pirates back to the base. Upon returning, the entire planet fell into a tense and busy search operation. All detection instruments were activated, and countless patrols roamed every corner of the planet. However, after several days of relentless searching, there was still no trace of the pirate leader and his main forces. This deepened the unease among Zhang Yu and his comrades. Upon learning of the 13th Legion's reinforcements, the pirate leader immediately abandoned the mine and hastily retreated to the opposite side of the planet. As they navigated through the starry expanse, the pirate leader sat in the command chamber, his face darkened with frustration and resentment. Cursed be it. We were so close to obtaining that super energy mine. He clenched his teeth and angered. A nearby pirate captain cautiously inquired, "Leader, what shall we do now?" The pirate leader pondered for a moment before replying. "First, we must find a place to hide and wait for an opportunity. The 13th Legion will not rest. We must be prepared for their response." The fleet advanced silently through the dark expanse of space, striving to evade any potential patrols and detection. Throughout the journey, the pirates remained highly vigilant. As they navigated through a small asteroid belt, the fleet had to slow down and carefully maneuver. Suddenly, a strange light flickered on one of the asteroids. "Leader, what is that?" a pirate exclaimed, noticing the anomaly. The pirate leader squinted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Before he could react, a fleet of mysterious warships suddenly emerged from behind the asteroid. "Trouble! It's an ambush!" someone shouted. These mysterious warships swiftly launched an attack on the pirate fleet, their overwhelming firepower plunging the pirates into chaos. The pirate leader commanded a defense while simultaneously speculating about the origins of these mysterious warships. Could they be the 13th Legion's ambush? He wondered. Commander, we have incoming communications, the pirate leader was informed. The pirate lord's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. Bring them in. Instantly, a blurred figure materialized on the communication screen. Obscured yet accompanied by a clear voice. Pirate Lord, I trust you are well. The pirate lord furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, Who are you? Why have you chosen to attack us? The figure emitted an eerie chuckle. Old friend? Are you truly so forgetful? It is I, Li Hao. What brings you here? A hint of pride tinged Li Hao's voice as he continued. I am here to deal with you pirates. Last time, I let you escape. This time, it will not be so easy. The pirate lord snorted derisively. Humph, Li Hao, do not presume that you can easily succeed. I am not so easily captured. Is that so? Then let us put that to the test. Li Hao sneered. Today marks your doom. With that, Li Hao commanded his fleet to launch a fierce assault once more. The pirate lord, unwilling to yield, fervently directed his fleet to resist. Amidst the intense exchange of fire, a fleet suddenly surged from Li Hao's flank. The pirate lord was initially taken aback, but a flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he pondered. Could it be that another force has come to aid us? Li Hao was equally astonished and quickly directed his fleet to split and respond to this unexpected arrival. This new fleet advanced with great ferocity, its firepower overwhelming, disrupting Li Hao's attack rhythm in an instant. Retreat quickly. While Li Hao is on the defensive, create an opening and flee. The pirate fleet seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, desperately breaking through, while Li Hao faced the dual challenge of countering the mysterious fleet's assault and preventing the pirates' escape, leading to vulnerabilities in his defense. Who could they be? The scale of this fleet rivals that of the 13th Legion. Li Hao mused at that moment. The pirate lord was too preoccupied to contemplate. His only thought was to escape this perilous place. The pirate fleet charged at the gap like desperate souls, with some ships being destroyed in the fierce breakout, yet they showed no signs of retreating. Seeing the pirates on the verge of fleeing, Li Hao's anxiety grew. He shouted into the communicator. Stop them. We cannot allow them to escape. However, the attacks from the mysterious fleet intensified, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Just as the Dawn fleet was about to successfully intercept, several heavy cruisers from the mysterious fleet suddenly darted out, charging directly between the pirate fleet and the Dawn fleet, obstructing the interception. Li Hao's expression darkened considerably upon seeing those heavy cruisers. Damn it! Who are these individuals, possessing such formidable strength and equipment? He cursed inwardly. Since you block my path and allow the pirates to flee, I shall take a few of your ships. Target the heavy cruisers with the main cannon of the Invincible, firing 2 shots at 70 power. Li Hao commanded. In an instant, the Invincible's main cannon began to charge. Powerful energy waves rippling across the hull. Moments later, 2 robust beams of energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the heavy cruisers like enraged dragons. The mysterious fleet seemed to sense the impending danger, and the heavy cruisers began evasive maneuvers. But they were still struck by the sudden attack. After 2 bright flashes, 2 of the heavy cruisers suffered severe damage, gaping wounds appearing on their hulls, with internal equipment and personnel sustaining grievous injuries. Continue the assault. Do not give them a moment's respite, Li Hao bellowed. Chapter 127. Discovery of battleship or the other ships of the Dawn fleet opened fire in unison, a torrential barrage raining down on the mysterious fleet and those heavy cruisers. The mysterious fleet, not to be outdone, quickly organized a counterattack, and both sides plunged back into fierce combat. The combat prowess of the 13th Legion proved formidable. The ship Li Hao commanded bore the Star Destroyer cannon, which instantly shattered the heavy cruiser flagship protected by a star shield. Commander, if we press on, we will be systematically destroyed by Li Hao's Invincible, the lieutenant stated anxiously. The commander of the mysterious fleet furrowed his brow. A hint of reluctance in his gaze, yet he understood the lieutenant spoke the truth. Gritting his teeth, he issued the order. All ships, withdraw temporarily. With the command given, the mysterious fleet began a disciplined retreat. Gradually distancing itself from the Dawn fleet, Li Hao observed the retreat of the mysterious fleet, but refrained from ordering a full pursuit. He recognized that it was unwise to chase relentlessly, especially after enduring such a fierce battle, with considerable damage to his own fleet. First, Let's secure the battlefield and assess the damage. The soldiers of the Dawn Fleet began to busy themselves, clearing the wreckage and damaged vessels from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the Invincible, lost in thought. What exactly is this mysterious fleet? Why did they suddenly appear to assist the pirates? Li Hao was filled with questions. After the battlefield was cleared, the lieutenant approached to report. Commander, we have recovered those 2 heavy cruiser flagships. They are brand new, and their equipment is not recorded in the Empire's system. Li Hao's brow furrowed even tighter. This was indeed peculiar. Brand new warships that do not belong to the Empire's equipment system. Where could these ships have come from? He paced thoughtfully. The lieutenant continued, Commander, these warships must have been produced by the Empire. The parts are all of the Imperial version, likely secretly manufactured and sold by some enterprise. TO produced so many warships clandestinely. These individuals possess great audacity, remarked the lieutenant. Commander, this is likely a hidden private army of some powerful family within the Empire. They probably utilize their own family's warship production line. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. Humph. Regardless of which family it is, daring to blatantly violate Imperial law and privately assemble such a fleet is utterly intolerable. After clearing the battlefield, Li Hao returned to the base star with his fleet. As the fleet slowly entered the harbor of the base star, the inhabitants cast admiring glances. The soldiers of the fleet disembarked in an orderly fashion. Preparing for rest and resupply, Commander, the pirate lord has escaped. They did not discover the location of the energy mine. Zhang Yu reported, I know. I had set an ambush for him, but suddenly a mysterious fleet came to his aid. Allowing him to flee, he was fortunate this time, but they also suffered significant losses, Li Hao replied. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. The sudden appearance of this mysterious fleet raised too many questions. What is their origin? Li Hao's expression grew solemn. At present, it remains unclear, but their timely arrival to rescue the pirate lord suggests a close connection with the pirates. What shall we do next, Commander? Zhang Yu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao responded, the news of the energy mine at the base star has already leaked. For the safety of the other major base stars, your Starshine fleet and the Inching fleet will be responsible for the defense of this star system from now on. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement and proceeded to arrange the relevant matters. Meanwhile, Li Hao paced back and forth in the command room, contemplating various possibilities. The emergence of this mysterious fleet had rendered an already complex situation even more enigmatic. While Li Hao pondered the matters concerning the mysterious fleet, a communication from the Li Hao star network rang out. He glanced to see it was from Wang Lei. Commander, we have news from the laboratory. We analyzed the composition of the carcass of the defense worm, and it closely matches the composition of the incredibly hard ore found at the base star at IT. Is estimated that the defense worm absorbed the properties of this ore. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes sparkled with thought. If that is the case, these defense worms likely lived in an environment rich in this or for an extended period, resulting in such a phenomenon. Zhang Yu nodded. That is very likely, Commander. The data we compared is very similar to the main materials of the Invincible. We suspect this ore is precisely what is needed for constructing battleships. Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he intently fixed his eyes on Zhang Yu. If that is indeed the case, we must swiftly grasp the characteristics and extraction methods of this ore. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. I understand, Commander. I have already arranged for more personnel and resources to be devoted to the study of the ore in the ensuing days. The entire base focused on the urgent and orderly tasks surrounding this mysterious ore. Engineers in the laboratory worked tirelessly, day and night, conducting various experiments and analyses in an attempt to unravel the secrets of the ore. Simultaneously, Li Hao actively prepared for the relevant matters concerning the ore extraction. He dispatched an exploration team to delve into the farthest corners of the base star, seeking additional deposits of the ore. After some time, the exploration team relayed good news. They had discovered ore deposits in several remote areas of the base star. However, upon examination, the reserves of these ores were exceedingly limited. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the command room. Such a small quantity of reserves is far from sufficient to meet our needs. Zhang Yu's expression mirrored his concern. Indeed, Commander. Even if we extracted all of these ores, it would not be enough to construct a single battleship. Li Hao halted his pacing, his gaze resolute as he declared. Continue to intensify exploration efforts. We cannot overlook any potential site for ore deposits. Simultaneously, instruct the laboratory to expedite research on the existing or to see if we can discover methods to enhance its utilization. Thus, the exploration team set forth once more on their arduous journey, traversing the towering mountains and barren deserts of the base star, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for clues. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the engineers remained tirelessly engaged in their work. They experimented with various extraction and processing methods, striving to derive greater value from the limited or at hand. Commander, after such a prolonged period of exploration, we have scoured both the base star and the endless sea star region. Should we consider seeking resources in other star domains? Wang Lei proposed that Li Hao pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Wang Lei.it appears we can no longer confine ourselves to this area. However, the circumstances in other star regions are complex. It would be prudent to refrain from searching within the Empire's borders to prevent any leaks of information. You are suggesting the Zerg star domain, yet the emergence of defensive Zerg variants indicates the presence of these ores. Wang Lei furrowed his brow and continued. Indeed, the Zerg star domain is fraught with peril. But if the ores we seek are truly there, it may be worth the risk. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. We must devise a thorough plan. We cannot act recklessly. Currently, the Zerg battlefield is in turmoil, and we need to stabilize our rear lines. Chapter 128. Li Hao produces battleships. After a period of research and refinement of the ores, the laboratory has successfully extracted an exceptionally hard alloy material. Can we construct battleships with this material? Li Hao inquired eagerly. Zhang Yu examined the inspection report in his hand, his expression grave as he replied, Commander, theoretically, it is feasible. The current tests indicate that the performance of the hull being constructed significantly surpasses that of the heavy cruiser flagship, and its defensive capabilities are markedly improved over previous materials. However, despite its hardness, the constructed hull still cannot withstand the recoil of a planet-destroying cannon. Li Hao frowned slightly. In that case, continue testing and instruct the dock to commence production according to the battleship blueprints. The Dawn fleet will be outfitted entirely with this type of vessel. Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, Commander, I will make arrangements immediately. The research personnel in the laboratory continued their intense testing, striving to enhance the performance of this alloy material. Meanwhile, in the dock, the sound of machinery reverberated as workers began a methodical production process, adhering to the blueprints. Within the dock, colossal mechanical arms swung gracefully, meticulously assembling the alloy materials together. Each component was crafted with precision, ensuring that the quality of the battleship was beyond reproach. As days passed, the initial shape of the first battleship began to take form. Its massive and imposing frame radiated an awe-inspiring aura, reminiscent of a steel beast poised for attack at any moment. Commander, the primary structure of the first battleship has been completed. The dock supervisor excitedly reported to Li Hao. Li Hao arrived at the dock, beholding the magnificent battleship before him, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation. Excellent. Expedite the subsequent assembly work. Commander, according to our calculations, if we produce battleships based on this version, the raw materials we found at the base star will only suffice for fewer than 10 vessels. Li Hao's expression turned grave. 10 ships is scant, and with such limited materials, arrange for all docks to commence construction simultaneously. We must expedite production. We will figure out the materials later. Zhang Yu took his leave, swiftly organizing the dock's operations. The docks burst into a fervor as workers labored day and night, racing against time to produce this precious battleship. Concurrently, Li Hao convened the core members of the laboratory to discuss the beast-shaped mecha data acquired from the Eek civilization. The group gathered around the conference table, their expressions serious. Li Hao surveyed them and spoke slowly. Esteemed colleagues, the data we obtained from the Eek civilization regarding beast-shaped mechas is invaluable. We must delve deeply into it and swiftly master the key technologies within. A senior engineer adjusted his glasses and remarked, Commander, this data indeed holds great value, but some of the technical concepts it encompasses diverge significantly from our existing framework, making integration a formidable challenge. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and declared, regardless of the difficulties, we must overcome them. We must meticulously analyze every detail and gradually surmount these obstacles. After some time of diligent effort, preliminary results began to emerge. Commander, we have gained new insights and breakthroughs regarding the power systems of the beast-shaped mechas. A researcher reported excitedly to Li Hao. A smile of satisfaction spread across Li Hao's face. Excellent, let us maintain this momentum. However, this pace is too slow, and we are at an impasse. Zhang Yu suggested, Commander, Zhongzhou Star has always been at the forefront of mecha research within the Empire. Perhaps we could enlist their assistance in deciphering some of this technology. Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. That is indeed a viable option, but we must ensure we engage reliable individuals from Zhongzhou Star. If our technology leaks, the repercussions could be dire. Zhang Yu quickly reassured him. Commander, the old dean and the governor of Zhongzhou Star are both affiliated with our 13th Legion. I trust they will keep our secrets. Moreover, if we can secure their support, our progress will undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Li Hao ultimately nodded. Very well, let us reach out to Zhongzhou Star and proceed cautiously with this matter. However, we must implement stringent confidentiality measures to avoid any missteps. Soon, communication with Zhongzhou Star commenced. Upon understanding the situation, they expressed their willingness to provide full assistance, and the top scientists from Zhongzhou Star commenced their research into the beast-shaped mecha data. After Li Hao and Zhang Yu finalized the production arrangements, Li Hao inquired, "Have there been any updates regarding the Pirate Alliance leader during this time?" Zhang Yu shook his head, furrowing his brow. "Commander, there are currently no concrete reports about the Pirate Alliance leader. Since their last operation, they seem to have vanished without a trace." Li Hao's gaze sharpened. This is not a favorable sign. That individual is notoriously elusive, and one can only wonder what schemes he is concocting. We must intensify our search throughout the Endless Sea and root out the pirate forces entirely. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "I understand. Commander, I have instructed the intelligence department to ramp up surveillance efforts. We will be informed immediately of any developments in the days that followed." The 13th Legion diligently prepared for various operations while closely monitoring the pirates' movements. Yet, no substantial leads emerged. While Li Hao scoured the Endless Sea for the elusive Pirate Alliance leader, the latter lived a life of luxury in a mansion on the Imperial Capital Star. The Imperial Capital Star, a bustling and powerful planet, was an unlikely hiding place for the Pirate Alliance leader. In that opulent mansion, the Pirate Alliance leader lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely savoring fine wine, surrounded by a throng of enchanting companions. Let Li Hao search to his heart's content. He would never suspect I am right beneath his nose. The Pirate Alliance leader chuckled triumphantly, his eyes glinting with cunning. His subordinates attended to him respectfully, admiring their leader's audacity to conceal himself within the Imperial Capital Star, though they harbored a twinge of concern. "Leader, are we truly safe here? What if we are discovered?" one subordinate cautiously inquired. The Pirate Alliance leader shot him a glare. "Fool, this is the most dangerous yet safest location. No one would ever suspect I am right under their noses." The Pirate Alliance leader continued, "We have hidden in the Endless Sea for so many years. Living here on the Imperial Capital Star is far more enjoyable. Indeed, the leader speaks wisely." The subordinates echoed in agreement. Though a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, the Pirate Alliance leader stood and paced the room. "However, we must not let our guard down. The Imperial Capital Star, though prosperous, is also more susceptible to exposure. Inform the brothers to avoid going out. After this operation, we can settle here in the Imperial Capital Star for the long term." Chapter 129. Li Hao's speculation. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, who diligently searched for the Pirate Alliance leader, the latter had already taken refuge in the Imperial Capital Star. He led the fleet of the 13th Legion in a campaign against scattered pirates in the remote stars of the Endless Sea. "Commander, we have thoroughly searched the remote star systems of the Endless Sea, yet there is no trace of the Pirate Alliance leader. Could he have already departed from the Endless Sea Star region?" Zhang Yu asked perplexedly. Li Hao furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the vast expanse of stars. "It is possible. The mysterious fleet that rescued him last time could be internal pests within the Empire, likely harboring him on some planet within the Empire's core." Zhang Yu's expression grew grave. "If that is the case, the situation becomes quite troublesome. The complexities of the Empire's internal affairs make it no easy task to uncover their hiding places." Li Hao contemplated for a moment. "Regardless, we must not give up. Let us begin our investigation with any leads related to that mysterious fleet and see if we can uncover any clues." Thus, the 13th Legion embarked on a more meticulous investigation and analysis. They scrutinized every encounter with the mysterious fleet, attempting to discern patterns and clues. Meanwhile, the Pirate Alliance leader in the Imperial Capital Star remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. He continued to indulge in a life of excess with his subordinates in the mansion. In various corners of the Empire, however, dark currents began to stir. Those factions colluding with the mysterious fleet started to sense Li Hao's movements, and they quietly prepared for the potential troubles ahead. Li Hao's investigation gradually yielded some progress as they uncovered several individuals and events linked to the mysterious fleet, all of which pointed towards certain influential figures within the Imperial capital star. It appears our conjectures were indeed correct. There are still those unwilling to concede, clandestinely organizing such a multitude of warships. Where might they be concealing these vessels in their daily operations? A sharp gleam flickered in Li Hao's eyes. Commander, it seems improbable for these unmonitored warships to traverse within the Empire's borders. They are likely stationed at the outskirts of the Empire, Zhang Yu pondered aloud. However, the borders are predominantly guarded by legions. Such a vast fleet cannot entirely evade surveillance, he added. Could it be that they are employing some extraordinary means to obscure their movements? Or perhaps there are traitors aiding them? Zhang proposed his hypothesis. Li Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility. We must immediately investigate any unusual occurrences among the border legions. Zhang Yu complied, and the intelligence department of the 13th Legion began its fervent work. Meanwhile, in the capital star, the pirate leader met with his enigmatic master in a luxurious yet dimly lit room of a private club. Master, the situation appears increasingly dire. That fellow Li Hao has seized control of the entire Endless Sea Star region. The pirate leader expressed anxiously. The mysterious figure let out a low growl. It is still your incompetence. Despite the vast resources and warships invested in you, all have fallen before Li Hao, and you have been ousted from the Endless Sea. The pirate leader hung his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Master, I had not anticipated Li Hao would be so formidable. However, I have exerted my utmost effort. The mysterious figure scoffed. Your utmost effort has yielded such results? Did you acquire the energy mines during the last raid on the base star? The pirate leader hastily replied, Master, we were on the verge of success, but Li Hao's legion suddenly appeared and disrupted our plans. Incompetence, the mysterious figure rebuked. You squandered a prime opportunity, one pivotal to our future schemes. The pirate leader trembled in place, too intimidated to speak further. The mysterious figure paced back and forth, contemplating the next steps. The plans for the capital star must not be disrupted by Li Hao. Yes, Master, I shall heed your directives, the pirate leader responded promptly. On the other side, Li Hao continued his investigation into the enigmatic fleet's whereabouts with the 13th Legion. They began to discern unusual signs, as if a formidable force lurked in the shadows, orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Commander, I sense we may be ensnared in a vast enigma. Zhang Yu voiced his concerns. Li Hao's gaze remained resolute. This is not an enigma. It is a conspiracy. We must persist in our inquiries and unearth the hidden hands behind this. Zhang Yu nodded, yet expressed, however, the clues are becoming increasingly convoluted. Every lead seems to lead to a dead end. Li Hao contemplated for a moment. The very complexity indicates that our adversary is deeply concealed. We must not be misled by superficial appearances. I suspect they are deliberately guiding us to investigate along the Empire's borders. Then where lies their ultimate objective? Do you believe they intend to ensnare us at the borders, especially with the main Imperial legions engaged on the Zerg battlefield? And with the pirate leader's sudden disappearance in the Endless Sea, where might they be headed? Li Hao's gaze deepened as he peered into the distance. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be the capital star? Do they intend to strike while the main legions are absent? After a moment's reflection, Li Hao shook his head. No, the defenses of the capital star are formidable. They would not dare take such risks. Moreover, considering the recent events, it is unlikely to be the capital star. Then where could it be? Zhang Yu murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Hao's mind. His eyes sharpened as he realized. We have been speculating that military personnel are colluding with them. Now, with the Imperial legions deployed elsewhere, only one family possesses the capacity to conceal such substantial power, and their intentions are indeed directed at the capital star. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying? Li Hao solemnly nodded. Indeed. Only they wield such strength and could orchestrate everything from the shadows. But why would they do this? Do they seek to overthrow the Empire? Zhang Yu queried, incredulous. Li Hao inhaled deeply. Perhaps it is for power, to seize control of the entire Empire. They have been amassing strength in secrecy, and now is their opportune moment to act. What shall we do? Zhang Yu asked with urgency. Li Hao's expression hardened. You will first escort the Xingyao fleet back to the capital star, and I will arrange for Bai Fenghuang to come to the base star. Once you arrive at the capital star, keep the fleet stationed in space, avoiding the starport. Discretion is unnecessary. Zhang Yu nodded gravely. Understood, Commander. Subsequently, he led the Xingyao fleet swiftly towards the capital star. Chapter 130. The Prince's Coup. After dispatching the Xingyao fleet, Li Hao promptly contacted the commander of the Bai Fenghuang fleet. Commander, what are your orders? Bai Fenghuang's voice resonated clearly. Li Hao's demeanor turned serious. Bai Fenghuang, the situation is urgent. Lead your fleet at full speed to the base star without attracting attention. Once there, conceal yourselves in the asteroid belt nearby. Understood, Commander. We shall depart immediately, Bai Fenghuang responded without hesitation. Time ticked away in a tense atmosphere as the Bai Fenghuang fleet rushed towards the base star. Meanwhile, the mysterious forces in the capital star continued to advance their schemes, covertly liaising with various factions to usurp the Empire's authority. Master, all is proceeding according to plan. The 13th Legion is still searching for our mysterious fleet in the endless sea. Once the Emperor is deceased, our grand achievement will be secured, one strategist proclaimed with pride. Do not grow complacent. Li Hao is not easily dealt with. Investigate whether there have been any movements from Li Hao's fleet. The Master cautioned. Rest assured, Master. We have arranged everything. As soon as the Emperor falls, we will initiate the coup and seize the capital star, another strategist confidently asserted. Quickly ascertain if the 13th Legion's fleet has made any movements. You fools, do you think Li Hao is oblivious to your plans? At that moment, a scout reported, Master, our undercover agent at the Stargate has just informed us that the Xingyao fleet of the 13th Legion has recently passed through the Stargate towards the capital star. I knew Li Hao would not be so simple to handle. Notify the starport to devise a plan to control the 13th Legion fleet once they arrive, the Master commanded. Soon, the starport received the order and began preparations with urgency. The Xingyao fleet sped through space, with Zhang Yu standing in the command chamber, his expression grave as he contemplated the potential challenges ahead. Commander Zhang, we are nearing the capital star, an officer reported. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Remain vigilant. Reduce speed and do not approach the port yet. The Xingyao fleet halted outside the capital star's defenses, while the mysterious forces received news. It appears Li Hao is prepared for their arrival. The strength of this Xingyao fleet is formidable, and our fleet may not be able to vanquish them. One leader of the mysterious forces remarked coldly, Humph, we cannot allow them to obstruct our plans. The master of the mysterious forces replied, It seems we must adjust our approach. Inform several princes to proceed with the original plan to pressure the palace. Where shall we retreat to? The pirate leader inquired. We will withdraw from the capital star for now. With the Xingyao fleet's arrival, the defenses at Li Hao's base star will undoubtedly be compromised. This presents an opportunity for us to seize the super energy mines. The master of the mysterious forces contemplated. Quickly, the news reached several princes, who began to act covertly. The second prince summoned his confidants within his residence, plotting how to maximize their gains in this power struggle. The fourth and fifth princes were equally unwilling to be outdone, actively mobilizing their factions. Fifth brother, I find my second brother's actions somewhat unreliable. Perhaps we should abstain from participating, the fourth prince suggested. The fifth prince frowned, contemplating before responding, Fourth brother, given the current chaotic situation, if we do not engage, we may find it difficult to secure our positions in the future. The fourth prince sighed, Alas, I can't shake the feeling of unease. Fourth brother, there is another path we might consider, the fifth prince asserted with determination. When the turmoil erupts, we can depart from the capital star to seek refuge with the East and West Guardians. This way, regardless of who prevails, we will have the means to protect ourselves. Old 5, your idea has merit. Let us prepare without delay. Meanwhile, the second prince's confidants were actively devising specific plans of action. Your Highness, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow the other princes to seize the initiative, one confidant urged. The second prince nodded, I understand. Instruct everyone to be ready. Within the imperial palace, the emperor also sensed the prince's movements. His expression darkening. These ungrateful children dare to vie for the throne. This is simply insurrection, the emperor fumed. The surrounding ministers fell silent, hesitant to voice their opinions. As time progressed, the atmosphere on the capital star grew increasingly tense. As if a storm were on the horizon, the second prince's faction was the first to take action, advancing towards the imperial palace. After the fourth and fifth prince's forces headed towards the starport following the second prince's charge towards the imperial palace, the palace's elite guards stood poised, ready to confront the impending tempest. As the second prince's troops reached the palace gates, a fierce battle erupted instantaneously. The brilliance of laser cannons illuminated the night sky, while the cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the air. Meanwhile, a mysterious faction observed the conflict from a distance, their minds concocting their own schemes. Alas, the Emperor's sons are truly foolish, even if they seize the palace. What good will it do them? Without formidable military power, they cannot hold this ground. We must set off for the base star immediately, the leader of the mysterious faction sneered. Amidst the chaos, the prince's forces sustained significant losses. The second prince, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt a surge of anxiety. Hurry, launch a full-scale assault, he bellowed. Your Highness, the fourth and fifth prince's forces did not join us in the attack. They have headed towards the starport. An aide reported. Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression darkened ominously. These two rascals are attempting to play tricks at such a critical moment. What are they plotting? Your Highness, they likely intend to seize control of the starport to gain more resources and power. The aide deduced, infuriating. They must not succeed. The second prince gritted his teeth, immediately dispatch a team to thwart them. At the same time, the fourth and fifth princes were hastening towards the starport with their troops. Fifth brother, if we seize the starport, we will gain the upper hand in this conflict, the fourth prince exclaimed excitedly. The fifth prince looked at him incredulously. Fourth brother, are you daft? Do you think our meager strength can withstand any legion? Let us preserve our lives first. Upon their arrival at the starport, they swiftly contacted their inside informants, and the prepared starships took off, accelerating in two directions. While the second prince was still assaulting the palace. Upon learning that his two brothers had not gone to seize the starport but rather fled, he erupted in curses. These two worthless fools, fleeing at such a crucial moment, his strategist hastily advised. Your Highness, now is not the time for anger. Our immediate priority is to breach the palace. The second prince suppressed his fury, gritting his teeth, continued to intensify the assault. I must capture the palace. Chapter 131. The second prince's assault on the imperial palace. Within the palace, the elite guards fought valiantly against the second prince's onslaught, but casualties continued to rise. The emperor stood atop the palace, his countenance grim as he observed the battle outside. Your Majesty, the second prince's offensive is too fierce. We may not hold out much longer, a concerned minister stated. The emperor snorted coldly. I am not so easily defeated. The second prince's forces continued to launch wave after wave of attacks, gradually dismantling the palace's defenses. While the second prince frantically led his troops in the assault, Zhang Yu received news and immediately commanded his fleet to enter the planet. The massive fleet approached the imperial star like a dark cloud, the roar of engines reverberating throughout the starry expanse. Zhang Yu stood in the flagship's command cabin, his expression steely, his gaze fixed intently on the planet ahead. As the fleet entered the atmosphere of the imperial star, it caused tremendous upheaval and panic. People gazed upward at the densely packed warships in the sky, their hearts filled with unease. The second prince's troops also sensed the arrival of Zhang Yu's fleet, their faces paling in dread. Damn it, how could such a powerful fleet appear so suddenly? The second prince cursed. Zhang Yu's fleet quickly deployed above the imperial star, their formidable firepower intimidating everything below. Upon learning of the arrival of Zhang Yu's fleet, the emperor's heart sank. He was uncertain of their intentions. Immediately send someone to contact this fleet and ascertain their purpose, the emperor commanded, at the same time. The second prince gritted his teeth, realizing the situation, and decided to halt the assault on the palace to investigate this fleet. Contact this fleet. The second prince ordered, as both sides sought to uncover the fleet's intentions. Zhang Yu utilized the fleet's communications to publicly announce, we are the Royal Star Radiance Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire, dispatched to quell the rebellion. Upon hearing this, the emperor rejoiced. The 13th Legion, Li Hao has indeed not disappointed me. The second prince, however, wore a sullen expression. How had the 13th Legion arrived? Hadn't the mysterious faction restrained them? At this moment, all factions on the Imperial Star were filled with suspicion and vigilance regarding the suddenly appearing fleet. Zhang Yu continued through the communication. The second prince has rebelled, endangering the Empire's safety. We shall assist His Majesty the Emperor in quelling the insurrection." The second prince, hearing this, was seething with rage. "Nonsense! I am the rightful heir. Who permitted you to enter the Imperial Star? You border troops have no legitimate cause to enter the capital. You are the true rebels. Second prince, we are the royal fleet. The personal guard fleet of Lord Li Hao. Returning to the Imperial Star does not seem to pose any issue," came the retort. The ministers within the palace began to murmur amongst themselves. Some believed this to be a covert reinforcement sent by the emperor, while others feared it might be a ruse. Zhang Yu, seeing that hostilities had essentially ceased, immediately commanded, "Deploy the fleet's mech units. Do not approach the palace, but disarm all of the second prince's forces." With the command given, squads of elite mech warriors emerged from the warships, clad in advanced mech armor, their movements swift and agile. Upon witnessing this sudden mech force, the second prince's troops were thrown into disarray. "What is happening? How did they land so suddenly?" the second prince roared. His subordinates were equally flustered. Facing these formidable mech warriors, they had no idea how to respond. The mech units swiftly commenced their operation, dividing into multiple small teams that advanced on the second prince's forces. Attempting to resist, the second prince's troops found their weapons utterly ineffectual against the mechs. "Surrender your arms or face immediate execution," the commander of the mech units announced through a loudspeaker. Some timid soldiers began to discard their weapons, while some stubborn ones attempted to resist, only to be easily subdued by the mech warriors. Under the overwhelming offensive of the mech units, the second prince's forces retreated step by step until they were completely disarmed. Observing this scene, the ministers within the palace felt a mixture of relief and concern. "This fleet is undeniably powerful. It seems the second prince has met his ultimate defeat," one minister remarked. "Could they pose a threat to us as well?" Another minister expressed anxiety. The emperor was closely monitoring the situation. His heart filled with similar doubts, while Zhang Yu, observing the battle from his flagship, revealed a barely perceptible smile. The fleet is to depart immediately. With Zhang Yu's command, the Star Radiance fleet sprang into action. One by one, the warships ascended, the roar of engines once again resonating through the Imperial Star. The massive fleet soared like a swarm of iron giants, slowly piercing through the atmosphere and venturing into the vastness of space. The inhabitants of the Imperial Star gazed up at the fleet as it gradually receded, their hearts awash with complex emotions. The emperor and ministers sat in silence within the palace, filled with questions and speculations about the fleet that had appeared and vanished so abruptly. The second prince's face was a picture of rage, his plans utterly disrupted, his heart brimming with resentment towards Zhang Yu and the Star Radiance fleet. "Damn it, the 13th Legion again," the second prince gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, what shall we do? We must have been betrayed," the aide exclaimed in panic. Soon, the mech units of the Star Radiance fleet located the second prince and his entourage. The second prince looked at the mech warriors surrounding them, his expression darkening. "What do you want from us?" he demanded furiously. The commander of the mech units, expressionless, replied, "Second prince, you are suspected of treason. Come with us to face judgment." Realizing the dire situation, the second prince was filled with despair and unwillingness. "I will not surrender so easily," he roared. Attempting one last struggle, however, the mech commander remained unmoved. With a single command, several mechs moved in unison, subduing the second prince. "Take them away," the commander instructed succinctly. Thus, the second prince and his cohorts were escorted to the palace gates, where they were handed over to the imperial guards before the mech units departed. Upon learning of this, the emperor felt a sense of relief and joy, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the 13th Legion of our empire. Our empire's valiant marquis." Just as the Star Radiance fleet entered the Imperial Star, the mysterious faction, having departed the Imperial Star, successfully rendezvoused with their concealed fleet at a certain location along the border, and immediately set course for the base star. Once the mysterious faction merged with the hidden fleet, it surged quietly towards the base star like a concealed current. Their fleet advanced silently through the dark cosmos. "Akin to a host of phantoms, Master, with the strength of our fleet, we shall surely capture the base star this time," the pirate leader declared. "You must swiftly seize the base star and locate the super energy mine." "Do you think Li Hao has no other fleets aside from the Star Radiance fleet?" the leader of the mysterious faction replied. Chapter 132. The mysterious faction's ambush on the base star. The pirate leader nodded vigorously. Responding, "Rest assured, Master, we have made ample preparations. We will not fail in our mission." With that, he turned to issue a series of offensive commands. The enigmatic leader of the mysterious force gazed into the distance with a shadowy expression, contemplating various possible scenarios in his mind, fully aware of Li Hao's capabilities. Soon, the pirate fleet surged towards the base star like an unstoppable tide. Upon detecting the pirate fleet, the heroic fleet promptly notified Li Hao and swiftly engaged the enemy. In the vastness of space, the two fleets collided like two raging torrents. The warships of the heroic fleet shimmered with brilliance, arranged in a tight formation, bravely confronting the onslaught of the pirate fleet. The thunderous roar of cannons reverberated, and energy beams intertwined to form a dazzling yet lethal web of light. The valiant soldiers of the heroic fleet, armed with exquisite tactics and indomitable courage, engaged in fierce combat with the pirate fleet. Li Hao observed the battlefield closely from the command center, his eyes radiating determination and composure. He rapidly issued command after command, directing the heroic fleet to adapt swiftly in the heat of battle. The pirate leader, witnessing the heroic fleet's tenacious resistance, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He bellowed loudly, urging his subordinates to intensify their assault. However, the resilience of the heroic fleet exceeded their expectations. Despite the relentless attacks from the pirate fleet, the heroic fleet steadfastly held their ground, valiantly repelling wave after wave of assaults. As time progressed, the numerical superiority of the pirate fleet gradually manifested, leading to a situation where part of the pirates infiltrated the base star while the heroic fleet was momentarily restrained. "Commander, what should we do? They've entered the base star," the heroic fleet's commander exclaimed anxiously. "Do not concern yourselves with the planet. You must hold them off in space. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and we cannot allow them to escape this time," came the firm reply. After the enigmatic leader and the pirate leader entered the interior of the base star, they headed towards the mine they had discovered previously. Hovering above the mine, a glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of the enigmatic leader, while the pirate leader rubbed his hands together, eager to descend. Yet, upon stepping into the mine, they realized that something was amiss. The mine, which should have been heavily fortified, was now shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The lights flickered erratically, as if something lurked in the shadows. "Be cautious. Didn't you mention that the defenses here were impenetrable? Why is there no defense now?" the enigmatic leader murmured. The pirate leader furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion swelling within him. Yet he steeled himself and said, "Perhaps they have diverted all their forces to confront our fleet. This presents a great opportunity for us." The two proceeded cautiously, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The enigmatic leader's palms began to sweat slightly, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, yet retreat was no longer an option, forcing him to move forward with determination. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, they sent a few pirates inside first. The pirates entered the mine trembling, weapons tightly gripped, nerves on high alert. After a moment, however, no unusual sounds emerged from within. The enigmatic leader and the pirate leader exchanged glances, their doubts intensifying. "What is happening? Why is there no sound at all?" the pirate leader whispered. The enigmatic leader frowned, replying softly, "Send in a few more to investigate." Thus, several more pirates cautiously ventured into the mine. This time, after a long pause, still there was no response. "This is bad. The situation is dire," the enigmatic leader thought to himself. Just as they hesitated over whether to enter the mine themselves, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from within. The laughter, reminiscent of hell itself, sent shivers down their spines. "Ha ha ha, you fools, you truly dare to come to your demise." A terrifying voice reverberated through the mine. The faces of the enigmatic leader and the pirate leader paled in shock as they realized they had fallen into an extremely perilous situation. "Quick, retreat," the enigmatic leader commanded decisively. However, it was already too late. Countless figures suddenly surged around the mine, encircling them completely. Ships appeared in the sky, their main cannons trained on their vessels. "You cannot escape," one of the figures sneered. The enigmatic leader and the pirate leader stood back to back, anxiously surveying their surroundings, despair filling their hearts. They had never anticipated that their meticulously planned operation would culminate in such a dire predicament. At that moment, a voice emerged from the mine. "Uncle, long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, the enigmatic leader's body jolted, his face reflecting astonishment. "You, How could you be here? He stammered, his voice trembling. Slowly stepping out from the mine was a young yet resolute man, his eyes reflecting wisdom and authority. Uncle, did you think I was unaware that your ultimate plan was the super energy mine? I've been waiting for your arrival, Li Hao said with a slight smile. Though it carried an inscrutable undertone, the pirate leader widened his eyes, completely perplexed by the unfolding connections. Haha, didn't he expect that, did you, uncle? You believed your plan was foolproof, yet I had already prepared for this. The young man declared, this super energy mine is not something you can easily seize. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Hong's eyes as he retorted, Humph, even if you are here, what does it matter? My fleet has likely already annihilated yours. Uncle, do not cling to delusions. If I can station a fleet within the planet, do you really think I have made no preparations outside? Li Hao urged. Hearing this, Li Hong's expression darkened, yet he remained obstinate. Humph, even if you have preparations outside, it remains uncertain who will prevail. During their negotiation, streaks of fire pierced the atmosphere above, descending like meteors. One ship after another entered the interior of the base star. Li Hong smiled, saying, See, I told you, it remains uncertain who will prevail. Uncle, are you so sure that it is your fleet and not the 13th Legion? Impossible. Your fleet cannot possibly defeat mine, even with reinforcements. They are far too late. Li Hong dismissed. Li Hao shook his head. Uncle, you are still too confident. Sometimes, events do not unfold as you envision. At that moment, the ships in the sky began their slow descent, their overwhelming presence rendering those on the ground breathless. Li Hong's expression grew increasingly grim, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. As the ships drew nearer, their hatches opened, revealing a battalion of armored warriors. Their cold and formidable aura sent chills down the spines of all present. When Li Hong recognized the insignia on the ships, his face turned ashen, disbelief and terror flooding his eyes. How is this possible? How did your fleet arrive so quickly? He muttered, retreating a few steps involuntarily. Chapter 133. Li Hong reveals the truth to Li Hao. Li Hao regarded Li Hong with an impassive expression, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. Uncle, let us go to the command room of the Invincible. There are matters we need to discuss thoroughly. Li Hong's gaze became somewhat vacant, yet he nodded silently. Following Li Hao aboard the Invincible, upon entering the command room, Li Hao gestured for Li Hong to take a seat while he stood before the large porthole, his back turned to him. After a prolonged silence, Li Hao finally turned to face Li Hong, his gaze piercing into him. Uncle, why did you choose this path? Li Hong lowered his head, his hands tightly entwined, his voice trembling as he replied. I was blinded by power and desire. You should already know about the events of that year. I had intended to rebuild the 13th Legion, but the Emperor disagreed. Li Hao furrowed his brow, confusion and contemplation filling his eyes. Uncle, I do not quite understand. How could the desire to rebuild the 13th Legion lead you to this? Li Hong took a deep breath, gradually raising his head. A complex expression in his eyes. It has always been my obsession. The 13th Legion was once so glorious, yet it was nearly annihilated in a single battle. I could not accept that. I wanted to see it rise again, to become the strongest legion in the universe. The Emperor's refusal left me feeling incredibly defeated and enraged. I felt my ideals were ruthlessly trampled. From that moment on, the darkness in my heart began to fester, and I sought other means to prove myself and realize my ambitions. Li Hao listened quietly, a torrent of complex emotions swelling within him. He could understand Li Hong's persistence, yet he could not condone his unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. Uncle, even so, you cannot betray the Empire and support pirates. Li Hong closed his eyes in anguish. Betray the Empire? The Empire betrayed our Li family first. Do you truly believe that the truth of that year was the Empire's inability to rescue the 13th Legion? You are mistaken. The 13th Legion, even together with the Imperial Royal Legion and several other powerful families, would have been formidable. Li Hao's eyes widened in shock, never having conceived that such an astonishing secret lay behind it all. Uncle, what exactly transpired? Li Hong took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes, filled with grief and indignation. Back then, the Empire feared the might of the 13th Legion, apprehensive that our Li family might threaten their rule. Thus, they secretly colluded with several other families, deliberately remaining passive while the 13th Legion fell into peril. watching idly as it was obliterated by the Zerg. They aimed to eliminate our Li family. The thorn in their side. Li Hao's fists clenched tightly, a raging fire igniting within him. What about the death of my parents? Li Hong's countenance darkened significantly as he gravely replied, Hao, your parents, they too were victims of this conspiracy. However, the Emperor did not intend for their demise. Their deaths were primarily aimed at weakening the 13th Legion's strength. Li Hao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and anguish. Could so many lives be sacrificed merely to undermine the 13th Legion? How could they be so cruel? Li Hong shook his head helplessly, stating, in the face of power and desire, they have long lost their humanity. Tears streamed down Li Hao's face as he asked, Why are you telling me this now? Li Hong looked at him with a pained expression and softly replied, Hao, your current situation is exceedingly perilous. Your speed in reorganizing the 13th Legion is alarming. And regarding your battleship, do you believe the Emperor has not investigated? They need you. You will be the one to disrupt the current balance between the imperial family and the noble houses. Li Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Uncle, why me? I only wish to avenge my parents and restore the glory of the 13th Legion. I never intended to disrupt any balance, Li Hong sighed, patiently explaining, you do not yet comprehend. From the moment you graduated and were assigned to the 13th Legion, someone began calculating. Furthermore, once your 13th Legion is fully restructured, it will become an undeniable force. The Emperor seeks to win you over, and the noble houses are also vying for your allegiance. You have already risen to the rank of at least a major general and a marquis at such a young age. And the Emperor has placed his only daughter by your side, while the noble houses have sent Mu Rongxue and Lin Shao to accompany you. Li Hao pondered the ease with which he had reorganized the 13th Legion since graduating. His brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of doubt and contemplation crossing his eyes. Uncle, does this mean that I've indeed been pushed along this path? He murmured. Li Hong nodded, continuing, Indeed, Hao, think about it. Could all of this truly be mere coincidence? The 13th Legion is the elite force of the Empire, and its destruction is inherently suspicious. Your smooth reorganization must be backed by intricate interests. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao endeavored to calm himself and analyze everything. He recalled his naivety upon graduation and how he now bore the heavy responsibility of restructuring the 13th Legion. Each step seemed guided by an unseen hand. What do the Emperor and the noble houses want from me? Li Hao questioned in bewilderment. Li Hong pondered for a moment before responding. The Emperor naturally hopes to leverage your strength to solidify his rule and enhance the royal family's power. As for the noble houses, they may have seen your potential and wish to place their bets on you early, positioning themselves advantageously for future changes in the situation. As for their specific plans, we do not yet know. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. Regardless of their intentions, he would not allow them to succeed easily. He intended for the 13th Legion to become his own strength, to be wielded by him, not to serve as a tool for others. Uncle, take your people and leave. Do not set your sights on the super energy mine, he declared. Li Hong's expression turned grim, his eyes revealing reluctance and anger. Hao, do you understand what this super energy mine signifies? With it, we could attain boundless power and wealth, and now that the news has leaked, you cannot safeguard it. Li Hao shook his head, resolutely stating, Uncle, I am well aware of its significance, but it is not something that anyone can easily covet. Li Hong gritted his teeth, seemingly intent on persuading him, but ultimately sighed, Very well, Hao, you have grown and developed your own thoughts and judgments. Perhaps you are right. I will take my leave. With that, Li Hong departed with his entourage, leaving Li Hao standing alone, gazing into the distance. With his departure, Li Hao understood that the existence of the super energy mine would inevitably attract more individuals with ulterior motives seeking to seize it. He must protect this area and ensure it did not fall into the hands of those malevolent individuals. Chapter 134. The formation of the Fearless Fleet. As Li Hao contemplated how to defend Base Star, the Star Network suddenly chimed. Upon answering, he found it was Wang Lei, who reported that the Industrial Star Dock had completed the construction of 10 battleships and inquired about his arrangements. Li Hao's eyes brightened as he immediately instructed, Wang Lei, have those 10 battleships rush to Base Star at once to reinforce our defensive capabilities. The dock should continue producing heavy cruisers. Wang Lei acknowledged and went to execute the orders. Li Hao continued to refine the defense plan, knowing that merely relying on these 10 battleships would be far from sufficient. Before long, 10 brand-new battleships appeared above Base Star, their imposing figures instilling Li Hao with newfound confidence. From today forth, the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet will remain stationed at Base Star to protect the super energy mine. The 10 battleships will form a new fleet alongside the Fearless. He commanded. Everyone responded in unison, promptly commencing the reorganization of the fleet. Once the new fleet was established, Li Hao appointed several experienced captains from the original Dawn Fleet to lead the 10 battleships, naming it the Fearless Fleet. The battleships were designated as Fearless 01 through Fearless 10. With the establishment of the Fearless Fleet, they immediately engaged in intense training and patrol missions, while Li Hao led the Fearless Fleet in cruising the endless sea star domain. A significant upheaval occurred on the Imperial Zerg battlefield. The major Imperial legions defending the Zerg line experienced an abrupt change, with the 11th and 12th legions of 2 feudal lords suddenly retreating from the front lines back to their territories. This unexpected turn of events plunged the entire Zerg battlefield into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the Zerg launched a frenzied counterattack, and the once stable defensive line became precariously vulnerable. News of this quickly spread throughout the empire, prompting the crown prince in the imperial capital to question the 2 feudal lords. My lords, why did you withdraw from the Zerg defensive line at this critical moment? Do you understand the calamity this will bring to the empire? The crown prince's face was filled with fury, his gaze exuding authority and inquiry. The Lord of the West, however, displayed disdain, retorting mockingly, "Humph, are the Zerg forces something we can easily withstand? We are merely preserving our strength to avoid unnecessary sacrifices." The Lord of the East concurred, "Indeed, our troops have already suffered casualties. We cannot continue to endure in this manner." The crown prince trembled with rage. "You are merely making excuses. As feudal lords, you bear the duty of defending the empire. How can you be so selfish?" Nevertheless, the 2 lords remained unmoved, instead beginning to shift blame onto one another. In the imperial capital, the populace murmured about the actions of the 2 feudal lords, creating an atmosphere of unease. Meanwhile, the situation on the Zerg battlefield grew increasingly dire. Simultaneously, the crown prince faced immense pressure in the imperial capital. Some ministers began to question his leadership capabilities, with even some secretly colluding with the 2 feudal lords. In this trying time, the crown prince resolved to personally visit the Zerg battlefield to prove he had the ability to lead the empire out of this predicament. He immediately summoned all ministers to discuss countermeasures. "Now, let's hear your thoughts on how to address the Zerg defensive line. If necessary, I will lead the last defensive fleet from the imperial capital to reinforce the line." The ministers exchanged glances, momentarily falling into silence. After a while, an elder minister stepped forward. "Your Highness, this is absolutely unthinkable. The defensive fleet of the imperial capital is our last line of defense. If we deploy it recklessly, the capital will be plunged into great danger." Another minister echoed, "Indeed, Your Highness, we must deliberate further. We cannot act so hastily." The crown prince furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Then do tell, what alternatives do you propose? The Zerg are on the verge of breaching our defenses. If we do not act soon, the consequences will be unimaginable." At that moment, a young general stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, we can communicate with Lord Li Hao. The 13th Legion is also capable of providing support to the front lines." The crown prince's eyes lit up as he contemplated. The 13th Legion needs to suppress the endless sea star domain. And given the recent pirate attacks on multiple planets in the endless sea, they likely cannot spare forces to aid the Zerg defensive line. The young general frowned, expressing reluctance. "But Your Highness, the situation at the Zerg defensive line is so critical that if we do not seek additional strength, it will be challenging to hold our ground." The crown prince understood the gravity of the situation, yet he also recognized the importance of the endless sea star domain. "Let us first explore other options. We shall thoroughly investigate how many fleets the Empire can spare to support the front lines," he calmly stated. In the endless sea star domain, Li Hao learned of the feudal lord's withdrawal from the line. His expression darkened instantly, filled with anger and confusion. These feudal lords had fled at such a critical moment. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table, causing the items atop it to rattle. His subordinates also displayed expressions of indignation. "Commander, what shall we do? With their retreat, the Zerg defensive line is surely in greater peril." Li Hao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he immediately dispatched someone to investigate the specifics of the situation, to uncover the intentions behind these feudal lords' actions. Before long, detailed intelligence was relayed back. Originally, in a bid to preserve their own power, those feudal lords disregarded the grand scheme and unilaterally withdrew their defenses, thereby exposing the entire line against the insectoid menace. Such treachery is utterly despicable. Li Hao, consumed by fury, recognized that they had recklessly endangered the safety of the empire. Nevertheless, amidst his wrath, Li Hao understood the imperative to devise a strategy to confront the looming crisis. He began to summon his generals to deliberate on countermeasures. We must promptly adjust our preparations and ascertain the intentions of the imperial family. It seems we will also need to fill the void left by the retreat of the feudal lord's forces. Li Hao stated with gravity, however. A concerned general interjected, "But commander, our forces are already stretched thin. This will inevitably affect the defense of the endless sea star domain." Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "For the time being, let the Hero Fleet and the Dawn Fleet seal off the imperial borders. All other fleets, aside from those stationed to defend the planets, should gather at the border stars." The assembly nodded in agreement and began to act upon Li Hao's directives. On the side of the insectoid defenses, the withdrawal of the feudal lord's forces had emboldened the insectoids to launch even more aggressive assaults. The imperial soldiers bore immense pressure, yet they resolutely held their ground over every inch of territory. Soon, the Star Radiance fleet of the 13th Legion, along with the White Phoenix and Black Rose fleets, gathered at the border stars, leaving only detachments to guard their respective planets. Li Hao, commanding 11 battleships of the Fearless fleet, with the flagship Fearless leading the charge, merged with the other assembled fleets of the 13th Legion and made their way through the Stargate towards the northern insectoid battlefield. Chapter 135. The 13th Legion takes over the defense line. Your Highness, we have just received a report from the Stargate Management Office that 4 fleets, numbering over 100 warships from the 13th Legion, have just passed through the Stargate en route to the insectoid battlefield, an attendant reported. The prince was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight crossed his face. "Excellent. Lord Li Hao has indeed taken action." "You are saying 4 fleets?" "Yes, Your Highness. The report confirmed 4 fleets with over 100 warships. This constitutes the main force of the 13th Legion. The Endless Sea will likely be left with only the Planetary Guard fleet. Notify them to close all routes leading to the Endless Sea Star domain immediately." An astounded minister inquired, "Your Highness, why close the routes to the Endless Sea at this critical juncture?" The prince's expression grew grave as he replied, "With the main forces of the 13th Legion having ventured out, the defenses of the Endless Sea Star domain are now severely weakened. Closing the routes is to prevent any nefarious elements from exploiting this vulnerability to disrupt our rear." The minister nodded in understanding, comprehension dawning upon him. Meanwhile, the soldiers left behind in the Endless Sea Star domain felt the weight of immense pressure upon receiving this news. Concurrently, near the closed routes, vessels that had intended to enter the Endless Sea Star domain were being turned away. "Why are we being denied passage? We have urgent matters to attend to," a merchant aboard a trading ship protested. The soldiers tasked with the blockade replied expressionlessly, "By order of the prince, no vessels are permitted to enter the Endless Sea Star domain at this time. We hope for your understanding." Though the merchants were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to linger nearby, awaiting their fate. Soon, news of the Empire and the 13th Legion sealing off the routes to the Endless Sea spread rapidly, reaching the domains of the feudal lords, where the 4th and 5th princes, along with the lords of the West and East, conspired together. The Lord of the West remarked, "Indeed, you were right. As soon as we withdrew, the 13th Legion mobilized." The 4th prince smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "This is merely the first step. With the Endless Sea Star domain now vulnerable, the opportunity is ours." The 5th prince frowned, expressing his concerns. However, the strength of the 13th Legion should not be underestimated. Even with their main forces at the insectoid battlefield, seizing an advantage will not be easy. The Lord of the East pondered for a moment before asserting, "I have received word that Li Hao has deployed all the main fleets of the 13th Legion. Only the Planetary Guard fleet remains, and this time we will certainly acquire his super energy mine." The 4th prince nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but is the information regarding the super energy mine reliable? If we attack his planets now and fail, the consequences could be dire." The Lord of the West snorted, "The information is absolutely credible. That super energy mine could alter the entire balance of power in the Empire. As for failure, as long as our plans are meticulous, we shall not falter." The 5th prince remained hesitant, "But once we act, it would mean a complete rupture with Li Hao and the Empire." This is no trivial matter. The Lord of the East's eyes gleamed with resolve. At this juncture, there is no turning back. Securing the super energy mine will furnish us with sufficient leverage to contend with them. The fourth prince gritted his teeth. Very well, then, let us proceed. We must first devise a strategy to breach the blockade of the endless sea. They began to meticulously plot their offensive strategy, mobilizing every resource at their disposal. Meanwhile, Li Hao led the 13th Legion through the Stargate and arrived near the northern insectoid battlefield at Beiming Star. He swiftly contacted Huang Pu Tianming of the Royal Fourth Army stationed there. The communication was quickly established, and Huang Pu Tianming appeared on the screen, wearing a severe expression. Li Hao, you have finally arrived. The insectoids are launching ferocious assaults. We are under tremendous pressure, I understand. We will join the battle immediately. What is the current status of the defense line? Huang Pu Tianming took a deep breath and replied. After the retreat of the 11th and 12th Legions, significant gaps appeared in the defense line. We can only tenuously hold our position with a hastily assembled fleet, but this is merely a stopgap measure. The insectoids may breach the line at any moment, and the situation is dire. In that case, I will proceed to fill the gaps in the defense line. However, our 13th Legion does not possess enough warships to cover both breaches. The Marshal has ordered that these two defense lines be placed under your command. Currently, there are approximately 1 legion's worth of forces at these two positions, and you will lead them. Li Hao furrowed his brow. 1 legion? That still feels somewhat precarious, but given the circumstances, we have little choice. He promptly issued orders for the troops at those two defense lines to prepare for action, ready to coordinate with their movements at any time. Before long, Li Hao led the fleets of the 13th Legion swiftly to the two defense lines. Upon arrival, they found the lines embroiled in fierce combat, with the insectoid assaults surging like a tidal wave. The hastily assembled fleet was gradually overwhelmed by the relentless insectoid onslaught, with warships sustaining damage and even destruction. Damn it! These insectoids are relentless, an officer exclaimed in frustration. Li Hao immediately commanded the 13th Legion's fleet to surge into the fray. All ships, support the defense line. Deploy all mecha units, with the command issued. The warships of the 13th Legion surged into battle like arrows released from a bow, their orderly formations akin to soaring eagles, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Each ship radiated brilliant light as formidable firepower cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly blanketing vast areas. The beams from energy cannons intertwined, forming a dazzling and lethal net of light that ensnared the insectoids within. The insectoids shrieked in response to the sudden onslaught, their previously overwhelming offensive abruptly stymied. Simultaneously, countless mechas poured forth from the warships like a torrent of steel. Each mecha, with its unique design, emanated a fierce aura. They raced towards the insectoids with incredible speed, resembling meteors shining with metallic luster. The mecha warriors skillfully maneuvered across the battlefield, employing their exceptional control skills to weave through the insectoid ranks. Some mechas darted gracefully like agile swallows, evading insectoid attacks before swiftly retaliating. Others charged boldly into the heart of the insectoid throng, delivering crushing blows with their iron fists and razor-sharp weapons. The weapons in their hands gleamed ominously, whether they wielded laser swords that carved brilliant arcs in the air, sending insectoid limbs flying, or energy rifles that accurately struck targets, erupting blooms of crimson upon impact. Each attack carried a lethal threat, instilling an unprecedented fear within the insectoids. The mecha warriors coordinated seamlessly, forming combat teams that provided mutual cover as they confronted the overwhelming numbers of the insectoids. Under their valiant efforts, the insectoids began to falter, their once tight formations disintegrating as some turned to flee in panic. Yet the mecha warriors were relentless, pursuing closely and affording the insectoids no respite. Chapter 136. The Fearless Under Fire Report. Commander, the left flank defense line is under insectoid attack, suffering heavy casualties. The voice of the communications officer rang out to Li Hao, observing the battlefield situation displayed on the monitor. Pondered before decisively commanding, order the Fearless fleet to advance and support the left flank defense line. He regarded the monitor with a grave expression, his eyes brimming with determination. After a moment's reflection, he resolutely declared, order the Fearless fleet to move forward and assist the left flank defense line. Soon, the Fearless fleet received the command and sped towards the left flank like arrows loosed from their bowstrings. The warships of this fleet gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, the roar of their massive engines echoing like a declaration of their resolve and valor. Upon arrival at the left flank defense line, the sight before them was alarming. Insectoids surged forth like a tidal wave, while their own soldiers struggled to hold the line, teetering on the brink of collapse. Open fire, at the command of the fearless fleet's leader. An array of formidable weapons erupted with tremendous firepower, unleashing a dense barrage of energy beams that intertwined, creating a dazzling yet lethal display directed at the swarm. Despite the overwhelming assault, the insectoid horde suffered heavy casualties yet continued their relentless advance towards the defensive line. Seemingly undeterred, the soldiers of the fearless fleet stood resolute, coordinating seamlessly and constantly adjusting their tactics. Some vessels were tasked with long-range bombardment to suppress the onslaught of the swarm, while others drew near the front line, utilizing close-range weaponry to shield their comrades. With the support of the fearless fleet, the pressure on the left flank was alleviated to some extent, yet the insectoid assault remained fierce. Continue the attack? We cannot allow the swarm to breach our defenses, the temporary commander of the fearless fleet exclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Hao closely monitored the situation in the command room, continuously adapting the deployment of other units to ensure effective control of the battlefield. As Li Hao orchestrated the military maneuvers, the swarm suddenly pinpointed the location of the fearless vessel. A swarm of energy insects unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles towards it in an instant. The entire space seemed to ignite, as countless glowing energy bolts rained down upon the fearless vessel. Li Hao's countenance shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Activate the shields! Evade with all our might!" The crew aboard the fearless vessel sprang into action, deploying a powerful shield around the hull in a desperate attempt to withstand the deluge of attacks. However, the sheer volume of energy projectiles was overwhelming, relentlessly battering the shields and erupting in blinding brilliance and immense shockwaves. The vessel began to tremble violently, alarms ringing out in a cacophony. Gripping the command console firmly, Li Hao's eyes blazed with urgency and fury. Counterattack! Lock onto those insect nests and strike with all our might. The weapon systems aboard the fearless vessel opened fire with full force, sending thick beams of energy hurtling towards the insect nests. Concurrently, other fleets recognized the dire situation and redirected their fire to support the fearless vessel. Amidst the chaotic crossfire, several insect nests were struck, resulting in violent explosions, yet more energy projectiles continued to surge forth. The fearless vessel navigated this tempest of attacks with great difficulty, the shield's energy dwindling rapidly. "General, the shield energy is nearly depleted," the aide reported anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Li Hao prepared to endure the impact, commanding, "Activate the emergency repair systems." Just as the words left his mouth, the shield finally collapsed at the last moment, and energy projectiles struck the hull of the fearless vessel with a resounding impact. The violent explosions and shockwaves left the interior in disarray, but fortunately, the structural integrity of the vessel remained largely intact. Nonetheless, despite sustaining concentrated fire, the fearless vessel pressed on undeterred. Li Hao swiftly organized the crew for repairs and counterattacks, and amidst the smoke and flames, the fearless vessel struggled to maintain its combat efficacy. At this juncture, the swarm appeared to sense the vessel's resilience, intensifying their barrage with frenzied fury. Waves of energy projectiles descended like a torrential storm, inflicting fresh damage upon the hull. "General, we cannot continue like this. We are unable to activate the shields," a crew member exclaimed in desperation. Li Hao's brow furrowed, yet his gaze remained resolute. "At all costs, we must hold our ground. Have the other fleets close in for support." Under Li Hao's command, the fearless vessel relied on its hull defenses to weave through the battlefield, evading the swarm's lethal strikes. Other fleets valiantly maneuvered closer to the fearless vessel, striving to share the burden. At that moment, two cruisers from the stellar fleet, shielded by both star shields and energy barriers, surged forth to position themselves before the fearless vessel. The hulls of the cruisers shimmered with luminescence, their formidable shields rippling under the swarm's relentless assault, yet remaining steadfast as rock. The captain of the stellar fleet shouted through the communicator, "General, we will absorb the attacks for you. Focus on repairs and adjustments." Shielded by the cruisers, the crew of the fearless vessel worked frantically on repairs. Damaged equipment was swiftly replaced, and compromised hull structures were diligently mended. Meanwhile, the two cruisers bore the brunt of the swarm's furious onslaught. continuously adjusting the distribution of shield energy to maximize their defensive capabilities. The swarm, infuriated by the tenacity of the cruisers, escalated their attack intensity and frequency in an attempt to breach this line of defense. Energy projectiles cascaded down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the cruisers entirely. Yet, the crew aboard the cruisers exhibited no fear. They collaborated closely, resolutely maintaining their positions. Shield 1 at 60% energy, Shield 2 exhibiting unstable fluctuations. Various alarms blared from the cruiser, yet the crew remained composed, methodically responding to the evolving situations. Li Hao observed the events unfolding with keen interest. He understood that they could not allow the cruisers to bear the pressure alone indefinitely. Accelerate the repair process. We must rejoin the fray, he commanded loudly as time ticked away. The repairs aboard the fearless vessel neared completion. Meanwhile, the two cruisers of the stellar fleet had reached their limits. Their shields began to show cracks, and their hulls sustained considerable damage. "General, we are ready," a crew member aboard the fearless vessel called out. Li Hao's gaze sharpened with determination. "All hands, prepare to activate the shields and ready for an assault." With his command issued, the fearless vessel rejuvenated its formidable combat potential, charging into the fray anew, joining forces with the stellar fleet to mount a vigorous counteroffensive against the swarm. Chapter 137. Commanding the defensive line, Li Hao directed the fearless vessel. Closely coordinating with the cruisers, each strike precision targeting the weak points of the swarm. The battlefield erupted in radiant brilliance as energy collisions generated waves of shock. Concentrate fire on the energy insects behind them. Li Hao astutely identified the swarm's vulnerability and issued a critical directive. The fleet's firepower converged instantaneously, like a piercing sword aimed at the swarm's core. The insects, sensing the grave threat, began a frenzied counterattack. Following a massive onslaught on the energy insects, one detonated, quickly clearing the area and revealing the command insect behind it. Star Annihilation Cannon at 50% energy locked onto the command insect. Just as Li Hao targeted the command insect, the opposing forces recognized their defensive vulnerability, prompting immediate reinforcement by defensive insects. Observing this, Li Hao's heart sank. They could not allow the swarm to fortify their defenses. "Open fire!" The Star Annihilation Cannon unleashed a robust, radiant energy beam, hurtling towards the command insect. However, the defensive insects swiftly mobilized to intercept this lethal strike. The energy beam collided violently with the defensive insects, erupting in blinding light and tremendous energy fluctuations. The entire space quaked, causing the fearless vessel to shudder slightly. The energy beam struck the shield of the defensive insects, generating a dazzling explosion and powerful energy waves. "Damn it, their defenses are formidable." Li Hao gritted his teeth. "Continue the assault. Do not grant them a moment's respite." The other weapon systems aboard the fearless vessel opened fire, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that relentlessly battered the defensive insects line. Yet, the defenders stood steadfast, fiercely resisting the assaults. Meanwhile, the command insect persistently issued orders, rallying more insect forces for reinforcement. The battlefield's atmosphere grew increasingly tense and complex. "General, our energy consumption is too rapid," a crew member reported. Panic evident in their voice, Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Adjust the attack rhythm, conserve energy, and identify their defensive weak points. Under Li Hao's leadership, the fearless vessel altered its tactics, abandoning relentless assaults in favor of agile maneuvers and precise strikes to penetrate the defensive insects line. After a fierce battle, the fearless vessel finally discerned a minute flaw in the defensive line. "Now, concentrate fire and break through," Li Hao shouted. All weapons aboard the fearless vessel unleashed their full might. Energy beams slicing through the minuscule gap, striking a defensive insect with tremendous force. The insect crumbled under the onslaught, creating a breach in the line, a prime opportunity. A glimmer of hope illuminated Li Hao's eyes. Star Annihilation Cannon, full power on the command insect. The Star Annihilation Cannon charged once more, emitting a more powerful energy beam aimed directly at the command insect. This time, unimpeded by the defensive insects. The energy beam struck the command insect without obstruction. The command insect emitted a piercing shriek, its massive form trembling violently. Cracks spread across its body, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced it to ashes. "We have succeeded," the crew of the fearless vessel erupted into cheers. Yet, Li Hao understood that the battle was far from over. "Oh, not let your guard down. Continue to clear the battlefield." With the command insect's demise, the swarm attacking the defensive line descended into chaos, flailing about like disoriented flies. Seizing this opportunity, Li Hao decisively commanded, "All fleets, full assault! Strike while they are in disarray and deliver a fatal blow." The fearless vessel, along with other warships, surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, charging into the chaotic ranks of the insectoid swarm. The radiant beams of energy cannons flickered in the dark expanse of the cosmos, with each assault striking precisely at the bewildered creatures. The insectoids suffered grievous losses under this sudden and ferocious onslaught. Their once tightly knit formations utterly disbanded. Some began to flee in all directions. Yet the fleet did not relent, relentlessly pursuing and annihilating them one by one. The battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of charred insectoid corpses and the dense smoke of gunpowder. "Leave no insectoid unscathed," Li Hao bellowed. Under the relentless assault of the fleet, the numbers of the insectoids plummeted. However, a few still fought desperately, frantically lunging at the warships in a last-ditch counterattack. After a fierce melee, the final insectoid was eradicated. At last, tranquility returned to the battlefield. Yet the crew aboard the warships remained vigilant. "Conduct a comprehensive assessment of the ship's status and clear the battlefield," Li Hao commanded. The crew sprang into action, inspecting the damage to the warships and clearing the debris strewn across the field. At this moment, communication devices crackled to life with messages from fleets in other regions, reporting their successful repulsion of the insectoid onslaught. It seemed that the universe had momentarily embraced a rare peace. Just then, Li Hao's command room was connected to a multi-party communication. "General Li, I am Lu Bing, commander of the North Ming Starfleet from the 4th Legion. Thank you for your support. General, I am Lin Hao from the 7th Legion Fleet. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." Li Hao's expression turned grave as he replied, "There is no need for thanks. We all fight to protect the Empire. It is our shared responsibility." Lu Bing continued, "General Li, the scale of this insectoid assault exceeded our expectations. If it weren't for your timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire." Lin Hao concurred, "Indeed, General. The prowess of your fearless ship and fleet has dealt a heavy blow to the insectoids." Li Hao nodded slightly. "Everyone performed admirably in this battle. We all made sacrifices and put forth great effort. Now we must swiftly restore our combat readiness and prepare for the next insectoid attack." "Understood, General," Lu Bing and Lin Hao replied in unison. "For now, I will command your fleets. The 13th Legion will take over this defensive line," Li Hao continued. Lu Bing and Lin Hao exchanged glances before responding together. "Yes, General. We will follow your orders." Li Hao nodded, his gaze revealing determination and authority. "Very well. From this moment on, we must rapidly consolidate our resources, reorganize the fleet formations, and bolster the defensive capabilities of our line. Lu Bing, your North Ming Starfleet will be responsible for patrolling and vigilance in the left flank." "At your command, General," Lu Bing promptly acknowledged. Li Hao then turned to Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, your 7th Legion fleet will oversee the right flank, closely monitoring insectoid movements. Report any signs of disturbance immediately." "Understood, General," Lin Hao replied solemnly. Chapter 138. Two insectoid kings having arranged everything, Li Hao began to adjust and deploy the 13th Legion's fleets. He positioned his 13th Legion at the forefront of the battlefield. In the days that followed, the fleets acted methodically according to Li Hao's directives, continually enhancing the patrols and surveillance along the defensive line. However, it appeared that the insectoids were not yet finished. One day, the North Ming Starfleet, tasked with left flank patrol, raised an alarm. "General, we have detected unusual movements from the insectoids, suggesting signs of a large-scale gathering." Lu Bing reported anxiously. Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Monitor closely and be prepared for battle." Soon, the vanguard of the insectoid forces appeared beyond the defensive line, clawing and gnashing as they charged toward the fleet. "All fleets, prepare for battle," Li Hao commanded, and all warships entered combat readiness. A fierce battle erupted once more, with energy beams and cannon fire weaving a tapestry of vibrant yet deadly chaos across the cosmos. Li Hao calmly directed the fleet, engaging in a breathtaking confrontation with the insectoids. Under Li Hao's leadership, the fleet repeatedly repelled the insectoid assaults, yet the enemy continued to surge forth in relentless waves. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to break their offensive," Li Hao pondered privately. He meticulously observed the insectoids' patterns of movement and suddenly had a revelation. concentrate fire on the insectoid's rear. The fleet swiftly adjusted its tactics, with several warships speeding toward the rear of the insectoid formation, launching a fierce assault. In that instant, the continuous advance of the insectoids was disrupted. Now, counterattack with all your might, Li Hao shouted. The fleet seized this opportunity, unleashing wave after wave of fierce attacks, inflicting severe casualties upon the insectoids, who began to retreat gradually. What is going on with the insectoids? Their aggressive assault on our defenses feels off. Lin Hao remarked. Indeed, General, while the insectoids have always been fierce, this time it seems as if they are recklessly charging forward, driven by some unknown force. Lu Bing concurred. After a moment of contemplation, he added, could there have been some internal upheaval among the insectoids that has caused their behavior to become so erratic? Li Hao gazed thoughtfully toward the direction of the insectoid retreat, resolved that regardless of the cause, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Immediately dispatch reconnaissance vessels to closely monitor the insectoids' movements, while also enhancing patrols in surrounding areas. Returning to the defensive line, Li Hao increasingly felt that something was amiss and summoned the commanders of the 13th Legion's various fleets. The room filled with solemn faces as they gathered in the conference hall. Li Hao spoke forthrightly. The insectoids' actions are exceedingly strange. We must analyze this thoroughly. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, Legion Commander, their attacks seem chaotic. Yet there is a sense of a hidden conspiracy at play. Lin Xiao added, could it be that the insectoids have acquired a new insectoid king? Or have they been influenced by other forces? The gathering shared their views and speculations. Li Hao listened intently, ruminating on various possibilities. At that moment, the intelligence officer hurried into the conference room. General, we have just received intelligence from the North Ming Star defensive line. They have been attacked by 2 insectoid kings and have only just managed to repel the swarm. 2 insectoid kings? That is unusual. Typically, there is only one. Zhang Yu remarked in confusion. Li Hao's expression darkened further. This situation was indeed abnormal. Could there have been some significant upheaval within the insectoids? Another commander expressed concern. If the insectoids have undergone new developments, our previous understanding of them may no longer suffice. Let us not dwell on that for now, Li Hao said after a moment of contemplation. Immediately send a support fleet to the North Ming Star defensive line to assist them in reinforcing their defenses. Also, instruct the intelligence department to gather all relevant information regarding the emergence of the 2 insectoid kings. Yes, General, the group responded in unison. Swiftly, the support fleet set off toward the North Ming Star defensive line. Meanwhile, Li Hao and the other commanders continued to analyze the current situation. Could it be that the insectoids have split, resulting in 2 different factions of insectoid kings? Someone speculated it is also possible that some form of unique evolution has led to the emergence of 2 insectoid kings. Another perspective was offered. Li Hao rubbed his temples, recognizing that regardless of the reason, this posed a significant challenge for them. We must be prepared for various scenarios. In the days that followed, intelligence regarding the insectoids continued to trickle in. General, according to the latest intelligence, these 2 insectoid kings appear to possess differing abilities and behavioral patterns, the intelligence officer reported. Please elaborate, Li Hao said, his focus sharp. One of the insectoid kings seems more adept at commanding the swarm in battle, while the other possesses formidable individual attack capabilities, the officer elaborated. Such a combination is indeed difficult to confront. Concurrently, further messages arrived from the North Ming Star defensive line. General, the insectoids have launched a new wave of attacks. And this time their assault is even more ferocious. Li Hao's expression darkened, commanding the support fleet to assist the North Ming Star defensive line with all their might, while also preparing to reinforce as needed. In the tense atmosphere, the fleet stood ready. Li Hao continuously received intelligence from various sources, his concerns deepening. On the North Ming Star defensive line, chaos reigned as insectoids surged like a tide. The support fleet worked closely with the defenders of North Ming Star, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the swarm. The insectoid king adept at commanding the swarm constantly repositioned the insectoid forces, altering their attack strategies, placing immense pressure on the defensive line. Meanwhile, the insectoid king with formidable individual attack capabilities charged at the forefront, demolishing fortifications wherever it went, leaving soldiers with heavy casualties. General, the North Ming Star defensive line is requesting urgent reinforcements. Came the frantic call over the communicator. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Others, hold the defensive line. The fearless fleet will accompany me to support North Ming Star. We must hold the line, however. It seemed the insectoids had sensed the impending human reinforcements, concentrating their efforts to assault the route the support fleet was taking. Report, General. We are facing fierce resistance from the insectoids. Our advance is hindered. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Order them to break through the insectoid blockade at all costs. The valiant warriors of the fearless fleet fought with unwavering resolve. Engaging the insectoids in a desperate struggle, after a grueling battle, they finally managed to breach the insectoid blockade and reach the North Ming Star defensive line. However, at this moment, the defensive line was already riddled with holes, and the soldiers were utterly exhausted. General, should we enter the battlefield directly now? A captain inquired. Li Hao surveyed the dire situation before him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, No, let the soldiers rest and replenish their energy and supplies. We cannot allow them to fight in such a fatigued state. That would undoubtedly be tantamount to sending them to their doom. The captain nodded in agreement. Yes, General, but the Zerg are still attacking the defensive line. Currently, the Zerg are merely probing their assault. As you can see, the Zerg King has yet to emerge. We shall rest first. And once the Zerg King reveals itself, we will counterattack. Chapter 139. The Indomitable Fleet versus the Zerg King. The crowd quelled their anxious hearts for the moment, seizing the time to allow the soldiers to recuperate. Meanwhile, at the defensive line, although the Zerg's probing attacks were fierce, the defenders held steadfast, relying on their indomitable will and robust fortifications. As time ticked away, just as the tension reached its peak, the intelligence officer rushed in. General, we have located the Zerg King's whereabouts. It is advancing rapidly towards the defensive line. Li Hao sprang to his feet. All fleet members immediately enter battle mode. Instantly, the previously quiet fleet became bustling and tense, orders flying rapidly as the battleship's engines roared to life. When the Zerg King came into view, its terrifying aura sent shivers down spines. Wait a moment, there is only one Zerg King. Where has the other one gone? Li Hao inquired, puzzled. Everyone was momentarily stunned, a wave of unease washing over them. Immediately search the surrounding area. We must locate the other Zerg King's trail, Li Hao commanded decisively. As seconds passed, the elusive second Zerg King remained unfound. General, could it be that the Zerg King is hiding, preparing to launch a surprise attack on us? A worried officer suggested. Li Hao furrowed his brow. That is a possibility. Ensure all ships heighten their defenses. We must be cautious of a Zerg ambush. Just then, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from behind a distant asteroid. Oh no, it's the Zerg King, someone exclaimed in alarm. The hidden Zerg King surged forth like a specter from behind the asteroid, lunging directly towards the rear of the fleet. Quick, intercept it, Li Hao bellowed. However, the Zerg King was exceptionally swift, barreling towards a battleship, swiftly breaching its shield and striking the hull. The soldiers aboard the battleship screamed in terror, and the captain desperately directed a counterattack, but the Zerg King's might was overwhelming. Its claws tore through the battleship's metallic exterior, leaving deep gashes in its hull. Focus fire on the Zerg King, Li Hao shouted. The surrounding ships quickly responded, unleashing a barrage of laser beams and missiles at the Zerg King. Yet, the Zerg King adeptly evaded most of the attacks, and even when struck, only slightly slowed its advance. As the battleship suffered devastating damage, teetering on the brink of destruction, Li Hao felt a surge of urgency. Deploy the mech squad. They must board the Zerg King and disrupt its movements. He issued a daring command. A team of valiant soldiers piloted small craft, charging towards the Zerg King. They perilously approached amidst a hail of gunfire, and with unwavering courage, successfully boarded the Zerg King's back. The Zerg King roared in fury, thrashing its body in an effort to dislodge the soldiers. Yet, the assault team clung tightly to the Zerg King's exoskeleton, relentlessly attacking. With the assault team's interference, the battleship temporarily evaded the Zerg King's direct assault and began urgent repairs on the damaged sections. However, the Zerg King soon detected the threat posed by the soldiers. It abruptly turned and lunged at a nearby battleship. Ship 07, evade! Evade! Captain 07 shouted in terror, but it was too late. The Zerg King collided with the battleship like a cannonball, sending the mech squad hurtling away and the ship itself crashing aside. Li Hao watched this harrowing scene, his heart filled with sorrow and rage. Damnable creature, charge the main cannon and lock on. He gritted through clenched teeth. As his command was issued, the colossal main cannon of the battleship began to glow ominously, powerful energy converging at the muzzle. The Zerg King seemed to sense the impending danger, frantically twisting its body in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming strike. However, the targeting system relentlessly tracked its movements, leaving no chance for escape. Preparation complete. Fire! Li Hao roared. A resplendent beam of light surged forth from the battleship's main cannon, hurtling towards the Zerg King with cataclysmic force. The Zerg King emitted a chilling screech, exerting all its might to withstand the onslaught of terrifying energy. Under the main cannon's overwhelming impact, the Zerg King's defenses finally breached, propelling its massive form back several paces. Seizing this opportunity, other battleships intensified their assault, a hail of cannon fire raining down upon the Zerg King. Enraged beyond measure, the Zerg King disregarded its injuries and charged towards the fleet once more. Yet this time, its speed and strength were noticeably diminished. Continue attacking. Do not give it a moment's respite, Li Hao commanded. The fleet coordinated closely, unleashing a relentless barrage against the Zerg King. Under the relentless assault, the Zerg King sustained grievous wounds, its movements growing increasingly labored. However, as the Zerg King was battered, other Zerg creatures surged forward in a frenzy, attempting to shield their king. The tide of battle suddenly shifted, with Zerg forces assaulting the indomitable fleet from all directions. The fleet was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of Zerg creatures, countless bodies crashing against the ship's shields, erupting in brilliant flashes and terrifying shocks. Hold the line, Li Hao shouted hoarsely. The battleship's cannons fired continuously, obliterating waves of Zerg, but the sheer numbers of the Zerg were overwhelming, undeterred by death. Concentrate fire on the injured Zerg King, Li Hao continued issuing commands. Yet, the Zerg King proved remarkably cunning, evading fatal strikes at critical moments. As time passed, the shields of the indomitable fleet began to emit warning alarms. All ships, replace super energy blocks, increase shield output, prepare for retreat. The Indomitable's annihilation cannons are at 50 energy, locking onto the swarm to clear a path for the fleet. The crew mobilized swiftly, working in a tense yet orderly manner to replace energy blocks. Maximizing shield strength, the annihilation cannons aboard the Indomitable began to charge energy, their muzzles glowing with blinding light. When the annihilation cannons were ready, two powerful beams of light erupted forth, piercing through the swarm like blades. The Zerg horde was violently torn apart by this formidable assault, leaving a gaping wound in their ranks, countless Zerg creatures disintegrating under the energy's impact. Full speed ahead. Retreat along the designated route, Li Hao commanded loudly. The vessels of the indomitable fleet surged forward, barreling towards the breach in the Zerg swarm. However, the Zerg King seemed unwilling to let the fleet escape so easily, trailing closely behind with a contingent of Zerg, launching continuous attacks. During the retreat, several ships came under assault from the Zerg. Despite the protection of their shields, some suffered varying degrees of damage. All ships, be vigilant and maintain formation, Li Hao repeatedly reminded his crew. General, look ahead. It appears to be another Zerg King, the Indomitable's first officer alerted Li Hao. Chapter 140. The Zerg's comprehensive retaliation. Li Hao's gaze sharpened instantly, his attention fixed on the colossal and menacing figure ahead. Ha! What fortune! It has delivered itself right to us. All fleet members, focus. Lock the main cannons onto the Zerg King ahead and fire at full power. Li Hao calmly commanded. .40 laser main cannons and 2 annihilation cannons unleashed their fire upon the Zerg King, instantly illuminating the starry sky. The Zerg King howled in fury and agony under the barrage of overwhelming firepower, thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to evade the lethal strikes. Yet, the dense hail of cannon fire left it with nowhere to flee. Over 20 energy beams detonated upon the Zerg King's form, fracturing its hardened exterior and causing green ichor to spurt from its wounds. Yet, the Zerg King would not succumb so easily. It struggled to advance, seemingly intent on recklessly crashing into the fleet. Do not stop. Keep firing, Li Hao yelled. The fleet's assault never wavered, relentlessly inflicting massive damage upon the Zerg King. As time wore on, the Zerg King's movements became increasingly sluggish, its injuries mounting that it's on the brink. Give it everything you've got, the first officer exclaimed excitedly. Finally, under another round of bombardment from the Indomitable's annihilation cannons, The Zerg king could no longer endure and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Do not let your guard down. Accelerate towards the defensive line. The pursuing Zerg king is likely to go berserk. Just then, an unusual wave of energy rippled through the starry expanse behind them. What is that? Someone gasped. Liao furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on the disturbance, an ominous premonition swelling within him. As the waves intensified, a massive swarm of new Zerg emerged from the void. Their numbers surpassing those before, appearing even more ferocious. Damn it, how can there be so many more? The first officer cursed. Liao took a deep breath. All fleet members, accelerate retreat. Soon, the indomitable fleet retreated within the North Ming Star defensive line. Receiving an urgent communication from the 4th Legion's Huangpu Tianming. General Li Hao, what transpired over there? Huangpu Tianming inquired anxiously. Liao replied with a grave expression, quickly notify all the defending troops at the front lines to prepare for defense. The Zerg are about to counterattack. Huangpu Tianming felt a tightening in his heart. So soon? Were they not just repelled? Earlier, we had launched a surprise attack on the Zerg king, wounding one end. During the retreat, we happened to encounter another isolated Zerg king, which we concentrated our fire on and killed. Now, the Zerg are likely to go mad with vengeance. You wounded one and killed another. Surely you jest, brother? Huangpu Tianming said incredulously. Liao's face remained serious. I am not joking. This is an indisputable fact. But the situation is critical. We must immediately prepare to respond. Huangpu Tianming took a deep breath to calm himself. All right. I will make the arrangements at once. What shall we do next? Li Hao pondered for a moment before saying, having lost 2 Zerg kings, the Zerg will inevitably descend into madness. Their attacks may become even more ferocious and reckless. We must strengthen the defensive capabilities of our lines while also preparing for various contingencies. Huangpu Tianming nodded. Understood. I will put the 4th Legion on high alert. By the way, what about the corpse of the deceased Zerg king? Li Hao rolled his eyes. Do you think I had the time to collect the Zerg king's body in such a situation? True. What a pity. Otherwise, we could have obtained materials from the Zerg king. Huangpu Tianming remarked before turning to leave. Soon after, the Zerg launched a frenzied counterattack. Just as they had anticipated, a tide of Zerg forces surged forth, brimming with boundless fury and hatred. The invincible fleet and the soldiers of the 4th Legion stood ready, valiantly resisting the Zerg's onslaught. Other legions, upon learning of the large-scale Zerg assault on Beiming Star, hastened to send support fleets. Amidst the intense battle, the Zerg recklessly charged towards the defenses, attempting to breach human lines. The commander of the 1st Legion, observing the scale and ferocity of the Zerg's attack, inquired over the communication, Did your 4th Legion poke a hornet's nest? Huangpu Tianming replied with a wry smile. This time, it was not our 4th Legion that stirred them. At that moment, various support fleets arrived one after another, joining the battle against the Zerg. The fleet of the 2nd Legion, like a torrent of steel, engaged in fierce clashes with the Zerg. Their artillery illuminated the battlefield, delivering heavy blows to the Zerg. If it's not your 4th Legion, then who else could it be? You must have gathered the entire Zerg population of the galaxy. The commander of the 2nd Legion jested. It truly wasn't us. It was Lord Li from the 13th Legion who, while coming to provide support, injured one Zerg king and killed another, which is why the Zerg have gone mad. Huangpu Tianming explained. The commander of the 2nd Legion was astonished. Lord Li from the 13th Legion? He has come as well? No wonder. Wasn't the last one he killed too? Huangpu Tianming shrugged. Such is fate. He has indeed earned his title as a star of the Empire. Meanwhile, the artillery on the battlefield remained intense. After suffering heavy losses, the Zerg launched even more frenzied attacks in an attempt to turn the tide. The soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 13th Legions displayed unwavering courage, coordinating closely to deliver heavy blows to the Zerg. Hold on, victory is within reach. The commander of the 2nd Legion rallied the troops. On the other end, Li Hao was also closely monitoring the battlefield situation. He understood that the Zerg's frenzied assault could not be underestimated. Immediately notify the fleet to prepare to advance with me. Li Hao ordered the communications officer. Soon, the officer reported, General, the Invincible Fleet is ready. The Invincible Fleet slowly set sail, arranged in a precise formation, their hulls shimmering with a cold light. Standing in the flagship's command center, Li Hao watched intently, his expression solemn. All hands, we will break through. Today, "We must slay that Zerg king," Li Hao declared. The soldiers responded in unison, their morale soaring. The fleet began to accelerate forward, akin to a horde of iron beasts charging into the fray. Before long, they neared the region where the Zerg king resided. At that moment, the area around the Zerg king was swarming with defensive Zerg and energy Zerg. "Maintain formation. Do not panic," Li Hao shouted. Under his command, the fleet steadily pushed forward. Just then, the massive silhouette of the Zerg king appeared within their view. Its fearsome visage and colossal form instilled dread in their hearts. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. Focusing intently on the Zerg king, his fighting spirit surging. "All warships, prepare to fire." At his command, the invincible fleet's cannons blazed simultaneously, unleashing torrents of energy beams upon the Zerg. Chapter 141. Close combat with the Zerg king. The defensive Zerg instantly sprang into action, forming solid lines in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the invincible fleet. The energy Zerg continuously emitted powerful energy waves, intertwining with the fleet's artillery fire. "Concentrate fire. Let's break through the Zerg's defenses," Li Hao calmly commanded. The invincible fleet's attacks intensified as warships charged through the Zerg lines like iron leviathans, gradually tearing open breaches in their defenses. However, the sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming. They poured in endlessly, as if inexhaustible. "General, this won't do. Their defenses are too tight," an officer exclaimed anxiously. In the heat of battle, several warships sustained damage from Zerg attacks. "Concentrate fire on breaking through the first layer of Zerg defenses," Li Hao decisively ordered. The invincible fleet unleashed a more ferocious barrage, and the Zerg's defenses began to show signs of weakening under the relentless assault. Yet the Zerg were not to be outdone. They retaliated wildly, striving to thwart the invincible fleet's advance. At that moment, a warship was unfortunate enough to be struck by a Zerg energy cannon, causing Li Hao's heart to sink. However, he quickly regained his composure. Shouting, "Do not panic. Maintain formation and boost shield energy." As the battle raged on, the situation for the invincible fleet grew increasingly dire. The Zerg seemed to sense their predicament, and their attacks became even more ferocious. "General, what should we do?" Many officers wore anxious expressions. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and replied, "We must find a way to identify the weaknesses in the Zerg's defenses. We can no longer afford to attack blindly." He ordered the fleet to temporarily cease fire and began to meticulously observe the Zerg's defensive layout. After careful observation and analysis, Li Hao finally identified a weak point in the Zerg's defense, an energy Zerg that had been cleared near the Zerg king. "All warships, concentrate your attacks in that direction," Li Hao shouted, pointing at the vulnerability. The invincible fleet swiftly adjusted its course, directing all firepower toward that weak point. The Zerg defenses were finally breached. "Accelerate and charge through," Li Hao commanded. The Invincible surged forward like an arrow piercing through the Zerg lines, catching the Zerg king off guard with the sudden assault. However, the Zerg king quickly regained its composure, commanding the other Zerg to frantically obstruct the Invincible. "Boost shields and accelerate towards the Zerg king. We must crush it." The Invincible's engines roared, propelling it forward with formidable force. Akin to a ferocious beast recklessly charging toward the Zerg king, the crew operated the instruments with tension, ensuring the ship's performance was at its peak. The shields flickered, absorbing the relentless assaults from the Zerg. The Invincible dodged and weaved through the Zerg's encirclement, struggling to advance as they drew closer to the Zerg king. It too sensed the immense threat, letting out an enraged roar as the surrounding Zerg hurled themselves at the Invincible in a desperate attempt to halt its approach. "Captain, shield energy has dropped to 50%. An officer responsible for defense shouted anxiously. Li Hao's expression turned grave, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Press on. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. We must break through." The Invincible continued to forge ahead through the sea of Zerg, its hull sustaining repeated impacts and attacks, with some external weaponry beginning to show signs of damage and malfunction. 100 meters to go. Someone exclaimed that everyone's focus sharpened, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. However, at that moment, the Zerg unleashed an even more ferocious assault, and the Invincible shields finally buckled under the pressure. "Not good. Shields have failed." Li Hao's countenance darkened further, yet he remained resolute, stating, "Stay calm. Continue to accelerate." The Invincible, now without shield protection, pressed on valiantly towards the Zerg king. The Zerg's attacks left deep gashes upon the ship's hull. "Charge!" The Invincible hurtled forward at maximum speed. The Zerg King, in a moment of panic, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Invincible collided violently with the Zerg King, the immense force shaking the very fabric of space. The Zerg King sustained severe injuries from the impact, yet it did not perish immediately. It struggled to mount a counterattack. The crew of the Invincible was not idle either, as the annihilation cannon zeroed in on the Zerg King's massive form. The main cannon fired in rapid succession. Instantly, the annihilation cannon erupted in blinding brilliance, powerful energy surging forth, sending thick beams of light directly towards the Zerg King. Under this relentless assault, the Zerg King emitted agonizing roars, its colossal body writhing and twisting in an attempt to evade the lethal fire. Each blast tore open gaping wounds on the Zerg King's form, green blood splattering in all directions. Nevertheless, the Zerg King persisted. Its vitality exceeding all expectations. Continue the attack. Do not grant it a moment's respite. The officers responsible for the main cannon were wholly engrossed in their task, relentlessly firing beams of energy. The counterattack from the Insect King grew increasingly frenzied, with its surrounding swarm rushing in like a tidal wave, heedlessly determined to protect their sovereign. The Invincible shook violently under the onslaught of the insect horde, and some crew members were thrown to the ground. Yet they quickly rose, steadfast in their duty. Report to the general, the energy consumption of the main cannon is alarmingly rapid. It's about to reach the critical threshold. An officer shouted anxiously, hold firm, shut down the engines and shields. Concentrate all energy on the main cannon. This time, we must completely annihilate the Insect King. With Li Hao's command issued, the Invincible trembled violently as the engines and shields were sequentially deactivated, and all energy surged towards the main cannon like a torrent. The energy within the cannon gathered incessantly, its radiance becoming ever more blinding. Finally, a colossal beam of energy erupted, hurtling straight toward the Insect King. The Insect King desperately attempted to evade, but the speed of the beam was simply too swift. Striking it in an instant, it emitted a wretched howl of agony as its body began to suffer immense wounds, green ichor gushing forth like a fountain. This time, the Insect King could no longer endure. Its massive form slowly succumbed to the ground. The Insect King is dead. The Insect King is dead. Cheers erupted aboard the Invincible. However, there was no sign of relief on Li Hao's face. He understood that the battle was far from over. Just then, the insect soldiers seemed to descend into an even more frenzied state, recklessly charging toward the Invincible. The ship had lost power, and numerous assaults had left it battered and damaged. General, there are cracks in the left hull. An air is leaking, an officer reported. Immediately activate the emergency repair system and seal the breached areas. Chapter 142. Onward to the insectoid star system. With the soldiers' efforts, the Invincible managed to stabilize the situation temporarily. Yet the insect onslaught remained ferocious as ever. General, we have exhausted our energy, and now even self-detonation seems out of reach. Li Hao's expression darkened considerably as he surveyed the surging tide of insectoids around them. A wave of despair washing over him. All soldiers, heed my command. Even in the absence of energy, we cannot falter. We shall use our very flesh and blood to erect the final line of defense for our cherished homeland. The general bellowed. The soldiers rallied in unison, their eyes filled with steadfast resolve and determination. They tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for the next wave of insectoid attacks. Just then, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "General, look!" Li Hao followed the direction of the soldier's point, and in the distance, he spotted a gleaming light approaching. As it drew nearer, it became apparent that it was the Invincible fleet breaking through the insectoid defenses. "We are saved!" the soldiers cheered. The reinforcements swiftly joined the fray, their formidable firepower instantly suppressing the insect horde. The soldiers aboard the Invincible regained their spirits and launched a counteroffensive against the insectoids. Through their collective effort, the insect horde was ultimately repelled. The soldiers aboard the Invincible erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. Following these two battles, the 13th Army successfully eliminated both Insect Kings responsible for this star system. After the conclusion of the skirmish, Li Hao's invincible battleship returned to the defensive line, replenished with energy. The atmosphere within the defensive perimeter momentarily lightened, yet everyone was acutely aware that this was but a fleeting calm. The threat of the insectoids could strike again at any moment. They could not afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. Li Hao sat in the command chamber of the Invincible, accompanied by the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Legions, as well as Huang Pu Tianming of the 4th Legion. Together, they analyzed the recent peculiarities surrounding this insectoid star system. The atmosphere in the command chamber was tense, with each face reflecting seriousness and contemplation. The insectoid's recent movements were exceedingly strange. They seemed to be plotting something significant. The commander of the 1st Legion furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, their previous assaults, while fierce, were predictable, yet now their intentions remain utterly inscrutable," affirmed the commander of the 2nd Legion. Huang Pu Tianming, arms crossed, spoke gravely, "We must swiftly uncover their purpose. Otherwise, when they strike, we may find ourselves caught unawares." Li Hao focused intently on the star system map before him, his mind racing. "What puzzles me most is why there are so many insect kings concentrated in this sector. During my 2 visits to this battlefield, 3 insect kings have already emerged." A profound silence enveloped the command chamber as others fell into deep thought. The commander of the 1st Legion stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is indeed abnormal. In the past, insect kings would not so easily cluster in a single region. The commander of the 2nd Legion frowned. Could it be that the insectoids are facing some internal upheaval? Huang Pu Tianming paced nearby, suggesting, "There is a possibility. I suspect something in this star system is augmenting them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have matured into insect kings so rapidly." Li Hao took a deep breath. "If your hypothesis holds, then it is likely that something is amiss on the planet where the outpost base was located. Otherwise, the insectoids wouldn't have been so resolute in their destruction of the outpost." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. The commander of the 1st Legion mused, "If that is the case, what secrets lie hidden on that planet? Whatever it may be, we must uncover the truth," the commander of the 2nd Legion stated decisively. Li Hao nodded. "I have been to that planet before. I shall lead the fleet to investigate the site of the outpost." Li Hao, "May I accompany you?" Huang Pu Tianming asked eagerly. Li Hao glanced at him and replied with a smile, "No need. You should coordinate the overall strategy here. I can handle the fleet." Though Huang Pu Tianming felt a twinge of concern, he understood that Li Hao's decision was unlikely to be swayed. So he nodded and cautioned, "Do ensure your safety." Soon, Li Hao led a vast fleet toward the planet where the outpost was situated. Throughout the journey, he recalled his past experiences on that planet. As the fleet approached the planet, he ordered, "Stay alert and proceed with caution." The fleet cautiously entered the planet's atmosphere and commenced a comprehensive search. They discovered that the former outpost had been nearly obliterated. Leaving only remnants of ruins, Li Hao opted to establish the new base at the original outpost location, as the terrain had changed following the previous self-detonation. This time, he had brought ample materials for constructing the base, intending to establish a permanent facility. Upon the fleet's arrival, Li Hao began directing the soldiers to clear the site. United in purpose, they diligently removed debris and rubble, creating space for the base's construction. As the construction progressed, various building materials were continuously unloaded from the warships. Soldiers and engineering robots worked fervently. Some erected shelters, others laid roads, and others installed defensive structures. Li Hao equipped the 3 rock faces with powerful detectors and anti-aircraft emplacements, while the base itself was fortified with 3 layers of defenses. The first layer consisted of a trench dug several meters deep, surrounded by multiple electric fences, transforming the front of the base into an insurmountable chasm. The electric fences flickered with an eerie blue glow, seemingly warning any adversary daring to approach. The second layer was entirely adorned with automated turrets, which remained ever vigilant, precise and lethal, ready to unleash fire at the slightest disturbance. Each turret glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, standing like silent sentinels guarding the safety of the base. The third layer comprised a 20-meter-high steel defensive wall, solid as a rock, instilling an immense sense of security. The wall featured various observation ports and firing openings, enabling soldiers to better counter enemy assaults. As the base's defensive measures were gradually perfected, Li Hao's confidence grew stronger. He stood atop the rocky outcrop behind the outpost, gazing down at the newly established base. Drawing from their experiences confronting the insectoids, he ordered the engineering robots to enhance the trench with incendiary materials. He understood the insectoids' tenacity and terror. Any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Augmenting the trench with incendiary materials would undoubtedly create a formidable barrier against the insectoid onslaught. Days passed, and the base operated in an orderly manner. Li Hao also re-established the detectors on this planet. One day, the detectors emitted an alarm. A significant number of insectoids poured forth from a nest's exit. However, compared to their previous encounter with the insectoids here, the numbers were significantly reduced. Chapter 143. The Insect Nest Queen. Having pinpointed the location of the insect nest, Li Hao summoned the commanders of the 13th Army to the temporary command center of the base for discussion. The room quickly filled with solemn faces as they gathered around the conference table. Li Hao, wearing a serious expression, addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, the location of the insect nest has been confirmed. Based on our previous encounters, there are significant issues within the nest, and I believe we must explore it. Lin Shao furrowed his brow and replied, "This nest appears to be quite substantial. We cannot act recklessly." Bai Fenghuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the complexities within the nest pose a significant risk. I understand, but we cannot remain passive. Li Hao contended. The threat posed by the insectoids is escalating, and we must uncover the secrets of this planet. The room buzzed with voices as everyone began to share their opinions and suggestions. The discussions echoing within the command center. A proposal was put forth to conduct reconnaissance first, to ascertain the specifics of the insect nest. Others considered the myriad risks and corresponding countermeasures. After prolonged and intense deliberation, a preliminary combat plan began to take shape. Li Hao rose to his feet, placing his hands firmly on the table, and solemnly declared, "Very well, we shall proceed according to the plan we have discussed. First, deploy the drones and the X-type beast mechas. All units must commence preparations immediately, as we must be battle-ready in the shortest possible time." Upon the issuance of the order, the base erupted into a flurry of activity. Technicians swiftly conducted final checks and adjustments on the drones and X-type beast mechas, ensuring they were primed for combat. Soon, the drone squadron ascended into the sky, heading towards the insect nest. They resembled a black swarm, tracing arcs through the air. The X-type beast mechas followed closely behind, their imposing strides radiating an aura of dread. Behind them, the main forces were also assembling and preparing with urgency. The mecha units positioned powerful artillery at designated sites, while ammunition was continuously transported to the front lines. The infantry formed neat ranks, wielding an array of weapons, poised for battle. Li Hao monitored every movement on the battlefield from the command center. His focus unwavering as the drones and X-type beast mechas approached the insect nest. Fierce combat erupted instantaneously. The insectoids, sensing their arrival, launched a frenzied assault. Countless insectoids surged forth from the nest, engaging in a desperate struggle against the drones and mechas. The drones weaved skillfully through the air, unleashing missiles and lasers that inflicted substantial casualties upon the insect horde. The X-type beast mechas demonstrated their formidable combat prowess, utilizing their razor-sharp claws and devastating firepower to shred the insectoids into fragments. Indeed, these mechas were impressive, living up to their reputation as the beacon of hope for X-civilization. Before long, the beast mechas, in conjunction with the drones, advanced to the entrance of the nest, beginning their incursion into the tunnels within. Inside the nest, they found themselves in a realm imbued with an eerie atmosphere and intricate structures. The passageways twisted and turned, dimly lit, permeated by a nauseating odor. The beast mechas cautiously forged ahead, their mechanical joints emitting a low grinding sound, each step resolute and deliberate. The drones circled overhead, ever vigilant, providing the mechas with vital visual and intelligence support. Li Hao remained acutely aware of their progress from the command center. His tension palpable as they delved deeper. The insectoid resistance intensified. A multitude of insectoid soldiers suddenly swarmed from the shadows of the passage, shrieking as they lunged toward the beast mechas and drones. Fearless, the beast mechas engaged in close-quarter combat, wielding their tremendous strength and weaponry against the insectoids. Their claws slashed through the ranks of the insectoids, leaving gashes upon their metallic forms from the insectoid onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, several beast mechas sustained severe damage. Yet, they persevered, carving a path for the subsequent forces. The soldiers gradually followed suit, entering the fray and engaging in a desperate struggle against the insectoids. "Caution! Insectoids are gathering in the right passage," shouted the monitoring officer from the command center. "Acknowledged," responded the commander of the beast mechas, swiftly redirecting their course and leading the drones toward the right passage. In the midst of the relentless combat, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each inch gained exacted a tremendous toll, At last, they breached one insectoid defensive line after another, gradually penetrating the core region of the nest. Upon entering the heart of the insect nest, the sight that greeted them left everyone astounded. Enormous, viscous conduits crisscrossed the area, emanating a pungent odor, while deep within the conduits, something appeared to writhe, as if the very heart of the nest itself was pulsating. The beast mechas and drones maintained their vigilance, cautiously advancing forward. Suddenly, a jet of dark green liquid erupted from the viscous conduits, possessing a potent corrosive quality that instantly inflicted damage upon several beast mechas. "Beware those conduits. They may harbor further dangers," Li Hao warned urgently via the communicator. "Relay this data to the military headquarters. We must ascertain its nature," he instructed the data analysts. Swiftly, the analysts cross-referenced the data against the military database, deducing that it was a queen insect, one that the Empire had yet to capture alive. This revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the base. Everyone understood the queen's significance. Not only was she the reproductive nucleus of the insectoids, but she also potentially concealed many secrets and critical intelligence regarding the insectoid race. A gleam of exhilaration flickered in Li Hao's eyes as he promptly commanded, "Determine if there is a means to capture this queen alive." Simultaneously, the military headquarters was informed of this monumental discovery, and senior officials convened an emergency meeting post-haste. "This is an unprecedented opportunity. We must leverage this chance to delve into the Queen's research and extract advantageous intelligence," a general asserted gravely. "Indeed, we must dispatch our most elite research team to the base immediately," another officer concurred. Before long, a contingent composed of the Empire's finest scientists and researchers arrived at the border of Beiming Star aboard a high-speed spacecraft. Just as Li Hao issued the order to capture the Queen alive, the core region of the insect nest began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the ground. An ominous premonition surged within everyone present. Li Hao immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Quickly, bolster defenses, protect the Queen." The soldiers sprang into action, encircling the Queen and forming a formidable defensive line. However, the tremors intensified and the cracks widened, as if the entire nest were on the brink of collapse. "This is bad. The energy emanating from the Queen is escalating rapidly," a monitoring officer exclaimed in terror. Li Hao's brow furrowed deeply as he decisively ordered, "Initiate emergency protocols. Prepare for immediate evacuation." At that moment, the insectoids within the nest seemed to sense the impending danger, growing increasingly frenzied and aggressive as they recklessly charged toward humanity's defenses, in the ensuing chaos. The beast mechas and drones unleashed a barrage of firepower, engaging the insectoids in a desperate struggle to buy time for evacuation. Yet, the sheer volume of insectoids proved overwhelming, surging forth like a relentless tide. Gradually overwhelming the soldiers in this dire moment, Li Hao felt an acute sense of urgency. He directed the battle while contemplating how to facilitate a safe retreat. "Forget about the Queen. All personnel, focus on breaking through," Li Hao bellowed. The soldiers immediately adjusted their course, laboriously advancing toward the passage. Through their indomitable efforts, they gradually approached the exit. Just as they were about to break free from the encirclement, Li Hao observed via a detector left beside the Queen that the energy released by her had reached a critical peak. "Everyone, be cautious. The Queen is about to self-destruct." The faces of all present turned ashen in an instant. They had just endured a grueling battle to escape, only to face an even greater crisis. However, it was too late. The light emanating from the Queen grew increasingly blinding, as a wave of destructive energy began to swell rapidly. At the moment of imminent detonation, a blinding flash erupted, followed by an unparalleled shockwave. The tremendous force of the blast sent numerous soldiers hurtling through the air, their mechas and vessels sustaining severe damage in the process. Li Hao immediately rushed toward the vicinity of the nest with rescue personnel. The sight before them left them utterly astonished. The once robust insect nest had transformed into a desolate wasteland, littered with shattered insectoid limbs and debris. "Quickly, search for survivors." The rescue team sprang into action, laboriously scouring the rubble. Some lightly injured soldiers gritted their teeth against their pain, joining the rescue efforts. They meticulously turned over every fragment of debris, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for signs of life. As time ticked by, they gradually uncovered several buried comrades. Some were gravely injured, hanging by a thread. Others were fortunate to have sustained only superficial wounds. Li Hao gazed at the wounded soldiers, his heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. "Report the casualty figures," he called out. "General, we have sustained numerous injuries, and some have perished." A soldier choked out in response. Li Hao felt a tight knot form in his chest as he surveyed the devastation around him. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must hasten to get everyone back for treatment." On the journey back, Li Hao pondered the reasons behind the Queen's sudden self-detonation. Had she sensed the impending peril, or was there another cause? Moreover, what repercussions would her self-detonation have on the insectoids? These questions swirled in his mind, filling him with profound confusion and concern. Upon their eventual return to the base, the scientists dispatched by the Empire arrived at the forward base, only to find soldiers being carried off the warships. Their expressions shifted to grave concern, an ominous premonition taking root. Li Hao descended from the warship with a somber visage, approaching the scientists. "What transpired?" the lead scientist inquired anxiously. With a heavy sigh, Li Hao replied, "We encountered the Queen's self-detonation and suffered severe losses." The scientists were left astounded, having anticipated the opportunity to capture the Queen alive, only to be met with such catastrophic developments. They hurried forward to assess the condition of the injured, their hearts laden with worry. These soldiers fought valiantly for the safety of the Empire. Now they have endured such grievous setbacks. We must expedite their treatment, one scientist asserted. The base immediately sprang into action, with the medical teams dedicating themselves to the care of the injured. The scientists have begun to conduct a thorough understanding and analysis of the phenomenon of the mother insect's self-detonation. Li Hao sat wearily to the side, his heart laden with guilt and regret. He felt he had not led his team effectively, resulting in numerous warriors being injured or even sacrificed. "General Li Hao, you need not be overly hard on yourself. This is not your fault," a scientist consoled him as he approached. Li Hao shook his head. "Had I been more cautious, perhaps such a tragedy could have been averted. Now is not the time for self-reproach. This is the first time we have encountered a mother insect's self-detonation. Obtaining such a wealth of data on the mother insects is already a significant achievement." The scientist resolutely stated. In the days that followed, the scientists diligently studied the data and samples related to the mother insect's explosion, attempting to uncover the key to countering the threat posed by the insect race. As time progressed, the condition of some of the injured gradually stabilized, yet several critically wounded individuals remained in dire straits. Once he had recovered, Li Hao once again led the engineering robots and mech soldiers to the entrance of the nest. Observing the ravaged sight before him, a tumult of complex emotions surged within his heart. He directed the engineering robots to dig downwards according to the previously detected location of the mother insect. Eager to understand the source of its formidable energy, the engineering robots swiftly sprang into action, their mechanical arms working tirelessly to excavate. The mech soldiers stood vigilant around them, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As the digging progressed, an unusual aura began to permeate the AI. Li Hao furrowed his brow, feeling an internal alertness. Time ticked away as the excavation continued. At last, the engineering robots reached the original location of the mother insect. However, nothing remained. Undeterred, Li Hao instructed the robots to continue digging along the pipes that the mother insect had once connected to. The robots delved deeper along the conduit, unearthing soil and rock. Li Hao observed everything with a serious demeanor. Contemplating the potential outcomes, as the digging advanced, strange lights began to flicker ahead, their intermittent glow seemingly guiding them forward. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Li Hao, and he gestured for the robots to hasten their efforts. Upon finally reaching the source of the light, they discovered a cave radiating a mysterious luminescence. "What is this place?" a soldier whispered. Li Hao remained silent, cautiously stepping into the cave. The soldiers followed suit, and deep within the cavern, they uncovered numerous crystalline formations resembling energy stones. Li Hao's gaze fixated on these crystals. He finally grasped the secret behind the rapid enhancement of the insect race in this star system. "Everyone, exit the cave and allow the guards of the Imperial Guard to take over," Li Hao commanded. The soldiers promptly and orderly retreated from the cave, and soon, the soldiers of the 13th Legion's Imperial Guard arrived on the scene. Upon learning that Li Hao had summoned the Imperial Guard personnel, Zhang Yu understood that it was a matter of utmost confidentiality. "Commander, what is it?" Zhang Yu inquired with curiosity. Chapter 145. The Insect Race's Resurgence. Li Hao said gravely, lowering his voice, It is a super energy mineral. Zhang Yue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately straightened his posture, nodding solemnly. Understood, Commander. My brothers in the Imperial Guard and I will certainly secure this area. Zhang Yu, establish a base here as before. Have the Imperial Guard soldiers maintain their watch, and arrange for trustworthy brothers to expedite the extraction of these super energy stones, Li Hao instructed. Zhang Yu promptly saluted in response. Yes, Commander, I will make arrangements immediately. In no time, Zhang Yu began directing the Imperial Guard soldiers into action. Some soldiers commenced constructing the base, with various building materials being rapidly delivered, the sounds of construction echoing all around. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers, selected by Zhang Yu, formed an excavation team and began to cautiously extract the super energy stones. Throughout the excavation process, they remained vigilant, wary of potential insect attacks. The construction of the base proceeded in an orderly manner. With defensive fortifications gradually taking shape, watchtowers and bunkers rose one after another. Li Hao, alongside the other personnel of the 13th Legion, undertook a sweep against the insect race on the forward star. They successively discovered other foundational insect nests on this planet, yet no mother insect was found. Commander, this is the 10th nest we have discovered, and still, there is no sign of the mother insect. An officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, continue to widen the search area. We must not overlook any possible corner. The soldiers of the 13th Legion continued to traverse the desolate planet, leaving no suspicious area unchecked. Each time they arrived at a new location, they meticulously conducted inspections, fearful of missing the hiding place of the mother insect. While the 13th Legion searched for traces of the mother insect on this forward star, significant changes were occurring within the insect race of this star system. Initially, the insect race had been reinforcing its forces at the front lines, occasionally attacking the Imperial defenses. However, since the mother insect's self-detonation, the insects seemed to have lost their spirit, failing to breach the defense even a step. This anomalous situation aroused the attention and vigilance of the Imperial High Command, in the military command center of the Empire. The generals debated the sudden change. What on earth are these insects up to? Do they have some new scheme? One general remarked with a furrowed brow. It's hard to say. We must not let our guard down. Another general replied. Simultaneously, Li Hao on the forward star also sensed the insect race's abnormality. Commander, the insects are so quiet that it makes me uneasy, an officer expressed with concern. Li Hao nodded, gazing deeply into the distance. Indeed, this tranquility is exceedingly unusual. However, this calm did not persist for long. One day, as Li Hao led his soldiers into a valley, he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of energy. Not good. Something's amiss, Li Hao shouted. The soldiers immediately became alert, and Li Hao felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition washing over him. He led the soldiers cautiously deeper into the valley. When they finally reached the depths of the valley, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. Countless insects swarmed around the nest, rushing from all directions. Could this be? Li Hao's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. At that moment, the insects within the nest began to stir, emitting a series of roars as if welcoming something imminent. Could a new mother insect be about to be born? A soldier whispered in astonishment. Get out of here immediately. Retreat to the base. The soldiers of the 13th Legion sprang into action, swiftly making their way back towards the base. However, large numbers of insects poured out from the nest, closely pursuing them. Li Hao directed the soldiers to retreat in an orderly fashion while occasionally glancing back to gauge the insects' movements. Everyone, speed up. Do not let the insects catch up. The soldiers gritted their teeth and sprinted with all their might. Finally, they spotted the outline of the base. Hope was within reach. Yet, the insects also quickened their pace, surging forth like a tide. Just then, the support troops from the base arrived. Their formidable firepower instantly suppressed the insects, allowing Li Hao to lead the remaining soldiers back to safety. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao promptly reported the situation to the military command and alerted the various legions stationed along the defense lines. Generally, what is the current situation? The commander of the 1st Legion inquired. We have detected abnormal movements of the insect race on the forward star. It is highly likely that a new mother insect is about to emerge, Li Hao responded gravely. Understood. We will enhance the defense preparedness along the lines. The 1st Legion commander replied. Meanwhile, other legions received Li Hao's report and began to bolster their defensive capabilities, enveloping the entire defense line in a tense atmosphere, constantly contemplating countermeasures within the base. Li Hao recognized that the emergence of a new mother insect heralded a more arduous battle ahead. Immediately strengthen reconnaissance of the surrounding planets. We still do not know which planet the new mother insect hails from. Li Hao commanded his subordinates. During this period, Li Hao's forward base began to face insect attacks, though the intensity was relatively low. Standing in the command center of the base, Li Hao's expression was grave as he observed the repeated harassment actions of the insect race on the surveillance screens. "General, these insects seem to be merely probing our defenses," an aide remarked. "Indeed, they are likely waiting for the opportune moment or preparing for a larger-scale offensive," Li Hao replied. To address this situation, he fortified the base's defensive structures, increasing the number and frequency of patrols. In truth, Li Hao was not overly concerned about the defensive situation of the forward base. This newly constructed base was far more robust than the previous one. A solid war fortress. What truly occupied his mind was the safety of Zhang Yu stationed at the super energy mine. Li Hao stood atop the base's watchtower, gazing in the direction of the super energy mine. His thoughts swirling. "General, should we dispatch additional troops and resources to Zhang Yu's location?" Bai Feng asked quietly from the side. Li Hao shook his head. "Currently, our forces are also quite stretched. We cannot afford to mobilize easily. Moreover, Zhang Yu has his own defense system. We must trust in his capabilities." Despite his words, Li Hao's heart remained uneasy. He maintained constant communication with Zhang Yu, seeking updates on the situation there. Zhang Yu at the super energy mine was also on high alert, fully aware of the gravity of his responsibilities and unwilling to let down his guard in the slightest. "Commander, rest assured, everything is well on my end. Even if the Zerg arrive, I shall fight valiantly to defend this place," Zhang Yu resolutely declared over the communication line. "Zhang Yu, you must exercise utmost caution. Report any developments immediately. If defense becomes untenable, detonate the super energy mine," the voice responded. Chapter 146. The fall of Beiming Star. Days passed, and the Zerg did not launch a large-scale assault on the super energy mine, yet a palpable tension enveloped the mining area. Zhang Yu and his soldiers remained perpetually vigilant, refusing to let their guard down. Meanwhile, Li Hao incessantly contemplated strategies to counter any potential Zerg offensive. At last, on a seemingly tranquil day, the Zerg initiated a sudden attack. A vast horde surged towards the super energy mine, their numbers exceeding all conceivable estimates. Zhang Yu's expression turned grave as he promptly directed his soldiers to mount a fierce resistance. With an array of weapons unleashed, they engaged in a desperate struggle against the Zerg. "Hold the line. We cannot allow the Zerg to breach our defenses," Zhang Yu bellowed. However, the ferocity of the Zerg onslaught was overwhelming. Despite Zhang Yu and his soldiers' utmost efforts, the defenses were gradually torn apart. The news quickly reached Li Hao, who immediately assembled the undaunted fleet for rapid support to the mine. Li Hao personally led the fleet towards the super energy mine. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of devastation. The mining area's fortifications lay in ruins, and casualties among the soldiers had already begun to mount. "All vessels, engage in battle at once," Li Hao commanded, and the undaunted fleet surged forth like a razor-sharp blade against the Zerg. Intense gunfire erupted, with laser beams and energy cannons weaving a tapestry of vivid yet brutal light in the cosmos. The Zerg advanced in relentless waves, seemingly endless. The warriors of the undaunted fleet, undeterred, fought valiantly, employing their exceptional combat skills and indomitable spirit against the Zerg. "We cannot leave the energy mine to the Zerg," Li Hao thought resolutely. In the heat of battle, the undaunted fleet began to make headway, and the Zerg formations started to falter. Yet the Zerg, refusing to yield, launched even more frenzied counterattacks to thwart Li Hao's advance. After hours of fierce combat, the Zerg finally began to retreat. Observing the ravaged mining area, Li Hao understood that this was not the Zerg's final assault. "Zhang Yu, how many energy stones remain in the mine?" Zhang Yu quickly checked the data and replied, "General, the current reserves are still considerable. Based on our excavation, we have only mined about half of this deposit." Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the next course of action. "We must promptly reinforce the mine's defenses and find ways to enhance the efficiency of energy stone extraction." "Should we send others to assist with the mining?" Zhang Yu inquired. "Consider arranging for personnel from other fleets to come here. I will redirect Lin Zhao's fleet to assist you in defense," Li Hao instructed. Zhang Yu nodded and began coordinating with other fleets for reinforcements. Soon, Personnel from other fleets arrived at the mining area, swiftly engaging in the energy stone extraction efforts. Lin Xiao's fleet also hastened to the super energy mine upon receiving their orders. While awaiting Lin Xiao's fleet, Li Hao and Zhang Yu remained tireless, continuously refining the mine's defensive layout and setting up additional turrets and traps. As time passed, the fortifications grew increasingly robust, and the efficiency of energy stone collection improved. Yet, the Zerg did not relinquish their covetous gaze upon the mine point one day. The Zerg launched another large-scale assault. This time, they appeared to employ new tactics, their attacks more ferocious and cunning. Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and Lin Xiao swiftly directed their fleets and defenses to resist. Laser beams and energy cannons illuminated the cosmos, and an intense melee ensued. The Zerg persistently attempted to breach the mine's defenses. But under the staunch resistance of the defenders, their efforts were thwarted. After several hours of combat, seeing their prolonged siege yield no success, the Zerg altered their strategy, engaging Li Hao and his forces in a war of attrition. Initiating small-scale continuous assaults, those within the mine continued their labor, defending while striving to extract energy stones. What is the Zerg's objective? Such attrition serves no purpose for us. We are standing atop an energy mine. How many Zerg must perish before they can exhaust us? Zhang Yu pondered aloud. Li Hao reflected briefly before responding. Perhaps there exists a more powerful entity compelling them to act this way. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, could it be that a new Zerg king has emerged? The mere mention of a new Zerg king sent a shiver of concern through the group. If a new Zerg king had indeed appeared, it would signify an elevation in the Zerg's strength, presenting an even more formidable challenge ahead. Regardless of the presence of a new Zerg king, we must remain vigilant, Li Hao asserted gravely. From this moment forward, we must enhance intelligence gathering, closely monitoring every movement of the Zerg, and expedite the extraction of this energy mine. We cannot afford to leave it to them. In the ensuing days, the mining area's defenses were further fortified, and the extraction of energy stones progressed in a tense yet orderly manner. Simultaneously, intelligence personnel monitored the Zerg's movements day and night, seeking any clues that might connect to the new Zerg king. However, the Zerg seemed to sense their intentions, becoming increasingly enigmatic in their maneuvers, and no longer did they launch grand assaults. Instead, they resorted to sporadic harassment and probing attacks, keeping the miners perpetually on edge. As Li Hao anxiously mined at the outpost star, the defenses of Beiming Star suffered a catastrophic blow, with the Zerg deploying 4 Zerg kings simultaneously. When the news reached the outpost star, shock rippled through the ranks. Li Hao's expression darkened as he scrutinized the report, worry gnawing at him. The simultaneous emergence of 4 Zerg kings was unprecedented. Beiming Star had likely succumbed. This is dire news. Zhang Yu remarked gravely. What shall we do now? Could the Zerg's next target be us? Li Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure. We must immediately reinforce the defenses of the outpost base. We must prepare for the worst. The personnel at the outpost star sprang into action, swiftly mobilizing various weapons and defensive measures. Meanwhile, after dismantling Beiming Star's defenses, the Zerg refrained from immediate advance, instead opting to regroup, seemingly plotting a more extensive operation. What exactly are they scheming? Li Hao pondered, brow furrowed in concentration. Zhang Yu produced a report, stating, "We just received communication from the 4th Corps, Huangpu Tianming, indicating that several other major corps of the Empire have established new defensive lines near the Stargate close to Beiming Star." Chapter 147. The undaunted fleet's first battle loss and the tense wait that followed. Days turned into weeks. The atmosphere on the outpost star grew increasingly oppressive, with all personnel remaining on high alert. At last, the Zerg made their move, slowly advancing towards the outpost star, a massive swarm blotting out the sky. Prepare for battle. The warriors on the outpost star gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the impending clash. As the Zerg entered attack range, fierce combat erupted instantaneously. The brilliance of energy cannons illuminated the sky, mingling with the roars of the Zerg and the battle cries of the defenders. Li Hao led the charge, courageously resisting, but the sheer number of Zerg, along with the presence of 4 formidable Zerg kings, proved overwhelming. Have all the energy resources been allocated to the undaunted fleet? Yes, everything has been dispatched. Zhang Yu responded loudly. You must hold the base. If it becomes untenable, evacuate immediately and initiate the self-destruct sequence. Once Li Hao had given his directives, he boarded the Undaunted and surged towards the Zerg kings. Zhang Yu, Lin Xiao, and the remaining warriors fought fiercely to defend the base. The Zerg crashed against the defenses like a relentless tide, and the defenders gritted their teeth, resisting tenaciously. Meanwhile, Li Hao commanded the fleet in thrilling confrontations with the Zerg kings. The brilliance of energy cannons flickered in the dark universe, each clash generating tremendous shockwaves. Faced with 4 Zerg kings, Li Hao found himself at a disadvantage. His sole objective was to prevent these 4 Zerg kings from reaching the outpost star. As the current defenses could not withstand their assault, Li Hao gripped the command console tightly, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He continually adjusted tactics, maneuvering the undaunted fleet to engage the Zerg kings from various angles. Concentrate fire on the leftmost Zerg king. The ships of the undaunted fleet swiftly complied, unleashing a barrage of energy beams upon the targeted Zerg king. It emitted a furious roar, its exoskeleton sparking under the onslaught. Yet it persisted in its relentless charge towards the fleet. The other 3 Zerg kings were equally unyielding, charging headlong towards the fleet. Li Hao's expression darkened further as he swiftly commanded the fleet to shift formation. Attempting to defuse the Zerg king's assault, the Undaunted was at the forefront, continuously deploying powerful energy shields to withstand wave after wave of the Zerg's onslaught. Charge the Annihilation Cannon. Prioritize the Zerg king at the forefront. The weapon operators sprang into action, the Annihilation Cannon beginning to accumulate energy, its muzzle glowing with a blinding radiance. The Insect King, charging at the forefront, seemed to sense impending danger. It emitted a shrill, piercing scream and hastened its assault. Hurry, we cannot allow it to breach our defenses. The crew aboard the Invincible was tense, diligently operating various devices to maintain the strength of the energy shield. Just as the Insect King was about to collide with the energy barrier, the Annihilation Cannon finally completed its charging sequence. Fire! A robust beam of energy erupted from the Annihilation Cannon, hurtling directly towards the Insect King. Struck by this formidable force, the Insect King's carapace shattered instantly, its colossal form tumbling through the cosmos. Yet, the Insect King did not succumb. It struggled to rise once more, green liquid oozing from its wounds. Infuriatingly, the resilience of this creature was astonishing. Observing this, the other 3 Insect Kings lunged even more frantically towards the fleet. Under Li Hao's command, the Invincible fleet mounted a staunch defense, relentlessly firing various weapons as they engaged in fierce combat with the Insect Kings. Li Hao noted that the Insect King's defenses were remarkably strong, with only the Annihilation Cannon capable of penetrating them. Thus, he instructed the cannon operators to prioritize targeting the other 3 unscathed Insect Kings when the opportunity arose. The cannon operators remained focused on the battlefield, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, the other vessels of the Invincible fleet continued to maneuver with the Insect Kings, striving to divert their attention and create optimal conditions for the cannon's assault. Amidst the intense battle, several ships sustained damage, yet the soldiers exhibited no signs of retreat, resolutely following Li Hao's orders. At last, the cannon operator identified an opportunity and decisively pressed the launch button for the Annihilation Cannon. A blinding beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at one of the uninjured Insect Kings. The creature sensed the peril and attempted to evade, but the Annihilation Cannon's velocity was too swift. Leaving it no time to completely escape, the beam struck the Insect King, and the overwhelming energy impact elicited a pained roar from it. Excellent. Continue the assault. The other ships, concentrate fire on the 2 injured Insect Kings. Li Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. The vessels of the Invincible fleet swiftly sprang into action, focusing their firepower on the 2 wounded Insect Kings. A torrent of energy beams and projectiles rained down, weaving a dazzling and deadly net of light across the starry expanse. The injured Insect Kings roared in fury, wildly thrashing their massive limbs in an attempt to fend off the relentless onslaught. However, their injuries rendered their movement sluggish, their defenses no longer as impervious as before. Li Hao maintained a vigilant watch over the battlefield, continually adjusting the fleet's tactical arrangements. He directed several ships to maneuver to the flanks of the Insect Kings, encircling them and leaving the wounded creatures with no avenue of escape. Under the ferocious onslaught of the Invincible fleet, one of the Insect Kings suddenly emitted a powerful wave of energy, triggering alarms across the fleet. Recognizing this familiar scene, Li Hao's alertness heightened. As the Insect King unleashed its energy wave, the other 3 Insect Kings swiftly retreated from the central battlefield. This is bad. The Insect King is self-destructing. All personnel, enhance the shields and accelerate the retreat, Li Hao shouted. The soldiers of the invincible fleet responded immediately, rapidly amplifying the shield's strength while maximizing engine power to hasten their withdrawal from the perilous zone. Yet, the energy wave from the Insect King's self-detonation spread with astonishing speed, nearly catching up to the fleet in an instant. The immense force of the impact collided violently with the shield, causing the entire fleet to shudder violently. Report to the commander, shield energy is plummeting rapidly. A crew member reported anxiously. Li Hao's expression darkened as he gripped the control panel tightly, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. All ships, concentrate energy to replenish the shields, Li Hao commanded resolutely. The vessels within the fleet diverted all remaining energy to the shields, striving to maintain their integrity against the impending onslaught. However, the power of the Insect King's self-detonation was overwhelming. The shields continued to weaken at this critical juncture. Some of the ships that had sustained damage in the previous skirmish began to malfunction, sparks and warning lights flickering across their hulls. Cursed be it. Li Hao gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. Just then, a blinding explosion erupted from the rear of the fleet. It was the shield of Ship 05 that had finally succumbed to the strain, leading to its instantaneous disintegration under the energy wave's impact. No! Li Hao cried out in anguish. Chapter 148. The Energy Mine's Self-Detonation. Accelerate, do not halt. Under his command, the invincible fleet advanced like a ship navigating treacherous waters, inching closer to safety. After a harrowing struggle, the fleet gradually extricated itself from the epicenter of the Insect King's self-destructive energy wave, the pressure on their shields beginning to ease. We have made it. A crew member exclaimed with excitement. Immediately assess the damage and organize repairs, Li Hao commanded. The three fleeing Insect Kings remained a colossal threat, and the recent self-detonation had made him acutely aware of the formidable and cunning nature of their adversaries. We must return swiftly. Those three Insect Kings are likely en route to attack the mine. The fleet swiftly altered its course, racing towards the mine. Upon nearing the mine, they beheld chaotic energy fluctuations swirling above it. Indeed, they had come. Just as Li Hao prepared to render assistance, a colossal explosion erupted at the mine. He recognized that this must have been Zhang Yu activating the self-destruction protocol, gazing at the inferno and smoke engulfing the mine. Li Hao's heart sank. Zhang Yu, he murmured, his eyes reddening, as the remnants of the explosion gradually dissipated. The invincible fleet approached the desolate ruins. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, his expression grave, lost in a torrent of thoughts. Commander, what are our next steps? A crew member inquired softly. Li Hao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. First, let us ascertain the status of the three Insect Kings and search for any survivors. The fleet's scanning instruments swiftly activated, conducting a thorough sweep of the areas surrounding the mine. The crew members anxiously monitored the screens, hoping to uncover clues regarding the Insect Kings and any potential survivors. After a meticulous search, they discovered that the three Insect Kings had indeed sustained severe injuries in the explosion but had not perished entirely. Their life signs were merely faint, as for survivors. No further signs of life were detected. Thus Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the next course of action. These three injured Insect Kings remained a significant threat. Complacency was not an option. Deploy search teams to continue scouring the surrounding areas for possible survivors while closely monitoring the movements of the three Insect Kings, Li Hao ordered. The soldiers within the fleet sprang into action. Groups of search teams boarding small craft to scour every corner. Time ticked away, and despite the search team's continuous reports, no additional survivors were found, deepening Li Hao's sense of foreboding. Yet, the three Insect Kings, though their life signs were faint, persisted in their tenacity. Li Hao addressed the officers beside him. Prepare to launch a new round of attacks. We must eliminate these three Insect Kings once and for all. The invincible fleet began to adjust its tactics, gearing up for a final offensive against the Insect Kings. Various weapon systems were activated, targeting the positions of the Insect Kings. Fire! Upon Li Hao's command, countless energy beams surged towards the Insect Kings. Under the relentless barrage, the Insect Kings emitted anguished cries, yet they continued to resist valiantly. Gritting his teeth, Li Hao urged the fleet to intensify their assault. After an intense barrage, finally, the three Insect Kings could bear no more and were reduced to ashes. Watching the Insect King's demise, Li Hao felt a slight release of tension in his heart. Immediately relay the report to the military command and the defense corps. For insect kings have been eliminated, instructing them to hasten their counteroffensive. The communications officer promptly executed the order, swiftly transmitting the message. Standing within the command cabin, Li Hao was engulfed by profound sorrow. Soon, the military command and defense corps received the news and sprang into action. The forces, previously in a defensive posture, began to assemble, preparing to launch a counteroffensive against the insect horde. Within the distant military command center, the generals observed the incoming intelligence with expressions of exhilaration. At long last, the opportunity had arrived. Initiate a comprehensive counterattack and drive the insect horde back to their lair, a senior general commanded. Troops across various fronts began mobilizing, their morale high as they readied for battle. Meanwhile, Li Hao led the invincible fleet personnel back to the forward base. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Lin Xiao and Zhang Yu, instantly lifting him from his sorrow. "Zhang Yu, you're alive. What on earth happened?" Li Hao exclaimed excitedly, grasping Zhang Yu's hand tightly. With a smile, Zhang Yu explained, "The situation was dire. I saw the 3 insect kings charging towards the mine. So I activated the self-destruct sequence and led everyone, along with Lin Xiao, back to the forward base." Li Hao's eyes glistened with tears of relief. "Thank goodness. I truly thought you had," Lin Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Li Hao, don't be so emotional. Zhang Yu is quite lucky to be alive." After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 entered the base. The atmosphere within the forward base was imbued with a sense of survival against the odds. This was indeed a harrowing experience. "We are fortunate to be alive," Lin Xiao reflected. "I have already informed the front lines. Let us hope they seize this opportunity to counterattack the insect horde." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "Indeed, if this counteroffensive proceeds smoothly, it may well alter the course of the entire conflict." Zhang Yu, furrowing his brow, added, "This counterattack against the Zerg presents an opportunity. They could never have anticipated that we would dispatch 4 bug kings so swiftly." Li Hao, with unwavering determination in his eyes, affirmed, "Absolutely. Let us hope the high-ranking officials in the military can make the most of this chance." At that moment, the forward base was permeated with an atmosphere of tension interlaced with hope. Everyone anxiously awaited news from the front lines, acutely aware of the significance of this counteroffensive. As seconds turned into minutes, the communication device finally emitted an urgent tone. "Report. The frontline forces have commenced their actions. The Zerg were caught off guard. The counteroffensive is proceeding successfully, and Beiming Star has been reclaimed." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of Li Hao and his companions. "Wonderful. It seems that the fall of Beiming Star has invigorated the military officials," Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, hoping this would lead to a decisive defeat of the Zerg. However, the Zerg were not so easily vanquished as the battle raged on. They gradually regained their composure from an initial state of chaos and began to mount a fierce resistance. The situation on the front lines grew increasingly intense and stalemated, with both sides suffering tremendous losses. Li Hao frowned, stating, "We cannot allow our troops on the front lines to bear such immense pressure alone. We must take action as well." Lin Xiao immediately responded, "Right? Shall we provide support to the front lines?" "No, we must locate the Queen Bug. She is not at the outpost star, but should be on a nearby planet." Zhang Yu expressed his concerns, however. "Searching for the Queen Bug is no simple task and is fraught with peril. We have no other choice. If we do not eliminate the Queen Bug, the Zerg will continue to multiply, and we shall never be able to eradicate them completely," Lin Xiao replied. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Li Hao is correct. We must take this risk." Thus, Li Hao, Lin Xiao, and Zhang Yu led a fleet, preparing to embark on their quest to find the Queen Bug. Just as Li Hao was ready to depart, they received a briefing from the military. The 4th Prince and the King of Jinshi had led a portion of the 11th Legion's fleet to breach the border checkpoints. Entering the endless sea. Li Hao frowned, questioning, what could they possibly want in the endless sea at this time? The Dawn Fleet had just sent a report that 2 fleets from the 11th Legion were heading towards the base star, and they were already preparing for defense. Lin Xiao gasped in shock. "What? They are going to the base star? It seems they have caught wind of the super energy mine there." A sharp glint flickered in Li Hao's eyes as he promptly contacted the base star to ascertain the specifics. The communication was quickly established, and Wang Lei's anxious voice came through. "Commander, we have detected the proximity of the 11th Legion's fleet and are on high alert." Li Hao clenched his fists, declaring, no matter what? We must defend the base star. What is the Imperial stance? Wang Lei's tone grew heavy. The Crown Prince has not issued a clear directive. The military has merely instructed us to manage the situation ourselves. What do they mean by that? Li Hao pondered for a moment before deciding. Let us not concern ourselves with their intentions. We shall intercept the 11th Legion outside the base star. If they exhibit any treachery, we will eliminate them without hesitation. Consequently, Wang Lei led the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet swiftly towards the base star, positioning themselves defensively on the outskirts, ready to confront the 11th Legion's arrival. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tensed. At last, the 11th Legion's fleet appeared on the horizon, a formidable sight, brimming with menace. This time, the 11th Legion had dispatched 2 fleets, with the 4th Prince and the King of Jinshi conferring aboard the flagship. Uncle Wang, how many troops do you think Li Hao has stationed at such a crucial location as the base star? The King of Jinshi stroked his beard, contemplating. Given Li Hao's cautious nature, he should not have left it lightly defended. However, he has taken the main force of the 13th Legion with him, leaving only ground troops with minimal defensive capabilities. A glint of malice flickered in the 4th Prince's eyes as he sneered. Regardless of how many troops he has, we must seize the base star this time. The super energy mine will soon belong to us. Meanwhile, outside the base star, Wang Lei was commanding his fleet to remain vigilant. Commander Wang, the 11th Legion's fleet is closing in, an officer reported. Send them a communication, Wang Lei replied sternly. The communication was quickly established, revealing the 4th Prince's arrogant visage on the screen. 4th Prince, this is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion. I am Wang Lei. Your fleet is in violation of the Empire's wartime regulations. Please withdraw from the Endless Sea Star domain, Wang Lei announced over the communicator. The 4th Prince smirked disdainfully. Humph, Wang Lei. If you know what is good for you, step aside quickly, or I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Wang Lei's expression remained stern. 4th Prince, as a soldier of the Empire, I must uphold my duty. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Do you truly believe you can impede my fleet? The 4th Prince laughed boisterously. Wang Lei's gaze was resolute. 4th Prince, do not act recklessly. Your actions will bring disaster to the Empire. Enough of your prattling. My decision is beyond your questioning, the 4th Prince bellowed. Attack! The 11th Legion's fleet immediately launched a fierce assault, and the cannon fire rained upon Wang Lei's warships. Wang Lei calmly directed his fleet to defend and retaliate. Commanding, all units, maintain formation. All warships, advance. Just as the entire fleet of the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet surged forward, the 4th Prince noticed the scale of the defensive fleet of the 13th Legion through his scanner. Uncle Wang, something is amiss. The number of warships in the 13th Legion's defense is inconsistent, the 4th Prince exclaimed in astonishment. The King of Jinshi furrowed his brow. How can this be? Their garrison fleet should not comprise the Dawn Fleet. And the number exceeds 100 warships. Could it be that Li Hao has returned from the front lines? The 4th Prince's expression darkened. Impossible. Li Hao's invincible ship is not among them. He certainly has not returned. As long as Li Hao has not returned, we still have an opportunity, the King of Jinshi calmly stated. Wang Lei stood in the command cabin, his gaze fixed intently ahead. All hands, prepare to meet the enemy's assault. Before long, both fleets exchanged fire, activating their star shields as defensive barriers. The initial barrage inflicted no casualties on either side. Wang Lei's expression was grave. All units, maintain the rhythm of attack. Do not give the enemy a moment's respite. Under his command, the warships of the Dawn Fleet continuously adjusted their angles of attack and firepower output. The 4th Prince, aboard his flagship, roared in fury, damn it. Over 100 warships are all mainstay cruisers. Increase firepower. The 11th Legion's fleet also began to unleash a relentless barrage, enveloping the star domain in a dazzling display of light. The star shields of both sides flickered under the sustained assault, showing signs of instability. Your Highness, our star shields cannot hold much longer. Their mainstay ships outnumber us. The King of Jinshi expressed with concern. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the 4th Prince's eyes. No matter. Continue the assault. Amidst the fierce exchange of cannon fire, the 11th Legion suffered damage and even explosions among their warships. Order all ships of the Hero Fleet to concentrate fire on the enemy's left flank. Wang Lei commanded loudly. The Hero Fleet immediately adjusted their attack direction, channeling formidable firepower towards the 11th Legion's left side. The 4th Prince was caught off guard, shouting, Quick, stop their attack, but it was too late. The 11th Legion's left flank quickly revealed vulnerabilities under the hero fleet's onslaught. Wang Lei seized the opportunity, leading the hero fleet forward to breach the enemy's defenses, effectively separating their two fleets. The hero fleet surged forward like a sharp dagger, swiftly penetrating the 11th Legion's lines. The 11th Legion's warships faltered under this sudden onslaught. "Bastards, stop them!" the 4th Prince bellowed in rage. However, his command seemed powerless amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The hero fleet advanced with unstoppable momentum, successfully isolating the 11th Legion from the Dawn fleet. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Wang Lei's face as he observed the crumbling fleet of the 4th Prince, who was filled with despair and frustration. "Are we truly to be defeated here?" he murmured. The king of Zhenxi, equally anxious and helpless, urged, "Your Highness, we must retreat at once. It is clear they are well prepared." The 4th Prince gritted his teeth, conceding, "Very well, order the fleet to withdraw," and he swiftly issued a series of commands. "But we still have a backup plan. This place will eventually belong to us. P.S. Dear readers, I have been hospitalized today and can only provide one chapter as a gesture. After I am discharged, I will make up for it. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 150. Attitudes of all parties after the 11th Legion retreated. Wang Lei did not pursue them. He immediately reported the battle data to the military. As per Li Hao's orders, in the command cabin of the Dawn Fleet. Wang Lei wore a serious expression as he observed the busy personnel. "Everyone, please expedite the organization and analysis of the battle data, ensuring the accuracy of our reports," he instructed solemnly. Shortly thereafter, a detailed battle report was swiftly transmitted to the military. Meanwhile, the 11th Legion had retreated to a relatively safe area. The 4th Prince sat in his flagship with a sullen expression, while the king of Zhenxi looked equally grave. This was truly a miscalculation. I never anticipated that Li Hao had concealed so many warships. The king of Zhenxi lamented. The 4th Prince clenched his fist and addressed his uncle. "What shall we do now? We have failed to obtain the super energy mine and have still been exposed." Within the military, the higher-ups had received the battle reports submitted by Wang Lei. A general reported, "Marshal, the Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion has just informed us that they have come under attack from the 11th Legion." The marshal furrowed his brow slightly. "The 11th Legion? They have indeed taken this step. I shall first confer with the Crown Prince and His Majesty to see how they choose to adjudicate this matter." The marshal turned and entered the communications room, swiftly establishing contact with the Emperor and the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the 11th Legion has attacked the 13th Legion's Dawn fleet," the marshal stated with gravity. The Emperor pondered for a moment, realizing that the internal strife within the Empire was about to commence. The Crown Prince then inquired, "What is the response from the 13th Legion?" The situation was relayed by Colonel Wang Lei from the Dawn fleet. "And it appears they have successfully repelled the 11th Legion's forces," the marshal replied. The Emperor nodded slightly. It seems Li Hao is waiting for the Empire to express its stance. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. "Father, are you suggesting that Li Hao anticipated this day? Do you think he was unable to intercept them when they fled the Imperial Capital Star?" The Crown Prince fell into contemplation, realizing that Li Hao had indeed acted with ulterior motives. "He is testing the limits and attitudes of our empire," the Emperor observed, his gaze profound. "So how should we respond now?" the Crown Prince asked eagerly. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. "We shall remain still for the time being and observe his subsequent actions." Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the galaxy, Li Hao stood in the command room of his flagship, his expression steely as he gazed into the endless expanse of stars. "General, it seems there has been no movement from the Empire." Zhang Yu reported, anxiety etched upon his face. Li Hao scoffed. "They will react. It is merely a matter of time." A sense of certainty glimmered in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao decisively issued an order. "Relay my command. We will transfer the forward base to Huangpu Tianming and have all fleets of the 13th Legion return to the Endless Sea." Zhang Yu, puzzled, asked, "General, why hand the forward base to Huangpu Tianming?" Li Hao raised a hand to interrupt him. "It is preferable to entrust the base to him rather than to personnel from other legions. Moreover, we must concentrate our forces on the defense of the Endless Sea. That is our foundation." Soon, the fleets of the 13th Legion began to methodically execute the transfer and redeployment. Huangpu Tianming led his troops in taking over the forward base, while Li Hao directed the main fleet of the 13th Legion toward the Endless Sea. In the Imperial Capital Star, The Emperor and Crown Prince convene the ministers to discuss countermeasures. Esteemed ministers, I have just received a report from the 4th Legion's Huangpu Tianming that the 13th Legion has transferred the forward star and is returning to the Endless Sea. What are your thoughts? The Emperor inquired. The ministers exchanged glances, momentarily falling into silence. After a while, an elder minister stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, the 11th Legion has just attacked the 13th Legion. Their return to the Endless Sea should pose no issues. Another minister concurred. Indeed, Your Majesty. The pressing concern now lies with the 11th and 12th Legions, who have withdrawn from the Zerg defense line and are now assaulting the 13th Legion. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and then remarked, Father, I fear this matter may not be as simple as it appears. The 11th Legion's unprovoked attack on the 13th Legion may conceal a deeper conspiracy. The Emperor nodded. I share this concern and will dispatch someone to ascertain the truth. Your Majesty, the Stargate has just reported that the 13th Legion has entered the hyperspace corridor, one minister reported anxiously. The Emperor rubbed his temples. I understand. Now it depends on how Li Hao chooses to proceed. The Crown Prince frowned. Father, if we take no action, will we not risk alienating the 13th Legion? After a moment of reflection, the Emperor replied, It is best that we do not intervene. This is merely a conflict between the 11th and 13th Legions. If we were to join the fray, the situation would become markedly different. As time passed, the fleets of the 13th Legion gradually approached the Endless Sea Star region. Upon emerging from the hyperspace corridor, they immediately sensed a tense atmosphere. Li Hao led the 13th Legion's fleet back to the base star to reunite with Wang Lei. General, you have finally returned. Wang Lei greeted, his face alight with joy. Li Hao nodded slightly. What is the situation? Wang Lei's expression turned grave. There has been no movement from the Empire. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Has the 11th Legion taken any action? Wang Lei shook his head. After we repelled them, the 11th Legion retreated to the western region. But there have been secret war mobilizations occurring recently. It seems my suspicions were correct. They will soon make a move, Li Hao noted. Wang Lei frowned. What should we do, General? Li Hao pondered for a moment. We shall first take some time to rest. You contact the military. The 11th Legion's unwarranted attack on the 13th Legion requires an explanation. The adjutant immediately acknowledged the command and turned to execute the task of contacting the military. In this vast universe, the various legions should have united to uphold interstellar peace and stability. However, the 11th Legion's unprovoked assault disrupted this balance and plunged the 13th Legion into the political strife among the princes. Soon, the adjutant returned with a report. General, we have established contact with the military, and they have assured us they will investigate the matter promptly. Li Hao nodded slightly. Good. Let the soldiers use this time to rest, for we are likely to face a great battle ahead. As the 13th Legion recuperated, the 11th Legion returned to the fief of the Western King. Uncle, in light of this defeat, what do you propose we do next? The 4th Prince gazed anxiously at the Western King. The Western King paced the hall, deep in thought, before pausing to say, Indeed, we may have acted a tad precipitously. I did not anticipate the 13th Legion's rapid development in such a short time. The 4th Prince urged, however, the military is already investigating this matter, and our attack on the 13th Legion. The Western King waved his hand dismissively. Do not panic. Let us remain still for now and observe the military's movements. Besides, we do possess our own influence in the court, and they will find ways to navigate this for us. Yet the 13th Legion will certainly not let this matter rest. Li Hao will undoubtedly seek revenge against us. The 4th Prince expressed his concerns. The Western King scoffed. Humph. Li Hao must have the capability to do so. We have operated in this western region for many years. He cannot easily shake our foundations. As the Western King and the 4th Prince strategized, the investigation team from the military remained in a state of delay, offering only vague responses. After waiting for a while at the Endless Sea, Li Hao, seeing that the Empire had taken no action regarding the situation, decided to issue a public statement. The announcement immediately caused an uproar throughout the Empire. General Li Hao of the 13th Legion declares that the 11th Legion has unprovokedly attacked our forces, and the military's investigation team has been dragging its feet. This matter must be addressed. Otherwise, the 13th Legion will take necessary military action to defend its rights. This announcement swiftly spread to all corners, with the populace expressing their discontent and doubts regarding the military's inaction. Upon learning of this news, the Western King slammed his hand on the table in fury. This Li Hao is openly provoking us. The fourth prince's brow furrowed with worry. Uncle, what shall we do now? This has escalated and is unfavorable for us. The Western king contemplated for a moment before stating, immediately send someone to the military to negotiate. We must ensure they quell this matter swiftly and prevent Li Hao from continuing this uproar. Meanwhile, within the military, the higher-ups were also reeling from the implications of Li Hao's announcement. How can Li Hao act so recklessly? Disregarding the bigger picture, one senior military official exclaimed in anger. Now that the situation has escalated, we must quickly formulate a solution, another officer urged. Concurrently, Li Hao's 13th Legion began actively preparing for the potential developments. Within the military base of the 13th Legion, the atmosphere was tense and serious. Soldiers at various posts were diligently finalizing their preparations. General, our fleet is combat-ready and can launch at any moment. A commander reported respectfully, standing tall. Li Hao, positioned at the command platform, fixed his determined gaze upon the vast interstellar map before him, which marked various strategic points in the western region, as well as the troop distributions of the 11th Legion. Turning to the array of commanders behind him, his voice resonated with steadiness and strength. Gentlemen, we are all aware of the current situation. The actions of the 11th Legion and the Western King constitute a severe provocation to our Legion and a blatant affront to the order of the Empire. We cannot tolerate such behavior. We must make them aware that the 13th Legion is not to be trifled with. The commanders responded in unison, we stand ready to serve the general. Amidst the intricate power plays, the situation grew increasingly complex and tense. The Western King sought to stabilize the military while simultaneously bolstering his defensive capabilities against a potential 13th Legion assault. Meanwhile, Li Hao kept a vigilant eye on the military's movements. Awaiting their response, Your Majesty, Your Highness, General Li Hao of the 13th Legion has inquired multiple times regarding the 11th Legion's attack on his fleet and requires a response from the military. A report was delivered. The Emperor frowned, lost in thought. The Crown Prince, appearing somewhat anxious, remarked, Father, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. We must reach a decision promptly. The Emperor cast a glance at the Crown Prince. And I naturally comprehend the situation. However, the intricacies of the stakes involved are exceedingly complicated. It is prudent that we refrain from making excessive declarations at this juncture. The Crown Prince clenched his teeth. Yet General Li Hao's 13th Legion remains unwaveringly loyal to the Empire. We cannot afford to dishearten them. The Emperor sighed, Crown Prince, you still lack composure. Just as Li Hao was preparing to lead the 13th Legion towards the Western Front, he received a Starnet communication from Huangpu Haoyan, transmitted from the insectoid battlefield. A flicker of surprise surged within Li Hao as he promptly connected the call. On the screen, Huangpu Haoyan's figure materialized. Fatigue etched on his face, yet his gaze remained sharp. Li Hao, do not rush to the Western Front just yet. Huangpu Haoyan stated bluntly. Li Hao furrowed his brow. What is the matter? What has transpired? Huangpu Haoyan took a deep breath. The situation within the Empire is quite intricate. The Crown Prince in the Imperial capital, the 4th Prince in the West, and the 5th Prince in the East are all poised for action. Engaging in conflict with the 4th Prince at this moment could very well become the spark that ignites civil war within the Empire. Li Hao's countenance darkened further. Are we truly to let them off the hook so easily? Huangpu Haoyan shook his head helplessly. Power struggles have always been ruthless. Various factions are resorting to unscrupulous means for their own gain. The Crown Prince seeks to solidify his position, while the 4th and 5th Princes are unwilling to be relegated to the shadows. Each plotting in the dark. It is likely that the 4th Prince has been manipulated this time. Li Hao's brow furrowed. Manipulated? Who could be orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Huangpu Haoyan pondered for a moment. It remains unclear, but there is certainly a hidden force stoking the flames. They wish to incite us to turn against one another. Reaping the benefits from the chaos, I recommend you remain passive for now and observe the changes in the situation. He advised. Li Hao nodded. I understand, but I cannot allow the 4th Prince to grow too comfortable. You manage that as you see fit, but be cautious to avoid any large-scale conflict, Huangpu Haoyan cautioned. A sly smile crept onto Li Hao's lips as he responded, Rest assured, I will exercise discretion in the days that followed. Li Hao boldly led the 2 main fleets of the 13th Legion to the western border. Upon learning of this news, the 4th Prince was taken aback. What does Li Hao intend to do? Is he truly prepared to sever ties completely? Anxiety filled the 4th Prince's heart. 4th Prince, should the 13th Legion choose to confront us head-on at this moment, we may find ourselves in a predicament, remarked the King of the West. Uncle Wong, what sort of predicament are we facing? The fourth prince inquired, his brow furrowed. The King of the West's expression turned grave. Your Highness, consider this. The combat effectiveness of Li Hao's 13th Legion cannot be underestimated, and their ostentatious movements indicate they are well prepared. While we possess some strength, should a conflict ensue, we will be ensnared. And if turmoil erupts in the imperial capital, we may not have another chance. The fourth prince's expression darkened further. Does Uncle Wong mean to say that we cannot confront Li Hao directly and must seek alternative solutions? The King of the West nodded. Indeed, Your Highness, I suggest we initiate discussions with Li Hao. The fourth prince frowned. Discuss? Do you believe Li Hao would readily engage in dialogue with us? The King of the West contemplated for a moment. Your Highness, the current situation is delicate for all parties involved. Li Hao may not genuinely wish for an immediate and irrevocable severance. If we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, there may still be room for negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, the fourth prince finally nodded. Very well, let us give it a try. Soon, he dispatched envoys to Li Hao's camp, conveying their desire for negotiations. Upon receiving the news, a cold smile flickered across Li Hao's lips. Humph, has the fourth prince grown fearful? Nevertheless, a discussion would not be unwelcome. The envoy swiftly returned, reporting to the fourth prince that Li Hao had agreed to the talks. The fourth prince regarded Li Hao with a frigid expression. Li Hao, what do you ultimately desire? Fourth prince, temper your anger. I merely wish to engage in a candid conversation regarding the future landscape, Li Hao replied. The King of the West interjected, General Li, we too hope to resolve this matter amicably. Li Hao nodded. Very well, let us be forthright with one another. Fourth prince, you must be aware that your recent actions have deeply displeased the 13th Legion. The fourth prince gritted his teeth. Just speak plainly. What must be done for you to withdraw your forces? Li Hao regarded the King of the West. Wong, you are a perceptive individual. You should know what to do. The King of the West sighed. Generally, we can make certain concessions. Following a series of negotiations, the parties ultimately reached a clandestine agreement, the specifics of which were known only to Li Hao, the fourth prince, and the King of the West. However, this pact merely served as a temporary alleviation of tensions. Behind the scenes, the fourth prince and the King of the West continued to plot, while Li Hao remained vigilant, closely monitoring the Empire's situation. As Li Hao and the fourth prince returned to the endless sea star domain after their negotiations, within a covert establishment in the imperial capital, a subordinate reported, Your Highness, Li Hao and the fourth prince have reached a secret agreement. And no conflict has arisen. Humph, that is not the outcome I desired. What are the terms of their agreement? The sovereign inquired. It remains unclear at present, but it is confirmed they have reached some form of temporary compromise. The subordinate respectfully replied. They cannot be allowed to continue in this state of tranquility. We must devise a means to disrupt this equilibrium. Your Highness, what course of action should we undertake? The subordinate queried. Dispatch agents to closely monitor all their movements, particularly those of Li Hao. I have a nagging suspicion he will not relinquish his ambitions so easily. Understood, Your Highness, the subordinate acknowledged. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, the intrigues within the imperial capital were unfolding. Upon returning to the endless sea, he immediately summoned several commanders from the 13th Legion. The assembly gathered in the conference room, their expressions grave. Li Hao surveyed them with a penetrating gaze, stating, Gentlemen, the current situation is fraught with complexity. We may soon be compelled to make critical decisions. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. General, the Empire's princes are embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne. Civil war is inevitable. Indeed, General, Bai Fenghuang concurred, should civil war erupt, the endless sea star domain is unlikely to remain unscathed. Li Hao crossed his arms, lost in thought, before declaring, we must refrain from becoming entangled in this conflict among the princes. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward. General, perhaps we can maintain neutrality, observing from the sidelines until the opportune moment to accede. Li Hao nodded slightly. In truth, the Emperor desires my involvement. We narrowly escaped being ensnared. The current balance among the three factions is tenuous. Should we intervene, we would disrupt this equilibrium. The others nodded in agreement. In the ensuing days, the Empire's situation grew increasingly tense, with the open and covert rivalries among the princes escalating. The fourth and fifth princes hastened their actions, actively courting various factions to bolster their own power. As the princes engaged in their clandestine struggles, Li Hao was equally proactive in military development. Constructing warships, upon returning to the Alliance Star, He visited the industrial star to inspect the recently produced vessels, where the entire facility was operating at full capacity to manufacture warships. As Li Hao set foot on the industrial star, he beheld the array of newly constructed, formidable warships lining the docks. These vessels would serve as vital assets in the impending turmoil. General, our production progress is proceeding smoothly. We can now assemble warships sufficient for 10 fleets. Wang Lei reported to Li Hao. Excellent. This ensures we will not be beholden to others, Li Hao replied. Throughout the industrial star, workers toiled diligently and methodically, pouring sweat into the rapid completion of the warships. As time passed, the number of warships produced on the industrial star steadily increased, augmenting Li Hao's strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning point. One day, Li Hao received a clandestine message relayed by a spy from the 13th Legion stationed within the palace. The emperor was gravely ill. It was anticipated that the end would come within a matter of days. Li Hao's expression grew exceedingly solemn, for he understood that the emperor's passing would irrevocably shatter the empire's fragile equilibrium. Once the emperor succumbed, the struggle among the princes would intensify, potentially spiraling into a full-blown civil war. This is indeed troubling, Lin Xiao remarked anxiously. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. What shall we do? Should we prepare for any eventualities? After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao declared, we must brace for the worst. All warships of the 13th Legion are to be assembled at the border star for defense. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the emperor's condition continued to deteriorate, and the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly tense. The 4th and 5th princes were both preparing to seize the throne at this pivotal moment. The 4th prince paced restlessly within the King of the West residence. Your Highness, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow the crown prince to ascend the throne, the King of the West urged. The 4th prince's eyes darkened as he nodded emphatically, I have made arrangements. The instant the emperor passes, we will strike. The 5th prince was equally on high alert, secretly convening his allied commanders to devise a battle plan. Simultaneously, the crown prince was discreetly recalling the 1st Legion's fleet from the insectoid battlefield. As massive warships silently appeared in the outer orbit of the imperial capital, it sent shockwaves through the other factions. Prominent families within the capital hastily recalled portions of their fleets to bolster their defenses. The head of the Wang family stood solemnly in the command room, his expression grave as he gazed at the interstellar map before him. We must safeguard the interests of our family. We cannot allow the conflicts among the princes to encroach upon us. Families such as the Qin and Zhao clans harbored similar sentiments, their fleets forming a complex defensive network above the imperial capital star. When the news of the emperor's demise finally broke, chaos engulfed the entire imperial capital star. The princes sprang into action, and war loomed imminent. Upon receiving this news, Li Hao could not help but sigh inwardly. The storm had indeed arrived. He promptly ordered the 13th Legion to enter a state of readiness, prepared to confront any potential crisis. Chapter 153. The beginning of the civil war. Simultaneously, the situation on imperial capital star grew increasingly tense. The 1st Legion fleet, led by the Crown Prince, had secured a strategic position, exerting formidable pressure on the other princes. The 4th and 5th princes, unwilling to be overshadowed, united in an attempt to counter the Crown Prince. Amid the turmoil, several smaller factions began to stir, eager to seize a share in the power struggle. The streets and alleys of imperial capital star were thick with an atmosphere of tension. The populace was left in fearful anticipation of what the morrow might bring. Li Hao understood well that should this war erupt in full force, it would spell disaster for the entire empire. On imperial capital star, an air of solemnity and anxiety intertwined. Within the palace, ministers busied themselves with preparations for the emperor's funeral, each visage marked by grave concern. Beyond the borders, the actions of the 4th and 5th princes undoubtedly introduced further instability into an already volatile situation. The 4th prince stood in the flagship command room of the 11th Legion, his sharp gaze fixed upon the interstellar map. He mused inwardly. This is our opportunity. We must seize it and claim the throne that rightfully belongs to us. Beside him, strategists fervently discussed the next steps. The 5th prince, stationed with the 12th Legion fleet at the eastern border, similarly harbored grand ambitions. He maintained tight communication with the 4th prince through clandestine channels. Plotting their future strategy, in the court of imperial capital star, some ministers began to sense the prince's unusual movements, engaging in worried discussions. What are the 4th and 5th princes up to? Are they preparing for war with their troop concentrations on the border? An elder minister voiced his concerns. They are likely aiming for the throne. This could spell trouble, another minister concurred. As time progressed, the alliance between the fourth and fifth princes became increasingly evident. They began to mobilize their fleets frequently, adopting a posture of readiness for imminent assault. The atmosphere of tension on Imperial capital Star reached a zenith. One could almost sense an impending storm. Following the Emperor's funeral, as the Crown Prince was poised to ascend the throne, the two princes suddenly directed their fleets straight toward the capital. Overhead, a dark armada loomed ominously, akin to a gathering tempest, instilling profound panic among the citizens of the Imperial capital. Alarms blared throughout the city as people scrambled to find refuge. Within the palace, the soon-to-be crowned Crown Prince wore a grave expression, urgently summoning the ministers to deliberate countermeasures. The fourth and fifth princes are openly rebelling. One minister exclaimed in outrage. What shall we do now? Their fleet approaches with great force. We must devise a response swiftly, another minister urged anxiously. The Crown Prince inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure, and immediately activated the defense systems, rallying all available forces to thwart them. The commander of the Royal First Legion received the orders and set forth. The warships of the First Legion swiftly mobilized, arranging themselves into a formidable battle formation to confront the fleets of the two princes. Each vessel gleamed with a cold, resolute light, closely aligned like an unyielding wall of steel. The vanguard of the First Legion bravely surged ahead, relentlessly firing powerful energy beams, engaging the forefront of the princes' fleets in fierce combat. Brilliant flashes erupted in the void of space, resembling dazzling fireworks, yet each burst concealed lethal peril. Witnessing the tenacious resistance of the First Legion from his flagship, the fourth prince bellowed, "Attack with full force. Crush them utterly." His fleet unleashed a torrent of firepower, a relentless barrage raining down upon the First Legion. The warships of the First Legion rocked violently under the onslaught, yet the soldiers remained steadfast, resolutely retaliating. Some vessels were tragically struck, erupting in violent explosions, debris scattering across the cosmos. The fifth prince also commanded his fleet to launch a fierce assault from the opposite flank, striving to breach the First Legion's defenses and advance toward the Imperial capital Star. The commander of the First Legion's expression grew grim as he issued a flurry of commands, adjusting the fleet's tactics. "Concentrate fire on the enemy's flagship," he shouted. In an instant, countless energy beams surged toward the prince's flagship, enveloping them in a dazzling web of light. The prince's flagship was compelled to execute evasive maneuvers, sustaining some damage nonetheless. However, the sheer numerical superiority of the prince's fleets was overwhelming. They continued to surge forward, gradually encircling the First Legion. The predicament of the First Legion became increasingly dire, with casualties mounting. On Imperial capital Star, the populace watched anxiously as the fierce battle unfolded. The Crown Prince was consumed with urgency, fervently praying that the First Legion could withstand the prince's onslaught. As the conflict raged on, flames and wreckage filled the void of space, transforming the battlefield into a hellish tableau in this heart-stopping clash. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each warship of the First Legion stood resolute like bloodied warriors, battered yet unyielding. The fourth prince, increasingly frantic as progress eluded him, barked hysterically at his fleet to press forward with reckless abandon. The fifth prince, equally agitated, urged his subordinates to quicken the pace of their assault. The commander of the First Legion surveyed the fallen comrades and heavily damaged vessels surrounding him, a sense of tragic valor swelling within. At that moment, a secret fleet suddenly emerged from the direction of the Imperial capital Star. This was a mixed fleet assembled by the noble families aligned with the Crown Prince, striking like a bolt from the blue and catching the prince's fleets off guard. The arrival of this mixed fleet instantaneously shifted the tide of battle. Coordinating with the First Legion, they launched a fierce counteroffensive against the fleets of the two princes. The once arrogant fleets of the princes began to descend into chaos. "Damn it! What is happening?" The fourth prince roared in fury. "Quick, adjust our tactics. We cannot allow them to disrupt our momentum." The fifth prince shouted anxiously. However, the situation slipped further from their grasp. The joint assault of the First Legion and the mixed fleet inflicted significant losses on their forces, leading some warships to flee the battlefield in panic. On Imperial capital Star, the Crown Prince finally exhaled a sigh of relief, observing his side's fleet gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Hope rekindled in his heart. We must utterly defeat them, the Crown Prince declared through clenched teeth. After a fierce struggle, the fleets of the two princes began to crumble. They were forced to abandon their assault on the imperial capital Star. Fleeing with their remnants. Chapter 154. The feudal kings declare independence following their retreat. The two princes return to the western and eastern borders, in those distant lands. The situation grew ever more inscrutable. The eastern and western kings had previously convened to conspire together, in a dimly lit chamber. Their silhouettes were elongated by candlelight. The eastern king, his expression darkened, spoke first. Though their defeat was unexpected, it has afforded us an opportunity to reconfigure our strategy. The western king nodded slightly, a shrewd glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, we must seize this moment. We cannot allow the imperial capital to gain the upper hand. Humph! Those incompetent princes are ultimately too naive, the eastern king scoffed. However, they have provided us with a glimpse into the strengths of the imperial capital. The western king pondered thoughtfully. The eastern king furrowed his brow. I believe we are nearing a decision. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the western king's eyes. You mean, the eastern king, with a profound gaze, slowly articulated. It is time to set our plan in motion. We need not wait any longer. Though the imperial capital has withstood the two princes this time, they have also revealed some vulnerabilities. The western king nodded slightly. Indeed, we have prepared for so long. It is time to act. Let us proceed according to plan. With their resolve, the western and eastern borders began to stir with clandestine activity. Numerous secret forces quietly gathered at the borders of both regions. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the crown prince and his entourage remained immersed in the elation of repelling the two princes, entirely oblivious to the looming crisis. Just as the crown prince was preparing for his coronation ceremony, the western and eastern realms publicly announced their secession from the empire. This announcement struck like a bolt from the blue, causing a tremendous uproar in the imperial capital. The crown prince stared in shock, his eyes wide, nearly dropping the documents in his hand. How is this possible? They dare to be so audacious. A clamor erupted in the court as ministers whispered among themselves, their faces betraying panic. Your Majesty, the eastern and western kings are treacherous. They have chosen to betray us at this critical juncture, an elder minister exclaimed anxiously. The crown prince's countenance darkened ominously as he summoned all commanders, declaring, "We must respond swiftly." The atmosphere in the imperial capital transformed into one of tension. Military units began to mobilize urgently while fortifications were hastily reinforced. Wang Zhendong and Wang Zhanxi fervently prepared for battle within their respective territories, uniting various neighboring factions to form a formidable rebel army. Our moment has finally arrived. This decaying empire is on the brink of being toppled by us. Wang Zhendong cackled with glee. Wang Zhanxi, equally smug, concurred, indeed, henceforth, we shall no longer be shackled by anyone. Within the rebel camp, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle, and the soldiers' spirits soared high. Simultaneously, the crown prince delivered a stirring speech in the imperial capital, urging all subjects to unite against the insurgents. Citizens of the imperial capital, we must not allow these traitors to succeed. We shall defend our homeland with our courage and strength. The crown prince's voice echoed throughout the skies of the capital. A monumental battle, pivotal to the very survival of the empire, was poised to unfold, engulfing the entire star system in a colossal storm. The imperial capital swiftly entered a state of full alert. With a palpable tension permeating the streets and alleys, soldiers trained day and night, while various warships stood ready at the spaceport. The rebel forces led by Wang Zhendong and Wang Zhanxi relentlessly advanced towards the imperial capital, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Wherever they went, chaos reigned supreme. Among the vanguard of the rebels, a commander brandished his lightsaber, bellowing, "Brothers, charge forth. Let us seize the imperial capital and revel in the riches that await us." The empire's first line of defense soon encountered the fierce onslaught of the rebels, with the battlefield ablaze and smoke filling the air. Your Majesty, reports from the front indicate that several border planets have fallen to the rebels. Should we consider recalling some legions from the Zerg front for reinforcement? The crown prince furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The situation at the Zerg front was equally dire. Hastily recalling legions could provoke a large-scale counterattack from the Zerg. However, the crisis facing the imperial capital could not be overlooked. Let us wait and observe the developments, the Crown Prince ultimately decided. Yet, the rebel offensive grew increasingly ferocious. After enduring considerable strain, the first line of defense at the Empire's border was finally breached. With the rebels surging forth like a tidal wave, the headquarters of the 13th Legion, Li Hao sat alongside the fleet commander. Legion Commander, the situation in the Empire is critical. How shall we proceed? Zhang Yu inquired anxiously. Li Hao's brow was furrowed as he gazed at the star map. What is the Crown Prince's stance? Insider reports indicate that some ministers have suggested recalling forces from the Zerg front. Zhang Yu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao responded, now is not the time for us to act. This decision must be made by him. Observing the silence among his comrades, a flicker of doubt arose within Li Hao. In the past, the Legion commander had always led them fearlessly into battle during crises, quelling unrest with thunderous might. Yet this time, he appeared unusually restrained. In the midst of this quiet tension, someone cleared their throat, shattering the stillness. Perhaps the Legion commander has his own considerations, Lin Shao slowly remarked. But what are those considerations? A subordinate commander pressed. The rebellion is clearly escalating. If we fail to act, the consequences could be dire. The others nodded in agreement, their worries intensifying. Li Hao took a deep breath and stated, the current situation differs greatly from before. Soon, the new emperor will ascend the throne, and we must assess his capabilities. His words plunged the gathering into contemplation. The impending coronation of the new emperor indeed represented a pivotal juncture, filled with uncertainties for the future. The subordinate commander furrowed his brow and said, but if the rebellion spirals out of control before the new emperor's ascension? Once more, silence enveloped the room, thick with tension and unease. Li Hao's gaze deepened as he slowly articulated, do you not find the present circumstances reminiscent of the previous emperor's ascension? At that time, the Legion commander also acted decisively to suppress the rebellion and assist the former emperor in assuming the throne. What was the outcome? Reflect on it carefully. Li Hao's words struck like a thunderclap, resonating in the hearts of his comrades. Their thoughts were drawn back to the coronation of the former emperor, and the familiar scenes began to crystallize in their minds. In an instant, expressions grew complex. And the subordinate commander muttered, indeed, the former Legion commander acted with resolute measures, swiftly quelling the rebellion, but afterwards, he left the statement unfinished, yet the implication was clear to all present. Chapter 155. Li Hao refuses to deploy troops after the former emperor's ascension. Power struggles and entanglements of interest ensued, causing once allied partners to gradually lose their way amidst the complexities. Now, faced with the imminent coronation of the new emperor, they felt as though history was on the verge of repeating itself. I cannot tread the same path, Li Hao solemnly declared. This time, we must deliberate and act with utmost caution. We cannot act blindly merely to quell the rebellion. The others nodded in agreement, beginning to re-evaluate the current situation. They recognized that this decision extended beyond the immediate rebellion, influencing the trajectory of their futures and their own fates. Thus, the 13th Legion ultimately decided to remain motionless for the time being. Closely monitoring every move of the Empire. That moment, Huang Paheo, stationed at the Zerg front, sent another communication to Li Hao. The sound of the communicator broke the temporary calm, and Li Hao quickly connected. Revealing Huang Paheo's weary yet resolute visage on the screen, Li Hao, I have just received a command from the Crown Prince to dispatch the 9th Legion to suppress the rebels. I need your assistance. Huang Paheo stated directly. Li Hao's expression turned grave in an instant. He furrowed his brow and responded cautiously, General Huang Pu, you should be aware of the complexity of the current situation. I do not recommend deploying the 9th Legion. Huang Paheo's expression was filled with resignation. I understand. That is precisely why I am seeking your help. The rebel momentum is surging, and I currently lack a valid reason to refuse the Crown Prince. If any incidents arise in the 9th Legion's jurisdiction, I could be forced to relinquish command. Li Hao's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, General Huang, are you suggesting we fabricate a pretext for a disturbance in the 9th Legion's area? Huang Paheo nodded. For now, that is our only option. Otherwise, it will be difficult to defy the Crown Prince's orders. Li Hao inhaled deeply. This was no trivial matter. If discovered, it would amount to treason. Huang Paheo gritted his teeth. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to take a risk. It is better than sending the 9th Legion to their doom. He concluded. Li Hao remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, Let us devise a thorough plan to ensure it appears convincing. Thus, they began to conspire, meticulously plotting how to create an ostensibly reasonable disturbance. They mobilized several fleets that had previously absorbed pirates, staging minor conflicts near the Ninth Legion's area while disseminating false intelligence to mislead the public into believing there were severe issues in that zone. Meanwhile, the rebels seemed to sense that the Ninth Legion might not engage, causing their actions to grow increasingly reckless and the situation to deteriorate further. In the imperial palace of the capital, the crown prince, despite having ascended the dragon throne due to the internal strife, had yet to hold a formal coronation ceremony. Your Majesty, the Ninth Legion reports a significant pirate presence in their area, rendering them unable to suppress the rebels, a military minister reported. The crown prince sat upon the throne, a frown etched upon his face, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. What? A large-scale pirate incursion? Why did this not occur earlier or later, but precisely at this moment? The minister lowered his head, cautiously stating, Your Majesty, this matter indeed seems suspicious. I too suspect there may be ulterior motives at play. The crown prince snorted coldly, immediately dispatching personnel to investigate the truth, whether it was genuine pirates or a deliberate ploy. If there is any foul play, I shall not be lenient. Yes, Your Majesty, the minister hastily replied. As discussions unfolded regarding the Ninth Legion's inability to deploy, a representative of the aristocratic family suggested sending the 13th Legion to quell the rebels. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's gaze sharpened, lost in contemplation. Other ministers began to murmur among themselves about the proposal. After a moment, the crown prince slowly spoke. The 13th Legion. The aristocratic representative quickly interjected. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We cannot afford to hesitate. The 13th Legion has the duty to defend the Empire and should heed the call. Moreover, if they succeed in suppressing the rebels, it would be a significant achievement, benefiting them as well. The military minister concurred, Your Majesty, I believe it is worth a try. After all, the available forces are limited, and the 13th Legion may be a viable option. The crown prince nodded. Very well. Draft an edict for the 13th Legion to mobilize immediately to suppress the rebels without fail. The edict swiftly reached the 13th Legion's encampment. Upon receiving the command, Li Hao's countenance darkened considerably. The crown prince truly knows how to calculate. He wants us, the 13th Legion, to fill the pit. Beside him, Lin Xiao frowned. General, what shall we do? If we defy the edict, it would be an act of insubordination. Li Hao inhaled deeply, replying, Inform the military department that our 13th Legion has suffered severe losses on the Zerg front. The Dawn Fleet has lost over half its strength in battles against the 11th Legion and is unable to mobilize. Lin Xiao, having heard Li Hao's words, still felt uneasy but nodded in agreement. Yes, General. Soon, the military department received the 13th Legion's response. The crown prince, upon learning of this, was infuriated, letting out another cold snort. Such an excuse from Li Hao. How dare he evade responsibility? The crown prince exclaimed in fury. The military minister cautiously suggested, Your Highness, perhaps we should recall the Royal Legion from the Zerg battlefield to quell the rebellion. The crown prince, with a darkened expression, paced back and forth in the grand hall, contemplating his strategy. No, we have just summoned the 1st Legion back. If we now attempt to withdraw the fleet from the Zerg battlefield, what if the front line falters? The Empire would be doomed. Beads of sweat appeared on the military minister's forehead as he hastily replied, Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. It is I who have failed to consider the situation thoroughly. However, the current predicament is indeed quite challenging. The crown prince halted, fixing his sharp gaze on the military minister. Humph. I refuse to believe that in this vast empire, there is not a single force capable of suppressing the rebels. Think of another way. The military minister promptly bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, outside the court, various rumors began to circulate rapidly. People were discussing the Empire's current plight with growing concern and anxiety. In another part of the palace, the 6th princess and the 3rd prince were also engaged in clandestine discussions. Brother, why do you think Li Hao is so reluctant to send troops this time? Should we not speak to him? The 3rd prince furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Sister, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. If we approach him recklessly, it may not yield any results. The 6th princess, displaying a worried expression, retorted, But brother, if we do not swiftly quell the rebels, the Empire will be in peril. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing. The third prince gently patted the sixth princess's hand. Sister, do not fret. Let us first observe the situation and see if there are better alternatives. Moreover, we cannot completely abandon our approach with Li Hao. We could send someone to discreetly contact him and gauge his intentions. Chapter 156. Zhongzhou Star under attack. Li Hao was unaware of the events unfolding in the imperial capital, but he was currently facing a troubling dilemma. The rebels were advancing at an alarming speed. With Zhongzhou Star positioned directly in their path, how could the rebels launch such a rapid attack? Lin Xiao exclaimed anxiously. General, we must devise a solution quickly. Over half of the 13th Legion soldiers are from Zhongzhou Star. If it falls, the consequences would be dire. Li Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and immediately summoned his officers to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the rebels were convening their own meeting. Lord of the West, the planet ahead is where the Empire produces mechs. If we take it down, the Empire will have no mechs left, the Lord of the East declared gleefully. The Lord of the West narrowed his eyes, a glint of greed and ambition shining in them. Then let us hasten our pace and seize this planet. At that point, let us see how the Empire dares to resist us. Just then, a fleet commander interjected, My lords, we may not be able to touch Zhongzhou Star. The Lord of the East, displeased, retorted, Why not? This is crucial to our success. The fleet commander quickly explained, My lords, please calm down. From what I understand, Zhongzhou Star is the source of the 13th Legion's troops. If we attack this planet, we will force the 13th Legion to our opposition, and up until now, they have not mobilized, indicating that Commander Li does not wish to participate in the civil war. The Lord of the West frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, he said, This requires careful consideration. However, if we capture this place, we will have a continuous supply of mechs. The Lord of the East agreed. Indeed, it is a tremendous temptation that we cannot easily forsake. Yet the 13th Legion poses a problem. If we push them too hard, it could backfire on us. The fleet commander quickly added, My lords, why not first send someone to contact Li Hao and probe his stance? If we can persuade him to remain neutral, we can act later. The Lord of the West stroked his chin, pondering for a long while before saying, Very well. Let us first send someone to discuss matters with Li Hao. However, if he refuses to cooperate, we shall have no qualms about proceeding regardless. Thus, the Lord of the West dispatched an envoy, bearing his terms, to meet with Li Hao at the 13th Legion's headquarters in the Imperial Palace. The Crown Prince, upon learning this news, furrowed his brows and paced restlessly in his study. What trickery is the Lord of the West up to? Why has he halted his advance at the Zhongzhou Star front? The Crown Prince was filled with confusion. A strategist beside him mused for a moment before responding. Your Highness, it appears that Zhongzhou Star is the source of the 13th Legion's troops, suggesting the rebels are wary of them. The 13th Legion, Li Hao, Zhongzhou Star. This presents an opportunity. The Crown Prince's eyes brightened as a strategy began to form in his mind. If we can leverage this, we might break the current stalemate. The strategist quickly inquired, What is your Highness's plan? The Crown Prince's lips curled into a slight smile. If we leave a breach in the front line leading to Zhongzhou Star, allowing the rebels to attack it, the strategist contemplated for a moment, then nodded. That is indeed a strategy, but if Li Hao sees through it, it could backfire. The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. As long as the plan is meticulous, it should be able to deceive him. Make arrangements at once. Consequently, under the covert operations in the imperial capital, rumors began to circulate about an impending attack on Zhongzhou Star. Meanwhile, at the 13th Legion's headquarters, Li Hao quickly caught wind of these rumors. General, the word on the street is that Zhongzhou Star is in danger. What should we do? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. Li Hao furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Do not act hastily. Send someone to ascertain the situation first. However, on the rebel side, the Lord of the West had also received this news. The Crown Prince is playing a clever game. Trying to use Zhongzhou Star to lure Li Hao into battle, the Lord of the West scoffed. The Lord of the East expressed concern. What should we do then? If Li Hao truly mobilizes, it could be detrimental for us. Have our men reached the 13th Legion yet? The Lord of the West inquired. The Lord of the East promptly replied, They should be arriving shortly. It is about time. The Lord of the West nodded slightly, a calculating glint in his eyes. We simply need to inform Li Hao that we have no intention of moving against Zhongzhou Star, hoping he will continue to remain neutral. Not long after, a scout reported, My lord, Our envoy has reached the 13th Legion. The Lord of the West's eyes brightened. Excellent. Have our people proceed with the plan and convey my message to Li Hao. The scout took his leave. The 13th Legion. Li Hao was deep in thought about the upcoming strategic deployments when a soldier entered to report that an envoy from the Lord of the West wished to see him. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease, yet he allowed the envoy to enter. Upon meeting Li Hao, the envoy spoke with measured respect. General Li, my lord has instructed me to convey that the Lord of the West has no intention of attacking Zhongzhou Star and merely hopes that you will remain neutral and refrain from participating in this conflict. Li Hao gazed intently at the envoy, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Return and inform the Lord of the West that I, Li Hao, shall make my own judgments and choices. However, should Zhongzhou Star come under attack, we will not spare anyone, regardless of who it may be. The envoy nodded and departed. Once the envoy had left, Zhang Yu urgently remarked, General, we cannot be too trusting. If the rebels choose to advance, they cannot bypass Zhongzhou Star. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before replying, I am well aware, but the situation is complex. You should contact Zhongzhou Star to ensure they are prepared for defense. If they are attacked, we will provide timely support. Zhang Yu complied and swiftly arranged for communication with Zhongzhou Star. Meanwhile, upon learning of Li Hao's stance, the Lord of the West furrowed his brows in concern. Li Hao is indeed obstinate. It seems that soft tactics will not suffice. We must resort to harsher measures. A fierce glint flickered in the Lord of the West's eyes. The Lord of the East expressed his worries. Brother, if we confront the 13th Legion head-on, we may suffer significant losses ourselves. The Lord of the West scoffed. One must be willing to take risks. If we can capture Zhongzhou Star, it will all be worth it. As the rebels prepared to attack Zhongzhou Star, a mysterious fleet stealthily traversed the defenses, appearing outside Zhongzhou Star and launching a frenzied assault on its starport. The inhabitants of Zhongzhou Star were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval, and the starport was engulfed in flames. What is happening? Where did this fleet come from? The person in charge of the starport shouted in panic. Chapter 157. Li Hao provides support to Zhongzhou Star. The assault by the mysterious fleet was ferocious. Their main cannons unleashing energy blasts against the starport's defenses as if they were free of cost, placing immense pressure on Zhongzhou Star's defenses. Under the relentless onslaught, the starport's defensive structures were systematically dismantled. Flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing. The defenders of Zhongzhou Star were frantic yet helpless, striving to organize their forces for resistance. Upon receiving the plea for help from the governor of Zhongzhou Star, Li Hao felt as though a massive stone had been placed upon his heart. His fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with urgency and determination. All units, accelerate. We must reach Zhongzhou Star at the fastest possible speed. Li Hao bellowed from the command ship, his voice resonating through the spacious command chamber, imbued with undeniable authority. Every vessel in the fearless fleet revved their engines to full power, emitting brilliant trails of flame as they surged toward Zhongzhou Star like arrows leaving their bows. Meanwhile, on the planet Zhongzhou, the flames of war ravaged every inch of land like a malevolent demon. The streets of the starport were shrouded in smoke, while defensive emplacements were relentlessly obliterated by artillery fire. The governor, tormented by anxiety, fervently awaited the arrival of Li Hao, pacing back and forth in the makeshift command center, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead. What is happening? Where did that fleet come from? Why are they not here yet? If they don't arrive soon, we will not be able to hold out. The governor muttered to himself in growing agitation, his countenance darkening as he perused the incessantly incoming battle reports. Just as Li Hao was launching his sortie to provide assistance, the mysterious fleet, upon learning of Li Hao's fearless fleet's mobilization, abruptly abandoned their assault and retreated from the battlefield. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The governor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the empty starry sky on the monitoring screen. How could this be? Why did they leave so suddenly? A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Were they intimidated by Li Hao's fearless fleet? Or was there a more sinister plot afoot? When Li Hao's fearless fleet arrived at Zhongzhou, they were met with a scene of devastation. The governor approached, his face etched with fatigue and confusion. Li Hao, they just withdrew so abruptly. What on earth is going on? The governor inquired urgently. Li Hao pondered for a moment, stating resolutely, regardless of their intentions, we must not let our guard down. Immediately organize personnel to clear the battlefield, repair the fortifications, and enhance surveillance of the surrounding star regions. The soldiers sprang into action, embarking on the strenuous task of post-battle recovery. Meanwhile, Li Hao was engulfed in deep contemplation. The appearance and sudden withdrawal of the mysterious fleet were exceedingly strange, and he sensed a colossal enigma lurking behind it.in the command room of the Zhengzhou starport. Li Hao established contact with Wang Zhenxi via the star network. Wang Zhenxi, is this your sincerity? Li Hao's expression darkened, his tone laced with accusation. On the other end of the screen, Wang Zhenxi frowned. Li Hao, what do you mean by that? I do not understand. Hemph, the Zhengzhou starport has just suffered an attack from a fleet. Is it not yours? Li Hao fixed his piercing gaze on the screen. A flicker of discomfort crossed Wang Zhenxi's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Hao, do not slander me. I have not dispatched any fleet to attack Zhengzhou. Li Hao scoffed. Wang Zhenxi, even now you still choose to quibble. That fleet arrived under suspicious circumstances and departed just as suddenly. If it is not you meddling behind the scenes, then who could it be? Wang Zhenxi's expression sharpened. Li Hao, I shall repeat myself. This matter has nothing to do with me. Do not hastily accuse me. Wang Zhenxi, whether you admit it or not, I will uncover the truth behind this. If it truly is you, then prepare to bear the consequences. Determination flickered in Li Hao's eyes. Wang Zhenxi coldly scoffed. Li Hao, go ahead and investigate. I have acted justly and fear nothing. With that, Wang Zhenxi severed the communication. Li Hao stood there, his expression still grim. Just as he and Wang Zhenxi faced off, the commander of the mysterious fleet sent a message to the imperial capital. Your Highness, the mission is complete. Li Hao has arrived at Zhengzhou. General, what should we do now? The adjutant inquired softly. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and replied, the fleet will remain stationed outside Zhengzhou's space. Arrange patrol teams to monitor the movements of both fleets. The adjutant nodded. Understood, General. I will make the arrangements immediately. Soon, the fleet commenced operations in accordance with Li Hao's instructions. Warships were meticulously lined up in the space outside Zhengzhou, while the patrol teams began their tasks, closely observing every movement around them. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, gazing into the distance with profound contemplation. He knew that the current situation remained exceedingly complex and perilous. The emergence of the mysterious fleet and Wang Zhenxi's attitude filled him with deep unease. Li Hao, with a grave expression, surveyed the unfolding situation from the command ship of the fearless fleet. The warships from the three factions formed a delicate yet tense equilibrium in the space surrounding Zhengzhou. In the imperial palace, the crown prince was joyfully discussing the current situation with the ministers. Esteemed officials, the standoff among the three factions at Zhengzhou presents us with a rare opportunity. The crown prince remarked with a smile. An elderly minister bowed in agreement. Your Highness speaks truly. If we can deftly exploit this situation, it may yield significant benefits for us. Then, what do you propose we should do? The crown prince inquired eagerly. Your Highness, we could devise a means to incite conflict between the 13th Legion and the rebels, allowing us to watch as they fight amongst themselves, and when they are both exhausted, we can reap the rewards, the elderly minister suggested. The crown prince frowned slightly, falling into contemplation, and after a moment said, while this plan is feasible, how can we easily provoke a conflict between them? At this point, a minister from the military proposed, Your Highness, I recommend that we communicate directly with General Li Hao. He is already on the front lines, and we should request his assistance in quelling the rebellion. The crown prince's eyes flickered. Would he agree to mobilize so readily? The military minister replied, General Li Hao has always been loyal to the empire. As long as we appeal to his reason and emotions and offer him certain incentives, he may acquiesce. The crown prince nodded. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. Ensure that you persuade Li Hao to deploy his forces. The military minister took his leave to carry out the task. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Li Hao was closely monitoring every movement on the battlefield. General, the military has sent word requesting that we dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. The adjutant reported. Li Hao furrowed his brow and replied, Inform the military that I currently have only one fleet stationed at Zhengzhou and lack the capability to suppress the rebellion. But General, if we refuse, might it not incite discontent in the imperial capital? The adjutant asked anxiously. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Do not rush to respond. We need to carefully consider the pros and cons. Chapter 158. Li Hao is assassinated, seeking good reviews. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the crown prince and the ministers were anxiously awaiting Li Hao's response. Why has there been no news? What on earth is Li Hao contemplating? The the Crown Prince inquired impatiently. The military minister quickly replied, "Your Highness, please remain calm. It is normal for General Li Hao to require time to deliberate." Several days later, Li Hao finally reached a decision. He replied to the military that the 13th Legion has but one fleet available for action. Should we be asked to deploy troops, sufficient support and resources must be provided by the Empire. Li Hao informed the adjutant. The news reached the imperial capital, prompting the Crown Prince and the ministers to engage in further discussion. "This Li Hao certainly knows how to negotiate terms," someone remarked with discontent. "However, for now, we have no choice but to acquiesce. We will address it after quelling the rebellion," another added. Soon, the Crown Prince agreed to Li Hao's demands, while Li Hao submitted a list that was utterly unacceptable to the Empire. When this list was presented to the Crown Prince, his expression instantly darkened. "This Li Hao is simply asking for too much. How dare he make such demands?" the Crown Prince exclaimed in indignation. The list included not only massive quantities of military supplies and advanced weaponry, but also the replenishment of warships. The military ministers exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of shock and helplessness. "Your Highness, what shall we do? We cannot acquiesce to such unreasonable demands," one minister exclaimed anxiously. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, fury flashing in his eyes. "That detestable Li Hao is plainly extorting us. What shall we do now? If we refuse, he may very well withhold his assistance in quelling the rebellion." Another minister voiced his concerns. The Crown Prince paced back and forth in the Grand Hall, contemplating countermeasures. Let us not rush to respond. We need to reconsider our relationship with him," the Crown Prince stated. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Li Hao awaited the imperial capital's response. "General, the imperial capital is unlikely to readily agree to our demands." The adjutant remarked that Li Hao chuckled coldly. "They will agree. They have no other choice." However, as days passed, the imperial capital remained silent, failing to provide a definitive response. Within the imperial palace, the Crown Prince and the ministers were secretly deliberating another plan. "Since Li Hao is so greedy, let us find a way to eliminate him, seize control of the 13th Legion, and then devise a strategy to quell the rebellion," one minister proposed. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. "That is indeed a viable approach, but we must tread carefully, as Li Hao's strength should not be underestimated." Thus, a conspiracy against Li Hao quietly unfolded. The Crown Prince secretly summoned a group of loyal assassins, instructing them to disguise themselves as rebels and stealthily infiltrate the vicinity of Li Hao's camp on a moonless night. These assassins executed their plan, launching a surprise attack on Li Hao's encampment. The soldiers within the camp, caught completely off guard, were slaughtered amidst flames and the cacophony of battle cries. Li Hao awoke from his slumber, immediately organizing a defense. However, due to the chaos, he found it difficult to discern the true identity of the assailants. "General, trouble! We are under attack by enemies!" the adjutant shouted anxiously. Li Hao's eyes widened in fury. "How dare anyone launch a surprise attack against us?" Amidst the fierce combat, Li Hao gradually discerned that the assailants' tactics seemed oddly familiar. "Wait a moment, these individuals do not resemble rebels. They seem like..." A sense of foreboding surged within Li Hao. Simultaneously, the Crown Prince in the imperial capital learned of the assault's progress and wore a smug smile. Li Hao, let us see how you will be so arrogant this time." The Crown Prince sneered. After a fierce struggle, Li Hao managed to temporarily repel the assassins. However, his camp also suffered tremendous losses, with heavy casualties among the soldiers. The despicable prince resorted to such vile tactics. Upon returning to the flagship of the fleet, the Invincible, Li Hao was handed the report detailing the recent attack by his aide. Li Hao's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the report, which meticulously chronicled the events of the ambush and the extent of the losses incurred. His grip on the report tightened, the knuckles of his fingers turning pale from the strain. "It seems this prince is not a wise ruler. Entrusting the empire to such a person spells danger for us," Li Hao said through clenched teeth. The aide, filled with concern, said, "General, what should we do now? The prince clearly will not let this matter rest. Our situation will only become more arduous." Li Hao took a deep breath to calm himself and ordered, "Notify the station at the Endless Sea to immediately seal off all shipping routes. No movements of the fleet are permitted without my command. We cannot afford to give them any opportunity." Subsequently, Li Hao summoned the governor of Zhongzhou Star and the old dean to inform them of the prince's treacherous ambush. Upon hearing this, the governor furrowed his brow, remarking that the prince's cunning was still far inferior to that of the late emperor. The old dean's face was also filled with indignation, suggesting that a choice must be made. After a moment of contemplation, the governor said, "Li Hao, you should return to the endless sea. It is too perilous for you to remain here." The old dean nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, if they unite against you now, your position will be precarious. You need not worry about Zhengzhou Star." Li Hao frowned, filled with reluctance. "Am I truly to retreat in this manner? Yet, I cannot bear to abandon my cause." The old dean placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Child, this is not retreat. It is the preservation of strength for a more opportune moment. In the endless sea, you can gather your forces and seek a better chance to retaliate." After a long silence, Li Hao finally nodded, conceding, "Very well, I will heed your counsel and return to the endless sea. But I shall not forget the humiliation of today. One day, I will make them pay." Thus, with a heart full of resentment and indignation, Li Hao embarked on his journey back to the endless sea in the imperial capital. Upon learning of Li Hao's retreat to the endless sea, the prince laughed triumphantly. "Humph, Li Hao, you have ultimately succumbed to fear. How dare you negotiate with me? It is sheer luck that you escaped with your life this time." The prince sneered. A sycophantic advisor by his side remarked, "Your Highness, this Li Hao is merely a coward. He poses no threat." The prince scoffed. "Indeed, it seems many of his past achievements were greatly exaggerated." Soon, news of Li Hao's ambush at Zhengzhou Star was disseminated by those with ulterior motives. During a court assembly, an elderly minister could no longer contain himself and stood to admonish the prince. "Your Majesty, such actions may undermine the foundation of the empire," the elder said earnestly. A military minister echoed his concerns, stating, "Your Majesty, while the 13th Legion is reluctant to deploy against the insurgents, they certainly do not wish to oppose the empire. However, is this not forcing them into the arms of the rebels?" Chapter 159. The 2nd Legion defends the border star. Upon hearing this, the prince's eyes widened in fury. "Preposterous! How dare you question my decisions?" The elder quickly knelt, imploring, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My intentions are not to question your authority, but to express concern for the future of the empire." The military minister also bowed his head, saying, "Your Majesty, my concerns stem from a genuine worry for the state of the empire." Yet the prince paid them no heed, retorting, "You stubborn old fools only cling to outdated principles. The current situation demands new strategies from me." At that moment, another minister spoke up, "Your Majesty, they are merely loyal subjects. I hope you will consider their words carefully." The prince glared at him. "Do you wish to speak out as well? I do not require your guidance in my affairs." An eerie silence enveloped the court as the ministers dared not speak further. The prince surveyed the assembly, declaring, "Listen well, my decisions are beyond question. Anyone who dares to speak out again shall face my wrath." The elder and military minister exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Li Hao in the endless sea learned of the events unfolding in the imperial court. "This prince is becoming increasingly unhinged. If this continues, the empire will undoubtedly descend into chaos," Li Hao remarked. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao approached Li Hao, inquiring, "General, do you not think that since the late emperor's passing, the prince seems like a completely different person?" Li Hao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have met him a few times, and he struck me as a benevolent ruler. Now, it appears he has been utterly intoxicated by power." Lin Xiao sighed. "Alas, perhaps internal strife has compelled him." Li Hao closely monitored the developments in the imperial capital. Aware that a storm was imminent. One day, he received intelligence indicating that the prince had recalled the Royal 2nd and 3rd Legions from the Zerg battlefield to quell the internal unrest. Li Hao's expression turned grave as he read the report, his brows knitting tightly together. The prince was truly reckless, endangering the Zerg battlefield in the process. Lin Xiao also wore a worried expression. "Yes, General, this move may allow the Zerg to exploit the gap, putting the border citizens in peril once more. After years of hard-won peace, they are now on the brink of chaos again." After a lengthy silence, Li Hao finally spoke. "Contact Huangpu Tianming of the 4th Legion and inquire about the current situation on the Zerg battlefield." Lin Xiao nodded resolutely. "Yes, General, I will make arrangements immediately." With that, he turned and hurried away. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace of the imperial capital, the prince gleefully observed the neatly arranged legions on the square. His face radiated arrogance and hubris. With these two elite forces, let's see how those rebels can still persist. The prince sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. An advisor suggested, Your Majesty, with these two elite legions, we can easily annihilate the rebels. We only need to dispatch a fleet to support the First Legion. The prince, considering the advisor's words, narrowed his eyes and after a moment of contemplation said, That is a valid point. Should the remaining legions defend the imperial capital? Your Majesty, there is still a rebel force in the endless sea. The advisor cautiously reminded him. The prince's gaze sharpened instantly. You are correct. Those who defy orders are all rebels. The advisor felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly concurred, Your Majesty is wise. Given the current complex situation, we must indeed proceed with caution. The prince rose from his seat, pacing back and forth, then send the Second Legion to the border star. We cannot allow them to conspire together. The advisor nodded in agreement. Your Majesty's words are indeed correct. I shall make the arrangements at once. Soon, the Second and Third Legions received their orders and set off, but the Second Legion's commander, Wang Ming, found it strange that his mission was to defend the border star rather than suppress the rebellion. Standing before the window of the command ship, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why the higher-ups would suddenly issue such an apparently illogical order. Could there be some hidden circumstances we are unaware of? He muttered to himself. The aide beside him displayed a similar expression of bewilderment. Commander, this does seem a bit suspicious. The border star is directly in front of the endless sea. What are we supposed to defend against there? Wang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, You just mentioned that the endless sea lies before the border star. That is the station of the 13th Legion, correct? The aide nodded. Yes, Commander. The 13th Legion has been stationed in the endless sea. Wang Ming's fingers lightly tapped the table. Now this becomes intriguing. Are we being sent to the border star for a reason related to the 13th Legion? The aide frowned. Commander, I heard that not long ago, the Emperor intended to dispatch the 13th Legion to quell the rebellion, but General Li refused, and then General Li was assassinated at Zhengzhou Star. Wang Ming's eyes sharpened. Such a thing occurred. The connections within this matter may be quite complex. The aide continued, Indeed, Commander, and since General Li's incident, it seems the 13th Legion has been somewhat unstable. Wang Ming fell into deep thought. If that were the case, the orders from above to send them to the border star were likely due to concerns about potential changes within the 13th Legion stemming from General Li's situation. Or even the possibility that, Commander, if we are to confront General Li, we should think twice. His invincible ship can easily take down a Zerg king, the aide said anxiously. Wang Ming's expression darkened even further. To go to the border star and not confront the rebels. I never once imagined we would have to face the 13th Legion. The aide sighed helplessly indeed. Who could have anticipated it would turn out this way? What shall we do now? Wang Ming remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, Let's head to the border star first. Once we arrive, I'll seek out General Li and discuss the situation. The aide nodded, though still harboring concerns. He understood that they could only follow the commander's orders for now. After a lengthy journey, the Second Legion finally arrived at the border star. The atmosphere there was exceptionally tense, as if thick with the impending threat of conflict. Upon his arrival, Wang Ming promptly contacted Li Hao via the star network. The communication was swiftly established, and Li Hao's image appeared on the screen. His expression serious. General Wang, why have you come to the border star at this time? Li Hao inquired straightforwardly. Wang Ming took a deep breath. Li Hao, the situation is rather complex. The higher-ups have ordered us here to defend. And you should understand what I mean. Li Hao furrowed his brow, clearly understanding that the individual from the capital harbored reservations about him. Then what is the purpose of your contact this time? Wang Ming chuckled lightly. Li Hao, I mean no ill will. After all, we have fought together on the battlefield against the insect race's brothers. I am here on orders to defend the border star. And I have received no other commands. You understand my meaning. Chapter 160. The Ascension of the New Emperor. Li Hao's gaze flickered momentarily. I understand. Wang Ming. Regardless, I appreciate your willingness to share these thoughts with me. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what need is there to speak of such things? We once shared a bond of life and death. Li Hao nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. After a while, he spoke slowly. Wang Ming, I am aware that the current situation is quite delicate. The individual from the capital harbors suspicions regarding me, and you should exercise caution as well. Wang Ming sighed. Li Hao, in this current state of affairs, we can only take it one step at a time. In the days that followed, the dynamics of the Empire shifted. With the joining of the Third Legion, the two rebel legions found themselves outmatched by the Royal Legion and gradually retreated to the territories of the noble lords. Wang Ming and Li Hao found themselves in a CAF at the starport of the Border Star, where the storm had finally subsided, albeit temporarily. Wang Ming remarked, "Li Hao, this is but a temporary calm. The territories of the noble lords will likely not relent easily. It seems the fragmentation of the empire is inevitable." Wang Ming frowned. Indeed, although they have suffered a setback, their strength remains intact, and the imperial forces lack the capacity to eradicate them. The two men fell into contemplation, pondering the future landscape in the capital. Upon learning of the rebels' retreat to the noble lord's territories, the crown prince let out a long sigh of relief. The chief minister proposed, "Your Highness, now that the rebels have withdrawn, may we proceed with the arrangements for the coronation ceremony?" The crown prince nodded slightly, a contemplative look in his eyes. "Yes, this matter should indeed be prioritized. However, the current situation remains unstable, and we must deliberate carefully." The chief minister responded respectfully, "Your Highness speaks wisely, yet the coronation is of utmost importance to our nation and should not be delayed too long." The crown prince nodded, "I understand. Let the Ministry of Rights commence preparations for the relevant matters. As you command, Your Highness," the chief minister replied before departing. Within the palace, some treacherous officials began to scheme for their own advantage. Once the coronation ceremony is held, the situation may very well change again. One minister whispered to a colleague, "Indeed, we must prepare in advance to secure the greatest benefit for ourselves," another minister concurred. Meanwhile, in the territories of the noble lords, although the rebels had retreated, their ambitions had not been extinguished. "Humph, when they hold the coronation ceremony, it will be our opportunity to strike again," the noble lord declared fiercely. Among the common folk, there was a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding the forthcoming coronation. "I wonder how our lives will change once the new emperor ascends," an elderly man fretted. "Let us hope it brings peace and prosperity." A young man silently prayed. As the preparations for the coronation progressed, the officials of the Ministry of Rights found themselves overwhelmed by the myriad of intricate tasks. Every detail of the ceremony must be flawless. The Minister of Rights wiped the sweat from his brow. As the days passed, the preparations for the coronation drew closer to completion. During this period, the crown prince also worked diligently to consolidate his power and strengthen his control over the capital. Finally, the day of the coronation arrived. In the palace, civil and military officials gathered. Their expressions varied. The crown prince, adorned in a magnificent dragon robe, slowly approached the throne under the gaze of all present. His countenance exuded authority and solemnity, yet a hint of anxiety lingered within. As he ascended the throne, the ministers shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor!" Their voices echoed throughout the palace. The crown prince surveyed the assembly, silently vowing to ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the nation. However, just as the coronation concluded, a public announcement reverberated across the empire. Two noble lords and two princes declared their refusal to acknowledge the new emperor's claim to the throne, signaling the separation of the western and eastern territories from the empire. They had also amassed significant military forces, seemingly poised for action. The entire empire was thrown into a state of uproar and shock, and the newly crowned emperor's expression darkened ominously. "These rebels dare to openly defy me," the emperor exclaimed, slamming his fist upon the table in fury. The chief minister hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, the conflict has barely concluded. We cannot afford to mobilize troops at this moment. The insect race battlefield is fraught with peril." The emperor inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. "Issue my decree. The 1st Legion shall guard the western border, the 3rd Legion the eastern border, and the 2nd Legion shall remain at the border star. Your Majesty, the forces at the insect race battlefield are already stretched thin. We should recall the 2nd Legion for their defense." The military minister suggested hesitantly, "No. The strategic position of the border star is of paramount importance and cannot be compromised. As for the insect race battlefield, I will devise a method to draw upon other forces for support." The emperor replied, his voice steady and resolute. "The border star is protected by 13 legions stationed in the Endless Sea region. There will be no issues. Chief Minister, do you believe that the 13 legions remain as loyal to the empire as before?" Li Hao, a marquis of the empire, mused, "In times of peril, they hold their own power. Upon hearing this, the chief minister's expression darkened considerably. From this day forth, strip Li Hao of his title and revoke his position as commander of the 13th Legion. The military minister hesitated. Your Majesty, such an action may provoke unnecessary unrest. The emperor's gaze turned icy. If not this, how can we assert the empire's authority? How will others understand the consequences of treachery? The military minister felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the emperor's resolve. Yet he pressed on. Your Majesty, Li Hao commands considerable respect within the army, and the soldiers of the 13th Legion hold him in high regard. Acting recklessly may incite a mutiny. The emperor fell silent for a moment, the frost in his eyes softening slightly. Then what do you propose we do? The military minister pondered briefly. Your Majesty, as a marquis, you may invoke your authority to summon him back, then seek an opportune moment to strip him of his title and position. The emperor nodded slightly. This plan is feasible, but it must be executed swiftly. I do not wish for prolonged delays. Soon, Li Hao received a summons from the new emperor in the capital. It seems the new emperor intends to take action against me. He mused. General, you must not return. It is evident that this summons is a trap. Wang Lei cautioned. Li Hao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He understood that going to the capital would be fraught with danger, yet openly defying the summons would mean a declaration of enmity against the new emperor, potentially leading to an even more chaotic situation. Wang Lei, if I do not go, the new emperor will have an excuse to strike against me, and we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Li Hao replied slowly. Wang Lei urged, but General, this is clearly a trap. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Zhang Yu also approached to offer their counsel. General, we cannot act recklessly at this juncture. Once we set foot in the capital, we may find it impossible to escape. Li Hao's expression grew grave. He was well aware that this could very well be a trap laid by the new emperor. Yet he also had his own considerations. Chapter 161. The new emperor's machinations. If I do not go, the new emperor will use this as an excuse to launch a full-scale assault against us. In that case, we will be in an even more precarious position, Li Hao stated. But General, this is far too risky, Lin Xiao expressed her concern. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, General, we cannot gamble with our lives. Li Hao inhaled deeply. If I do not go, the new emperor will seize upon this matter to make an issue of it. After all, we are still part of the imperial forces. Seeing Li Hao's determination, the others could only sigh in resignation. Just as Li Hao prepared to head to the capital, he received a communication from the 2nd Legion's Wang Ming. Li Hao, are you planning to go to the capital? Wang Ming's voice came through the communicator. Li Hao frowned. Wang Ming, since the new emperor has issued a summons, if I do not comply, it would be seen as defiance, and that would lead to complications. Wang Ming spoke urgently. Li Hao, you cannot go. I just received a secret message from the capital. The new emperor intends to summon you back only to deal with you, and he has already instructed the 1st and 3rd Legions to divert some of their fleets to the border star. Li Hao sighed. All right, I understand. Thank you, Wang Ming. After terminating the communication, Li Hao's expression grew increasingly somber. He recognized that his current predicament was perilous. The new emperor clearly harbored murderous intent towards him. General, what should we do now? Zhang Yu inquired anxiously. Li Hao contemplated for a moment. We must still go to the capital. We cannot allow the new emperor to have an excuse to act against us. However, we can change our approach. He began to pace back and forth, his mind racing with various strategies. Gather all fleet commanders immediately. We need to discuss our countermeasures. Before long, the commanders assembled, each bearing a serious demeanor. Li Hao detailed the current situation to them, and the room fell into a heavy silence. General, should we not strike first? One suggested. Li Hao shook his head. That would be far too reckless. We do not hold the advantage in strength if we act. We will face the entirety of the empire and find ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. We cannot simply wait for death. Bai Feng exclaimed passionately. Li Hao inhaled deeply. We must be prepared if he strikes first. The situation will be different. How can we provoke them into acting first? The others looked at him in confusion. Li Hao's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning. I shall first lead the invincible fleet back to the imperial capital, while the other fleets prepare their defenses along the border. Should the empire launch an assault, you will. Bai Fenghuang furrowed her brow, voicing her concern. Isn't this a bit too risky? What if the new emperor decides to launch a full-scale attack without hesitation? Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. No, that won't happen. The primary forces attacking us are mainly from the 1st and 3rd Legions. The 2nd Legion will not be involved in this matter. Though the group remained apprehensive, they also recognized that this might be the only viable course of action at present. After arranging the military deployments, Li Hao set off with the Invincible fleet aboard the flagship, making his way towards the Imperial capital star. This time, he chose not to traverse the hyperspace gate, suspecting it to be a tactic to buy time. During the protracted interstellar journey, Li Hao was acutely aware that this expedition to the Imperial capital star was a monumental risk. Yet, for the future of himself and his loyal soldiers, he had to take this step. Meanwhile, in the Imperial palace, the new emperor sat brooding on the dragon throne, addressing the gathered ministers. His expression was dark as he scanned the assembly, coldly inquiring, "What is the situation with Li Hao? Why has he not yet arrived?" The ministers bowed their heads in silence, until one took a cautious step forward to respond, "Your Majesty, according to reports from our scouts, Li Hao's Invincible fleet has set sail, but he did not utilize the hyperspace passage." The new emperor's brow furrowed. "Humph. Regardless of where he chooses to come from, I intend to resolve this matter once and for all." The ministers echoed in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor lightly drummed his fingers on the armrest of the throne, contemplating before declaring, "I am fully prepared. No matter what tricks Li Hao employs, he cannot escape my grasp." At that moment, another minister stepped forth, "Your Majesty, the 13th Legion remains in the Endless Sea. We must not let our guard down." The new emperor shot him a glare. "I am well aware. I have already dispatched the 1st and 3rd Legions to support the 2nd Legion." A brief silence enveloped the hall. After a moment, the emperor resumed, "Gentlemen, since Li Hao has already set forth, do you believe we should take this opportunity to seize the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea?" The ministers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. After a while, a senior minister stepped forward, clasping his hands, "Your Majesty, we must proceed with caution. The 13th Legion was raised under Li Hao's command, and their combat prowess is formidable." The new emperor frowned slightly, "Humph. I do not believe they would dare openly defy my will." "Your Majesty, if we are to accept them, I fear we will have to do so by force," another minister expressed with concern. The new emperor pondered for a moment. "I am confident that the combined might of the 1st and 3rd Legions alongside the 2nd Legion should be sufficient to suppress the 13th Legion." The ministers began to murmur among themselves, "Your Majesty, I believe that utilizing 2 legions to subdue the 13th Legion will undoubtedly succeed, especially now that Li Hao has taken the Invincible fleet away. This moment presents the best opportunity to seize the Endless Sea." One minister proposed, "Is Li Hao's Invincible fleet truly that powerful?" The new emperor inquired, "As far as I know, it comprises merely a dozen oddly shaped, larger warships." A military officer stepped forward, his expression grave. "Your Majesty, we must not underestimate them. Although Li Hao's Invincible fleet appears to number only a dozen ships, each is equipped with the most advanced weaponry and defense systems, far exceeding the combat capabilities of standard warships. Furthermore, intelligence suggests that Li Hao's Invincible fleet is likely the legendary battleships." The new emperor furrowed his brow. "That cannot be. Battleships have been lost to history for centuries. Where would the materials to construct them come from?" The ministers displayed expressions of astonishment and skepticism. At that moment, another military official interjected, "Your Majesty, regardless of whether Li Hao's Invincible fleet is indeed battleships, if we are to take the 13th Legion, I advise that we act swiftly. If he reaches the Imperial capital and becomes aware of our plans, it will be far more challenging." The new emperor nodded, his expression serious. "You make a valid point. In your opinion, how should we proceed with haste?" The military official contemplated briefly before responding, "Your Majesty, reports from the border star indicate that Li Hao has stationed all his main fleets there. This presents an excellent opportunity. Our 2 legions fleets will have the 2nd Legion as the main force, with the 1st Legion on the left flank and the 3rd Legion on the right flank, surrounding the main fleet of the 13th Legion, thereby coercing them into surrender. Most of the 13th Legion consists of pirates that Li Hao has recruited, aside from a few warriors from the central continent." Chapter 162. The Imperial Legion's Assault on the Endless Sea. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in the new emperor's eyes. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Immediately issue orders for all legions to mobilize." Swiftly, the 3 major legions gathered at the border star received commands and combat plans from the Imperial capital. The fleet commander of the 1st Legion, puzzled by the orders, questioned, "General Wang, what does the new emperor's command entail? Are we to attack the 13th Legion?" Wang Ming frowned, pondering for a moment before replying, "Sigh, which esteemed figure in the imperial capital believes that the 13th Legion poses a threat to the empire? What shall we do now? The 13th Legion has always been a critical force for the empire, and General Li Hao has rendered considerable service." The fleet commander still appeared confused. Wang Ming sighed. "At present, we cannot fathom the emperor's intentions. The orders have been given. We must comply." Despite their myriad doubts, the soldiers of the First Legion began to prepare their fleets in accordance with the commands, readying to advance towards the 13th Legion's position. Simultaneously, the 2nd and 3rd Legions received identical orders. The 2nd Legion, designated as the main attacking force, understood that they would not engage in a life-or-death battle with the 13th Legion. The commander of the 3rd Legion, however, appeared somewhat exhilarated, perceiving this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his legion's strength. Meanwhile, Li Hao, en route to the imperial capital Star, received intelligence regarding the emperor's orders to assault the Endless Sea. "General, we just received news from the border star that the empire has deployed 2 legions against us," Li Hao's adjutant reported. Li Hao's brow furrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Humph, the new emperor is growing impatient. What shall we do now, General?" the adjutant inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao immediately commanded the 13th Legion to execute their original plan. "General, are we still heading to the imperial capital Star?" the adjutant asked with concern. Li Hao let out a cold laugh. "Why would we go to the imperial capital Star? Are we seeking death? Return." With that, Li Hao turned to gaze out at the starry sky, inwardly strategizing his next move. At that moment, the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea received Li Hao's orders. "The general has commanded us to act according to the plan," the messenger shouted. The soldiers of the 13th Legion responded in unison. "We obey." They swiftly entered a state of combat readiness, bracing for the impending onslaught. The 2 legions from the imperial capital advanced aggressively towards the Endless Sea, their warships arrayed in formation, the cannon muzzles glinting ominously. "Attack!" commanded the fleet commanders, and countless shells soared towards the 13th Legion. The 13th Legion stood undaunted, bravely retaliating, and for a moment, the skies over the Endless Sea erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire. Light flashing brilliantly in the imperial capital Star, the new emperor learned that the legions from the border star had commenced their actions, yet unease gnawed at him. Where is Li Hao? Why hasn't he arrived at the imperial capital yet? The new emperor paced anxiously, inquiring of the ministers nearby. The ministers exchanged glances, and one cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, there has been no definitive news yet, but according to prior intelligence, he should be nearing the imperial capital Star soon." The new emperor halted, his brow furrowed. "I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Li Hao is no ordinary foe. This operation must not falter. Your Majesty need not worry. We have made ample defensive preparations in the imperial capital. Should Li Hao dare to approach, we shall ensure he returns empty-handed," another minister promptly assured. The new emperor nodded slightly, though the worry in his eyes remained that moment, on the outskirts of the imperial capital Star. The defensive fleet stood ready, closely monitoring their surroundings. The soldiers were tense, aware that a grand battle loomed on the horizon. On the battlefield at the border Star, the commander of the 1st Legion felt a complex wave of emotions wash over him as he faced the Royal Starshine fleet before him. He frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the orderly formation of the Royal Starshine fleet, which exuded a presence akin to their own. His mind raced with strategies for the impending confrontation. "Commander, what shall we do?" the anxious adjutant beside him inquired. Taking a deep breath, the commander replied, "Let us not act rashly. They are the Royal Starshine fleet." The adjutant's expression grew grave. The Royal Starshine fleet had fought alongside them on the Zerg battlefield. "Commander, if we do not take action, and the higher-ups learn of this, we will certainly face grave consequences," the adjutant expressed with concern. The commander understood the stakes, yet felt conflicted facing former comrades who had now become adversaries. "I understand, but we cannot act recklessly. The strength of the Royal Starshine fleet should not be underestimated, and we share bonds forged in past battles." The commander spoke heavily. The adjutant frowned. "But orders are orders. We cannot defy them." After a moment of silence, the commander decided, "Let us wait and see if any other opportunities arise." At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was particularly oppressive, with both fleets locked in a tense standoff. Neither side daring to initiate the first strike. Within the flagship of the First Legion, soldiers awaited their commander's decision with bated breath. Must we truly engage the Royal Starshine fleet? After all, we once fought side by side against the Zerg. One soldier murmured, "Mind your words. It is our duty to obey orders," another soldier admonished sharply. Meanwhile, in the Royal Starshine fleet, Zhang Yu found himself equally lost in contemplation. He had not anticipated facing the First Legion here. This was indeed a precarious predicament, he thought with a silent sigh. As time ticked away, both sides weighed the pros and cons of their next actions. Zhang Yu concluded that this stalemate could not continue. Activate the star shields and let the secondary cannons engage in a probing attack. With his command given, the ships of the Royal Starshine fleet illuminated with a soft blue glow as their star shields powered up, while beams of energy from their secondary cannons shot towards the First Legion's fleet. On the First Legion's side, the commander swiftly recognized the enemy's movements and ordered, "Activate the shields, prepare for defense." The ships of the First Legion reacted promptly, their shields fully engaged to withstand the Royal Starshine fleet's probing assault. However, despite successfully fending off that initial wave, the vessels still felt the impact, swaying slightly from the force. The aide looked gravely at the commander. "General, they have launched an attack against us." The commander nodded knowingly. "I am aware. That Zhang Yu fellow, in the Royal Starshine fleet." Zhang Yu assessed the results of his attack and urged, "Maintain the offensive rhythm. Do not cease fire." Thus, the Royal Starshine fleet continued to unleash a barrage of secondary cannon fire, leaving the First Legion in a constant state of defense. "Now, it's our turn to strike," the commander of the First Legion mused, commanding his ships, aim the secondary cannons and launch a full-scale attack. Chapter 163. An unusual battlefield. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of artillery fire, dazzling beams of light illuminating the void. Zhang Yu smirked slightly. "Ha! How audacious of them to retaliate." And so, the Starshine fleet and the First Legion engaged in a fierce exchange amidst the celestial expanse. The aide, anxiously observing, implored, "Commander, are we to continue this stalemate? Do you truly wish to engage in a battle to the death? The new emperor has commanded us to attack the 13th Legion, yet we remain idle." The commander of the First Legion chuckled. "Rest assured, we shall engage in due time." The aide furrowed his brow. "But this is no sustainable strategy." The commander gazed intently at the battlefield. "Let us wait. I suspect they will withdraw soon." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu of the Royal Starshine fleet, surveying the battlefield, issued a cheerful command, "That should suffice. Prepare to fire a round from the main cannons, then we shall retreat." On the front lines, as the Second Legion entered the Endless Sea, they were met head-on by the Dawn fleet and the Hero fleet. Commander Wang Ming of the Second Legion regarded the approaching fleets with a serious expression. "Ah, Lordly truly values us, dispatching both the Dawn fleet and the Hero fleet," Wang Ming remarked with a smile to his aide. The aide returned the smile. "Commander, I hear the Dawn fleet has always been aligned with Lordly's flagship, forming the mainstay of the 13th Legion." Wang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed, a single fleet boasting 10 heavy cruisers and 100 destroyers is quite formidable." The aide continued, "Moreover, the Hero fleet should not be underestimated. Their numbers are considerable as well." Wang Ming dismissed the notion. "Enough of your envy. They have amassed their forces through Lord Li's meticulous efforts." At that moment, the Dawn fleet and the Hero fleet closed in, and both side ships began to confront one another. "All hands, prepare for battle," Wang Ming bellowed. With his command, the ships of the Second Legion activated their weapon systems, radiant lights flickering across their hulls. The aide suddenly interjected. "General, I've heard the Dawn fleet's mech squad is exceptionally formidable. Shall we not challenge them?" Wang Ming frowned slightly. "Perhaps it would be wise to refrain. Their mechs have been forged in the crucible of combat against the Zerg." However, the aide was reluctant to concede. "But General, our Second Legion's mech squad has also seen its share of battles against the Zerg." After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ming relented. "Very well, deploy a mech squad. But do not bring shame upon me. If you lose, prepare to face my wrath upon your return." The aide, brimming with excitement, saluted. "Yes, General." He hurriedly conveyed the orders. Soon, a mech squad from the Second Legion surged towards the battlefield like an arrow released from its bow. Aboard the flagship of the Dawn fleet, Wang Lei observed the deployment of the enemy's mech squad and immediately grasped the intent of the Second Legion. promptly dispatching their elite mech units to engage. The clash of mechs echoed through the stars, and the battle grew intensely fierce. The warriors of the Second Legion fought valiantly, yet soon realized that the mechs of the Dawn Fleet possessed far superior experience. Honed through countless encounters with the Zerg, "Damn, they are indeed formidable," a mech warrior exclaimed over the communication channel. The aide, anxious, reported to Wang Ming, "General, the situation is dire. Our mech squad is struggling." Wang Ming's expression turned grave. "Tell them to remain calm and exploit our advantages." Encouraged by Wang Ming's words, the mech warriors of the Second Legion gradually steadied themselves, engaging the mechs of the Dawn Fleet in a tactical dance. Yet, the Dawn Fleet's mechs pressed relentlessly, denying them a moment's respite. "This cannot continue," the aide urged in desperation. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. "If one squad cannot prevail, then we shall send two." Though the aide felt this strategy was questionable, he promptly executed the command. Soon, another mech squad from the Second Legion was dispatched. The combined forces of the two mech squads began to exert pressure on the mechs of the Dawn Fleet. The intensity of the conflict escalated, vibrant bursts of light and explosions resonating throughout the cosmos. Seeing the enemy deploy two mech squads, Wang Lei contacted Wang Ming. "General Wang, this is rather unsporting of you." Wang Ming scoffed. "In battle, there is only victory or defeat. Notions of sportsmanship hold no relevance." Wang Lei chuckled darkly. "Very well, since you have chosen this path, do not be surprised when I abandon all pretense of decorum." In response, the Dawn Fleet made corresponding adjustments, unleashing over 100 massive beast-like unmanned mechs. This advanced mech technology had been acquired by Li Hao from the Ike civilization. These beast-like mechs appeared on the battlefield. The members of the Second Legion were left in shock. "What in the world are those?" a soldier gasped. The aide's expression turned grave. "General, this situation is becoming increasingly perilous." Wang Ming stared intently at the beast-like mechs, an unsettling dread washing over him. These mechs moved with uncanny speed, darting through the battlefield like phantoms, swiftly applying immense pressure on the mech units of the Second Legion. "Damn, their combat prowess is astonishing," a mech warrior shouted. The mechs of the Second Legion found themselves on the defensive, retreating before the relentless onslaught of the beast-like mechs. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. "Concentrate fire. We must first deal with these beast-like mechs." However, the agility and robust defenses of these mechs rendered the Second Legion's attacks largely ineffective. The aide, frantic, exclaimed, "General, our assaults are having no effect." Wang Ming, frustrated, conceded, "Let the enemy know we surrender." Where did Li Hao procure these monstrosities? Although the aide felt a deep sense of reluctance, he dutifully relayed the message of surrender. Soon, the communication was established, and Wang Lei greeted Wang Ming with amusement. "General Wang, how does it feel?" Wang Ming huffed. "You have bested me this time. I concede defeat." "Where did you acquire those beasts?" Wang Lei laughed triumphantly. "Ha! We produce them ourselves. Should the general wish, we can offer them for sale." Wang Ming gritted his teeth. "Do not celebrate too soon. When this matter concludes, I shall pay you a visit." After the communication ended, both sides recalled their mech units, activated their star shields, and exchanged fire with the Starshine fleet for a time. Energy beams danced across the night sky, weaving a dazzling web of light. Each collision sparked intense energy fluctuations, causing nearby asteroids to tremble. The secondary cannons of the Second Legion and the Dawn Fleet unleashed their full might, their star shields shimmering under the tremendous impact, striving to withstand each other's artillery. As moments passed, both fleets endured immense pressure, and signs of instability began to appear in some ships' star shields, flickering and showing signs of damage. "General, our star shields are beginning to falter," an officer urgently reported to Wang Ming. Chapter 164. Li Hao returns to the Endless Sea. Meanwhile, on the side of the Dawn Fleet, Wang Lei observed the data from the sensors regarding the enemy's star shields. "It's nearly time. We can withdraw." Soon, both the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet retreated from the front lines. To the left of the front battlefield, the commander of the 3rd Legion surveyed the opposing ships in bewilderment. The 13th Legion had deployed the Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets here. The commander of the 3rd Legion murmured, "Two fleets are facing us head-on." The aide beside him also wore a puzzled expression. "General, this situation is somewhat unexpected." The commander furrowed his brow. "How is it that we have received no intelligence on these two fleets from the military?" After pondering for a moment, the adjutant remarked, "General, Judging by the size of the opposing fleet, it appears to be the main force, indeed representing two distinct fleets. The commander shook his head. The 13th Legion has concealed itself remarkably well. We remain utterly unaware of such substantial fleets. Just as their confusion deepened, the Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets began to move slowly, adopting an aggressive posture. "General, they are about to attack," the adjutant shouted anxiously. The commander immediately ordered, "All hands on alert. Prepare for the enemy." The warships of the 3rd Legion swiftly adjusted their status, energizing their shields to full capacity and aiming their cannons at the opposing fleet. The Black Rose fleet initiated the assault first, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that fell like raindrops upon the 3rd Legion. "Return fire," the commander bellowed. The vessels of the 3rd Legion responded in kind, vibrant beams of energy intertwining to illuminate the vast expanse of the starry sky. The White Phoenix fleet, not to be outdone, encircled from the flanks, simultaneously activating their main and auxiliary cannons. Instantly, a multitude of dazzling lights tore through the cosmos, raining down upon the 3rd Legion like a torrential downpour. The warships of the 3rd Legion rocked violently under the ferocious assault, with some shields beginning to show cracks. "This is dire. We can't hold out much longer," the adjutant exclaimed anxiously. The commander, with unwavering determination, shouted, "All ships, focus on evading. Concentrate fire on the weak points of the White Phoenix fleet." The soldiers of the 3rd Legion labored diligently at their stations, striving to find a glimmer of hope amid the relentless barrage. They continuously adjusted their ships' positions, attempting to evade the attacks from the White Phoenix fleet while seeking opportunities for counterstrike. However, the tactics of the White Phoenix fleet were exceedingly agile, constantly shifting formations, making it difficult for the 3rd Legion to achieve effective results. "General, they are proving to be quite troublesome," an officer declared in distress. The commander clenched his fists, resolute. "We cannot concede. We must persist in searching for a breakthrough." At that moment, the Black Rose fleet joined the fray, coordinating seamlessly with the White Phoenix fleet to form an even tighter web of firepower. The situation for the 3rd Legion grew increasingly precarious, with warships sustaining damage one after another, some even beginning to explode. "General, we must find a way to break through," the adjutant proposed. The commander contemplated for a moment. "Very well, order all ships to concentrate their strength and break through in one direction." The 3rd Legion commenced a grueling breakout maneuver, braving the relentless fire as they surged forward. The White Phoenix and Black Rose fleets sensed the 3rd Legion's intentions and immediately intensified their assault in that direction. Amid the fierce exchange of fire, the 3rd Legion paid a heavy price, yet some vessels ultimately managed to break free from the encirclement. "White Phoenix, there is no need to pursue further. Our mission has been accomplished," Lin Shao stated. The White Phoenix nodded slightly, issuing the command to cease pursuit. Subsequently, the White Phoenix and Black Rose fleets began an orderly withdrawal from the battlefield. The remaining warships of the 3rd Legion gasped for breath from a distance. The soldiers still reeling from the aftermath of the fierce battle. "Commander, what shall we do now?" the adjutant of the 3rd Legion inquired wearily. The commander, his expression somber, replied, "First, assess the casualties, then report everything to the military headquarters." Soon, reports of the battle against the 13th Legion from the 3 major legions reached the military headquarters, eventually landing in the hands of the new emperor. Seated upon a magnificent throne, the new emperor scrutinized the battle report with a grave expression. His brow furrowed tightly. From whence did the Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets emerge? How could our forces suffer such significant losses? The new emperor murmured. Within the court, ministers began to voice their concerns. "Your Majesty, the urgent matter is to swiftly eliminate the 13th Legion. From the reports received, their main force has not sustained considerable losses." An elder minister stepped forward to speak. The new emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness in his gaze. "The 13th Legion indeed poses a hidden threat." "Where is Li Hao?" The elder minister hastily responded. "Your Majesty, scouts from the border report that Li Hao's fearless fleet has passed through the 9th Legion's defense zone and is now hastening back to the Endless Sea." The new emperor frowned. "He certainly moves quickly. It appears he is deliberately stalling along the way." After a moment of contemplation, the elder minister cautioned, "Your Majesty, he must not be allowed to return. The rift with the 13th Legion has already widened. Should Li Hao's fearless fleet unite with the 13th Legion, it would spell great trouble for us." The new emperor's gaze turned icy. This time, he has a plan. Intercepting him is no longer realistic. I have lost this round, the elder minister, startled, quickly countered. Your Majesty, do not concede defeat so easily. Although Li Hao has escaped this time, we can still devise a long-term strategy to counteract. The new emperor took a deep breath. Calming his emotions, I am aware, yet Li Hao is truly odious for disrupting my entire plan. Your Majesty, the pressing matter is to swiftly formulate a countermeasure, the elder minister advised. Our legion has entered the endless sea. We can gradually eliminate the 13th legion there. The new emperor nodded. You speak wisely. Convey my orders to advance the 2nd legion into the endless sea starfield. Meanwhile, Li Hao successfully returned to the endless sea. Reuniting with the 13th legion. Ha ha, General, you have finally returned. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. What is the current situation? Li Hao inquired. General, both the 1st and 2nd legions are reluctant to get involved in this matter. While the 3rd legion has been thoroughly battered by Lin Xiao and the White Phoenix, Zhang Yu reported. Li Hao frowned. They have thoroughly decimated the 3rd Legion's fleet. I can only imagine how heartbroken their commander must be. Zhang Yu chuckled. Well, that is their own folly for provoking us. Li Hao shook his head. True as that may be, it also means we have irrevocably created enmity with the 3rd Legion. However, it is too late to dwell on that now. General, how shall we address the pressure from the new emperor? A deputy asked anxiously. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Given the current circumstances, I am preparing to. Chapter 165. The new emperor's negotiation. As Li Hao and Zhang Yu deliberated on their strategies in the endless sea, a communications officer approached with a report. General, the commander of the 2nd Legion is attempting to reach you. Li Hao's expression sharpened as he took the call. Soon, the visage of the 2nd Legion's commander appeared on the communication screen. His demeanor grave. General Li Hao, I believe we need to discuss matters. Li Hao nodded slightly. Please proceed. The commander of the 2nd Legion spoke solemnly. The current situation is complex. The new emperor is tightening his grip on you. While we in the 2nd Legion wish to remain uninvolved in this conflict, we cannot stand idly by. Li Hao's interest peaked. Oh, what do you propose? We hope to stall in the endless sea for a while. Yet we prefer to incur minimal losses. We are brothers who have fought together on the Zerg battlefield. We wish to avoid internal strife within the Empire, the commander of the 2nd Legion stated. Li Hao contemplated briefly. I understand your concerns. I will ensure our cooperation. The commander of the 2nd Legion nodded. Very well, let us agree on this. After the communication ended, Li Hao's expression grew increasingly serious. He was acutely aware that stalling in the endless sea would not be an easy task and that they needed to minimize losses. Zhang Yu observed Li Hao with concern. General, although the 2nd Legion has tentatively reached a cooperative agreement, executing our plans will be challenging. Li Hao nodded slightly. I know. We will continue to play along with them. If it comes to that, we can provide them with some outdated warships to bolster their achievements. Zhang Yu frowned. General, could this not be overly risky? If they were to ambush us, the consequences could be dire. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. At present, we have no other choice. We must buy sufficient time in the endless sea. As for the 2nd Legion, they will soon depart. In the days that followed, the 13th Legion publicly staged joint operations with the 2nd Legion on the battlefield. During these operations, Li Hao strategically deployed some obsolete warships, leading the 2nd Legion to believe they had achieved significant results. Legion Commander, the 13th Legion truly has considerable resources. They have provided us with so many main battleships for our accomplishments. An officer reported to Wang Ming. The 13th Legion possesses far more resources in the endless sea than we do on the Zerg battlefield. Wang Ming remarked enviously. A glint of envy flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he considered the substantial credit that Li Hao was providing them. They must seize this opportunity. The officer nodded. You are right, Legion Commander, but I wonder what their true intentions are behind such actions. Wang Ming sneered. What does it matter what their motives are, as long as we can reap the benefits? Let us first report the current situation to the imperial capital. Subsequently, Wang Ming drafted a report on the battle conditions, exaggerating the number of warships the 13th Legion had deployed and boasting about his own legion's valor. This report was swiftly transmitted to the imperial capital, landing before the new emperor. The new emperor perused the report, his brow furrowing slightly. Just how much strength has the 13th Legion concealed? They have mobilized such a significant number of main battleships. A strategist beside the new emperor remarked, Your Majesty, this matter is rather suspicious. The 13th Legion has deployed so many main battleships, Yet they seem unable to match the Second Legion's combat effectiveness. It appears something is amiss. The new emperor nodded slightly, closely monitoring their movements. Should any abnormalities arise, he would be informed immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, stationed in the Endless Sea, remained oblivious to the fact that his reports had aroused the emperor's suspicion. He continued to revel in the benefits brought about by his collaboration with the 13th Legion, playing his part in the charade on the other side. Li Hao had also learned of Wang Ming's report to the imperial capital. "General, it seems our actions have indeed attracted the new emperor's attention," Zhang Yu said with concern. Li Hao's expression grew grave. This was to be expected. We had severely crippled the 3rd Legion's detached fleet. And now, facing the 2nd Legion, our combat effectiveness was lacking, making it difficult not to raise the emperor's suspicions. However, as long as we can stall for enough time in the Endless Sea, we still have a chance to achieve our goals. Lin Xiao interjected, "General, if this continues, the new emperor will soon replace the 2nd Legion with another." Li Hao frowned. The only legion he could command in the Empire was the Royal Legion, and the others would certainly not participate in this matter. Lin Xiao expressed his worries. Even so, the Royal Legion's strength should not be underestimated. If they truly come without reservation, we could suffer significant losses. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, "He cannot possibly deploy all his military strength here. Last time, gathering 2 legions was already his limit." The new emperor, within the Star Palace of the imperial capital, continuously conferred with his ministers on how to address the situation in the Endless Sea. "I cannot allow the 13th Legion to slip from my grasp," he said with a furrowed brow. One minister advised, "Your Majesty, we have already severed ties with the 13th Legion. There is little chance for reconciliation. We must swiftly conclude the conflict in the Endless Sea and withdraw the 2nd Legion back to the Zerg battlefield." Another minister added, "Given the current state of affairs, it will be impossible to end the conflict in the Endless Sea in the short term. If there are changes in the Zerg battlefield, the 4th Legion will be unable to defend." The new emperor, seated upon his throne, furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. "I understand the gravity of this situation," he declared, his voice steady and powerful. However, Li Hao of the 13th Legion has already shown signs of rebellion. A hush fell over the court as the ministers exchanged glances, each pondering the implications of this revelation. The new emperor took a deep breath and continued, "I have received numerous reports indicating that Li Hao has privately expanded multiple fleets at his station. His intentions are treacherous." At these words, the court erupted in a flurry of whispers. An elder statesman stepped forward, clasping his hands, and said, "Your Majesty, the unique role of the 13th Legion has been recognized by all previous emperors. We should seek peace with Lord Li." The new emperor's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice, "Peace? Li Hao's heart is already set on rebellion. Negotiating now would only appear as weakness, allowing him to become even more audacious." The elder statesman quickly replied, "Your Majesty, that is not my intent. The 13th Legion has suppressed the Endless Sea for many years, achieving great merit for the Empire. Lord Li surely does not genuinely desire rebellion. If we can negotiate, appealing to reason and emotion, perhaps we can persuade him to return to the fold and avoid a devastating civil war." The new emperor furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, "What you say does hold some merit. However, if Li Hao truly harbors ulterior motives, negotiations may not yield substantial results." Chapter 166, The Aristocratic Coalition. At this moment, another minister stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, we could first send envoys to the 13th Legion station to gauge Lord Li's stance. If he is willing to negotiate, we can then deliberate on the specifics." The new emperor nodded. "Very well, let it be as you say. Quickly select envoys to proceed. But I must warn you, if Li Hao remains obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Thus, the court dispatched a silver-tongued official as an envoy, carrying the emperor's edict and conditions for negotiation to the 13th Legion. Along the way, the envoy felt a knot of anxiety, uncertain of what awaited him upon arrival. Upon reaching the 13th Legion's encampment, Li Hao sat within his tent, his expression dark as he regarded the envoy. The envoy steeled himself and approached, conveying the emperor's edict and terms for negotiation. Li Hao, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. "The emperor plays his cards well. Now that he perceives me as a threat, he seeks to stabilize me through negotiation." The envoy hastily replied, "My lord, please understand, the emperor's intentions are solely for the stability of the empire and the welfare of the people. He hopes to resolve this matter amicably. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Allow me some time to consider. You may return and report back." The envoy dared not speak further and hurried away. Meanwhile, Li Hao began weighing the pros and cons, recognizing that this was an excellent opportunity. Upon returning to the capital, the envoy relayed Li Hao's stance to the new emperor. The emperor's expression darkened further. And once again, the court was engulfed in heated discussion. "Your Majesty, in my view, Li Hao is merely stalling. He harbors no genuine intention for negotiation," a young minister stated indignantly. "Do not jump to conclusions." Another minister countered, "Perhaps Lord Li truly needs time to reflect and deliberate." The new emperor raised his hand, silencing the ministers. "Regardless of Li Hao's intentions, we must remain vigilant." The 13th Legion's encampment. Li Hao secretly summoned high-ranking officers such as Zhang Yu and Lin Xiao. "I suspect this negotiation from the imperial capital is merely a stalling tactic," Li Hao said, his gaze shadowed. "He must know about our charade with the 2nd Legion." Simultaneously, the atmosphere surrounding the imperial capital was tense, with fleets of warships surrounding it. "I have decided to form an aristocratic coalition fleet. This time, the territories we seize in the Endless Sea will be directly allocated to the various families." The new emperor declared resolutely. As his words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. Representatives from the major aristocratic families exchanged glances, each with their own calculations in mind. "Your Majesty, is this not too reckless? We have just dispatched envoys to negotiate with Li Hao. Now, if we hastily deploy troops, it may provoke his rebellion." An elder statesman expressed worry. "Humph, is he not already in rebellion?" the new emperor retorted. "My mind is made up. It is settled." Thus, the major families began to prepare vigorously for the aristocratic coalition fleet. Ships were rapidly mobilized, and the number of warships outside the imperial capital increased, the atmosphere growing ever more tense. Meanwhile, in the Endless Sea, Li Hao sensed the stirrings from the imperial capital. "I told you the new emperor would not give up so easily." While professing peace, "He is secretly assembling a coalition," Li Hao said, frowning, his gaze fixed on the distant direction of the imperial capital. "General, how should we respond?" Wang Lei, standing nearby, inquired. "Humph, if he shows no mercy, then let him not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let these aristocrats taste the firepower of the 13th Legion. Let them come and not return," Li Hao declared decisively. Wang Lei's eyes gleamed with determination upon hearing Li Hao's words. "Yes, General, I will deliver the orders at once and prepare our men." With that, Wang Lei turned and departed. Among the fleets at the imperial capital, the aristocrats were still immersed in fantasies of seizing territory in the Endless Sea, completely unaware of the grave crisis they were about to face. "With our aristocratic coalition fleet, we will surely annihilate the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea. The resources of the Endless Sea will belong to our families," the head of the Zhang family exclaimed joyfully. As his words fell, the leaders of other families echoed his sentiments, their faces alight with greed and excitement. "Indeed, once we secure the Endless Sea, our family's power will ascend to new heights," the head of the Chui family remarked. "Ha ha, at that point, we shall dominate this star region," the head of the Wang family laughed heartily. However, their dreams would soon be shattered by the cannon fire of the 13th Legion. As the coalition fleet entered the Endless Sea and completed the transfer with the 2nd Legion. Before they could even regain their bearings, Li Hao issued a ruthless attack ordered in an instant. The skies above the Endless Sea erupted with cannon fire, brilliance illuminating the darkness. The coalition fleet was caught off guard by this sudden and fierce assault, plunging into utter chaos. "What is happening? How dare Li Hao attack us?" an aristocratic general roared in anger. Yet, the only response was a barrage of even more intense cannon fire. Li Hao, expressionless, observed the unfolding chaos, fully aware that these aristocrats had conspired with the imperial capital to divide the Endless Sea. He could not afford to show them an ounce of mercy. Under Li Hao's relentless bombardment, the coalition fleet suffered catastrophic losses, with ship after ship being destroyed, reduced to flaming wreckage plummeting into the Endless Sea. "First, concentrate our main warships to drive them out of the Endless Sea." Li Hao commanded. As his orders were given, the main warships of the 13th Legion surged forward like unleashed tigers, launching a more ferocious assault on the coalition fleet. The coalition, now at the end of its rope, still attempted to make a final stand in desperation. "Hold the line. We cannot let them succeed." the coalition commander shouted hoarsely. Yet, under the overwhelming offensive of the 13th Legion, their resistance appeared utterly futile. One after another, the main warships breached the coalition's defenses, driving them steadily backward. The air above the endless sea was thick with smoke and fire, as the coalition fleet's ships erupted in explosions, debris scattering in all directions. "Damn it, we can't hold them off," a soldier from the coalition cried out in despair. With no other choice, they could only flee desperately, seeking to escape this horrifying battlefield. Li Hao stood on the command ship, his expression stern as he observed the unfolding scene. Not a trace of compassion lingered in his heart. The coalition of noble families was complicit in the enemy's machinations, and they must pay for their transgressions. Under the relentless pursuit of the 13th Legion, the fleet of noble families was finally driven out of the endless sea star domain. They fled like lost dogs, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. "General, we have driven them away," Wang Lei exclaimed with excitement. Li Hao nodded slightly, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. The imperial capital would undoubtedly seek retribution, and they would return with a vengeance. "Clear the battlefield and bolster our defenses," Li Hao instructed calmly. The 13th Legion commenced the cleanup and began repairs on the damaged warships. Meanwhile, Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to counter the impending assault from the imperial capital. Simultaneously, in the imperial capital, upon learning that the fleet of noble families had been expelled from the endless sea star domain, the new emperor's countenance darkened ominously. How is this possible? The coalition fleet was just dispatched and has already been repelled. That detestable Li Hao will pay. The new emperor seethed through gritted teeth. He urgently summoned his trusted ministers to secretly discuss their next course of action within the royal palace. "This time, we must deploy a more formidable force to decisively seize the endless sea," the new emperor declared vehemently. "Your Majesty, the coalition was caught unprepared, allowing the 13th Legion to exploit their vulnerability. We can have the noble families assemble an elite fleet to form a stronger contingent," one minister proposed. "Indeed, that is a sound suggestion. Furthermore, let us instruct them to mobilize additional warships, emphasizing that they must capture the endless sea this time," the new emperor replied insidiously. The ministers nodded in agreement, beginning to arrange the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Li Hao understood that the imperial capital would not relent easily. On one hand, he fortified the defensive works. On the other, he actively sought strategies to counter the threat. "General, we cannot remain in a passive defensive posture. We must devise a plan to take the initiative," Wang Lei urged. "I understand, but our knowledge of the imperial capital situation is still insufficient, and rash actions may lead us into peril." Li Hao replied, furrowing his brow. At that moment, intelligence arrived indicating that the imperial families were once again assembling a fleet, preparing to head toward the endless sea. "The noble families are indeed affluent," Li Hao remarked with narrowed eyes. "General, the current noble families are of little consequence. The century-old clans each possess their own legions and will not participate in this civil war," Wang Lei commented. Li Hao nodded slightly, yet his mind was preoccupied with the movements of these century-old families. Although they were not participating now, complacency was unwarranted. These venerable families held substantial resources. Should they choose to act, they would undoubtedly stir up far greater turmoil. "You speak the truth, General. We must remain vigilant at all times," Wang Lei concurred. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the imperial capital, within a mysterious estate, representatives of several century-old families were gathered, deliberating the current situation. It seems the new emperor intends to cultivate these smaller families, hastily bringing them to the forefront, an elder remarked slowly. This time, he faces Li Hao of the 13th Legion. "Compared to the former emperor, he is still far from a match," another family head stated. "Humph, whether it be the former or the new emperor, they are merely driven by their own lust for power." A third family head scoffed. "Oh, what should we do? We cannot simply sit idly by," someone raised a question. "Let us observe for now. These small families are merely pawns of the new emperor and may not be capable of stirring significant upheaval." The elder replied with composure. "However, if Li Hao is truly bogged down by these smaller families, it may not bode well for us. Indeed, the 13th Legion's strength is formidable. Should he be restrained, the Empire's situation will grow increasingly chaotic. Should we not take timely action to reap the benefits of their struggle? No need to rush. The time is not yet ripe. Let us wait until the situation becomes clearer," The elder gestured dismissively. The others nodded in agreement and continued to discuss other matters, i.e. the temporary command center of the coalition of noble families at the border star. Several family heads, primarily from the Zhang, Chui, and Wang families, convened after their retreat from the Endless Sea. This is precisely what the new emperor meant by low combat effectiveness. I told you he wouldn't be so benevolent, the head of the Zhang family lamented. Indeed, we have been thoroughly deceived. That Li Hao and his 13th Legion are nothing short of demons. The head of the Chui family expressed his frustration. Humph, the new emperor is merely using us as cannon fodder. The head of the Wang family slammed the table in anger. There's no use lamenting now. We must quickly devise a strategy to confront the upcoming situation, the head of the Zhang family urged. What strategy can we employ? Our coalition has suffered heavy losses and lacks the strength to confront the 13th Legion again. The head of the Chui family shook his head in despair. Since the Empire has granted us this opportunity, we must mobilize our resources to secure a piece of territory, the head of the Wang family asserted defiantly. Absolutely, Brother Wang is correct. We cannot afford to miss this chance. The head of the Zhang family agreed. However, with our current strength, can we truly succeed? The head of the Chui family remained apprehensive. How will we know unless we try? We still have the support of other noble families. Success is not out of reach, the head of the Wang family declared resolutely. Very well, then let us proceed. We shall begin preparations immediately, the head of the Zhang family gritted his teeth. Thus, each noble family began to take action, mobilizing all available resources, recruiting soldiers, and preparing provisions and weapons. As they diligently prepared, within the imperial palace, the new emperor and his ministers were discussing strategies. Your Majesty, it seems we have stirred up quite a tempest. One minister observed. Yes, these noble families are in dire need of discipline. If they believe they can take advantage of me, they will learn otherwise when it comes time for them to contribute. They all feign poverty, the new emperor chuckled with satisfaction. However, Your Majesty, the fervent preparations of the noble families should not be underestimated. Another minister cautioned. No matter how they prepare, they are merely a disorganized mob. Let them expend themselves against the 13th Legion, and those who follow will come to tidy up the aftermath, the new emperor replied with unwavering confidence. Your Majesty is wise, yet we must remain vigilant and devise comprehensive strategies. The minister urged cautiously. I am well aware, so do not fret. Be by the way, keep a close watch on the movements of the century-old families. Any sign of unrest must be reported to me immediately. The new emperor commanded. As you wish, Your Majesty, the minister replied with a bow. Meanwhile, at the coalition camp on the border star, the atmosphere was tense and bustling. When will the fleet from the imperial capital arrive? The head of the Zhang family demanded loudly. Reporting to the family head, the fleet from the imperial capital is expected to arrive in 3 days. One subordinate hurriedly responded. 3 days. Time is of the essence. We must expedite our preparations, the head of the Zhang family said, frowning. Brother Wang, how are your provisions and weapons coming along? The head of the Zhang family turned to the head of the Wang family. Rest assured, the provisions are nearly gathered, and the weapons are being transported as swiftly as possible, the head of the Wang family replied. Chui brother, how is the training of the soldiers? The head of the Zhang family inquired of the head of the Chui family. The soldiers are working diligently. Their combat effectiveness has significantly improved, but compared to the imperial regulars, there remains a gap. The head of the Chui family expressed his concerns. Regardless, we have no option for retreat. We can only go all out. The head of the Zhang family resolved firmly. In the ensuing 3 days, everyone at the coalition camp was thoroughly occupied. Soldiers intensified their training, while supplies continued to flow in steadily. Finally, the fleet assembled by the imperial capital arrived at the border star. With the addition of this fleet, our strength has greatly increased, the head of the Zhang family exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, now our fleet has the capability to compete with the imperial forces. The head of the Wang family also displayed a joyful expression. Within the imperial palace, the new emperor was in conference with his ministers. Your Majesty, the fleet of noble families has arrived at the border star. Shall we commence our actions? One minister inquired. Let them wear themselves out against Li Hao first, the new emperor replied disdainfully. Your Majesty is wise. Allowing them to engage the 13th Legion will enable us to observe from a distance. Another minister concurred. This time, I will make Li Hao understand the price of defiance. The new emperor's eyes gleamed with contempt. In the council chamber of the palace, the The ministers fell silent, the new emperor's words hanging like frost over each of them. Your Majesty, the 13th Legion is also a vital force of the Empire. Should they suffer heavy losses this time, it may adversely affect the Empire's military strength. One elder minister spoke cautiously. Humph. I aim to make him understand who the true sovereign of this realm is. If he submits obediently, all will be well. Otherwise, he should not blame me for my ruthlessness. The new emperor replied coldly. At this moment, on the border star, the flames of war raged. Lihouse stood in the flagship command chamber of the 13th Legion, his expression grave as he surveyed the coalition of noble families before him. General, the strength of the noble fleet is considerable this time. They possess a significant number of main battleships. Zhang Yu remarked. Lihouse inhaled deeply and replied, these were once the Empire's forces. To see them squandered in a civil war is truly lamentable. Zhang Yu frowned and continued, General, it seems they have come well prepared this time. Li Hao fixed his determined gaze upon the noble fleet and said solemnly, first, arrange 2 fleets to confront them. We shall refrain from launching an attack hastily to avoid unnecessary losses. I and the fleet of noble families. Several clan leaders were engaged in deliberations regarding their strategies. The opposing forces appeared to exercise caution, necessitating our vigilance, remarked a general from the Zhang family. Perhaps we should dispatch a few warships for a probing assault to gauge their reaction, suggested a general from the Cui family. The Zhang family patriarch nodded in agreement, stating, very well, let us proceed as you propose. Swiftly, several noble warships detached from the fleet and began their slow approach toward Li Hao's armada. Li Hao immediately sensed the movements of the noble fleet. General, several warships are approaching us, Zhang Yu reported anxiously. Li Hao responded with composure. This is a probing maneuver. Instruct all ships to prepare for defensive measures. As the noble warships drew nearer, Li Hao commanded the invincible ship, charge the annihilation cannon. Zhang Yu, taken aback by the order, exclaimed, General, surely we do not need to employ the annihilation cannon against just a few warships. Li Hao's expression turned grim as he replied, this is to let them experience the might of our 13th Legion. We must demonstrate our inviolable superiority. Though Zhang Yu harbored doubts, he resolutely carried out the command. As the energy of the annihilation cannon surged, the entire invincible ship seemed enveloped in a powerful aura. The noble fleet appeared to sense the impending danger. Their warships began to decelerate, hesitating to advance any further. The commanders aboard the noble warships recognized the terrifying presence and began to panic. Quick, retreat at once. Li Hao has gone mad. A noble commander shouted frantically over the comms. Yet, it was too late. The brilliance of the annihilation cannon illuminated the starfield, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful energy beam that surged toward the noble warships. The noble vessels stood no chance against this cataclysmic force, swiftly disintegrating into countless shimmering debris adrift in the cosmos. Observing this spectacle, Li Hao remained unperturbed. The patriarchs aboard the flagship of the noble fleet gazed in disbelief as the warships they had sent forth instantaneously transformed into cosmic refuse. How is this possible? Those were our meticulously crafted warships. One patriarch bellowed in fury, Li Hao, that scoundrel. How dare he employ such ruthless tactics? Another patriarch seethed, gritting his teeth. A palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped the flagship's command room. What shall we do? Are we to sit idly by? The Cui patriarch stammered, his voice trembling. No, their flagship is merely one vessel. We shall concentrate our firepower on Li Hao's invincible, asserted the Zhang patriarch. They urgently conferred on their course of action, deciding to direct all main cannon fire towards Li Hao's flagship. AS commands were issued. The flagship began executing a series of complex maneuvers. Meanwhile, on the side of the 13th Legion, Li Hao observed the remnants of the noble fleet with no trace of triumph on his visage. General, the noble fleet seems to be mobilizing, Zhang Yu warned. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the direction of the noble flagship, coldly stating, position all main warships at the front. It appears they intend to concentrate their fire on us. As predicted, the noble fleet unleashed a surge of powerful energy waves, with beams from their main cannons targeting the 13th Legion. This is bad. They are focusing their fire on the invincible, Zhang Yu exclaimed in alarm. Li Hao's expression hardened as he swiftly directed his fleet to adopt defensive formations. The warships of the invincible fleet activated their star shields and energy shields, positioning themselves in front of the flagship to withstand the sudden onslaught. In that instant, A torrent of energy beams rained down upon the invincible fleet's defensive line. The shields shimmered and rippled, flickering under the immense strain. How meticulously scrutinized the battle conditions, rapidly formulating a counter-strategy. Zhang Yu, instruct all ships to adjust their angles and enhance shield energy output. Li Hao commanded loudly. Zhang Yu promptly relayed the order, and the warships of the invincible fleet worked in concert to maintain the integrity of their defenses. However, the noble fleet's assault intensified, and cracks began to appear in the shields of several vessels within the invincible fleet, escalating the urgency of the situation. General, we cannot sustain this for much longer. Our shields are failing, Zhang Yu reported anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Li Hao initiated the emergency protocol, commanding the Dawn fleet to flank them and disrupt their attack rhythm. The order was swiftly disseminated, and the Dawn fleet surged forth like a razor-sharp blade. Their unexpected appearance caught the noble fleet off guard, momentarily derailing their assault. The noble fleet was compelled to divert some of their firepower to counter the suddenly emerging Dawn fleet, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the Invincible. Target the enemy flagship with our main cannons, Li Hao shouted emphatically. The operational crew aboard the Invincible sprang into action, swiftly adjusting the main cannon's angle to lock onto the noble fleet's primary warship. The noble fleet, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to evade, but their movements appeared sluggish under the entanglement of the Dawn fleet. Locking completed. We are ready to fire, an operator reported to Li Hao. His gaze conveyed decisiveness. Fire! A robust and radiant energy beam erupted from the main cannon of the Invincible, traversing the void and hurtling toward the noble fleet's flagship. The noble flagship's crew desperately activated their shields. But under the force of such a formidable attack, the shields began to fracture and rapidly expand. This is bad. The shields won't hold, the commander of the noble flagship cried out in terror. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding explosion, the flagship of the noble fleet was engulfed in a massive fireball as it succumbed to the energy beam's impact. Witnessing this, the morale of the other noble warships plummeted, and their assaults became increasingly frantic. Press the advantage. Do not afford them a moment's respite, Li Hao ordered. The Invincible fleet and the Dawn fleet moved in unison, akin to a tiger descending upon its prey. As they pounced upon the noble fleet, within the flagship of the noble fleet, the Patriarch surveyed the battlefield. Li Hao has likely deployed all his main forces by now, the Chui Patriarch remarked. Humph, even if he has deployed all his strength, our noble families are not to be trifled with, the Wang Patriarch scoffed. Yet we must not grow complacent. Li Hao is cunning and resourceful. We must remain cautious. Cautioned the Zhao Patriarch, fear not. We have made ample preparations this time. Li Hao will find it impossible to escape, the Sun Patriarch proclaimed confidently on the battlefield. The Invincible and Dawn fleets continued their relentless pursuit of the remaining noble vessels. The noble fleet, engaged in a tactical retreat, gradually maneuvered toward their prearranged trap zone. Li Hao, stationed within the command chamber, keenly detected an anomaly. Something is amiss. The noble fleet's retreat appears overly deliberate, he pondered internally. Zhang Yu, heighten our vigilance. Remain wary of traps, he instructed. However, before they could respond further, the Invincible and Dawn fleets had already entered the meticulously laid trap of the noble families. Suddenly, the surrounding space warped, and a multitude of powerful energy beams erupted from all directions, converging upon them. The patriarchs aboard the noble flagship erupted in triumphant laughter. Ha! Li Hao, you have ultimately fallen into our snare, the Chui Patriarch cackled. Let them experience our might, commanded the Wang Patriarch, urging an escalation of their attacks. Though the Invincible and Dawn fleets swiftly adopted defensive formations, activating their star shields and energy shields, they were bombarded by a relentless onslaught of energy beams, which rippled across their shields. The soldiers of the Invincible and Dawn fleets remained resolute, diligently managing their vessels to sustain the integrity of their defenses. General, shield energy is plummeting, an officer reported urgently. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet's defensive systems struggled to endure. However, the noble fleet's assault grew increasingly ferocious, intent on obliterating them entirely. Li Hao's expression turned grave as he activated the super energy core to bolster the shield output. With the activation of the super energy core, the shield strength surged to a new level, momentarily withstanding the noble fleet's relentless barrage. Yet, the noble fleet showed no signs of relenting. continuing to unleash a torrent of firepower. At this moment, the patriarchs aboard the noble flagship began to recognize the shift in circumstances. I've heard tales of Li Hao possessing a super energy stone. It seems we have finally forced him to use it. The Zhang patriarch remarked with a smile. Humph. Does he think activating the super energy core will suffice to fend us off? He is sorely mistaken. The Chui patriarch sneered. Continue to intensify our attacks. I am eager to see how long they can endure. The Wang patriarch growled menacingly. The battlefield atmosphere grew increasingly tense and precarious. The soldiers of the Invincible and Dawn fleets felt the immense pressure. Yet they steadfastly held their ground, refusing to yield. Li Hao's gaze remained fixed on the tactical display, his mind racing with calculations. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Zhang Yu, instruct the fleet to shift formations. We shall charge from the front, Li Hao decisively commanded. Zhang Yu immediately conveyed the order, and the Invincible and Dawn fleets swiftly sprang into action, altering their formations. The soldiers aboard the warships executed their roles with precision, synchronizing their efforts as the fleet's configuration transformed amidst a chorus of mechanical roars. The commanders of the noble fleet noticed Li Hao's maneuvers, their hearts filled with scorn. Humph, they think they can charge from the front? Utter folly, the Chui patriarch derided. However, Li Hao's plan was far more intricate than it appeared. Once the fleet's formations were complete, Li Hao issued a series of complex commands. All main cannons of the Invincible fleet. Charge, maximum engine power output, commanded Li Hao. Dawn fleet, retaliate with all weapons and disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. In an instant, the attacks of the aristocratic fleet were thrown into disarray, their accuracy and power significantly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, the Invincible fleet surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The aristocratic fleet hastily attempted to adjust their tactics, but it was too late. Led by Li Hao, the Invincible fleet pierced through the defenses of the aristocratic fleet like a dagger. Damn it, stop them, bellowed the head of the Wang family in exasperation. Yet, the Invincible fleet and the Dawn fleet advanced with overwhelming momentum, tearing a gaping hole in the ranks of the aristocratic fleet. Li Hao stood in the command chamber, his expression stern and resolute. Main cannons, lock onto the enemy ships and fire at full power. As his command was given, the fleet's main cannons erupted with dazzling brilliance, unleashing powerful energy beams that shot towards the aristocratic fleet like shooting stars. The ships of the aristocratic fleet sustained damage under this fierce assault, and explosions illuminated the cosmos in a chaotic dance of fire. The commanders of the aristocratic fleet watched in horror, astonished by the speed of Li Hao's Invincible fleet as they breached their defenses in an instant. Quick, organize a counterattack, shouted one of the commanders. However, at this moment, the Invincible fleet and the Dawn fleet had already gained the upper hand, coordinating their efforts to deliver heavy blows to the main battleships of the aristocratic fleet. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, the aristocratic fleet gradually descended into chaos. Some ships began to attempt a retreat from the battlefield. Do not let their main battleships escape. Hold them tightly, Li Hao roared. The Invincible fleet and the Dawn fleet pursued the fleeing ships like ravenous wolves. Eliminating them one by one, the battlefield was engulfed in smoke and debris, as Li Hao looked upon the dwindling numbers of the aristocratic fleet. Have we located their flagship? Chapter 170. The Battle Against the Aristocratic Coalition, Part 3, General. We have not intercepted their flagship, reported Zhang Huayu. Li Hao furrowed his brow, a flicker of frustration passing through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Immediately search the surrounding areas. They will not be able to regroup for a short time. Li Hao commanded decisively. Zhang Yu complied, and the fleet began a tense search operation. Li Hao paced within the command chamber, his mind racing to devise a strategy. The flagship of the aristocratic fleet had already left the battlefield upon witnessing Li Hao breach their defenses. Within the flagship's command room, the commanders of the aristocratic fleet wore grim expressions. Damn it, we still haven't eliminated Li Hao. The head of the Zhang family slammed his fist on the table in frustration. His fleet's combat prowess exceeded our expectations, said the head of the Chui family, his demeanor grave. It's unlikely we can destroy him with our ships. We must find a way to encircle him again. The head of the Wang family's eyes gleamed with determination. The other family heads nodded in agreement. But where shall we begin? Chui family head inquired, frowning. After a moment of contemplation, Wang family head replied. We cannot continue to confront him in starship combat. That will not lead to his demise. We need to find a way to lure him to a location where we can set up the annihilation cannons. Chui family head shook his head. That is unrealistic. Who would pilot their ship into the vicinity of an annihilation cannon? Wang family head frowned. Then what do you propose? We cannot simply remain at a stalemate. After pondering for a moment, Chui family head suggested, we can deploy annihilation cannons at the border star and find a way to lure him there. That should not be too difficult. Wang family head nodded slightly. This is indeed a plan, but how exactly do we entice him over? A glint of cunning flashed in Chui family head's eyes. When we next confront him, we can deliberately expose the flagship. He will certainly pursue it, and at that moment, we can retreat to the border star. That could indeed pique his interest, one family head concurred. Then we must arrange this swiftly. We cannot allow him to sense any anomalies. Another family head added. Thus, the families began to prepare earnestly, secretly setting up annihilation cannons at the border star while simultaneously regrouping their fleets to periodically provoke the defending troops of the 13th Legion. On Li Hao's side, he soon received reports of the aristocratic fleet's provocations at the border star. General, the aristocratic fleet is once again provoking our defenders at the border star, Zhang Yu reported. His expression graved. Li Hao furrowed his brow. What do they intend to achieve? Is it merely a provocation? There must be a conspiracy at play. They have just been repelled, yet they return to provoke us again. Are they not afraid we will launch a direct attack? Wang Lei remarked. Li Hao pondered for a moment, observing their actions. They want us to charge in. Otherwise, they wouldn't be provoking us like this. Then, General, what should we do now? We cannot continue to be harassed by them, a subordinate inquired. Li Hao's gaze deepened, as if contemplating a countermeasure. Let us not act impulsively. The more they wish for us to pursue, the more we shall remain still and observe their next move. Days passed, and the provocations of the aristocratic fleet persisted unabated, igniting a sense of urgency among the soldiers of the 13th Legion, who yearned to charge forth and teach them a harsh lesson. During this time, Li Hao diligently analyzed various intelligence and clues, attempting to uncover the conspiracy behind the aristocratic fleet. Meanwhile, within the aristocratic families, discussions were underway regarding their next course of action. That fellow Li Hao truly possesses remarkable patience. He has not launched an attack, lamented Chui family head. If he does not attack, we shall escalate our provocations. I refuse to believe he can endure indefinitely. Wang family head's eyes glinted with malice. Consequently, the provocations of the aristocratic fleet became increasingly brazen, even initiating small-scale assaults on the defenses of the 13th Legion. This incited further fury among the soldiers, who clamored for battle. General, we can no longer endure. Let us strike. The soldiers shouted. Li Hao felt a profound internal conflict. He understood that he could not allow the aristocratic fleet to provoke them indefinitely. Yet he was wary of falling into their trap. Just as Li Hao hesitated, he suddenly received a crucial piece of intelligence. General, our intelligence personnel within the Empire report that the Imperial military has recently deployed 4 annihilation cannons to the border. The intelligence officer exclaimed excitedly. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. For annihilation cannons? What is the new emperor plotting? Wang Lei furrowed his brow. Could it be related to the recent actions of the aristocratic fleet? Li Hao contemplated for a moment. It is highly likely. They have been attempting to lure us in, and they must have set up these 4 annihilation cannons at the border star. If that is the case, then we are in danger, Zhang Yu said anxiously. If we can ascertain the locations of the annihilation cannons, we can devise a plan to destroy them, Wang Lei suggested. But that is easier said than done. The aristocratic fleet will undoubtedly defend them fiercely. Someone voiced their skepticism. We have lived at the border star for over a decade. We can find a way to infiltrate, Zhang Yu remarked. Li Hao nodded slightly. That is indeed a strategy, yet we must remain vigilant. The defensive capabilities of the aristocratic fleet cannot be underestimated. What exactly shall we do? Wang Lei pressed. Zhang Yu pondered. We can utilize some of our past connections and channels at the border star, disguising ourselves as ordinary residents or merchants to blend in. That is a good idea, but we must ensure our actions remain covert, Li Hao cautioned. They then commenced preparations for the infiltration plan. Drawing upon his memory, Zhang Yu contacted several reliable individuals he had met during his time at the border star, gathering detailed intelligence about the inner workings of the border star. After a period of intelligence gathering, Li Hao finally pinpointed the locations of the 4 annihilation cannons at the border star. Now that we know the precise locations of the annihilation cannons, I believe we do not need to destroy them. Li Hao stated firmly. The others were taken aback, and Wang Lei was the first to speak. Not destroy them. Then how shall we respond? Keeping them intact poses a significant threat. Li Hao waved his hand. Hear me out. We must find a way to seize these 4 annihilation cannons. Seize them? That seems exceedingly difficult. Someone murmured skeptically. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. While it is challenging, it is not impossible. The aristocratic fleet is no match for us, which is why they resorted to using annihilation cannons against us. Now that we are aware of their scheme, it has lost its effectiveness, but we can seize the opportunity to acquire these 4 annihilation cannons. The group fell into contemplation, and Wang Lei frowned. Even if the aristocratic fleet is no match for us, seizing the annihilation cannons certainly will not be easy. They will defend them to the death. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, but we can exploit their weaknesses. The aristocratic families are not a united front. We can sow discord among them, create chaos, and then take advantage of the situation to infiltrate. Chapter 171. The Battle Against the Aristocratic Coalition, Part 4. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. That is indeed a plan, but how do we execute it? Li Hao contemplated for a moment before responding. First, we need to analyze which families the remaining ships of the coalition belong to. If we target 1 or 2 family ships, do you think they might suspect something? If we specifically target 1 or 2 families, they might feel that the other families are not providing full support. Fostering resentment among them, Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao nodded. Exactly. That is the effect we desire. Wang Lei, immediately gather intelligence and ascertain the affiliations of the fleet. Wang Lei accepted his orders and swiftly returned with detailed intelligence. General, the remaining fleet is primarily under the control of the Cui, Wang, and Zhang families, with the warships of the Cui and Zhang families being relatively few. Wang Lei stated, a flicker of insight crossed Li Hao's eyes. Then we shall first concentrate our forces to strike at the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families. After Li Hao issued the battle plan, every time the 13th Legion encountered the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families, they fought with unyielding ferocity, yet whenever they faced the Wang family, they either refrained from battle or merely waved by. This peculiar situation plunged the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families into profound anger and despair. Is the Wang family colluding with Li Hao? Why is it that they always emerge unscathed? The commander of the Cui family roared hoarsely over the communication channel, his voice trembling with rage, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the seemingly unscathed figures of the Wang family's fleet on the screen. The commander of the Zhang family, equally filled with indignation, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. We have been sacrificed. This treacherous Wang family. They must have struck some nefarious deal with Li Hao to push us into the abyss. His words were steeped in resentment and bitterness, and the soldiers under his command were equally filled with righteous fury, their morale plummeting. Meanwhile, the Wang fleet maintained a silence in the face of such accusations, their hearts also clouded with confusion and unease. The commander of the Wang family furrowed his brow and paced restlessly, pondering the perplexing situation. What on earth is happening? Why does Li Hao's legion treat us differently? The deputy commander beside him wore a worried expression. Indeed, we have not colluded with Li Hao, yet in light of the current circumstances, it is a challenge to defend ourselves. Under the relentless assault of the 13th Legion, the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families suffered grievous losses, their strength swiftly diminishing. Warships were reduced to wreckage amidst the gunfire, and the cries of soldiers echoed incessantly. The defensive lines of the Cui and Zhang families were continuously breached, their resistance growing increasingly feeble. Within the Wang family, serious divisions arose due to this extraordinary situation. We cannot continue to be misunderstood in this manner. We must clarify our position to the other 2 families. A Wang family general urged anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He understood that without dispelling the misunderstandings, the Wang family would find itself isolated and defenseless. But how do we explain? Given the current situation, no words will suffice to convince them. Another general sighed, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Every explanation we offer may be construed as a mere excuse, only exacerbating the conflict. Meanwhile, Li Hao's 13th Legion continued to execute their strategy with unwavering precision. On the vast battlefield of the cosmos, the warships of the 13th Legion were neatly arranged, their movements orderly, each assault precise and lethal. General, if this continues, the Wang family may be forced to unite with the other 2 against us. Zhang Yu remarked, concern evident in his gaze as he keenly observed the battlefield's dynamics. Li Hao crossed his arms and smiled confidently. A rift has already formed between them. The Wang family now finds itself in a precarious position. Observe, although the Wang family harbors discontent towards our actions, they are acutely aware that should they ally with the Cui and Zhang families, their previous misunderstandings will transform into undeniable accusations of treachery. Furthermore, the Wang family is weighing their chances against us. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, grasping the implications, but General, what if the Wang family resorts to desperate measures? Li Hao interrupted him, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, the Wang family lacks the courage for such a gamble. They are caught in a dilemma, facing the pressure from our strategy while also enduring the reproach and suspicion from the Cui and Zhang families. We must maintain a high-pressure stance against the Cui and Zhang families, making it abundantly clear to the Wang family the consequences of opposing us. On the battlefield, flames of gunfire illuminated the void, the 13th Legion's warships relentlessly bombarding the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families. Their overwhelming firepower forcing the opposing fleets into retreat, leaving wreckage floating in the cosmos, reminiscent of a cataclysmic scene. Observing the unfolding chaos, Zhang Yu felt a slight alleviation of his worries. General, it seems we shall soon reach the border star to seize those 4 annihilation cannons. Li Hao patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Acquiring those 4 annihilation cannons will require your direct involvement. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. General, you can rest assured. I shall not fail in my mission. However, this journey may not be smooth. The remnants of the noble families may fiercely obstruct you. Li Hao's gaze grew profound as he looked into the distance. I will assign the most elite troops to support you and ensure the success of the mission. But you must also exercise caution. The annihilation cannons are of utmost importance and cannot be lost. Zhang Yu nodded heavily. Understood, General. I will ensure the safe return of the annihilation cannons. Meanwhile, the heads of the noble families gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Let us be candid. What on earth is happening in this situation? The head of the Zhao family broke the silence. Anxiety and anger etched across his face. What else could it be? Li Hao is forcing us into a corner. The head of the Cui family slammed his hand on the table, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The head of the Wang family furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. It is our internal disunity that has allowed Li Hao to exploit this opportunity. The head of the Zhang family, darkened in countenance, retorted, what good does it do to dwell on that now? Our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to address the current predicament. Combined, our remaining forces are insufficient to confront Li Hao directly. Are we truly to sit idly by? The head of the Zhao family expressed his concerns. What if we seek assistance from the new emperor? The head of the Cui family suggested through gritted teeth. The head of the Wang family scoffed. The new emperor? He would relish our decline. How could he genuinely extend a helping hand? The head of the Zhang family chimed in. Indeed, seeking aid from the new emperor is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. It might only entrap us in a more perilous situation. The head of the Zhao family knitted his brows. Then what shall we do? We cannot simply watch our families perish. The head of the Cui family, his gaze flickering uncertainly, hesitated before speaking. Perhaps we could offer our family's accumulated treasures. It might sway the new emperor. You have lost your mind. Those treasures are the foundation of our family, even if we gain temporary assistance. What then? We would lose our very means of existence. The head of the Wang family vehemently countered. The room fell into silence once more, each family head mired in deep conflict and despair. Acutely aware that every decision made at this juncture could determine their family's survival or demise. After a lengthy pause, the head of the Zhao family broke the silence. Esteemed colleagues, we came to the infinite sea for greater development. If this continues, our families are not far from extinction. The head of the Cui family clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. But in this situation, what can we do? Li Hao is pressing us relentlessly. We are at his mercy. The head of the Wang family sighed, his expression weary. Indeed, we came with high hopes. Who could have foreseen such a downfall? The head of the Zhang family raised his head. A glint of determination in his eyes. Perhaps we should consolidate all our forces and engage in a desperate battle against Li Hao. Even in death, we must make him pay a heavy price. The head of the Zhao family shook his head. Such a course of action is too reckless, and the chances of success are exceedingly slim. It would only lead to the needless sacrifice of our kin. Are we to simply await our doom? The head of the Zhang family exclaimed, his emotions flaring at that moment. The head of the Sun family, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke up. Perhaps we could send someone to negotiate with Li Hao and see if we might secure some leniency. Negotiate? Would Li Hao even agree? He is currently in a position of power. I fear he would not let us off easily. The head of the Chui family expressed his skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Zhao family remarked, regardless, it is a course of action worth considering. It is better than waiting for death. The assembly fell into silence for a moment before ultimately deciding to attempt negotiations with Li Hao. However, they all understood the immense difficulty of this endeavor and the unpredictable outcome that awaited them. The heads of the noble families resolved to send the eloquent Wang family minister Lu Mao to negotiate with Li Hao. Lu Mao, filled with trepidation, approached Li Hao's tent, seeking an audience. Upon learning that the noble families had sent a representative for negotiations, Li Hao had already formulated some plans and decided to meet the envoy. Upon meeting Li Hao, Lu Mao hurriedly bowed and said, "General Li, we have come in hopes of transforming our conflict into peace." Li Hao scoffed coldly. "Now that you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you seek peace? Do you not think it is a bit too late?" Lu Mao broke into a sweat, hastily responding, "General Li, the noble families have wronged you in the past, but it was a matter of necessity. We are now willing to make concessions, merely seeking to preserve our family's foundation." Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Concessions? Pray, enlighten me." Lu Mao swallowed hard and said, "We are willing to offer a portion of our wealth." Hoping that General Li might show mercy, Li Hao fell silent for a moment before replying, "Such a paltry offering is insufficient. The losses your noble families have inflicted upon this war cannot be compensated by mere trinkets." A pang of anxiety shot through Lu Mao as he gritted his teeth. "Then General Li, please be direct. What must we do to be spared?" Li Hao rose from his seat and approached Lu Mao. His gaze sharp. "I have heard that you have equipped 4 annihilation cannons at the border star to deal with me." Lu Mao's body trembled, and he quickly replied, "General Li, it was a measure of last resort." Li Hao snorted derisively, "A measure of last resort? I have decided to acquire the Star Destroyer, along with the technical personnel to operate it." Lu Mao's expression faltered. "General Li, this may prove somewhat difficult." Li Hao's gaze was piercing as he fixed his stare on Lu Mao. "Difficult? Then prepare for your family's annihilation. I shall grant you one day to deliberate. Should you refuse, I will personally take what I desire." Lu Mao hastily withdrew to return to the clan's encampment. Upon hearing the conditions Lu Mao brought back, the clan heads were both astonished and enraged. "How is forcing us into a corner?" exclaimed the head of the Chui family, his anger palpable. The head of the Wang family wore a grim expression. "Yet if we refuse, our current strength is insufficient to repel his assault." The head of the Zhao family pondered for a moment. "Perhaps we could feign agreement to buy some time and devise another plan." The head of the Zhang family shook his head. "Li Hao is not easily deceived. Should he discover our ruse, the consequences would be dire." The clan deliberated endlessly, unable to reach a consensus. Meanwhile, time slipped away, and the deadline set by Li Hao drew ever closer, leaving the clan in a precarious predicament. Just as they were embroiled in turmoil over Li Hao's conditions, he commenced his final preparations. "General, if the clan does not acquiesce, are we truly to launch a full-on assault?" inquired Zhang Yu. Li Hao's resolve was unwavering. They have no other options. Should they decline, conflict is inevitable. The clan remained mired in discord, failing to arrive at a unified conclusion. As the day swiftly passed, Lu Mao, steeling himself, returned to Li Hao's tent once more. "General Li, our clan leader requires more time for consideration," Lu Mao stated with trepidation. Li Hao's expression darkened. "I have afforded you ample time. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a decisive wave of his hand, Li Hao commanded the army to advance towards the border star. The clan's defenses immediately felt the weight of immense pressure. "Hold fast, we must endure," the commanders of the clan shouted hoarsely. However, Li Hao's troops surged forward with unyielding morale, their assault relentless. The clan's defenses began to crumble. "It's over. Everything is lost." Despair began to grip some members of the clan. At this critical juncture, the head of the Zhao family stepped forward. "We cannot surrender so easily. If we relinquish the Star Destroyer, perhaps we might still have a glimmer of hope, with no alternative in sight." The other clan leaders reluctantly concurred. "General Li, we accept your conditions." The head of the Zhao family sent word to Li Hao. Upon hearing this, Li Hao scoffed. "So now you fear? It is too late. However, should you surrender the Star Destroyer, I may consider sparing your clan in the end." The clan, with no other recourse, surrendered the Star Destroyer and its technical personnel. Though you have erred gravely this time, as long as you remain compliant in the future and contribute to the peace and development of the Border Star, I shall not pursue past grievances, Li Hao addressed the clan members. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with reluctance, yet they could only bow in acquiescence. Meanwhile, the new emperor and the Imperial High Command were furious upon learning that Li Hao had obtained their support for 4 Star Destroyers. This Li Hao dares to seize the Star Destroyers from the clan. It is a blatant affront to the Empire's authority. The new emperor slammed his hand upon the dragon throne in fury. A minister hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, calm your wrath. The urgent matter at hand is to devise a strategy to counter Li Hao's 13th Legion." The new emperor's gaze turned steely. "Relay my orders. Mobilize the Empire's elite legions and prepare for an all-out assault on the 13th Legion. We must annihilate them." Chapter 173. The smuggling scheme of the Pirate Alliance. News of the new emperor's intention to commence war soon reached the 13th Legion. "General, it is not feasible to remain at an impasse with the Empire. We have maintained a blockade of the border routes, and numerous supplies remain inaccessible," Wang Lei reported anxiously. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Pacing within the tent, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "How did the Pirate Alliance manage to transport goods in the past?" Lin Shao pondered briefly before responding. "As far as I know, the Pirate Alliance frequently employed secret interstellar routes and concealed passages to transport supplies, evading the Empire's blockades and surveillance." Li Hao's eyes lit up. "Can we locate these routes and passages?" Lin Zhao's expression turned troubled. "Most of these routes are fraught with peril, and our knowledge of them is limited. Finding and ensuring safe passage will be exceedingly challenging." Li Hao clenched his fists. "No matter how difficult, we must attempt it. Dispatch personnel to gather relevant intelligence and seek those familiar with these routes." Lin Shao complied. Days later, Lin Shao returned to the tent with a shrewd-looking man. "General, this is Old Hu, who previously worked as a transporter for the Pirate Alliance. He may possess valuable information," Lin Shao introduced. Old Hu bowed to Li Hao. "General, those secret routes are indeed perilous, but they are not entirely impassable." Li Hao quickly inquired, "What conditions are necessary?" Old Hu replied, "Firstly, we need a ship with exceptional performance, experienced pilots, and most importantly, robust starship defenses." Li Hao nodded. "That is not an issue. Arrange the plan, and I will allocate warships for you." Old Hu agreed and began preparations. "General, our greatest efficiency now lies in the materials required for constructing warships," Wang Lei reported. Li Hao's brow furrowed in thought. "Send personnel to the surrounding planets to see if we can procure the necessary materials, and simultaneously contact Zhongzhou Star for support." Wang Lei's expression was troubled. "General, the Empire has imposed a comprehensive blockade upon us, and the forces of the surrounding planets dare not engage in trade with us. Moreover, Zhongzhou Star is struggling to survive. They are unlikely to provide substantial assistance." Li Hao took a deep breath. "Then we must devise our own solutions. Send out reconnaissance teams to search for potential mining planets within the Endless Sea star field." As Li Hao sought materials for warship construction, the new emperor learned of his efforts to gather supplies. In the resplendent palace, the new emperor sat upon the throne, his brow furrowed and his expression dark as if it could drip with water. "This Li Hao is truly restless, seeking every means to oppose me." His voice brimmed with anger and authority. A nearby minister, trembling with fear, quickly bowed. "Your Majesty, Li Hao is ambitious. His current efforts to gather supplies are undoubtedly preparations for confrontation with the Empire. We should intensify our blockade, leaving him with no means to acquire resources. Thus, he will be unable to sustain himself and will inevitably submit to your Majesty." The minister's eyes betrayed a hint of flattery and calculation. The new emperor nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before stating, "Convey my decree. Mobilize more elite fleets from neighboring star systems to the border, intensifying inspections at every checkpoint. All potential supply routes must be tightly controlled. We cannot allow Li Hao to receive any supplies." The new emperor's words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. After the decree was issued, the Empire swiftly mobilized. A multitude of warships congregated at the border, forming an impregnable line of blockade. Patrol fleets traversed the starry skies day and night, conducting thorough inspections of every passing vessel. Soon, the Empire's blockade became even more stringent, significantly impeding Li Hao's ability to procure resources. "General, the Empire's blockade has become several times more stringent than before." they have established formidable checkpoints at nearly every potential route. Our transport teams have been intercepted multiple times, suffering severe losses, one anxious officer reported. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Li Hao crossed his arms and paced in the command room, his expression grave. It seems the new emperor is determined to sever our escape routes. But we cannot remain idle, continue to deploy exploration teams. We must achieve self-sufficiency. Within the Empire's blockade line, the commanding officer gazed resolutely at the starry sky. The emperor has decreed that not even a fly shall be allowed to pass. Any attempt to breach the blockade will be met with resolute force. The soldiers stood alert, not daring to show any signs of laxity, just as Li Hao was deep in thought over strategies. A mysterious figure arrived at the military camp. "General Li, I have a way to help you overcome the Empire's blockade," the mysterious figure declared. Li Hao regarded him with caution. "Who are you? Why do you wish to assist me?" The mysterious figure smiled slightly. "Who I am is of little consequence. I know of a secret passage that can circumvent the Empire's blockade." Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the mysterious figure, saying, "Humph, unsolicited assistance is not something I can easily trust. If you do not clarify your intentions, do not blame me for being ungracious." The mysterious figure's smile faded slightly, and he spoke earnestly. "Very well. I am a member of the Pirate Alliance. My master, upon learning of the situation in the Endless Sea, sent us to assist you." Li Hao furrowed his brow, still skeptical. "My uncle? Where is he now?" The mysterious figure lowered his voice. "It is inconvenient for my master to reveal himself, but he instructed me to bring you something." The mysterious figure produced an aged map from his clothing and handed it to Li Hao. "General, please take a look. This is the route map of the secret passage. It details the smuggling routes previously used by our pirate alliance." Li Hao accepted the map, examining it carefully, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by doubt. "How can this map prove its authenticity? It could well be a trap set by you," Li Hao stated, fixing a penetrating gaze on the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure hastily explained, "General, we have no such intentions. This route has always been a closely guarded secret of the Pirate Alliance. It would not be disclosed lightly, were it not for my master's old ties." Li Hao furrowed his brow as he continued to study the map. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Even if this map is genuine, traversing this route is bound to be fraught with peril." The mysterious figure nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, General. However, the Empire's blockade has become increasingly stringent, rendering conventional pathways impossible. This may be our sole opportunity." Li Hao lifted his gaze, his resolve unwavering. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Yet, you must accompany us. Should any mishap occur, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Without hesitation, the enigmatic figure responded, "I am at your command, General." Subsequently, Li Hao summoned the corps commanders of his troops, unveiling the map to them as they deliberated on how to navigate this clandestine route to breach the Empire's blockade. Chapter 174. The Fearless Fleet Resumes. Smuggling. Li Hao and the commanders gathered around the map, meticulously examining every detail of the route. "General, this passage traverses an asteroid belt and a region plagued by frequent electromagnetic storms. The dangers are immense," one commander expressed with concern. After a moment's reflection, Li Hao replied, "If it is the Fearless Fleet, they should be able to navigate through here." The commander frowned. "General, are you suggesting we dispatch the Fearless Fleet to transport supplies?" Li Hao's gaze remained resolute. "Indeed. The warships produced on the industrial planet are lacking main cannon weaponry and require procurement from within the Empire, alongside essential raw materials for subsequent production." The commander appeared troubled. "But General, the Fearless Fleet has always been the mainstay of our 13th Legion. If they encounter an ambush during transport, the losses would be catastrophic." Li Hao took a deep breath. "Given the current urgency, we have no alternative. Only the Fearless Fleet possesses the requisite strength to breach the blockade and accomplish this arduous task." After a moment's hesitation, the commander suggested, "Should we not first dispatch reconnaissance ships to ascertain the Empire's deployments?" Li Hao shook his head. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford delays. Immediately inform the Fearless Fleet to prepare for departure and arrange for support and cover forces." The commander complied. "Yes, General." Soon, the Fearless Fleet was fully equipped and ready to embark. The fleet commander approached Li Hao and saluted. "General, the Fearless Fleet is committed to fulfilling the mission." The Fearless Fleet embarked on a treacherous journey, cautiously evading potential Imperial patrols. However, Just as they secured the supplies for their return, they were detected by an Imperial reconnaissance ship. Report, we have spotted an Imperial reconnaissance vessel. The commander decisively ordered, eliminate it swiftly. We cannot allow them to relay any information. A fierce exchange of fire ensued, and the fearless fleet successfully destroyed the reconnaissance ship, but their movements were now compromised. Upon realizing it was the 13th Legion's fearless fleet, the Empire promptly reported to the military headquarters. Upon hearing this news, the generals at headquarters were astounded. How dare Li Hao dispatch the fearless fleet for smuggling? Such audacity is outrageous, bellowed a hot-tempered general. Seems Li Hao is resolute in his intent to confront the Empire to the bitter end. This contraband must hold significant value for him, remarked another general with a grim expression. Consequently, the military headquarters swiftly devised a series of encirclement plans targeting the fearless fleet, mobilizing all nearby fleets to ensure the fearless fleet was intercepted en route, preventing them from returning with the supplies. The new emperor issued the command in no time. Numerous imperial fleets converged towards the direction of the fearless fleet. Meanwhile, the fearless fleet sensed the Empire's large-scale maneuvers. Commander, it appears the Empire is mobilizing heavily. What should we do? A nervous staff member inquired. The fleet commander's gaze was steadfast. Regardless of the circumstances, we must complete our mission and safeguard the supplies. The fearless fleet accelerated its pace while preparing for battle. Amidst the vast expanse of starry skies, the fleets finally collided. Cannons blazed, and combat erupted instantaneously. The Imperial fleet, leveraging its numerical superiority, launched a fierce assault on the fearless fleet. When has the Empire ever grown so weak? Knowing we are the 13th Legion's flagship, they still send so many second-line forces to encircle us. The commander of the fearless fleet scoffed, observing the opposing fleet. The deputy commander, filled with concern, cautioned, Commander, do not underestimate them. Even second-line forces can prove formidable in such numbers. The commander snorted dismissively. What is there to fear? The fearless fleet has never shied away from a fight. Strike with all our might. Under the commander's rallying cry, the morale of the fearless fleet's soldiers surged, and they unleashed an even more intense barrage upon the Imperial fleet. Commander, we cannot continue this way. The sensors indicate a steady influx of enemy warships approaching. A subordinate reported anxiously, "It seems they intend to trap us here." Enough of this game, the commander declared, his expression resolute, swiftly issuing orders. All units. Attention, change tactics and prepare to break through. The fleet rapidly adjusted its formation, charging towards the Imperial fleet's vulnerable points. However, the Imperial fleet quickly discerned their intentions and fortified their defenses. Commander, they are following us too closely. We cannot utilize our current route, or we will expose the smuggling pathway, a commander remarked, furrowing his brow, his demeanor grave. We cannot allow the Empire to discover this route. It is our trump card. All units, turn about and seek a new escape direction. The fleet abruptly altered its course among the stars, heading towards another region. Report to the commander, this direction leads into the 9th Legion's defensive zone. They likely will not intercept us, a subordinate informed. We cannot proceed this way. We will navigate through the 9th Legion's territory for a while, then veer towards the border star. Commander, isn't this too perilous? What if the 9th Legion opens fire on us? A subordinate voiced his apprehension. The commander's gaze remained resolute. There is no time for hesitation. This is our best route to evade the Imperial fleet. Relay the orders to prepare for battle. Should the 9th Legion show any hostility, we will retaliate immediately. The fleet surged towards the 9th Legion's defensive zone, all on high alert. As they neared the 9th Legion's territory, alarms blared. Report. Warships from the 9th Legion are approaching. Requesting instructions. The commander clenched his fists tightly. Proceed forward, remain vigilant. At the tense moment of imminent contact, communication from the 9th Legion arrived. Who goes there? State your identity at once, the commander replied. I am the commander of the 13th Legion's fearless fleet, passing through. I hope for your cooperation. After a moment of silence from the 9th Legion, they responded, proceed swiftly, do not linger. The fearless fleet smoothly entered the 9th Legion's defensive territory. Once the Imperial fleet followed suit, they discovered the 9th Legion ahead. 9th Legion fleet, immediately intercept the fearless fleet, commanded the Imperial pursuing fleet's commander over the communication. Yet, the 9th Legion's commander did not respond immediately. Sir, what shall we do? A subordinate inquired. The Ninth Legion commander contemplated briefly and declared, hold our position and observe the situation. Seeing the Ninth Legion-S in action, the commander of the Imperial pursuing fleet shouted in fury, do you dare defy orders? This is the Ninth Legion-S territory. We have not received any intercept orders from our Legion commander. The Imperial pursuing fleet commander, exasperated, retorted, you will regret this. I will report this matter to the military headquarters. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, the fearless fleet accelerated, swiftly departing the Ninth Legion-S territory, heading towards the border star. The Imperial pursuing fleet, left with no alternative, continued their pursuit. We still have a chance. Their course is towards the border star and then the endless sea. Currently guarded by the Noble Alliance. Chapter 175. The smuggling fleet crosses the border star. Can the Noble Alliance heed our commands? A soldier questioned, perplexed. The commander of the Imperial pursuing fleet scoffed. Humph, they dare not disobey. Immediately contact the Noble Alliance and instruct them to intercept the fearless fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the fearless fleet, Commander, the Imperial pursuing fleet is relentlessly tailing us. They are like an unshakable shadow. A soldier reported anxiously, ignore them. Proceed at full speed. Once we pass the border star, they will have no means to thwart us. As the fearless fleet approached the border star, the Noble Alliance received the interception order from the Empire. General, what shall we do? Intercept or allow passage? A deputy urgently inquired of the Noble Alliance-S commander. The commander of the Noble Alliance frowned, pacing back and forth in the command room. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided, let us first observe the situation. We cannot easily offend either side. We must weigh the pros and cons. The fearless fleet sent a communication to the Noble Alliance. We are the fearless fleet of the 13th Legion. We come not to trouble you today, so please do not obstruct us. Yet, we cannot defy the Empire's orders. However, as long as you do not initiate an attack, we will not act recklessly. Just as both sides were at an impasse, the Imperial pursuing fleet arrived. Noble Alliance, intercept immediately. This is an Imperial order. Any disobedience will result in military punishment, shouted the commander of the Imperial pursuing fleet, his voice hoarse. The face of the Noble Alliance commander turned pale as he gritted his teeth, saying, Imperial pursuing fleet, we will cooperate in the operation. The commander of the Imperial pursuing fleet scoffed, enough with the idle chatter. Swiftly intercept the fearless fleet, or you shall bear the consequences. Reluctantly, the Noble Alliance had no choice but to mobilize their fleet, preparing to set up an interception formation. Yet their actions appeared somewhat sluggish, lacking the vigor required for a full-scale assault. Observing this, the commander of the invincible fleet bellowed, brothers, it seems that today's battle is inevitable. Let us charge forward. The warriors of the invincible fleet responded in unison, their battleships surging forth at full speed, cannon mouths belching forth flames of fury. The Imperial pursuit fleet launched a fierce attack, energy beams intertwining in the starry expanse. The invincible fleet adeptly evaded their onslaught while retaliating in kind. Meanwhile, the allied fleet of noble houses remained indecisive on the sidelines, occasionally firing a few shots. Seemingly going through the motions, Commander, the noble fleet has opened a gap. Shall we rush through? The commander, his gaze sharpening, contemplated swiftly. Not yet. We have been pursued relentlessly. Let me catch my breath first. However, the Imperial pursuit fleet remained oblivious to the noble house's disarray, continuing their frenzied assault on the invincible fleet. Commander, the Imperial fleet's attacks are growing increasingly ferocious. We should retreat. The commander gritted his teeth and commanded, prepare to break through. Charge towards the opening created by the noble fleet. The invincible fleet swiftly altered course, hurtling towards that gap. Just as they were about to pass through, a sudden cry erupted from within the noble fleet. Block them! It turned out that dissent had fractured the noble fleet. Some wished to impede the invincible fleet while others believed it unwise to oppose them, leading to a fierce dispute. The situation descended into further chaos as the noble fleet's ships exhibited erratic movements, some charging forward while others hesitated. Forget it! Charge with all our might! The commander roared. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, energy beams crisscrossed, and the explosions of shells illuminated the void like dazzling fireworks. The invincible fleet's vessels navigated through the hail of gunfire, sparks erupting from their hulls while shields flickered erratically. Left flank, Cover the main force's breakthrough. Right flank, concentrate fire, and create a breach. The commander's orders were swiftly issued, and the fleet coordinated seamlessly, displaying remarkable combat prowess and synergy. At last, under the relentless assault of the invincible fleet, signs of collapse began to emerge in the noble house's defense point one by one. The ships of the invincible fleet broke through the obstruction, racing towards the boundless sea. "Don't let them escape," the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet shouted in exasperation, his face flushed with rage and frustration. Yet by this time, the invincible fleet had already begun to recede, gradually disappearing into the vastness of the starry sky. Their silhouettes diminished against the backdrop of the stars, ultimately merging into the endless darkness. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet glared furiously at the noble fleet. "You worthless lot, await your punishment upon returning." His voice was laden with resentment and ire. The leaders of the noble fleet exchanged glances, their faces etched with helplessness and concern. They understood that this blunder would bring them immense trouble. This cannot be solely blamed on us. Internal discord made it difficult to command, one noble leader attempted to justify. "Stop making excuses. Your ineptitude led to our failure. His Majesty will not let you off lightly." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet showed no mercy. The noble leader's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "You stand there unscathed, unaware of the might of the 13th Legion's main fleet." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet scoffed, "What if it is the main fleet? You noble houses pride yourselves on strength, yet falter at a crucial moment." The noble leader seethed with anger. "You are deliberately belittling us. The invincible fleet of the 13th Legion is renowned. They are not so easily dealt with. What we have achieved is already our utmost effort." "Your utmost effort? This is what you call effort? It is nothing short of a joke." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet crossed his arms, scoffing in disdain. The noble leader, panting heavily, replied, "Your aggression merely seeks to shift all responsibility onto us to absolve yourself of blame." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet's gaze turned icy. "Nonsense. It is your timidity that allowed the invincible fleet to escape." At that moment, another noble leader stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, cease the bickering. What purpose does this serve? Our immediate concern should be how to face His Majesty's inquiries." The two glared at each other before falling into a temporary silence, though the air remained thick with tension and anger. After a while, the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet broke the silence. "Regardless, we shall return and report truthfully. Be it battle or punishment, let His Majesty decide." The noble leader let out a cold huff. "Humph. It seems we have no other choice." Subsequently, both fleets, burdened with heavy hearts, slowly made their way back towards the imperial capital. Along the journey, the soldiers of both sides remained silent, their hearts heavy with anxiety and unease. Within the imperial court, His Majesty sat upon the elevated throne, his countenance dark as he awaited their arrival. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet and the noble fleet leader approached together. Kneeling before His Majesty, "Your Majesty, we have failed in our mission," the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet stammered. Chapter 176. The Return of the Invincible Fleet to the Boundless Sea. His Majesty slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne. Roaring, "A pack of useless fools! Do you comprehend the magnitude of the loss this failure has inflicted upon the Empire?" The two dared not raise their heads, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Speak! What in blazes transpired?" His Majesty's voice thundered through the court. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet, trembling, began recounting the entire ordeal, with the noble fleet leader interjecting occasionally. After listening, His Majesty remained silent for a moment before coldly stating, "You have committed a grave mistake. Leniency is not an option. However, considering your past merits, I shall grant you an opportunity to atone." The two felt as if they had received a reprieve, quickly bowing in gratitude. "You are to conquer the boundless sea star region within a month. Should you fail again, prepare to face the consequences." His Majesty's words resounded with authority and finality. The two assented repeatedly before exiting the palace. As soon as they stepped outside, the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet could no longer contain his grievances. "A month? How is that even remotely feasible? The terrain of the boundless sea star region is complex, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault, not to mention the 13th Legion standing ready." The noble fleet leader mirrored his expression of despair. Yet His Majesty's orders cannot be defied. We must devise a plan. Hemph, this is all your noble fleet's fault for hesitating. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet shifted the blame onto the other party. And what of you? Had your pursuit been more vigorous, could the invincible fleet have escaped? The noble fleet leader retorted defiantly. After a few more arguments, they reluctantly resolved to return and strategize separately. Meanwhile, the invincible fleet, having breached the blockade, returned to the boundless Sea. How had long awaited their arrival at the starport, and upon seeing the fleet return, a gratifying smile spread across his face. Well done, warriors! The commander disembarked from the battleship and saluted Li Hao. General, we have fulfilled our mission and brought back supplies. Li Hao patted the commander's shoulder. Excellent work. Ensure the warriors have time to rest. We need to discuss the specifics. The commander nodded, his expression grave as he reported, General, we were detected by an Imperial reconnaissance ship on our return journey. The Imperial fleet pursued us relentlessly, and to conceal our smuggling route, we traversed through the 9th Legion's defense zone and returned via the border star, encountering both the 9th Legion and the Noble Fleet along the way. However, there were no conflicts, except for a skirmish with the pursuing fleet at the border star. Li Hao's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. That is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. What was the attitude of the 9th Legion and the Noble Fleet at that time? The commander recalled, the 9th Legion's stance was ambiguous. They did not explicitly obstruct us. The Noble Fleet seemed divided internally, holding reservations about you. Li Hao stroked his chin in thought. It seems each faction has its own agenda. We must utilize this time to recuperate. The Empire will not grant us much respite. The commander's gaze was resolute. Indeed, General, the warriors are brimming with determination. Next time, we shall ensure the Imperial fleet faces utter defeat. Li Hao clapped the commander's shoulder. Good, now arrange for the rest period, ensuring everyone regains their combat readiness as swiftly as possible. The commander saluted and departed. Li Hao watched his retreating figure, his heart heavy with concern. Suddenly, a scout rushed in bearing urgent intelligence. General, reliable sources indicate that the Empire plans to launch an attack on us within a month. Li Hao furrowed his brows tightly. It appears they are unwilling to relent. He then summoned all the commanders to discuss countermeasures. We have just received intelligence. The Empire is preparing to attack us again. General, the Empire has been persistently assaulting us. We find ourselves in a passive position. Li Hao's expression was grave as he stated. Indeed, we cannot simply sit back and wait. Let us brainstorm for solutions to alter this situation. Zhang Yu stood up, proposing, General, given our current predicament, why not declare independence? Lin Xiao shook his head in opposition. No, if we declare independence, it would be tantamount to rebellion, and the other Imperial legions would surely turn against us. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense as arguments erupted among the attendees. Li Hao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Silence. Independence is not a decision made lightly. It signifies a complete severance from the Empire, the repercussions of which are beyond our current capacity to endure. At this juncture, Wang Lei, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. General, I believe we should consider forming an alliance with the kings of the East and the West to collectively resist the Empire's oppression. Zhang Yu promptly retorted, We have already rebelled against both of their houses. Allying with them is no different from outright declaring rebellion. The conference room once again descended into fervent debate. Li Hao rubbed his temples and said, Everyone, let us calm down. Both independence and alliance are complex matters that require thorough contemplation. The most pressing issue at hand is how to minimize our losses during the Empire's next offensive. General, we are currently spread too thin across the border star systems. I propose we retreat to Jinsan Star. It would simplify our defense, suggested by Feng Wang. That is unacceptable, Lin Xiao interjected before Li Hao could respond. While Jinsan Star is easy to defend, abandoning the border stars would allow the Empire to advance unimpeded, resulting in the loss of our strategic buffer zone. By Feng Huang scoffed, according to your reasoning, can we truly withstand the Empire's might with our forces scattered across the border stars? Lin Xiao replied, eyes wide with determination. As long as we allocate our forces wisely and leverage the terrain, we may yet prevail. The room erupted into chaotic discussions once more. Li Hao suddenly rose, his voice booming, enough of the bickering. Instantly, silence fell, and all eyes turned to him. Taking a deep breath, he continued, by Feng Huang's suggestion holds merit. Concentrating our forces in key defensive areas can bolster our defenses. However, Lin Xiao is correct as well. The cost of abandoning the border stars is too great. The assembly fell into contemplation, pondering Li Hao's proposal. After a moment, Zhang Yu spoke up, "General, why don't we seize the border stars? That way, we could control the star gates." Li Hao regarded him with a penetrating gaze, replying, "Capturing the border stars is not the challenge. However, once we control the star gates, we would be encroaching upon the Empire's red line." Zhang Yu insisted eagerly, "General, if we control the star gates, the Empire will surely be wary of us. We could access the imperial capital at will, thus gaining leverage in negotiations." Li Hao furrowed his brow, responding solemnly, "You are underestimating the Empire's depth. Even if we control the star gates, they will not easily acquiesce. Instead, it would incite a more vehement retaliation, and we would face the Empire's frenzied onslaught." Zhang Yu retorted defiantly, "But General, remaining in a passive defensive posture is not a viable strategy. We must take the initiative to regain control." Lin Xiao interjected. "Zhang Yu, the General's concerns are valid. Controlling the star gates could indeed provide an advantage, but the risks are immense. If the Empire resorts to total warfare, the consequences would be catastrophic." Wang Lei concurred. "Indeed, we cannot focus solely on immediate gains while overlooking the potential for devastating repercussions." Zhang Yu, frustrated, exclaimed, "Are we to remain perpetually subjugated by the Empire, forever deprived of a chance for resurgence?" Li Hao placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder, saying, "Do not rush. We must deliberate carefully to identify the most opportune moment and method. Although controlling the star gates may be a gamble, a misstep could lead to total disaster." Just then, a soldier rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "General, urgent news. The Empire's advance fleet is nearing the border star and is expected to arrive within half a day." Li Hao's expression shifted instantly, ordering, "Prepare for battle. Analyze the combat strength of the incoming forces." "Yes," the assembly responded in unison. Soon, intelligence personnel became engrossed in their work. "General, according to our reconnaissance, the fleet approaching us is neither the royal fleet nor a coalition from the noble houses." Li Hao's brow furrowed. "Not the Royal Legion. It seems a prominent family from the imperial capital has intervened." The deputy general remarked, "If it is a family from the imperial capital, it must involve one of the Empire's other major legions. Though we cannot ascertain which one." Li Hao grunted, "Determine which legion it is." Moments later, the deputy general returned with a grave expression, reporting, "General, the latest intelligence suggests this fleet likely belongs to the Empire's 8th Legion." Li Hao's frown deepened. "The 8th Legion? They are from the Ouyang family, are they not? Aren't they known for their expansionist campaigns? Why would they involve themselves in internal matters of the Empire?" Zhang Yu, looking concerned, added, "General, it seems the Ouyang family has caught wind of some potential gain and seeks to carve out a share in this conflict." Li Hao scoffed, "Humph. Those mercenary-minded individuals must have struck some agreement with the new emperor." At that moment, a strategist interjected, "General, to my knowledge, although the 8th Legion excels in expansion operations, they have been steadily augmenting their arsenal in recent years. Their capabilities should not be underestimated." Li Hao's gaze hardened. "Regardless of their strength, should they dare to invade, we will resolutely confront them. Immediately gather more intelligence on the 8th Legion's tactics and equipment and analyze their weaknesses." The assembly responded in unison, "Yes." Shortly thereafter, intelligence personnel rushed in, reporting, "General, the warships dispatched by the 8th Legion are predominantly of a new class, featuring formidable firepower but somewhat lacking in mobility." While Li Hao and his legion deliberated over the intelligence regarding the 8th Legion, in the flagship's command room of the 8th Legion, a beautiful young woman in uniform gazed at a photograph of Li Hao. Her eyes reflected a complex array of emotions: longing, conflict, and a hint of resolute determination. Beside her, a lieutenant softly inquired, "Miss, are you truly resolved to proceed with this course of action?" The young woman sighed lightly, "It is the family's directive. I have no other choice. Yet, I do not wish to be adversarial towards him." The lieutenant remarked, "But General Li Hao is valiant in battle. We may suffer significant losses this time." The young woman bit her lip. "Let us first meet this great hero," with determination glimmering in her eyes. She added, "Regardless of the appropriateness, I wish to speak with him. Perhaps we can avert this senseless war." The lieutenant hesitated briefly but eventually nodded. "I shall make the arrangements." Shortly after, Li Hao received a request for a meeting with the 8th Legion. He furrowed his brow. At this juncture, they seek to meet? What are they scheming? Lin Xiao cautioned, "General, be wary of deception." Li Hao contemplated for a moment. "Let us see. I am curious to discover their intentions." At the designated meeting location, Li Hao was taken aback to find that the representative was a young woman. She smiled gently. "Li Hao Gij. It has been well." Li Hao blinked in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. "You are Ouyang Qingyu? I did not expect to encounter you under such circumstances." Ouyang Qingyu's smile bore a trace of bittersweetness. "Li Hao Gij, the world is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen our reunion in this manner?" Li Hao furrowed his brow, regarding her with a complex expression. "Are you here on behalf of the Ouyang family to persuade us to surrender?" Ouyang Qingyu quickly shook her head. "No, Li Hao Gij. I merely wish to see you, and to explore the possibility of preventing this war." Li Hao scoffed. "Since the Ouyang family has already dispatched troops, how could they simply withdraw?" Ouyang Qingyu stepped closer. Her gaze earnest. "Li Hao Gij, you understand my heart. I do not wish to be your enemy." Li Hao turned his face away. "Then return and counsel your family against involving themselves in this matter." Ouyang Qingyu lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Li Hao Gij, my voice holds little weight in my family. They will not heed my counsel." Li Hao sighed deeply. "Qingyu, this is a conflict among men. You ought not to be embroiled in it." Ouyang Qingyu lifted her head, defiant. "But I cannot refuse my family's orders." Li Hao remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. "Qingyu, go back. War is merciless. Do not let yourself be harmed." Despair filled Ouyang Qingyu's eyes. "Li Hao Gij, must we truly be unable to return?" Li Hao clenched his jaw, offering no reply, and turned to leave, leaving Ouyang Qingyu standing there. Gazing at his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. Upon returning to the Wu, Lin Xiao approached him with a smile. "It seems there are stories here that I am unaware of." Li Hao shot him a sidelong glance. His tone serious. "Do not pry." Lin Xiao shrugged. "Very well. If the general chooses not to share, so be it. However, it appears that young lady harbors feelings for you. This is a time of war. Such distractions are unwarranted." "Indeed, General. What shall our course of action be regarding the 8th Legion?" Li Hao's gaze remained resolute as he looked ahead. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must prepare for battle. Should they dare to attack, we will retaliate without hesitation." Lin Xiao nodded. "Understood. But are you certain you can engage with such a beautiful young lady?" Meanwhile, back in the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu had returned to the flagship. The lieutenant inquired. "Miss, how did it go?" Ouyang Qingyu shook her head, a look of disappointment on her face. "He remains as stubborn as ever." The lieutenant replied, "Then we shall proceed according to our original plan to attack." Ouyang Qingyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Wait a moment. Chapter 178. Ouyang Qingyu's plan. As time ticked away, the stalemate between both sides persisted. Li Hao closely monitored the movements of the 8th Legion aboard the Invincible, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. His gaze fixated on the multitude of luminous dots representing the 8th Legion on the monitoring screen, various potential battle scenarios and counter-strategies flashing through his mind. Lin Xiao paced back and forth beside him, her voice laced with urgency. "General, we cannot wait any longer. We must take the initiative." Her tone was imbued with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "General, the enemy's forces are continually gathering. With each passing minute, we find ourselves in greater peril." Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating before responding. "Let's wait a little longer and see what Ouyang Qingyu plans to do." Although his tone remained calm, the tension in his grip on the edge of the command console betrayed his inner turmoil. Ouyang Qingyu's sudden appearance felt suspicious, and he sensed there was more to this than met the eye. A hasty offensive could lead them into a trap set by the enemy. Lin Xiao halted, her urgency unabated. "General, however, waiting indefinitely is not a solution. The soldiers are prepared for battle, their morale high. If we miss this opportunity and the enemy strikes first, we will be at a disadvantage." Li Hao inhaled deeply, responding slowly. "I understand your concerns, but acting impulsively will only lead to greater losses. I am acquainted with Ouyang Qingyu. Her arrival may be a turning point, or perhaps a scheme by the enemy. We must observe carefully and await the most opportune moment." Lin Xiao gritted her teeth. "Very well. General. I hope Ouyang Qingyu provides news swiftly." With that, she resumed her anxious pacing, her gaze frequently darting toward the monitoring screen, her unease palpable. Meanwhile, within the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu was in torment. alone in the command room. She clutched the hem of her clothing, her brow furrowed. It felt as if two voices were warring within her. One urging her not to strike against Li Hao, the other reminding her of the family's uncompromising authority. At that moment, a communication arrived from the clan elder, whose stern visage on the screen sent a chill through her heart. The elder's voice thundered in her ears. Ouyang Qingyu, initiate the attack immediately. Without delay, she bit her lip, its pallor betraying her inner conflict, and reluctantly replied, Yes, elder. Her voice was barely audible, laced with profound reluctance and helplessness. Slowly, she opened her eyes, filled with pain and resolve. Her gaze swept over the gathered personnel in the command room as she forced out the words, Prepare for the assault. Each syllable seemed to carry immense weight. With her command issued, the warships of the 8th Legion began to activate. The deafening roar of engines filled the air, a harbinger of the merciless war to come. The cannons slowly pivoted, coldly aimed at Li Hao's invincible fleet. The soldiers busied themselves in a tense, orderly manner, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ouyang Qingyu gazed at the approaching target outside the window, silently praying, Li Hao, may you remain safe. Yet she understood that once war was declared, everything would spiral into unpredictability on Li Hao's side. He quickly sensed the enemy's movements. His sharp eyes remained fixed on the changes on the monitoring screen, his expression turning serious and grim. With a commanding gesture, he declared, All hands, prepare for battle. His voice resonated through the communication channels of the invincible fleet, firm and resolute. Instantly, the 13th Legion sprang to life. Akin to a beast awakened, the lights within the ship shifted to red, alarms blared sharply. Soldiers hurriedly returned to their posts, focused and tense, operating various instruments. The cannons glimmered with a cold light, energy coalescing within, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. The entire fleet was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of anticipation. Just as the two sides were on the verge of unleashing fire, Ouyang Qingyu suddenly cried out, Horse, stop! The shout seemed to drain her of all strength. The soldiers of the 8th Legion froze, their movements halted, gazing at her in confusion. Each face reflected a mix of bewilderment and surprise. Ouyang Qingyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain her calm. I will speak with Li Hao once more, the aide, anxious, interjected. Miss, this may not be wise. His face was etched with worry. The situation was perilous. And what if Ouyang Qingyu resolutely interrupted him, her gaze sharp with determination? This is my final effort. If it fails, we can still resort to battle. Her tone brooked no dissent, as if she had resolved to try to avert this brutal confrontation at any cost. She returned to the agreed-upon location, where Li Hao awaited. He stood tall, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Ouyang Qingyu looked at him, her eyes filled with helplessness and hope. Li Hao, I do not wish for our relationship to deteriorate to this point. I have conceived a plan that may avert this war. A flicker of hope crossed Li Hao's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon her, asking intently, What plan? Ouyang Qingyu leaned closer. Speaking softly, Li Hao, my mission is to infiltrate the endless seed. I need to know if you can assist me in accomplishing this task. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Li Hao furrowed his brow, puzzled. Assist you? How could we do that? Wouldn't that place my legion in jeopardy? Ouyang Qingyu urgently clarified. I do not mean for you to surrender. You can feign defeat, allowing me entry into the endless sea. Upon my return, I will report to my family that I have completed my mission. This way, you can safeguard your legion while providing me a means to appease my family. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before responding. What do I stand to gain? I cannot simply hand over a border star system to you without recompense. Ouyang Qingyu grasped his arm, imploring, Li Hao, I know you are currently trapped in the endless sea star domain. I possess a navigation chart that leads from the endless sea star to the outside. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Hao's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, questioning, You truly have it? How can you prove it? Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip. I cannot prove it now, but if you cooperate with me in this endeavor, I assure you I will procure the chart for you. Li Hao scoffed. Why should I trust you? What if you change your mind afterward? I would have risked everything for naught. Ouyang Qingyu, her urgency palpable, implored. Li Hao, at this juncture, do you truly believe I would deceive you? We have been classmates for so many years. This is our only avenue forward and your chance to escape this predicament. Li Hao paced back and forth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Very well, I will trust you this once. However, you must first provide me with the navigation chart. Chapter 179. The navigation chart outside the endless sea star domain. Ouyang Qingyu appeared conflicted. Li Hao, it is not that I am unwilling to provide it to you now, but the chart resides in my family's confidential vault, and I cannot access it at this moment. However, once we execute this plan, I will find a way to obtain it for you. Li Hao scoffed. How can I trust you under these circumstances? Without the chart, our discussions are moot. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Hao, you must believe me, I swear on my life. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. I possess only one navigation route that explores eastward from the endless sea star domain, but it leads to nothing. The chart for my family, however, holds valuable discoveries. Li Hao's gaze pierced through Ouyang Qingyu. His voice icy. Do you believe these words will encourage me to take a risk? The eastern route is of no value. What I require is a chart that will genuinely extricate us from this predicament. Tears brimmed in Ouyang Qingyu's eyes, her voice quivering. Li Hao, I am not deceiving you. Although the eastern route is currently useless, it at least demonstrates my sincerity. I will find a way to provide you with the family's chart. Li Hao crossed his arms unmoved. Empty promises will not suffice. I cannot risk my entire legion based solely on your assurances. Ouyang Qingyu wiped her tears, urgency in her voice. Li Hao, consider our past friendship. When have I ever deceived you? This truly is our only chance. Li Hao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. All right, I will trust you once more. However, while we cooperate, you must remain with me. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. Li Hao, that is unacceptable. If I stay with you, I cannot explain it to my family. Li Hao's gaze remained steadfast, unyielding. This is the limit of my trust in you. Otherwise, our discussions are over. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip, torn for a moment, before reluctantly nodding. Very well, Li Hao, I agree. But you must guarantee my safety. Rest assured, as long as you do not play tricks, I will not make things difficult for you. Now, let us discuss the specifics of our plan. Thus, the two swiftly devised a scheme for their collaboration, repositioning the warships of both legions to enact a staged performance on the border star. On the battlefield, the roar of artillery echoed as beams of light intersected. The warships appeared to be engaged in fierce combat. However, both sides were meticulously controlling the intensity and direction of their attacks to avert genuine casualties. In the command room, Li Hao closely monitored the situation, continuously issuing seemingly urgent orders. Attention all units, concentrate fire on the enemy's left flank. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu's aide methodically followed her strategic plan. Commanding, adjust the shields, evade the enemy's main assault. The battle unfolded with breathtaking intensity. From a distance, one could hardly discern the underlying intricacies. The warships darted back and forth, firing incessantly, creating a scene shrouded in smoke and chaos. Yet, amidst this apparent disorder, everything was proceeding according to the designs of Li Hao and Ouyang Qingyu. As the conflict neared its conclusion, Li Hao's fleet faced relentless retreat, while Ouyang Qingyu's 8th Legion successfully breached the defenses, advancing deep into the boundless sea star domain. When all seemed settled, Ouyang Qingyu relayed the battle reports back to her family, which were then conveyed from the Ouyang clan's elders to the new emperor. Upon receiving the reports, the new emperor was filled with delight. Seated in his resplendent palace, holding the report in hand, a triumphant smile illuminated his face. The Ouyang clan performed admirably this time. Li Hao's legion has finally been repelled, and the border star now lies within our grasp. In the imperial court, ministers echoed their approval, their praises ringing loud. Your Majesty is blessed, and the Ouyang clan is valiant in battle. This is a fortune for our dynasty, one minister flatteringly remarked. The new emperor erupted in laughter. Generous rewards shall be bestowed upon the Ouyang clan. I wish for all to know that serving me will yield great returns. However, amidst this celebration, the emperor's advisor furrowed his brow slightly, stepping forward to bow and say, Your Majesty, there may be more to this matter. We must further verify the battle results. The emperor's smile faltered momentarily, and he retorted with displeasure. Are you questioning the achievements of the Ouyang clan? The advisor quickly knelt, responding, Your Majesty, I only express caution to guard against deception. The emperor snorted coldly. they would not dare to employ any tricks. Nevertheless, send someone to the border star to ascertain the situation. It will put my mind at ease. The advisor complied. As you command, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, within the Ouyang family, celebrations erupted over this victory. Yet, Ouyang Qingyu's heart brimmed with anxiety and unease. She was uncertain whether her and Li Hao's plans could remain undiscovered. The dispatch team to the border star quickly set off, and upon learning this news, Ouyang Qingyu was consumed with urgency. Desperately seeking to relay a message to Li Hao on Li Hao's end, he too received wind of the situation, understanding that the moment was critical. A single misstep could render their previous efforts futile. During the days of anticipation, Ouyang Qingyu was restless, and finally, one day, she received a secret message from Li Hao advising her to remain calm. Simultaneously, the team sent to investigate arrived at the border star. Meticulously examining the traces of the battle and related circumstances, Li Hao had preemptively arranged everything, creating a convincing scene of combat. Though the investigators harbored suspicions, they could not find any obvious flaws, and thus returned to report their findings honestly. The new emperor, upon hearing their report, found his doubts not entirely assuaged, yet lacking conclusive evidence of wrongdoing. It seemed that the Ouyang clan and Li Hao were not interconnected, and the 8th Legion could still be relied upon. However, at this moment, the emperor's advisor approached quietly, suggesting, Your Majesty, since the 8th Legion is reliable, why not have them continue their assault on the 13th Legion to reclaim the boundless sea? The emperor frowned, questioning, No, the late emperor cultivated the 13th Legion. I do not wish to nurture another 8th Legion. The advisor quickly replied, Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. However, the 8th Legion has just achieved victory, and their morale is high. If we can compel them to secure the boundless sea for Your Majesty, it would not only demonstrate your might, but also diminish the 8th Legion's strength. Once the task is accomplished, we can suppress them later. The emperor pondered for a moment before responding, You present a reasonable argument, but this matter requires careful deliberation. Let us first observe whether the 8th Legion is truly loyal. The advisor bowed, Your Majesty is wise, I shall take my leave for now. Shortly thereafter, the new emperor again commanded the 8th Legion to attack the 13th Legion and seize a foothold in the boundless sea, Jiansha Star. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingyu was still seeking to procure the precious navigation chart from her family. Chapter 180. The dilemma of the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Qingyu engaged in numerous discussions with the clan elders regarding this matter. Yet the elders remained hesitant. Qingyu, this navigation chart is a family secret. If it becomes known, our clan could face annihilation, one elder stated solemnly. Ouyang Qingyu explained, We have already entered the boundless sea. Our next step is to delve deeper following the navigation chart to locate that relic. Humph, you underestimate the situation, another elder countered. That relic is not so easily found. Moreover, is it worth risking everything for something so uncertain? Ouyang Qingyu pleaded anxiously, Elders, this is our family's opportunity for resurgence. Li Hao's 13th Legion is among the Empire's finest. With their assistance, our chances of success will greatly increase. One elder, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Qingyu, if Li Hao obtains the navigation chart or learns of the relic's existence, how can we ensure he will sincerely assist us? If he turns against us, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip, resolutely stating, I will only divulge the details of the navigation. I will not disclose the location of the relic. The elders exchanged glances, falling into contemplation. That moment, the voice of the new emperor's envoy urging immediate action echoed from outside, heightening the tension in the air. Ouyang Qingyu implored once more, Elders, time is of the essence. We cannot hesitate any longer. If we miss this opportunity, our family may never establish a foothold in the boundless sea. Ultimately, after intense deliberation, the elders reached a difficult decision. One elder rose, his expression grave, and declared, Qingyu, we can grant you the navigation chart, but you must ensure absolute certainty. Any misstep could spell disaster for the clan. Ouyang Qingyu nodded solemnly, Elders, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. After obtaining the navigation chart, Ouyang Qingyu hurriedly prepared to meet Li Hao. However, the emperor's envoy arrived once more, sternly urging the 8th Legion to launch an immediate assault on Jiansha Star. Ouyang Qingyu's heart raced with anxiety. She knew that if they launched an attack now, their collaboration with Li Hao would inevitably suffer a rift, yet defying the emperor's orders was untenable. After careful consideration, Ouyang Qingyu decided to placate the envoy while secretly meeting with Li Hao. In a concealed corner, Ouyang Qingyu handed the navigation chart to Li Hao, who gazed at it with surprise in his eyes. "Qingyu, thank you." Ouyang Qingyu expressed her concerns. "Li Hao, the new emperor is pressuring us to attack Jiansha Star. What should we do?" Li Hao frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Qingyu, Jiansha Star is the gateway to the boundless sea. I cannot relinquish it to you. Have your family devise a means to delay." Ouyang Qingyu's expression faltered as she replied, "Li Hao, the emperor is insistent, and the family is under immense pressure. We cannot delay for long." Li Hao paced back and forth, stating, "Qingyu, you must understand, if Jiansha Star falls, my 13th Legion will be at a disadvantage, and the boundless sea will lose its tranquility." Ouyang Qingyu turned to leave, and Li Hao watched her retreating figure, anxiety filling his heart. Her slender silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn in the twilight, and Li Hao recognized that she was caught between her family and him, bearing tremendous pressure. Upon returning to the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu entered the conference hall with a grave expression. The clan elders awaited her arrival, their eyes filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Qingyu slowly stated, "Elders, I have conveyed our situation to Li Hao." The elders exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their dilemma. Silence enveloped the conference hall, the atmosphere so heavy it was almost suffocating. One elder finally broke the silence, remarking, "If that is the case, we can only find a way to appease the new emperor and delay the deployment." His voice carried a hint of resignation and uncertainty. Ouyang Qingyu frowned, asserting, "But the new emperor has lost patience. If we continue to delay, it could lead to calamity. His nature is suspicious and volatile. If he perceives our delay as disloyalty, the consequences would be dire." As the assembly fell into despair, a soldier rushed into the conference hall, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling as he reported, "Elders, the new emperor has sent another decree. If the 8th Legion does not mobilize soon, he will dispatch other legions to replace us and punish the Ouyang clan." Upon hearing this news, the elders' faces turned ashen. One elder staggered, nearly losing his balance, muttering, "See, I warned against involving ourselves in the internal struggles of the empire. The new emperor is not an easy person to deal with." Another elder glared furiously, admonishing, "What good does it do to say that now? The priority is to find a way to address the immediate crisis." Ouyang Qingyu's countenance was equally grim as she declared, "Enough of the bickering. Disputes will not resolve our predicament." At that moment, the long silent elder slowly spoke. "In my opinion, we might as well feign a military mobilization, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to negotiate with Li Hao to see if we can forge some form of collaboration to collectively confront the threat posed by the new emperor. How can that be permissible? If the new emperor discovers our duplicity, the repercussions would be dire." A young elder retorted, "In my view, we should directly engage the 13th Legion. This way, we can provide an explanation to the new emperor." The elder shot him a piercing glance. The assembly was once again engulfed in fervent debate, the meeting hall descending into chaos. Taking a deep breath, she raised her voice, "Silence. The elder's suggestion merits consideration. But we must not offend Li Hao. We must carefully control the scale of warfare, as we will still require the support of the 13th Legion." Gradually, the crowd quieted, their gazes converging upon Ouyang Qingyu. She continued, "We shall first dispatch a small contingent of troops to simulate a military advance, while I will discreetly engage with Li Hao to discuss the intricacies of our potential collaboration. However, throughout this process, utmost confidentiality must be maintained. Not a whisper of our plans must escape." The elders nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. Thus, Ouyang Qingyu reached out to Li Hao once more. However, this time her actions caught the attention of spies dispatched by the new emperor. The spies swiftly reported the situation to the new emperor, who, upon hearing the news, erupted in fury and immediately commanded an increase in surveillance over the 8th Legion. Oblivious to this development, Ouyang Qingyu harbored hopes of reaching an accord with Li Hao to salvage her family from impending doom. When she finally met Li Hao, his expression was equally grave. "Qingyu, the situation is even worse than we anticipated. The new emperor is already on guard against us," he stated. Ouyang Qingyu, filled with anxiety, responded, "What then shall we do? Is there truly no way out?" After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of resolve flashed in Li Hao's eyes. "There remains one course of action." Chapter 182. The might of the Star Destroyer cannon Ouyang Qingyu hastily inquired. What is this method? Li Hao, do tell. Li Hao lowered his voice. You should not have been involved in this matter at all. Like the other legions, you ought to withdraw from this incident and maintain neutrality. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hao, what do you mean by that? We have come this far. If we withdraw now, the new emperor will not spare our family. Furrowing his brow, Li Hao replied. Qingyu, I speak with your best interests at heart. This conflict is perilously fraught. Should we fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you withdraw, the new emperor may still show leniency, considering you did not directly oppose him. Ouyang Qingyu's expression hardened as she countered. Li Hao, you underestimate the Ouyang family. We have no option but to fight alongside you to the bitter end. Li Hao sighed in resignation. Qingyu, your stubbornness is commendable. But since you have made your choice, we shall face this together. Just be prepared. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Ouyang Qingyu nodded. Rest assured, Li Hao, I shall not waver. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. As a soldier rushed in with a report, General, trouble. The new emperor has dispatched the 3rd Legion, and they have arrived at the border star to join forces with the aristocratic alliance. Li Hao's expression immediately turned somber. I did not anticipate the new emperor's swift action. With the 3rd Legion involved, the situation has become even more precarious. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes reflected a hint of anxiety. Li Hao, if 3 legions strike simultaneously, I fear it will be impossible for you to hold the endless SE. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before saying, Qingyu, you have been away from the Empire for too long. There are matters you are unaware of. I suggest you refrain from participating in this affair. Ouyang Qingyu frowned, resolutely stating, Li Hao, at this juncture, it is too late to say such things. We are already entangled. Retreating is not an option. Li Hao shook his head in exasperation. Qingyu, since you do not trust my judgment, I shall say no more. When the battle begins, you will understand. After their conversation, Ouyang Qingyu returned to the flagship of her 8th Legion. Her heart was burdened with worry, both for the impending conflict and for the doubts lingering regarding Li Hao's counsel. Seated in the command chair, she fixed her gaze on the screen displaying enemy movements. Miss, what shall we do next? An aide inquired. Ouyang Qingyu took a deep breath before responding, hold our positions and await further instructions. Meanwhile, aboard Li Hao's flagship of the 13th Legion, he was busily orchestrating battle plans. Time ticked away. The atmosphere on the battlefield growing increasingly tense, as if a storm were on the horizon. Suddenly, alarm bells blared as the 13th Legion and the aristocratic alliance commenced their assault in an instant. Cannon fire erupted, engulfing the entire Golden Sands Star region in a conflagration. Ouyang Qingyu grasped the handrails tightly, shouting, all hands, prepare for battle. The warships of the 8th Legion activated their weapon systems, plunging into the fierce fray. However, the new emperor's forces advanced with relentless ferocity, quickly breaching the defensive perimeter of the Golden Sands starport. The 13th Legion was tasked with defending the Dawn Fleet and the Stellar Glory Fleet, both of which swiftly entered combat under Li Hao's command. The Dawn Fleet's ships adeptly maneuvered through the hail of fire, striking the enemy with precision, while the Stellar Glory Fleet established a formidable defensive line with its overwhelming firepower. The new emperor's warships surged forth like a tidal wave. Despite the valiant resistance of the Dawn and Stellar Glory fleets, they found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Open fire at full strength. We must not allow them to breach our lines. Li Hao bellowed from the command ship. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire and blinding flashes of light as ships from both sides exploded into fiery orbs. At that juncture, Ouyang Qingyu received an order from the commander of the 3rd Legion. Your 8th Legion is to attack the Golden Sands starport. Ouyang Qingyu's heart sank. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences such an action could entail. Yet, military orders were paramount, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Gritting her teeth, she responded, Commander, launching an assault on the starport at this time may leave us vulnerable to attacks from both sides. However, the commander of the 3rd Legion insisted, this is an order. Executed immediately. With no other choice, Ouyang Qingyu commanded the 8th Legion to advance toward the Golden Sands starport, deliberately slowing their pace in an attempt to buy time. Li Hao quickly detected the movements of the 8th Legion and called through the communication channel, Qingyu, do not head toward the starport. Ouyang Qingyu replied with a wry smile, Li Hao, I am not at liberty to choose. Just as the 8th Legion entered the defensive perimeter of the Golden Sand starport, the port's defense systems activated. Suddenly, 4 massive Star Destroyer cannon barrels emerged, targeting the 8th Legion warships entering the port's defenses. Ouyang Qingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "All personnel, evasive maneuvers." But it was too late. The Star Destroyer cannons emitted a blinding light, and powerful energy beams struck several warships of the 8th Legion, igniting a series of explosions. Cursed be this place. How could there be Star Destroyer cannons here? Ouyang Qingyu seethed, pounding the control panel in frustration. We have been set up. With great sorrow, she directed her battered fleet to retreat. The commander of the 3rd Legion turned pale upon seeing the 4 Star Destroyer cannons. He realized that Li Hao had acquired the cannons from the Aristocratic Alliance, but he had not expected Li Hao to install them all at the Golden Sands starport. How could he have installed them all here? He muttered, his eyes filled with dread and regret. Commander, the Golden Sand Star is armed with 4 Star Destroyer cannons. We cannot seize it, an aide reported based on battlefield data. The commander furrowed his brow, his gaze dark as he fixed it upon the formidable Star Destroyer cannons. Do not assault the Golden Sand Star. First, target the 13th Legion's fleet. Commander, our current battlefield analysis indicates that we are only facing 2 fleets from the 13th Legion. Their Invincible Fleet and the White Phoenix, Black Rose, and Hero fleets have yet to deploy. The commander scoffed. Even if their main fleets are not engaged, we must still give Li Hao a taste of defeat. Concentrate fire and attack with all force. With the command given, the warships of the 3rd Legion pivoted direction, launching a more ferocious assault on the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet and Stellar Glory Fleet. Li Hao, sensing the enemy's movements from his command ship, remained composed. Adjust the defensive formation. If we can buy a little more time, we can encircle them. Chapter 183. Securing the Stargate in an instant. Cannon fire intertwined as both sides entered into fierce confrontation. The soldiers of the 13th Legion fought valiantly, but the 3rd Legion, leveraging its overwhelming numbers, gradually gained the upper hand. Just then, a voice broke through on Li Hao's communication channel. It was Lin Xiao, General. We have successfully taken the Border Star, and the White Phoenix and Hero fleets have secured the Stargate. A flicker of delight crossed Li Hao's eyes. Excellent, Lin Xiao. Lead your fleet to support us immediately. The prospect of reinforcements invigorated the morale of the 13th Legion, and they fought back against the 3rd Legion's assault with renewed tenacity. Upon learning that a fleet was poised to support the 13th Legion, the commander of the 3rd Legion's expression darkened further. Accelerate the offensive. We cannot allow their reinforcements to arrive. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, each passing second fraught with the trials of life and death. Soon, the Fearless Fleet and the Black Rose Fleet surged onto the battlefield like a torrent, instantly altering the balance of power. The 3rd Legion found itself in a precarious position, its warships becoming disordered under the dual onslaught. Retreat. The commander was compelled to issue this reluctant order. Before long, the commander received even graver news. They had lost the Border Star and the associated Stargate. How dare they? The Stargate is the Empire's bottom line. How could Li Hao have the audacity? The commander of the 3rd Legion roared in the command room, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. Commander, what shall we do now? Inquired the aide cautiously. The commander slammed his fist on the control panel. Immediately report the situation to the new emperor and request support. Also, regroup the remnants and prepare to reclaim the Border Star and the Stargate. At this moment, the morale of the 3rd Legion was severely diminished, with soldiers engulfed in the shadows of defeat in the Imperial Palace. The new emperor's countenance darkened ominously upon receiving the 3rd Legion's report. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even defend a Border Star. Convey my order. Mobilize other legions and ensure the reclamation of the Border Star and the Stargate. Your Majesty, the urgent matter at hand should be to cease hostilities with the 13th Legion. One advisor interjected. Now that they control the Stargate, they could directly strike the Imperial capital Star, which, given its current defenses, would be unable to withstand an attack from the 13th Legion. The new emperor glared furiously. Rebuking, are you suggesting I bolster their confidence while diminishing my own authority? Does my empire appear so feeble? The minister hastily knelt, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I am merely considering the empire's safety. The new emperor paced back and forth before finally stating, Then what do you propose we do? The minister raised his head and cautiously replied, Perhaps we should first send envoys to negotiate with the 13th Legion. buying time to bolster the defenses of the imperial capital star while redeploying our strategy. The new emperor pondered for a moment and scoffed, "Very well, let it be as you suggest. Act swiftly. But should the negotiations fail, I shall not be lenient." The minister accepted his orders and hurriedly arranged for envoys to be dispatched to the border star. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Ouyang Qingyu received news of the imperial envoys seeking negotiations. Ouyang Qingyu remarked, "Li Hao, how dare you control the Stargate? Do you not know this is the Empire's bottom line?" Li Hao nodded. "I am well aware. However, without such actions, this civil war within the Empire will never conclude. Now, it hinges on the new Emperor's intentions." Ouyang Qingyu responded, "It seems we truly should not have engaged in the Empire's affairs, but I have a request. When you explore the endless sea star domain, could you take our 8th Legion along?" Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Qingyu, this matter is of great significance. I have no plans at present. We shall discuss it later. But first, we must address the situation with the new emperor." After some time, the new emperor's envoy arrived at Li Hao's tent, adopting an air of superiority. "General Li Hao, His Majesty, acknowledging your past contributions, offers you a chance for mercy. If you return the border star and the Stargate, His Majesty shall spare your life." Li Hao scoffed coldly. "The current situation is not dictated by the new emperor. If this is your stance, then please take your leave." The envoy's expression darkened. "Li Hao, do not be so ungrateful. His Majesty has granted you a final opportunity. Should you remain stubborn, dire consequences await you." Li Hao's gaze was piercing as he stared down the envoy. "Humph, return and inform the new emperor that I, Li Hao, fear no threats. The outcome of this war remains uncertain." Recognizing the futility of the negotiations, the envoy left the tent in defeat. After the envoy's departure, Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, knowing that the new emperor would not let this matter rest, and more intense assaults were surely forthcoming. At that moment, Ouyang Qingyu entered the tent, saying, "Li Hao, the new emperor will likely not let you off easily. You must prepare thoroughly." As the envoy returned to the imperial capital star to report the failure of the negotiations. The marshal of the imperial army and Huang Pu Hao also received word of Li Hao's control over the border star and Stargate. The marshal furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Huang Pu? This Li Hao is truly reckless, daring to touch the Empire's bottom line." Huang Pu Hao, however, appeared contemplative. "Marshal, there may be more to this situation than meets the eye. Li Hao has always been loyal. This action must be out of desperation." The marshal snorted. "Regardless, this is open rebellion, a grave offense." Huang Pu Hao suggested, "Marshal, the current state of the Empire is beyond our expectations and somewhat out of control. Perhaps we should return to the imperial capital." The marshal shot Huang Pu Hao a glare. "Li Hao is someone you supported. You bear significant responsibility for this situation." Huang Pu Hao lowered his head, a look of guilt crossing his face. "Marshal, this is not the time to assign blame. We must consider how to address the current predicament." The marshal took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. "Humph. You best find a way to rectify your mistakes. Immediately gather the commanders and reassess our strategy." After transferring command of the Zerg battlefield, the marshal and Huang Pu Hao promptly boarded a warship back to the imperial capital star. Aboard the vessel, the marshal wore a serious expression, remaining silent, while Huang Pu Hao paced anxiously beside him. "Marshal, upon our return to the imperial capital, I fear." Huang Pu Hao voiced his concerns. The marshal coldly retorted, "Fear what? The Empire is in chaos. We must meet with the new emperor without delay and present the facts." Huang Pu Hao nodded. "Let us hope the new emperor is receptive to our counsel." After a lengthy voyage, the warship finally reached the imperial capital star. The marshal and Huang Pu Hao hurried to the palace. The new emperor sat upon his throne, his expression dark and foreboding. "You have returned? What is the status of the Zerg battlefield?" the new emperor inquired coldly. The marshal knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the Zerg battlefield is temporarily stable, but the situation surrounding the border star is increasingly perilous." The new emperor slammed his hand upon the throne. "That traitor, Li Hao, I shall have him torn to shreds." The marshal raised his head. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We should prioritize negotiations. If we forcefully engage in war, it may severely harm the Empire." Chapter 184. The negotiation for peace. The new emperor's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon the marshal. "Negotiations? Where's my authority? Where is the Empire's dignity?" Huang Pu Hao hastily interjected. Your Majesty, first stabilize the situation, then deliberate carefully. The new emperor fell silent for a moment before conceding, very well, let it be as you say. Send someone to negotiate with Li Hao. The marshal and Huang Pu Hao breathed a sigh of relief as they exited the palace. Upon returning to their quarters, the marshal furrowed his brow and said to Huang Pu Hao, "Who do you think would be most suitable to send for these negotiations?" Huang Pu Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe General Sima would be a good choice. He is eloquent and may persuade Li Hao." The marshal shook his head. General Sima's character is too straightforward. He may struggle to navigate the nuances of the negotiations. The two fell into contemplation until, after a long while, the marshal suggested, "What if you were to go yourself?" Huang Pu Hao was taken aback. "Me? Marshal, this is a significant responsibility. I fear I may not be up to the task." The marshal patted his shoulder. "I have faith in you, and you have a history of promoting Li Hao. This matter concerns the safety of the empire. You must handle it with care." Huang Pu Hao gritted his teeth. "Yes, Marshal, I will not fail in my mission." Thus, Huang Pu Hao set forth on his journey to the border star, tasked with the mission of negotiation. Along the way, he felt anxious and uncertain about what awaited him at last. Huang Pu Hao arrived at the border star and met with Li Hao. Li Hao regarded Huang Pu Hao. "Old Huang, what brings you here?" Huang Pu Hao took a deep breath. "Li Hao, I am here on a mission to negotiate, hoping to put an end to this civil war and avert a greater crisis for the empire." Li Hao scoffed. "Old man, this is not the first time the new emperor has sought negotiations. Is it not merely a pretext for gathering fleets?" Huang Pu Hao quickly waved his hands. "Li Hao, this time it is truly a sincere negotiation. The new emperor has recognized the dangers of civil war." Li Hao wore a skeptical expression. "Humph, what guarantees can the new emperor provide? How can I trust him?" Huang Pu Hao, appearing helpless, replied, "Li Hao, we have known each other for many years. Do you not understand my intentions? I genuinely hope to resolve this peacefully." Li Hao remained silent for a moment before stating, "Very well. I would like to hear what conditions the new emperor can offer to halt this conflict." Huang Pu Hao sighed with relief. "The new emperor promises that if you relinquish resistance and return the border star and the Stargate, past grievances will be overlooked, and you will also receive promotions." Li Hao laughed coldly. "Promotions? Does he think that will buy my loyalty? Does he not grasp the root of this civil war?" Huang Pu Hao's expression grew troubled. "Li Hao, I understand your grievances, but war will only bring suffering to more people." Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "Old man, let me think it over." "Very well, I hope you can provide me with a prompt response." After several days of contemplation, Li Hao finally formulated his negotiation conditions. Meanwhile, Huang Pu Hao, anxiously awaiting a response, finally received word from Li Hao. "Old man, I am open to negotiations, but the new emperor must agree to several conditions." Huang Pu Hao hastily inquired, "What conditions?" "First, my soldiers shall not be subjected to punishment. Second, appropriate resettlement and compensation must be provided for the civilians harmed during the war. Third, from this day forth, the endless star sea shall enjoy autonomy," Li Hao stated solemnly. Huang Pu Hao furrowed his brow, the muscles on his face taut, revealing a hint of difficulty in his gaze as he replied, "Li Hao, I fear the new emperor may find it hard to acquiesce to this third condition. The autonomy of the endless star sea is a matter that could shake the very foundations of the empire. How could he possibly concede so easily?" Li Hao snorted coldly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "If he does not agree, then there shall be no peace talks. I, Li Hao, am not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. If it comes to it, I would rather see the fish die than the net break." Huang Pu Hao sighed helplessly, saying, "Alas, Li Hao, I understand your stance. But this matter is indeed quite tricky. I shall convey your conditions to the new emperor, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. I can only hope you will exercise a bit more patience while awaiting the emperor's response." With that, Huang Pu Hao dared not delay and hurried back to the imperial capital Star. On the way, he felt a heavy heart, fully aware of the arduous task ahead. Upon returning to the imperial capital Star, Huang Pu Hao immediately proceeded to the royal palace to report Li Hao's conditions to the new emperor. Upon hearing this, the new emperor erupted in fury, pounding his fist on the table and shouting, "Li Hao is simply delusional. The autonomy of the endless star sea? Absolutely impossible. He is openly challenging my authority, attempting to divide the empire. I shall never tolerate this." The ministers present, witnessing the emperor's wrath, fell silent, afraid to speak. Yet, Some radical ministers seized the opportunity to advise, "Your Majesty, Li Hao is so arrogant that we should immediately dispatch troops to quell him, to uphold the law of the land." Just as everyone was denouncing Li Hao, the marshal of the imperial military stepped forward to caution the new emperor, "Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. Currently, Li Hao occupies the border star and possesses the Star Gate. Rashly sending troops could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Moreover, should war break out, countless lives would be lost, damaging the very foundations of the empire." The new emperor glared at the marshal, saying, "Then what do you suggest? Should I compromise to Li Hao's unreasonable demands?" The marshal replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, that is not my intention. However, we should prioritize peace, stabilize Li Hao first, and then deliberate on a longer-term strategy." The radical ministers immediately countered, "Marshal, your words are misguided. If we show weakness to Li Hao, what will become of your Majesty's dignity? What face will the empire have left?" The court was suddenly engulfed in intense debate. The new emperor, feeling overwhelmed, waved his hand and declared, "Enough. Let me think this through." That evening, the new emperor, the marshal, and Huang Pu Hao convened in the royal palace. The new emperor wore a grave expression and spoke first. Today in court, voices were divided. "I wish to hear your true thoughts." The marshal pondered for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, Li Hao's strength cannot be underestimated. If we forcefully engage in battle, the empire may plunge into prolonged chaos, and the people will suffer." Huang Pu Hao added, "I too believe that there may be a glimmer of hope in negotiations. The cost of war is simply too great." The new emperor frowned, "But the conditions proposed by Li Hao are exceedingly difficult for me to accept." The marshal suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we can make concessions in certain areas, stabilize the situation first, and then plan our next steps." The new emperor's eyes revealed a flicker of hesitation. "What kind of concessions?" After contemplation, the marshal replied, "Your Majesty, Li Hao has slain no fewer than 5 bug kings on the battlefield. The empire has yet to reward him. We could start by granting him appropriate honors and rewards, allowing him to feel your Majesty's sincerity." The new emperor's brow furrowed deeper, but what he seeks is the autonomy of the endless sea. Huang Pu Hao quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, if it is a fief, that does not equate to severing ties with the empire. We can stipulate that he must still heed the empire's directives in certain matters, thus satisfying some of his demands while ensuring the overall governance of the empire." Chapter 185. Negotiations in progress. The new emperor's expression softened slightly. That is indeed a viable approach. However, the specific details must be carefully considered." "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Please ensure a feasible plan is presented promptly." The marshal and Huang Pu Hao answered in unison, "We obey." After exiting the royal palace, the marshal and Huang Pu Hao immediately began to discuss specific plans. Days passed, and finally, they devised several feasible proposals, preparing to once again enter the palace to present them to the new emperor. The marshal and Huang Pu Hao, bearing their meticulously crafted plans, re-entered the palace to meet the new emperor. He scrutinized these proposals, occasionally nodding or shaking his head, his expression notably serious. "You would actually grant him the endless sea as a fief and promote him? Is there not a shred of sincerity in this?" the new emperor remarked with displeasure. The marshal quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, this is merely a temporary measure. Li Hao's power has already solidified. If we do not offer him sufficient benefits, it may be difficult to quell this storm." Huang Pu Hao added, "Your Majesty, if a small concession can bring about the peace of the empire, it is certainly worth it. Once the situation stabilizes, we can deliberate further." The new emperor furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before finally sighing, "Very well, let it be as you say. But this matter must be handled meticulously. We cannot allow Li Hao to harbor any further ambitions." The marshal and Huang Pu Hao quickly replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts." Subsequently, the new emperor sat in silence upon his throne, his expression dark as he contemplated before ultimately issuing orders to engage in negotiations with Li Hao according to the established plan. The envoy, bearing the new emperor's decree and carefully crafted proposal, hastened to the border star. After several days of travel, he finally arrived. Upon receiving the envoy's presentation of the decree and plan, Li Hao let out a cold laugh. Filled with mockery and disdain, the new emperor is quite astute in his calculations. A noble title, a rank of general, and 2 empty honorary titles. This is utterly devoid of sincerity. The envoy felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly said, "General Li, the new emperor has put considerable thought into these conditions. I hope you will not act on impulse." Li Hao's sharp gaze swept over the envoy, and he coldly replied, "Considerable thought? This is clearly mere perfunctory. Tell me, what has the Empire offered in these negotiations?" "The Endless Sea was originally reclaimed by our 13th Legion." The envoy broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "General, the new emperor. He has his difficulties, after all." "The rules of the Empire?" Li Hao interrupted him, bellowing, "Do not use rules to pressure me. Our 13th Legion has fought valiantly on the front lines, and countless brothers have sacrificed their lives to secure this land. Is this how he chooses to dismiss us?" A nearby deputy commander could no longer contain himself, saying, "The general speaks true. This is simply an insult." The other commanders echoed in agreement, their tempers flaring. Li Hao took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and stated, "You return and tell the new emperor. My conditions remain as those three." The envoy nodded timidly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and dared not say more as he hurriedly departed. Watching the envoy's retreating figure, Li Hao's clenched fists trembled slightly, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He was enraged by the new emperor's disdain and injustice, yet felt powerless as the tense relations with the imperial capital left him in a dilemma. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the imperial capital Star, upon learning of the envoy's report on Li Hao's response, the new emperor was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes wide open as he angrily smashed the precious glass cup in his hand onto the floor. The cup shattered into countless pieces, fragments scattering everywhere. This Li Hao truly refuses to drink the wine offered and instead demands the punishment. The new emperor roared, his voice echoing through the vast palace, shaking the beams as if they too quivered. The ministers, pale-faced with fear, kneeled on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We are to blame." The ministers spoke with trembling voices, the atmosphere in the palace thick with tension. The new emperor paced back and forth in the hall, each step seeming to carry the weight of thunderous wrath, his breaths rapid and his chest heaving. "I have already made concessions, yet Li Hao remains so ungrateful." The new emperor's voice was filled with authority and fury. The ministers fell silent, none daring to speak during this volatile moment for fear of inciting the emperor's ire. After a considerable pause, the new emperor gradually regained some composure, stopping to coldly proclaim, "Rise, let us discuss how to respond to Li Hao. Huang Pu, you are familiar with Li Hao. Reach out to him and see what it would take for him to agree to negotiations." Huang Pu Hao quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost." However, Li Hao's current stance is resolute, and persuading him may prove challenging. The new emperor frowned. "Regardless, you must attempt it. Inform him that I can make additional concessions, but he must not push his luck." Huang Pu Hao accepted the order, though anxiety gnawed at him. He was acutely aware of Li Hao's character, and the outcome of this engagement was uncertain. Upon returning home, Huang Pu Hao pondered deeply, deliberating how best to approach Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao awaited further actions from the imperial capital. "General, do you think Huang Pu Hao's visit will bring any good news?" one of his subordinates inquired. Li Hao scoffed, "Humph, no matter what he says, we must not trust him easily. The new emperor is notoriously cunning. This could very well be another scheme." Just then, a communication request from Huang Pu Hao came through. The flashing alert in the quiet tent felt particularly jarring, and Li Hao stared at the blinking request signal, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He understood what this communication could imply. It might be a new round of negotiation or a more complex situation. Ultimately, he pressed the button to accept the call. "Li Hao, it has been a long time." The voice of Huang Pu Hao resonated through the communicator. Tinged with a deliberate familiarity, Li Hao's expression instantly turned frosty, and he replied coldly, "Old man, spare me the pleasantries. Speak plainly. What is it?" On the other end, Huang Pu Hao took a deep breath, seemingly gathering his courage, and said, "Li Hao, the new emperor wishes to inquire how we might come to the negotiating table." Li Hao's gaze hardened, and he replied without hesitation, "It is quite simple. The Endless Sea Star domain must achieve complete autonomy, free from imperial interference. Additionally, the compensation for the families of the fallen soldiers must be borne by the Empire." Upon hearing this, Huang Pu Hao's face fell, his brows furrowing tightly as he responded, "Li Hao, these conditions may prove difficult for the new emperor to accept. Complete autonomy for the endless sea star domain is a matter that could shake the very foundations of the empire. Li Hao scoffed. That is a concern for the new emperor to ponder. All I know is, without these conditions being met, negotiations are utterly futile. Huang Pu Hao sighed helplessly, saying, Li Hao, we have known each other for quite some time. Can you not relent even a little? Chapter 186. The end of negotiations. Li Hao's gaze remained resolute, locking onto the screen, as he declared, Huang Pu, I am not unwilling to compromise, but the new emperor is pressing too hard. My comrades have fought alongside me through thick and thin. How can I allow the empire to abandon them? After a moment of silence, Huang Pu Hao responded slowly, Li Hao, I understand your plight, yet the situation within the empire is quite complex. And the new emperor faces his own challenges. Li Hao sneered, challenges? And who will address our difficulties? This civil war should never have occurred. Had the new emperor treated us justly from the start, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Huang Pu Hao argued, Li Hao, we both know that the continuation of this war serves no one's interests. Perhaps I could return and negotiate further with the new emperor. Let us see how we might arrive at a compromise. Li Hao's gaze pierced through Huang Pu Hao, and he intoned, Huang Pu Hao, I have made my position abundantly clear. The endless sea star domain must attain full autonomy. The empire must not interfere, and my soldiers must receive just treatment and proper resettlement. Beyond that, I make no further demands. If the new emperor can acquiesce to these 2 points, only then is there hope for negotiations. Huang Pu Hao's expression turned grave as he replied, Li Hao, your conditions are indeed stringent. It may prove exceedingly difficult for the new emperor to comply. Li Hao retorted, I am willing to concede one step. The Stargate shall be returned to the empire, but as compensation, the border star must be considered. This is my final concession. Huang Pu Hao's brow furrowed tightly as he said, Li Hao, this matter is of great importance. I must return to the imperial capital to report to the new emperor. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. Li Hao's gaze remained unwavering. Very well, go swiftly and return quickly. I await your news. Huang Pu Hao hurried back to the imperial capital, not daring to pause even for a moment, and rushed to the palace to meet the new emperor. The new emperor sat upon the throne, his countenance dark and stormy as he listened to Huang Pu Hao's account. Gritting his teeth, he declared, This Li Hao truly demands the impossible. The border star is a strategic stronghold, crucial to the empire's frontier stability. How can we so easily relinquish it? The ministers erupted in uproar, voicing their concerns. Your Majesty, it would be folly to acquiesce to Li Hao's demands. That man is ambitious. Should we allow him to succeed? He will undoubtedly become a future menace, a source of endless troubles. One minister exclaimed urgently, his face marked by worry and resolve. Yet, if we refuse, the flames of war will ignite, plunging the empire into a prolonged turmoil, with the populace suffering dire consequences. Another minister voiced his hesitations, laced with profound concern. Our empire boasts a formidable military. Are we truly to fear Li Hao? We should deploy our forces and restore order. A more radical minister shouted, waving his arms fervently, We cannot act impulsively. The costs of war are too great. We must deliberate carefully, countered a more level-headed minister. The court was soon engulfed in a cacophony of voices. As the new emperor sat upon the throne, his expression growing increasingly grim, his heart torn in indecision, at that moment, the silent chancellor stepped forward, bowing slightly, and stated, Your Majesty, I believe the immediate priority is to stabilize Li Hao before we seek a viable solution. Furrowing his brow, the new emperor inquired, How do we stabilize him? Are we truly to concede to his unreasonable demands? The chancellor replied calmly, Certainly not in totality. The border star can be granted to him, but it must not exceed the configuration of a standard fleet, and the 13th Legion is prohibited from garrisoning troops in the border star system. Furthermore, the 13th Legion must report all fleet details accurately to the military headquarters. The new emperor's expression softened slightly. This could indeed serve to curtail his expansion of power to some degree. But will Li Hao comply? The chancellor answered, Your Majesty, that will depend on our negotiation techniques and strategies. We can first send envoys to convey these conditions to Li Hao and observe his reaction. Simultaneously, we must prepare for both outcomes. Should Li Hao refuse, we must be ready to deploy troops to suppress him. The new emperor nodded. Let it be as you advise. Arrange for envoys to swiftly proceed to the border star. The envoys, bearing the new conditions, arrived at the border star and addressed Li Hao, saying, "General Li, the new emperor has reached a new decision. The border star may be granted to you, but there are several conditions to consider." Clearing his throat, the envoy, visibly anxious, continued, "General, the new emperor's conditions are as follows. You may control the border star, but your command must not exceed the configuration of a standard fleet. Additionally, the 13th Legion is strictly forbidden from garrisoning troops in the border star system, and all fleet details must be accurately reported to the military headquarters. Furthermore, the new emperor requires you to swear allegiance to him." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's countenance darkened, as if drenched in shadows, and he ground his teeth, stating, "The new emperor seeks to bind my hands and feet. Such stringent conditions are clearly designed to keep me in check and suppress my power." The envoy pressed on, "General, this is already the new emperor's greatest concession. I hope you will prioritize the greater good of the empire. The current situation is tumultuous. Should civil war erupt, it will undoubtedly lead to the suffering of countless innocents." Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, his brow furrowed, his gaze betraying inner turmoil and struggle. He recognized that accepting these conditions would mean enduring numerous restrictions, with future developments hampered at every turn. Yet, to refuse would ignite the flames of war, leading his soldiers into bloody battles with uncertain fates, while the innocent civilians of the border star would be consumed by the inferno of conflict, plunging into endless suffering. Meanwhile, within Li Hao's tent, his generals engaged in fervent discussions. "General, we cannot acquiesce to the new emperor's demands. It is an insult and a shackle upon us. They clearly do not trust us. Such conditions are absolutely unacceptable," one hot-tempered general exclaimed. "But if we go to war, what are our chances? The new emperor controls the majority of the empire's resources and military strength. We may find ourselves in a dire struggle, perhaps even facing total defeat," another general analyzed anxiously. "Are we to simply allow the new emperor to manipulate us at will?" Another general lamented. Li Hao raised his head, his gaze resolute, and declared, "Inform the envoy that I need time to deliberate. This matter is of great significance, and I cannot make a hasty decision." The envoy, left with no choice, returned to report, back in the imperial capital. Upon hearing Li Hao's response, the new emperor was filled with unease and anxiety, pacing back and forth within the palace, awaiting Li Hao's final decision. Meanwhile, in Li Hao's tent at the border star, the atmosphere remained tense and oppressive. "General, we cannot remain idle. Even if we agree to the new emperor's conditions, he will surely seek an opportunity to eliminate us in the future," one general asserted. Li Hao pondered for a long time before responding slowly, "Yet the pain wrought by war is simply too great. We cannot disregard the lives of the innocent." After a night of deep reflection, Li Hao finally arrived at a resolution. The following day, he summoned all the generals and solemnly announced, "I have decided to accept the empire's conditions for negotiation. However, as per our agreement, the border star may house a standard fleet. Therefore, I will retain the invincible fleet at the border star and reposition 2-star destroyer cannons to the border star starport, aimed towards the Stargate." Chapter 187. The Marshal of the Empire arrives at the border star upon hearing this. The generals erupted in astonishment. However, the few clear-headed commanders quickly grasped Li Hao's intentions. "General, we must make immediate arrangements," they urged. Li Hao nodded slightly, his gaze revealing determination and decisiveness. "Act swiftly and ensure utmost secrecy. We must not allow the imperial capital to sense anything amiss." The commanders responded in unison, "Yes, General." They swiftly departed, busily preparing all necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, those generals still uncertain of Li Hao's deeper intentions gathered around him, voicing their concerns. "General, can this truly work? Are we not being too passive? If the empire strikes suddenly, how shall we respond?" Li Hao's demeanor remained calm as he patiently explained, "Calm yourselves. This is merely a temporary measure. Accepting the conditions can stabilize the imperial capital, buying us time. If we were to engage in open conflict with the empire now, we would have no chance of victory, as long as we prepare adequately. There remains a glimmer of hope for the future." Though the generals still harbored trepidation, they had no choice but to place their trust in Li Hao's judgment. Within the military base at the border star, soldiers busily moved about. The invincible fleet was being deployed in an orderly fashion, and the adjustments of the Star Destroyer cannons were proceeding with urgency. Meanwhile, The eyes of the imperial capital were closely monitoring every move of the border star, ever ready to report back to the new emperor. Time slipped away quietly in this tense atmosphere, and behind the facade of seemingly peaceful negotiations lay countless uncertainties and crises. In the imperial capital, the new emperor sat in his palace, listening to the reports from his scouts, still filled with suspicion towards Li Hao. Would Li Hao truly capitulate so easily? I can't shake the feeling that there is treachery afoot. The new emperor murmured to himself. A minister beside him cautioned, Your Majesty, do not let your guard down. Li Hao has always been cunning. Perhaps this is merely a delaying tactic on his part. The new emperor shook his head and commanded, Continue monitoring, but for now, we must announce the terms of the negotiations. Soon, the empire officially disclosed the terms of the talks, causing an uproar throughout the realm. Some believed the new emperor was excessively weak, having made too many concessions to Li Hao. Others felt it was a necessary measure to prevent war and maintain peace and stability within the empire. Meanwhile, on the border star, Li Hao learned of the announcement regarding the terms of the negotiations. General, the public's opinion is growing restless. This situation may not bode well for us, Zhang Yu said anxiously. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. We need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others. We must focus on preparing ourselves. General, what shall we do next? Wang Lei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, Inform those within the empire to procure the supplies we need as swiftly as possible, and we must accelerate the production of warships. I suspect this negotiation is merely a temporary measure. Wang Lei nodded and promptly set about making arrangements. Li Hao paced back and forth within the tent, contemplating various possible scenarios. At that moment, a soldier approached to report. General, 2 imperial generals have arrived outside and request to see you. Li Hao furrowed his brow and halted his steps. How many attendants do they bring? The soldier responded. They have only brought a few aides, and they appear to be in a hurry. Suggesting they bear urgent matters, Li Hao pondered for a moment and instructed. Let them in before long. The 2 imperial generals entered the tent, clad in resplendent military uniforms, with swords at their waists and grave expressions. The leading general was tall and imposing, his countenance stern, while the other was leaner yet keen-eyed. Exuding shrewdness, it turned out that the visitors were the imperial marshal and Huang Pu Hao. Upon seeing them, Li Hao's heart tightened, but he maintained an air of composure. The imperial marshal spoke first, his voice deep and resonant. Li Hao, I have come today with Huang Pu Hao to express our gratitude. Li Hao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Gratitude towards me, Marshal? What brings this on? The imperial marshal's gaze was profound as he slowly articulated. Your performance on the Zerg battlefield has greatly contributed to the stability of the empire. The late emperor also held you in high regard, Li Hao scoffed. If that is the case, then why does the new emperor harbor so much suspicion towards me, leading to the current predicament? Huang Pu Hao quickly interjected. Li Hao, the new emperor's actions are motivated by the overall considerations of the empire. The current situation is complex, and misunderstandings are inevitable. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. Misunderstanding? That misunderstanding nearly cost me and my brothers our lives, the imperial marshal sighed. Li Hao, we have come to resolve these misunderstandings. Li Hao crossed his arms. Marshal, I simply wish to safeguard my own territory. I do not wish to involve myself in the internal conflicts of the empire. The imperial marshal frowned deeply. Li Hao, as a duke of the empire, do you think you can remain aloof? The empire is in turmoil, various factions are stirring, and if you do not declare your position, you will inevitably be drawn into the fray, Li Hao retorted with a cold smile. Marshal, I conduct myself with integrity. Whoever wishes to challenge me must first weigh their own strength. Huang Pu Hao interjected. Enough, Li Hao, the marshal's intentions are for your benefit. We have come to mend the rift, and now the endless sea is your fief. No one will dare to act against you. Li Hao's gaze swept over the 2 of them. Humph, I hope that is the case. But how long can this so-called fief remain secure? Who can truly fathom the new emperor's intentions? The imperial marshal spoke solemnly. Li Hao, the new emperor has issued his decree and will not easily alter it, as long as you remain compliant and diligent in your duties. The endless sea shall forever belong to you. After their discussion, Li Hao arranged for the 2 elders to stay on the border star. However, on the very night that the imperial marshal and Huang Pu Hao settled in, the border star was unexpectedly struck by a rare meteor shower. The meteors streaked across the sky, bringing not only brilliant light but also an inexplicable tension. Concerned that this unusual celestial phenomenon might incite public panic, Li Hao hastily ordered increased patrols to soothe the populace. Meanwhile, the Imperial Marshal and Huang Pu Hao, unable to sleep in their quarters, exchanged worried glances. Marshal, the current state of the Empire seems to be fracturing. I can't shake the feeling that a mysterious force is manipulating events from behind the scenes, Huang Pu Hao said anxiously. The Imperial Marshal's brow furrowed, his gaze serious. I too have noticed the influence of a hidden force. We must swiftly uncover the truth, or the Empire shall face dire consequences. Huang Pu Hao sat upright, urgently asking, Marshal, what do you believe this mysterious force's objective might be? The Imperial Marshal paused for a moment before responding. Judging by the recent anomalies among the major families of the Empire, they likely seek to manipulate the Empire and weaken the royal military power. Chapter 188. Ouyang Qingyu's grandfather Huang Pu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are they truly so bold? Do they not fear the wrath of the Imperial legions? The Imperial Marshal scoffed. They operate in the shadows, employing covert methods, believing they can evade detection. Moreover, they must think the time is ripe, perceiving the royal power as diminished, thus seizing an opportunity. Huang Pu Hao clenched his fists in anger. Currently, we have pacified Li Hao. Should we not visit the two princes? The Imperial Marshal furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, Not yet. The danger posed by those two combined does not equal that of Li Hao's 13th Legion. Huang Pu Hao looked puzzled. Marshal, what do you mean by that? The Imperial Marshal explained with a grave expression. Though those two princes command substantial forces, their vision is short-sighted, only seeking immediate gains. And their internal cohesion is lacking. In contrast, Li Hao's 13th Legion is disciplined and valiant, and he himself is resourceful. Did you not notice that the fleet he stationed at the Border Star is the one specifically designed to combat the Zerg King? Huang Pu Hao gasped, that fleet. It must be the one Li Hao stationed at the Border Star. The Imperial Marshal continued with concern. Have you not realized? Li Hao has placed that fleet at the Border Star. Should the Empire make any moves, he can swiftly utilize the Star Gates to reach the Imperial capital. Do you think any fleet in the Empire could stand against him? Huang Pu Hao's face reflected terror. Indeed? There is no fleet that could match it. What shall we do now? The Imperial Marshal pondered for a moment. For now, we can only proceed as we are. This situation has been orchestrated by the new emperor himself. So we must counsel him more diligently in the capital. The following day, Li Hao encountered the two elders once more, uncertain of their reasons for remaining at his side. He respectfully inquired, Marshal? General Huang Pu, may I ask if you have further instructions? The Imperial Marshal cast a complex glance at him and began. Li Hao, to speak frankly, the current instability within the Empire compels us to understand your future plans. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied earnestly, Marshal, I, Li Hao, am solely devoted to the peace of the Empire, wishing only to safeguard this border territory with no ulterior motives. Huang Pu Hao fixed his gaze on Li Hao's eyes, asking, Li Hao, we have analyzed the recent battle reports. Do you have any agreements with the Ouyang family? Li Hao's heart jolted, yet his expression remained composed. General Huang, from where does this assertion arise? I have never entered into any agreement with the Ouyang family. The Imperial Marshal's eyes sharpened. Li Hao, have you obtained the Ouyang family's navigational charts? Li Hao's countenance remained unchanged as he replied, Marshal, how could I possibly possess the Ouyang family's navigational charts? Huang Pu Hao interjected. Li Hao, this matter is of great significance. If you indeed possess them, I advise you against proceeding. Li Hao regarded Huang Pu Hao with confusion. General Huang, I do not quite understand your warning. Against what should I refrain? Huang Pu Hao's expression grew serious. If you truly have the Ouyang family's navigational charts, I urge you not to follow the routes indicated. The Ouyang family has spent over a century without yielding results, and it is exceedingly perilous. The Imperial Marshal spoke gravely. Li Hao, General Huang's intentions are sincere. The current situation is convoluted. Whether the navigational charts in your possession are genuine or not, they will undoubtedly bring you immense trouble. Li Hao sighed in resignation. Marshal, General Huang, I understand. I will exercise caution moving forward. Just then, another soldier hurried in, reporting, General, Miss Ouyang from the 8th Legion is outside seeking you. Li Hao frowned, thinking to himself, why has she come? The Imperial Marshal and Huang Pu Hao exchanged glances. Let her in, before long. An impressive young woman entered the tent. It was Ouyang Qingyu. Upon entering, she immediately saluted, Marshal, General Huang Pu. The Imperial Marshal nodded slightly. Miss Ouyang, there is no need for formalities. Ouyang Qingyu cast a glance at Li Hao and said, General Li, I have come to visit you unannounced today at the behest of my grandfather, who wishes to speak with you. Li Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, Miss Ouyang, what does your grandfather wish to discuss with me? Ouyang Qingyu's expression turned grave as she replied, as for that, you shall find out upon your arrival. I am not entirely certain myself. However, my grandfather's demeanor is exceedingly serious, suggesting that the matter is of great significance. Huang Pu Hao interjected, little Ouyang, is it concerning the navigation chart? Ouyang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze evasive, and she responded, General Huang Pu, I truly do not know why grandfather merely instructed me to invite General Li over, offering no further details. The Imperial Marshal stated. Li Hao, if that is the case, you should go and see what it is all about. Li Hao clasped his fists and replied, Rest assured, Marshal, I shall exercise due caution. Thus, Li Hao followed Ouyang Qingyu out of the tent. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent residence, the temporary abode of the Ouyang family on the border planet. Upon entering, they traversed winding corridors and courtyards until they reached a tranquil study. Ouyang Qingyu gently knocked on the door. Grandfather, General Li has arrived. Come in, responded a steady yet slightly weathered voice from within. Li Hao pushed the door open to find a sprightly elder seated behind a desk, gazing at him with profound eyes. General Li, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. The elder Ouyang spoke slowly. Li Hao cupped his hands in salute. Elder Ouyang, may I inquire the purpose of this meeting? Elder Ouyang sighed deeply. General Li, you must have some inkling as to why I summoned you here. There are matters regarding the navigation chart that I must discuss with you. Li Hao's expression hardened as he replied. Elder Ouyang, please proceed. Elder Ouyang's gaze grew more intense as he continued. This navigation chart has been in the possession of the Ouyang family for over a century. The reason our 8th Legion is called the Pioneer Legion is indeed due to this chart. Li Hao's countenance became grave as he asked, Elder, do you know what dangers lie beyond the endless sea star domain? Elder Ouyang remained silent for a moment before responding. The routes marked on this chart represent a pathway to external star domains that our Ouyang family has discovered from the endless sea star domain. It is said to be rich in resources, yet the journey is fraught with peril. Li Hao pressed further. What specific dangers are involved? Do you have any knowledge? Elder Ouyang slowly shook his head. You are aware that the periphery of the endless sea is beset by cosmic storms and energy turbulence. Over the past century, our Ouyang family has dispatched countless fleets to explore this route, and most have never returned. This chart is the result of the last expedition, brought back by the final warship. Li Hao gasped, such peril. How did that warship manage to return with the chart? Elder Ouyang's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. I cannot say how it returned. When we found the warship, all crew members were deceased. We retrieved the navigation chart from the ship's intelligence core. Li Hao exclaimed in shock. All hands lost? The cost of this chart is staggering. Elder Ouyang nodded gravely. Indeed, those were the fine young men of the Ouyang family who sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of the unknown. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Does the intelligence core hold any additional information regarding the route? Elder Ouyang shook his head. No, there is only this navigation chart. Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked. This poses a significant challenge. Relying solely on this chart presents considerable risk. Elder Ouyang sighed. Yes, but this is also a legacy bought with countless lives by our ancestors. Ouyang Qingyu spoke with unwavering determination. Grandfather, I wish to explore this route. Grandfather, the Ouyang family has sacrificed too much for this navigation chart. Given the current circumstances, I am willing to lead a fleet to investigate. It may very well bring a turning point for our family. Elder Ouyang's brow furrowed. Qingyu, do you not realize that this journey may lead to your demise? Ouyang Qingyu grasped Elder Ouyang's hand. Grandfather, I am prepared. As a descendant of the Ouyang family, it is my responsibility to step forward for our kin. Miss Ouyang, your courage is commendable, yet this matter requires careful deliberation, Elder Ouyang remarked. Ouyang Qingyu replied, that is precisely why I sought you out. Li Hao frowned. Miss Ouyang, I did not express a desire to join you. Ouyang Qingyu fixed her intense gaze upon him. Generally, I hope to gain your support and assistance. I am acutely aware of the difficulties this endeavor entails. Relying solely on the Ouyang family's strength may prove insufficient. Li Hao fell silent for a moment before responding, Miss Ouyang, this is not a trivial matter. I must consider numerous factors. Elder Ouyang interjected, Generally, this child, Qingyu is impulsive, but her intentions are for the family's sake. Should you lend your assistance, the Ouyang family will be eternally grateful. Li Hao sighed. Elder, it is not a matter of reluctance to assist. Rather, the stakes are high, and given the current state of the empire, I cannot depart at this time. Elder Ouyang contemplated. You are concerned about the new emperor. Li Hao nodded slightly. Indeed, the situation within the empire is unstable, with various factions poised to act. Elder Ouyang's expression grew serious. You need not worry on that front. Following the recent negotiations, the empire is unlikely to take any action for the time being. Should you choose to go, I will station the Ouyang family's 8th Legion here on the border planet for defense. Alongside Huang Pu's 9th Legion. Li Hao hesitated. Elder, this matter is of utmost importance. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Elder Ouyang spoke solemnly. Generally, the Ouyang family is a man of their word. We shall honor our commitments. If you are willing to assist, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. After much contemplation, Li Hao replied, Elder, allow me to consider this further. Ouyang Qingyu, anxious, urged, Generally, time is of the essence. I implore you to make a decision swiftly. After departing from the Ouyang residence, Li Hao pondered whether to embark on the exploration of the route. Upon returning to his tent, he paced back and forth, his mind a whirlwind of conflict. On one hand, it represented a venture filled with uncertainty and danger, potentially leading himself and his soldiers into dire straits. On the other hand, if successful, it could not only alleviate the resource scarcity from the Endless Sea, but also yield immense benefits for the 13th Legion. As Zhang Yu and others entered Li Hao's tent, they noticed his pensive expression and inquired, General, are you contemplating the matter of the navigation chart? Li Hao halted his pacing and responded, Indeed, the Ouyang family wishes for me to explore that mysterious route alongside them. And I find myself at an impasse. Zhang Yu frowned, General, this is not a trivial matter. That route is fraught with unknown dangers. A moment's inattention could spell doom for us all. General, our family once had records of that navigation chart. Lin Xiao suddenly interjected. Li Hao turned to Lin Xiao, eager for details. Lin Xiao, please elaborate. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and explained, My ancestors mentioned that our Lin family also undertook exploration. The route is not only plagued by powerful magnetic field interference, but is also beset by electromagnetic storms. Most critically, there are no planets along the path near the Endless Sea, only the vastness of the starry sky. Lin Xiao continued, Moreover, according to my forebears, those electromagnetic storms are utterly unpredictable. Encountering them leaves almost no chance of survival. Zhang Yu added, General, piecemeal exploration might be feasible, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and we cannot guarantee safe returns for resupply. Wang Lei concurred, Indeed, General, the variables are too numerous to manage effectively. Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, Yet, if we do not attempt it, shall we simply abandon a route that may present immense opportunities? The room fell silent. Just as Li Hao wrestled with his decision, an unfamiliar communication pinged on his StarNet device. Curiosity piqued, he answered the call. A deep, gravelly voice resonated. Li Hao, I can provide you with some crucial information regarding that route, but you must agree to one condition. Li Hao's brow furrowed. Who are you? Why do you wish to assist me? The mysterious voice replied, If you agree to my condition, I will reveal my identity. Li Hao scoffed. Before I agree, I need to know whether your intentions are honorable. Otherwise, I will not acquiesce easily. The enigmatic voice fell silent for a moment before stating, I possess core secrets about that route, which could significantly streamline your exploration and greatly enhance your chances of survival. Clenching his fists, Li Hao pressed, Then, what is your condition? The mysterious voice responded, I wish to accompany you on this exploration. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Is it really that simple? The voice affirmed, Yes, it is that simple. But you must ensure my safety. After a moment's thought, Li Hao replied, Very well, I can agree to your terms. However, should you engage in any treacherous behavior, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The mysterious voice chuckled. Rest assured, General Li, I seek only self-preservation and profit, and I will not be a burden to you. Now, can you share the information you possess? The voice paused before saying, Let me first inform you of a key detail regarding the battleship. After the communication ended, Li Hao contemplated within his tent, wrestling with the uncertainty of this unknown individual's identity and motives. The prospect of this collaboration was fraught with both promise and peril. Chapter 190. The past of Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the term battleship repeatedly. He could not fathom its relevance. Just then, Zhang Yu entered the tent and, noticing Li Hao's contemplative expression, inquired, "General, are you still troubled by the words of that mysterious person?" Li Hao glanced at him and replied, "Zhang Yu, what do you think the 3 words battleship might signify?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "General, could it be that a battleship is concealed somewhere along the route? Or perhaps it pertains to the technology behind the construction of battleships?" Li Hao shook his head. "Neither seems likely. He mentioned information concerning our safety. Could it be that exploring this route requires a battleship?" Zhang Yu, perplexed, asked, "General, if that is the case, what role could a battleship play? Is it intended to fend off unknown dangers?" Li Hao contemplated for a moment. "Wait, perhaps only a battleship can confront the perils encountered along this route." Through their analysis, they surmised that the risks along this route could likely only be faced by a battleship. Upon realizing this, their mood grew increasingly somber. Li Hao's brow knitted tightly, his gaze revealing determination and resolve. "We can only take the indomitable fleet. The other fleets shall remain to guard the endless sea star domain." Zhang Yu's expression turned grave. "General, this expedition is fraught with peril. Is it not too reckless to take only the indomitable fleet?" Li Hao inhaled deeply. Why has no one ever returned from the endless sea star domain? The quality of the battleships is undoubtedly a significant factor. Ordinary ships indeed lack the capacity to withstand interstellar storms and magnetic tempests. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed, but the indomitable fleet is limited in number. Should we encounter a formidable enemy, we may struggle to cope. Li Hao's gaze remained resolute. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture the tiger cub? We cannot remain trapped in this star domain forever. We must take the risk. Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Very well, General, I am willing to follow you. When do we set forth?" Li Hao looked up at the starry sky and spoke in a deep tone. "You should first prepare for the rotation of the indomitable fleet at the border star, as well as the fleet's supplies. I will communicate with the mysterious individual." Zhang Yu nodded. "Understood, General, I shall make the arrangements immediately." After Zhang Yu departed, Li Hao contacted the mysterious figure via the star network, informing him of the meeting location. The mysterious person's deep voice responded, "Very well, I shall arrive on time." After concluding the communication, Li Hao paced back and forth in the room, contemplating the various scenarios that the forthcoming meeting might entail. 2 days later, the mysterious person arrived as promised. However, upon seeing the mysterious figure, Li Hao was astonished to discover that it was none other than his uncle. "Li Hong, uncle, how could it be you?" Li Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide. Li Hong's expression was grave. "Hao, this route is exceedingly dangerous. I had to intervene." Li Hao quickly urged Li Hong to sit. "Uncle, please tell me what is going on. How did you come to know about this route?" Li Hong took a deep breath. "Hao, I not only know about this route, I explored it alongside your father." Li Hao's face registered shock. "Father has been there too? What happened next?" Li Hong's gaze turned distant, as though lost in memories. "That was a long time ago. At the time your father was stationed in the endless sea. During a patrol, we discovered the entrance to this route. Initially, we only took a small fleet inside. At first, everything went relatively smoothly. We encountered some minor troubles, but they were manageable. However, as we ventured deeper, we realized that matters were far more complicated than we had anticipated." Li Hao pressed urgently, "Uncle, what exactly transpired?" Li Hong's expression turned serious. A peculiar magnetic field emerged along the route, interfering with our instruments and causing us to lose our bearings. Soon after, we were struck by a powerful interstellar storm, severely damaging our ship. Ultimately, we had to navigate our way back slowly. Li Hao clenched his fists anxiously. "So, did you never return afterward?" Li Hong shook his head slowly. "After we returned, your father and I took some time to recuperate. However, your father was not content to abandon the endeavor. Approximately a year later, we organized another team and set out once more along that route." Li Hao listened intently, and then, "Uncle?" Li Hong inhaled deeply and continued. "This time, we made more thorough preparations, bringing along more advanced navigation equipment and protective devices. Initially, everything seemed to be under control. We successfully avoided the previous peculiar magnetic field. However, it was not long before we encountered new crises." Li Hao inquired eagerly, "What were they?" Li Hong's expression turned heavy. "We stumbled upon a mysterious nebula, filled with unknown energy rays that severely corroded our ship's hull. Our vessel began to malfunction, and the crew started to experience physical discomfort. Li Hao's brow furrowed. How did you respond? Li Hong sighed. In desperation, we had no choice but to alter our course again, attempting to circumvent the nebula. However, at that moment, we discovered an ancient derelict ship, which appeared to have been adrift for quite some time. Hao exclaimed in surprise. A derelict ship? What was inside? A complex look flickered in Li Hong's eyes. We sent people to investigate, but we did not find much of value. Just some dilapidated equipment and vague navigational records, suggesting that this ship had once undergone a fierce battle, with its crew likely perished. Li Hao inquired curiously. The crew died? Li Hong nodded gravely. From the signs at the scene, it appears that none survived. There were no indications of a struggle or damage inside the ship. A pervasive aura of death lingered everywhere. Li Hao frowned. Can we determine what caused this disaster? Li Hong's expression was solemn as he replied. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps they encountered an unknown virus that led to the crew's rapid demise. It could also have been a sudden failure of the ship's life support systems, resulting in suffocation. Or they may have been struck by mysterious energy radiation that instantaneously claimed their lives. Li Hao fell into contemplation. Could it not have been an external attack, with the traces deliberately erased? Li Hong shook his head. That seems unlikely. If it were an external assault, it would be challenging to leave no traces of a struggle. However, we cannot entirely dismiss that possibility. Li Hao pressed further. Did the fleet discover anything during their subsequent explorations? Li Hong's expression remained grave as he stated. We continued forward and encountered some strange energy fluctuations that seemed to guide us in a certain direction. Yet, as we delved deeper, our instruments began to malfunction frequently, and the crew started experiencing hallucinations. Chapter 191. Preparations for exploration. Li Hao gasped. That is incredibly bizarre. What happened next? Li Hong continued. The situation deteriorated further. To prevent more casualties, we were compelled to abandon our exploration and choose to return. Li Hao's brow furrowed as he sank into thought. After a while, he looked up at Li Hong and asked, Uncle, did anyone ever venture out for exploration after that? Li Hong sighed. There was one more occasion. That experience was too terrifying. Everyone was left shaken, yet your father insisted on making one last attempt. Which became our farthest journey? Li Hao inquired urgently. And then what happened? A hint of fear flickered in Li Hong's eyes as he slowly recounted. We navigated according to the previous route maps, and the initial stretch was relatively normal. However, as we ventured deeper into an area we had never reached before, we encountered the warship of the Ouyang family, but all personnel on board were deceased. We obtained their exploration route map from their intelligence system. Li Hao expressed astonishment. The Ouyang family? Why did the route map change? Li Hong shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but judging by the condition of their warship, the dangers they encountered were undoubtedly severe. Li Hao pressed on. What was special about their route map? Li Hong took a deep breath. It marked several regions we were previously unaware of, as well as coordinates that appeared to indicate ancient relics, along with warnings of certain dangers. The symbols of those warning markers were quite peculiar, seemingly imbued with some profound meaning. Li Hao frowned. Ancient relics? No wonder they sought assistance. It turns out there are relics. Li Hong shook his head. It is hard to say, but the fact that the Ouyang fleet was completely annihilated in that vicinity indicates the level of danger was extremely high. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hong added, we scrutinized the situation. Apart from that route map, there seemed to be records regarding the energy fluctuations, but those data were too chaotic, making it difficult to extract any useful information. Li Hao frowned. Uncle, did anything noteworthy arise from the final exploration? Li Hong sighed. We continued to delve deeper, discovering a mysterious planet surrounded by a powerful energy field. When our ship approached, almost all the instruments malfunctioned. Li Hao exclaimed in surprise, such a formidable energy field. How did you cope? Li Hong's expression was serious. We attempted to launch a probe to gather more information, but as soon as the probe got close, it was destroyed by the energy field. Li Hao clenched his fists. Is there truly no way to breach this energy field? Li Hong, in a tone of resignation, remarked, we have exhausted all possible measures, yet to no avail. Ultimately, to safeguard the fleet, we have no choice but to temporarily withdraw. After a brief silence, Li Hao inquired, Second uncle, what do you mean by stating that exploring this route necessitates battleships? Li Hong furrowed his brow and explained, However, the protection offered by battleships far exceeds that of our current vessels. The unknown dangers along this route are numerous, and ordinary ships may struggle to withstand formidable attacks in complex environments. The thick armor of battleships can withstand unforeseen energy shocks, and most importantly, they can carry a greater supply of resources. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. Supplies? Li Hong patted Li Hao's shoulder and continued. On our last attempt to locate that mysterious planet, we faced two issues. One, we could not enter, and two, we were out of supplies. On our return journey, we encountered an electromagnetic storm, which delayed us, and due to that delay, 2/3 of our fleet could not return due to insufficient energy. Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The loss was so devastating. How did the remaining fleet make it back? Li Hong sighed deeply. It was all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts to conserve energy and disable non-essential equipment that we just barely managed to return. However, the journey was fraught with peril, and there were several close calls with energy depletion. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Second uncle, can we establish supply stations along the route? Li Hong shook his head. This journey traverses largely unknown territory, rife with various unpredictable dangers. Moreover, cosmic magnetic storms and space tempests can alter the environment, leaving no opportunities for setting up supply points along the way. Li Hao, unwilling to concede, stated, but without a supply guarantee, our actions will inevitably be constrained. Li Hong again patted Li Hao's shoulder. I understand your concerns. Thus, we must devise ways to enhance the energy efficiency and navigational speed of our ships. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Second uncle, are you suggesting the use of super energy stones? Li Hong nodded. Precisely. Super energy stones contain vast and pure energy, which can mitigate the issue of energy shortages. Your battleship has ample space, equipped with 6 quantum engines, allowing for considerable speed. Li Hao frowned. But my invincible fleet contains only one genuine battleship. The other 10 are merely constructed in the battleship style. Li Hong's expression turned grave. This indeed poses a significant challenge. For the initial exploration, the other ships should suffice. However, I estimate that only the Invincible will be capable of entering that mysterious planet. Li Hao clenched his fists. In that case, I shall arrange for the Invincible fleet to embark on this mission, utilizing all energy from super energy stones. Subsequently, Li Hao began organizing personnel for supply preparations, gathering the most experienced logistics personnel from the fleet. This mission is of utmost importance. We must ensure the Invincible fleet is well-equipped and supplied, Li Hao stated gravely. Wang Lei responded, rest assured, General, we will give it our all. Li Ming led his team into a flurry of activity, inventorying supplies and calculating the required quantities of food, water, ammunition, and repair parts. General, I recommend we also bring extra quantum engines, suggested Wang Lei. After some thought, Li Hao replied, prioritize the supply materials and energy stones first. If space permits, we can arrange for the quantum engines later. As the preparations progressed, a tense yet orderly atmosphere enveloped the entire base. Soldiers hurried back and forth, transporting heavy crates of supplies, while technicians conducted final checks and adjustments on various equipment. Days later, the preparations for supplies and energy stones were nearly complete. Wang Lei approached Li Hao once more. Reporting, General, the supplies and energy stones are ready. There is still some space available. Should we load the quantum engines? Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, reserve that space for now. I need to weigh my options further. In the operations conference room, commanders from the 13th Legion's various fleets gathered to discuss the action plan for this interstellar expedition. Li Hao spoke first. This interstellar exploration is crucial for determining whether we can break the blockade of the endless sea star domain. Everyone understands that achieving this breakthrough will not be easy. However, if successful, it could bring new vitality and hope to our star domain. Chapter 192. The departure of the interstellar exploration. The atmosphere was grave, and everyone nodded in agreement. Commander Zhang Yu of the Starry Fleet then spoke. General, based on our current fleet capabilities, we should have no trouble securing the endless sea star domain. Commander Lin Shao of the Black Rose Fleet inquired, Legion Commander, is it too risky to explore with only the Invincible fleet? Li Hao frowned slightly and replied solemnly, it is indeed risky to operate with just the Invincible fleet, but we can only deploy it. This exploration pertains to the periphery of the endless sea. The maneuverability and defensive capabilities of the Invincible fleet are the most outstanding among all fleets, and such abilities are precisely what this expedition requires. Wang Lei added, moreover, we will equip the Invincible fleet with the finest gear and the most skilled technicians to minimize risks. Lin Shao still appeared concerned. How will the personnel be arranged for this exploration? After a moment of thought, Li Hao responded, we will select experienced, resolute warriors and technical experts with adaptability from each fleet. Zhang Yu, you will serve as the commander of the Invincible Fleet. You must personally oversee the selection of personnel to ensure that everyone chosen is capable of undertaking this arduous task. Zhang Yu nodded earnestly, General, you can rest assured. I will be diligent in my selection, Li Hao continued. Once I depart, the defense of the Endless Sea Star Domain will be entrusted to you. Wang Lei, you are responsible for coordinating the defense efforts, ensuring the safety of the Star Domain. Wang Lei's expression turned serious as he saluted, yes, General. I will not fail in my mission. Li Hao's gaze swept over the assembly as he added, Lin Xiao, your Black Rose fleet must enhance patrols around the Star Domain, leaving no unusual signs unexamined. Bai Feng, the White Phoenix fleet should be prepared to provide support at any moment to address potential emergencies. Lin Xiao and Bai Feng responded in unison, understood. Li Hao took a deep breath, everyone. This is a critical moment for our Endless Sea Star Domain. We must unite and overcome this challenge together. The assembly dispersed, each member commencing their urgent preparations. After organizing matters concerning the Endless Sea Star Domain, Li Hao returned to the Invincible Fleet, where Ouyang Qingyu approached him. Ouyang Qingyu, with an anxious expression, said, Li Hao, I heard you intend to lead the expedition personally. Why can't I join? Li Hao frowned and replied, Qingyu, I've received intelligence indicating that ordinary fleets face considerable danger on this route. Thus, I did not inform you as your 8th Legion's fleet is not suited for this endeavor. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes widened in protest. Li Hao, that's prejudice. When has the 8th Legion ever shied away from danger? Our strength is no less than that of any other legion. Li Hao sighed helplessly, that is not my intention. This route is fraught with unknown and powerful energy fluctuations, which, as estimated, impose high hardware requirements on the fleet. Your fleet's equipment is not adequate. Ouyang Qingyu retorted indignantly. Where did you obtain this information? Our Ouyang family has explored this route for centuries. After a brief silence, Li Hao responded, my father also led the 13th Legion in exploring this route. And this intelligence is more comprehensive than your navigational charts. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip defiantly. Li Hao, can you allow our 8th Legion's fleet to join? We will not be a hindrance, Li Hao. Observing her stubborn demeanor, felt his resolve wavering. Qingyu, if you must join, you may come aboard my ship. However, I cannot agree to bring along the 8th Legion. I do not wish to see the soldiers of the 8th Legion face a fate of no return. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qingyu finally nodded. All right, Li Hao, I will heed your advice and join your fleet. Li Hao exhaled in relief. Qingyu, trust me. This is for everyone's benefit. Soon, Ouyang Qingyu packed her belongings and boarded Li Hao's invincible battleship. After inspecting the supplies of the Invincible Fleet, Li Hao notified Li Hong of the departure time. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingyu curiously explored the battleship's interior, scanning every corner in an attempt to acclimate to this unfamiliar yet technologically advanced environment. Her heartbeat quickened, filled with both anticipation for the unknown journey and an underlying sense of nervousness. She gently caressed the cabin walls, feeling the coolness of the metal, silently encouraging herself. Li Hao entered the command room with steady strides. His expression grave. Standing before the vast star chart, he gathered with the fleet's officers to earnestly discuss the upcoming navigational route and the myriad situations they might encounter. This exploration was laden with uncertainty, and everyone needed to remain vigilant. Li Hao stated sternly, we are not merely facing unknown star systems and celestial bodies, but also potential unpredictable dangers and challenges. Every decision and every action bears significant consequences for the survival of the entire fleet. The crew's expressions grew solemn as they attentively listened to Li Hao's words, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. We must maintain a heightened sense of awareness, leaving no anomalous signals or signs unexamined. When problems arise, swift reactions and mutual cooperation are imperative to confront challenges together. Li Hao continued to emphasize his point, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each officer. The assembled officers nodded in unison, responding in chorus, yes, Commander. The moment to depart swiftly approached, as the battleship Wu Wei gradually powered up, departing from the starport. As the vessel accelerated, it delved deeper into the vast cosmos. Report, all systems are functioning normally. Came the voice of a crew member from the command room. Li Hao nodded slightly, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the starry expanse ahead. We shall first reach the periphery of the Endless Sea Star region and locate the entrance to the navigational route. Li Hong reminded Li Hao's voice was steady and resolute. Remain vigilant and be alert to the surrounding conditions. His gaze was unwavering and piercing, as if it could pierce through the endless darkness. The battleship raced through the silent cosmos, the interior lights dimmed, and various instruments emitted a soft hum. The crew members attended to their duties, busy yet orderly. Ouyang Qingyu sat before the monitoring console. Her eyes glued to the data on the screen, her expression focused, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, oblivious to their presence. Her fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, continuously adjusting the monitoring parameters. After several days of navigation at last, the edge of the endless sea star region appeared before them. It was a resplendent and enigmatic expanse, where vibrant nebulae intertwined, resembling a dreamlike vision. Commander, we have arrived at the periphery of the endless sea star region. The voice of the aide broke the brief silence, tinged with excitement and tension. Li Hao rose, his stature tall and his steps steady. Approaching the massive viewport, he gazed out at the boundless scenery and declared, "Initiate the search for the navigational route entrance." Upon hearing the command, everyone immediately engaged in a tense search and analysis. Each pair of eyes fixated on their respective screens, fingers flying across the control panels. Report, no discernible navigational entrance detected at this time. A detection officer's voice trembled with anxiety. Li Hao furrowed his brow, his eyebrows almost knitting together, and spoke in a somber tone, "Expand the search radius and conduct a new scan." At that moment, Ouyang Qingyu, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, "Li Hao, I have detected a set of anomalous energy fluctuations that may be related to the navigational entrance." Her voice quivered slightly with excitement. Li Hao swiftly strode to her side, leaning over to examine the instrument screen, urgently inquiring, "Can you ascertain the precise location?" Ouyang Qingyu focused intently on the device, her eyes fixated on the fluctuating data. Muttering, locating, found it, at the left front, 3 o'clock direction. Without hesitation, Li Hao decisively commanded, "Proceed in that direction." The battleship gradually turned, the engines roaring with renewed vigor as it headed towards the direction indicated by Ouyang Qingyu. The vessel trembled slightly, as if eagerly anticipating the forthcoming unknown. As they drew nearer to the 3 o'clock position on the left front, the anomalous energy fluctuations intensified. Ouyang Qingyu kept her gaze on the monitoring instruments. Her expression tense as she cautioned, "Li Hao, the frequency of the energy fluctuations is accelerating, and their intensity is increasing. We must exercise caution." Li Hao's expression grew grave, his hands clenched into fists. "Notify all personnel to prepare for any contingencies." Just then, a distorted space suddenly materialized before the battleship, a powerful gravitational force instantly tugging the vessel forward. "Oh no, it's a black hole!" A crew member shouted in terror. Li Hao bellowed, "Stabilize the battleship with all our might. Activate the anti-gravity device." The lights within the ship flickered as alarms blared in succession. The officers fervently operated their stations, striving to escape the overwhelming gravitational pull. Ouyang Qingyu's forehead glistened with sweat as her hands rapidly input commands. "Li Hao? The anti-gravity device's power is insufficient. We are still being drawn closer." Li Hao gritted his teeth. "Redirect all available energy to the anti-gravity device." After a strenuous struggle, the battleship gradually stabilized, beginning to pull away from the warped space. Li Hao's voice, though weary, remained resolute. "Reassess the navigational entrance. We cannot overlook any trace." His words echoed with undeniable authority in the somewhat chaotic cabin. The crew members promptly resumed their tasks, the instruments flickering in the dim lighting of the cabin. Their expressions were serious and focused, fingers dancing swiftly across the control panels, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Ouyang Qingyu was utterly absorbed, her fingers moving like nimble dancers across the control panel, her eyes unblinking. "Li Hao, there are no new discoveries yet, but the spatial fluctuations nearby are highly unusual and may require further analysis." Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and urgency. Li Hao crossed his arms, his brow furrowed deeply. "Accelerate our efforts. We cannot afford to linger here." His gaze remained fixed ahead, as if seeking a glimmer of hope within the endless darkness. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The cabin was filled solely with the hum of instruments and the slightly labored breaths of the crew. Suddenly, a crew member exclaimed with exhilaration, "Commander, I believe I have discerned a pattern. These fluctuations seem to exhibit a certain periodicity." His voice trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Hao hurriedly approached, his eyes glued to the data curve on the screen. Study it closely. See if we can leverage this to locate the entrance. The team engaged in fervent discussion and calculations surrounding the new discovery. Each person raced against time to share their insights, voices rising and falling in a lively chorus. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes brightened as she raised her voice. Li Hao, if my hypothesis is correct, the peak of the next fluctuation may very well coincide with the appearance of the navigational entrance. Li Hao decisively raised his hand. Prepare for action. Stand by at all times. At long last, the anticipated peak of the fluctuation arrived, and before them, a faintly discernible vortex-like entrance emerged in the fabric of space. The entrance emitted a mysterious glow, as if beckoning them forth. Now is the time. Full speed ahead, Li Hao commanded, his voice nearly breaking through the cabin's ceiling. The fleet surged toward the enigmatic entrance, the vessel trembling slightly, and everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats. They gripped the handrails tightly, eyes fixed on the front, praying for a smooth passage. The battleship plunged into the swirling vortex, and in an instant, a blinding light and immense pressure overwhelmed them, causing the world to spin wildly. Steady. All stations, monitor equipment operation, Li Hao shouted hoarsely. Ouyang Qingyu clung desperately to the edge of the control panel, striving to maintain her balance while her eyes remained glued to the fluctuating data on the screen. The battleship pitched violently within this peculiar passage, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. The power system is nearing its limit. A crew member responsible for power monitoring cried out in alarm. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Hold on, just as everyone felt they might not endure any longer. The pressure suddenly eased, and the blinding light gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new expanse. Before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Alert! Alert! A massive asteroid field has been detected ahead, and it is heading directly towards us. Li Hao quickly regained his composure, issuing orders. Activate the star shields, adjust the course, and prepare to evade. The crew members scrambled to operate the controls, maneuvering the battleship amidst the oncoming asteroids. Bang! A colossal asteroid struck the star shield, sending sparks flying. Ouyang Qingyu shouted, "Shield energy has decreased by 30%. Li Hao's forehead pulsed with tension. Continue evading. After a harrowing series of maneuvers, the battleship finally burst free from the asteroid field. Though the shield had become exceedingly frail, report, our navigation system has failed, a despairing officer announced. Li Hao took a deep breath, stating, rescan the surrounding environment and signal the other vessels to converge. The officer immediately executed the command, initiating a new scan of the surroundings. At that moment, Ouyang Qingyu anxiously remarked, Li Hao, our communications seem to be disrupted as well. We cannot establish clear contact with the other ships. Li Hao furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the chaotic data on the screen. Employ every possible means to restore communications. We must ensure the other vessels converge. As time slipped away, the mood among the crew grew increasingly somber. At last, the communicator crackled to life with intermittent sounds. Commander, we are approaching. Li Hao quickly urged, report your location and status. Yet the communications were again engulfed by a cacophony of static, the harsh sound of electrical interference mocking their plight. Li Hao slammed his fist against the control panel in frustration. Damn it. Ouyang Qingyu anxiously manipulated the communication devices beside him. Li Hao, the interference is too strong. I need more time to fix it. Li Hao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Speed up. We must establish contact with the other vessels as soon as possible. As seconds turned into minutes, the atmosphere in the communication room thickened with tension and anxiety. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingyu exclaimed with joy, Li Hao, there's progress. The static is diminishing. Li Hao immediately leaned closer to the communicator, calling out again to the other ships, hurry, ZZZ. The communicator emitted a series of intermittent sounds. Commander, we? Li Hao urgently interjected, speak louder, I can't hear. At that moment, the communication fell into utter silence once more, causing the hearts of everyone present to sink anew. Li Hao struck his fist against the wall, resolutely continuing his attempts, determined to establish contact with them. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip, focusing intently on adjusting the equipment, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Just as despair enveloped them, a clear voice suddenly emerged from the communicator. Commander. We are the second battleship, currently positioned at. Li Hao's spirits lifted instantly, and he replied, "Excellent. Report the detailed situation and surrounding environment immediately." The commander of the second battleship spoke quickly. "We have encountered some minor meteorite impacts. Our shields are damaged, but we can still hold on. There seem to be unstable energy fluctuations in the surrounding space." After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao instructed, "Remain vigilant and make haste towards the flagship." After a period of tense navigation, the other vessels in the fleet gradually reunited with Li Hao's flagship. Standing before the large screen in the command room, Li Hao observed each battleship successfully docking. Feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. "Report, Commander, the third battleship is in position." "Report, Commander, the fifth battleship's energy system is damaged and undergoing repairs." Various reports echoed throughout the room as Li Hao remained composed. Swiftly issuing commands, Ouyang Qingyu assisted him from the side, organizing a plethora of data and information. "Li Hao, although the fleet has gathered, where should we head next? The navigation system has yet to be restored," she said, worry etched on her face. "Li Hao, this is not a viable solution. We must devise a way to ascertain our position," she added. Li Hao pressed his lips together, contemplating for a moment before surveying the tense and busy individuals around him, stating, "Utilize the surrounding celestial bodies and the route map for positioning. Let us see if we can ascertain our location." With that, he strode towards the control console where Li Hong was stationed, anxiously inquiring, "Second uncle, why does our current location differ from the junction on the route map?" Li Hong's expression was grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he operated the instruments. "Li Hao, this area seems to exhibit an unknown distortion in space, leading to changes in the entrance environment. Our positioning is currently skewed." Li Hao furrowed his brow even tighter. "Can we determine the pattern of this distortion?" Li Hong shook his head. "Not for the moment. We require more data and time for analysis." Li Hao gritted his teeth. "Then we have no choice but to move forward. You analyze the surrounding environment to identify any similarities." Just then, Ouyang Qingyu's voice came through. "Li Hao, I've identified a star on the route map, but its position deviates significantly from our expectations." Li Hao promptly returned to her side, gazing at the image on the screen, lost in thought. "Have we strayed far from the planned route?" Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. "It is the entrance's environmental changes that have shifted. Regardless of the distance, we must locate the navigation channel." Ouyang Qingyu gently bit her lip. "But now we can hardly determine the direction. Where shall we begin our search?" Li Hao clasped his hands in front of him, pacing back and forth before stating, "Reorganize all data since our entry here. Look for any possible clues." The team immediately sprang into action, the command room filled with a tense atmosphere. After a while, a technician reported, "Commander, I've noticed that the magnetic storm trajectories around us seem to exhibit a certain pattern." Li Hao hurried over to inspect, analyze closely, and see if we can deduce the timing for passage. The technician, drenched in sweat, fixed his gaze on the complex data on the screen. "Commander, based on the current pattern, there appears to be a brief period of weakening in the magnetic storm's intensity at regular intervals. But this weakening is extremely short-lived." Li Hao crossed his arms, contemplating for a moment before instructing, "Calculate the timing of the next weakening period. We must be prepared to pass through at that moment." The technician swiftly operated the instruments and, moments later, announced, "Commander, the next weakening period is expected to occur in 30 minutes. Li Hao nodded, turning to the others. "All departments prepare. Check the battleship systems to ensure there are no issues while traversing the magnetic storm area." The collective response echoed, "Yes." Time ticked away, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Ouyang Qingyu approached Li Hao, expressing her concerns. "Li Hao, I remain apprehensive. If our calculations are off, we may find ourselves in grave danger." Li Hao patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Qingyu, this is our only opportunity. We must take the risk." At last, 30 minutes approached. The technician called out, "Commander, the magnetic storm is about to weaken." Li Hao decisively commanded, "Engage all shields, full speed ahead." His voice was resolute and powerful, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. With his command issued, the battleship's engines roared to life, hurtling toward the unknown and perilous magnetic storm. A tremendous force slammed against the hull, producing a chilling cacophony of creaks and groans. The lights within the vessel flickered erratically, and various instruments shook violently. Everyone clung tightly to their surroundings, faces taut, veins bulging on their foreheads. Eyes shut tight, they silently prayed for a safe passage. Some lips trembled, murmuring words of blessing, while others gritted their teeth, sweat pouring down like rain. The battleship struggled through the magnetic storm, akin to a fragile boat amidst raging winds and towering waves. Every second felt interminable, the intense impacts threatening to tear the vessel apart at any moment. After what felt like an endless barrage of violent turbulence, suddenly, the pressure lessened, and the battleship finally broke free from the magnetic storm. Chapter 195. The navigational nebula. The crew was momentarily stunned before erupting into jubilant cheers. Their faces radiated with the joy of having survived a calamity, embracing each other in celebration, their cheers echoing throughout the ship. Lihow exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as he leaned back in the command chair. A smile of relief gracing his features. Just as the crew reveled in their triumph, Ouyang Qingyu suddenly exclaimed, "Lihow, although we've passed through the magnetic storm, there's an asteroid belt blocking the route to the navigation map." Lihao's smile froze instantly as he hurried to the observation window, gazing at the dense asteroid field ahead, his brow furrowed in concern. "Can we calculate the range of the asteroid belt and the movement trajectories of the asteroids?" Lihao inquired. Ouyang Qingyu swiftly operated the instruments, responding moments later, "The range is extensive, and the motion trajectories of the asteroids are exceedingly complex, making them difficult to predict." Lihao pondered for a moment, then stated, "Notify the fleet to engage all shields and proceed cautiously." The fleet approached the asteroid belt with utmost care, the atmosphere within the vessel tense once more. Ouyang Qingyu fixed her gaze on the monitoring screen, not daring to blink, her voice quivering slightly as she remarked, "Lihao, the size and speed of these asteroids exceed our predictions." Lihao's expression grew grave, his hands gripping the edge of the command platform. "Order all battleships to cluster together. We must overlap our shields." At that moment, voices from other battleship commanders echoed through the communicator. "Commander, there are large asteroids ahead." As they proceeded slowly, a massive asteroid suddenly changed course, hurtling directly towards the flagship. "Not good, full-speed evasive maneuver," Lihao shouted. The battleship narrowly avoided the asteroid at the last moment, yet the violent jolt caused several crew members to tumble to the floor. "Assess the damages," Lihao commanded while steadying himself. "Report, Commander, the battleship is undamaged." Lihao breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet his gaze remained vigilant. "Continue forward, maintain a high state of alert." The fleet navigated cautiously through the asteroid belt, surrounding asteroids streaking by like meteors, leaving trails of dazzling light. Ouyang Qingyu suddenly cried out, "Lihao, a dense cluster of small asteroids is approaching, and they are moving at high speed." Lihao's brow furrowed in concentration. "Adjust the shield energy allocation, concentrate protection to the front." The battleship struggled through the asteroid swarm, small asteroids continually colliding against the shields, sparking bright flashes. "Commander, shield energy has dropped to 60%. A crew member reported anxiously. Lihao clenched his teeth. "Accelerate. We must pass through this area as quickly as possible." Just as he finished speaking, a resounding crash erupted as a massive asteroid struck the shield with tremendous force, causing the entire battleship to shake violently. "Report, Commander, the left side shield has developed cracks, and the rate of energy loss is accelerating." Lihao's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Concentrate energy to repair the left side shield. All engines to maximum output." The battleship pressed on through the asteroid belt, the relentless impacts from surrounding asteroids illuminating the space with dazzling sparks. At that moment, urgent voices from other battleships crackled through the communicator. "Commander, the shield on the third battleship has collapsed, and the hull is severely damaged." Lihao's heart tightened, as if an invisible hand had grasped it fiercely. He commanded, "Redirect all efforts to rescue the third battleship. Instruct them to converge towards the flagship immediately." However, as if fate conspired against them, a relentless torrent of meteors descended upon them, crashing down like a torrential rainfall, threatening to mercilessly engulf the entire fleet. "Commander, a crew member's voice trembled with profound despair, as though it were wrenched from the depths of his very soul. Lihao abruptly interrupted him, his eyes wide with determination as he bellowed, "We shall not surrender. We will break free." In this moment of life and death, the battleship seemed to be favored by fortune, suddenly surging into a comparatively open area. "This is our chance. Full speed ahead." Lihao cried out, his voice resonating with boundless yearning and resolve. Each vessel in the fleet seized this lifeline, their engines emitting blinding flames as they accelerated forward, grasping this fleeting opportunity. The friction between the hulls and the air produced a sharp, piercing whistle as they recklessly raced ahead, gradually distancing themselves from the nightmarish meteor belt. Li Hao gazed back at the receding meteors, his taut nerves finally beginning to ease as he assessed the damage to each ship and tallied the casualties. "The situation is rather grim," he remarked, his tone weary. Soon, various reports compiled, revealing that apart from the third battleship, the others had sustained varying degrees of damage, with significant personnel losses. Li Hao approached Li Hong. "Uncle, are we currently on the course indicated on the navigation chart?" Li Hong frowned deeply, shaking his head in response. "Li Hao, we have strayed too far. This is not the route marked on the chart." Li Hao slammed his fist against the nearby bulkhead, his expression darkening. "What shall we do then?" Li Hong placed a reassuring hand on Li Hao's shoulder. "Do not panic. Such occurrences are common in interstellar exploration. For now, we must press onward." Li Hao fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "All right, uncle. We must exercise even greater caution from here on." At that moment, Ouyang Qingyu approached. "Li Hao, we have detected a mysterious energy zone ahead. Should we circumvent it?" Li Hao turned to Li Hong, who pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us first dispatch a probe to investigate, to ascertain if we can gather any useful information." Ouyang Qingyu promptly organized a reconnaissance team to set out. As they waited, a palpable tension filled the air. Shortly thereafter, the probe team reported back, "Commander, this energy zone seems to harbor immense energy, but the specifics remain unclear." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Continue the investigation. We must uncover what this is." Li Hong suddenly interjected. "Wait. This is the nebula along the route. We cannot approach it." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's face lit up with excitement. "Excellent. We have finally located the course." Ouyang Qingyu could hardly contain her exhilaration. "This means we may be able to return to the correct trajectory." Li Hao immediately commanded, "Cross-reference with the navigation chart and replan our course, ensuring we carefully avoid the hazardous areas of the nebula." The crew sprang into action, diligently executing their tasks. However, just then, the monitoring system blared an alarm. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected within the nebula. "It may pose a threat to us." Li Hao's expression hardened. "Activate all shields." As the battleship drew nearer to the nebula, the surrounding lights became dazzling and eerie, the powerful energy field causing the hull to tremble slightly. "Commander, the shield energy is being affected and is declining." Chapter 196. The mysterious planet. At this moment, the enigmatic forces within the nebula seemed to be tugging at the battleship, making progress increasingly arduous. "Li Hao, something is amiss. It appears we are being drawn into the nebula," Li Hong stated. Li Hao gripped the command console tightly, shouting, "Engage all engines at full power. We must break free from this force." The crew frantically operated various instruments, the battleship's engines roaring with deafening intensity, yet it continued to be slowly pulled closer to the nebula. Ouyang Qingyu urged anxiously, "Li Hao, this won't do. Our energy consumption is too rapid." Li Hao's forehead throbbed with veins, and he roared, "All ships, connect together and break through in unison." Ouyang Qingyu immediately relayed Li Hao's command, and the vessels swiftly began to connect with each other. Yet, during this process, the nebula's gravitational pull intensified, causing the hulls to tremble violently. Time was of the essence, with each second stretching into eternity. Finally, through their collective efforts, all the ships successfully linked together. "Engage engines at full power." "Charge!" Li Hao issued another command. The united fleet surged forward with all their might, pitting their formidable thrust against the nebula's gravitational force in a fierce contest. After a prolonged struggle, the fearless fleet finally broke free from the nebula and arrived at the coordinates indicated on the navigation chart. Li Hao exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. Immediately assessed the fleet's damage and energy reserves. Soon, various reports came in, revealing that although the fleet had suffered considerable losses during this harrowing escape, it could still proceed. Ouyang Qingyu looked at Li Hao, a glimmer of relief on her face. "We made it through." "Li Hao, look ahead. It's the ruins of the antique battleship indicated on the navigation chart." Li Hao stared at the vast ruins before him, filled with curiosity and caution. "This area has been explored multiple times. Let us proceed according to the chart." After a prolonged journey, Li Hao finally arrived at the last mysterious planet as guided by the navigation chart. The planet emitted a peculiar glow from a distance, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured its true visage. Activate the comprehensive detection system and gather all information on this planet, Li Hao commanded. Li Hong cautioned, no need for detection. The probe cannot approach the planet. There exists a magnetic field around it that will disable all electronic devices upon proximity. Li Hao furrowed his brow. How then shall we understand this planet? Are we to approach blindly? Li Hong pondered for a moment. There appears to be no other option. Only your ship, the Fearless, might breach this magnetic field. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Then we must take the risk. Alert the fleet to remain on guard and prepare all crew members aboard the Fearless for a hard landing. Zhang Yu promptly conveyed the orders, and the Fearless entered a state of heightened readiness. All stations, check protective devices and secure equipment. Li Hao's voice reverberated throughout the ship. The crew members busily and methodically prepared, each face marked with seriousness and resolve. The Fearless slowly advanced toward the magnetic field surrounding the mysterious planet. As they drew nearer, the ship's various systems began to malfunction, lights flickering and alarms blaring. The Fearless accelerated toward the enigmatic planet, the immense magnetic force causing the hull to tremble incessantly, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The entire battleship emitted a grating sound, the metal components warping and distorting under immense pressure. Commander, the shield system is experiencing fluctuations, a frantic officer reported, his voice laced with tension and fear as he fixated on the flickering instruments. Li Hao gripped the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and bellowed, "Increase energy output. Steady. Advance." As the Fearless finally breached the magnetic field, the hull shook violently, as if it were about to be torn apart by an unseen force. The powerful magnetism sent various objects within the cabin flying, the lights flickering ominously, and alarms piercing the air. The power system is damaged. Several compartments have lost contact. Another terrified officer shouted, sweat pouring down his face. Beads of sweat rolled down Li Hao's forehead, soaking his collar, yet his gaze remained resolute and unwavering. Conduct emergency repairs. We must endure. In the command room, a cacophony of orders and reports intertwined, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The crew struggled to stabilize the ship amidst the wild shaking, desperately operating the instruments. Report, Commander, shield energy is down to 30%. No matter the means, we must maintain the shields. Li Hao's voice strained against the chaos. At that moment, the trembling of the hull intensified, small components falling from the ceiling and striking the crew. Commander, the right side engine has stalled, losing power. Li Hao's heart raced as he rapidly formulated a strategy. Activate the backup engines. Prioritize energy supply to the shields and power systems. Just as everyone's anxiety peaked, the Fearless surged into the planet's atmosphere. The violent friction ignited flames around the hull, the battleship plummeting like a meteor, leaving a long trail of fire in its wake. The searing heat enveloped the entire vessel, the metal exterior glowing red, as if it might melt at any moment. Commander, the left side 2 engines have stalled, and the backup engines are also losing power. A crew member shouted hoarsely, terror etched across his face. Prepare for impact. Li Hao gripped the handrail tightly, veins bulging in his arms. His eyes were fixed ahead, filled with determination and resolve. With a tremendous roar, the Fearless crashed heavily onto the surface, the immense impact wreaking havoc within the ship. Equipment and components broke free from their mounts, flying in all directions. As walls buckled, wires short-circuited, and sparks flew, Li Hao was thrown violently against a nearby bulkhead, pain surging through him, yet he grit his teeth and struggled to rise from the chaos. Quickly assess the casualties and initiate repairs on the warship. Li Hao bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue. The crew, enduring their own injuries, some with bloodied heads, others with sprained arms, showed no hesitation and immediately immersed themselves in their respective tasks. Some struggled to crawl towards the damaged equipment, attempting to effect repairs. Others scoured the chaos for injured comrades, relocating them to relatively safe areas. After a period of tense and frantic work, the preliminary situation was finally relayed to Li Hao. General, the warship has sustained severe damage, with multiple compartments exhibiting fractures, the power system nearly incapacitated, and the weapon system significantly compromised, a trembling officer reported. Upon hearing this, Li Hao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. First, prioritize the treatment of the wounded, then concentrate efforts on restoring the power system. we must rapidly regain the ship's fundamental capabilities. Chapter 197. Beasts attack. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao instructed, deploy a reconnaissance team, ensuring utmost caution to avoid alarming the enemy. The soldiers received their orders and set off, while Li Hao's mood grew increasingly grave. What secrets does this enigmatic planet conceal? Where do these humans originate? Soon, the reconnaissance team commenced their quiet advance towards the area where signs of human activity had been detected. Meanwhile, Li Hao gathered Zhang Yu, Li Hong, Ouyang Qingyu, and others. The intelligence officer just reported signs of human activity on the opposite side of the planet. Along with indications of similar warships, I've dispatched a reconnaissance team to investigate. Li Hong, upon hearing this news, was unusually agitated. How is this possible? Could they be survivors from another fleet? Or are there humans that have long existed on this planet? Ouyang Qingyu furrowed her brow and replied, it is difficult to ascertain at this point, but it undoubtedly complicates matters. Zhang Yu calmly analyzed, regardless, we must prepare for all contingencies. If they are allies, it would be fortuitous. But if they are adversaries, we cannot afford to be careless. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu is correct. We shall await further reports from the reconnaissance team. In the meantime, we must reinforce the defenses and repair work on the Wu Wei. Without the slightest relaxation, everyone acknowledged their orders and dispersed to their tasks. After returning to the lounge, Li Hong pondered whether there might still be surviving personnel from the fleet that had originally explored this planet. That fleet had been the elite of the 13th Legion, and if survivors truly existed, how had they managed to endure in such a perilous environment? Countless questions swirled in Li Hong's mind. Unable to remain still, he ultimately decided to revisit the intelligence room to seek any new leads. Upon his arrival, he discovered the staff diligently analyzing some recently received vague signals. Is there any new discovery? Li Hong inquired eagerly. Not yet any definitive information. However, the intermittent signals suggest that the situation there is quite complex. One intelligence officer responded. Li Hong's brow furrowed in contemplation. Not having obtained the desired information in the intelligence room, he proceeded to the command room to find Li Hao. Upon seeing Li Hong approach, Li Hao asked, Uncle, do you seem troubled? Li Hong sighed. Li Hao, I have been contemplating the potential existence of human activity. Could it be survivors from the 13th Legion's exploratory fleet? Li Hao's expression grew serious. Uncle, you mean the survivors from the 13th Legion's exploratory fleet? You dispatched a fleet there. Li Hong nodded, his gaze reflecting the weight of memories. Indeed, we did send a standard fleet there, but they lost contact upon entering the magnetic field. We are unaware of their fate. Li Hao frowned. In that case, it is indeed possible, but it has been nearly 20 years. How could they have survived in such an environment? Li Hong's expression turned grave. I came along to ascertain this matter, if it truly is them. They must have faced untold hardships over the past 20 years. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. Regardless, we must first address the current situation and ensure the warship is repaired. As Li Hao and Li Hong conversed in the command room, suddenly, the alarm system issued a warning. General, trouble. A large number of unidentified creatures are rapidly approaching, and their energy signatures are even more formidable. A nervous officer reported. Li Hao's expression hardened. Immediately enter battle readiness and strengthen defenses. Li Hong furrowed his brow. This situation is deteriorating rapidly. Li Hao, keeping a close watch on the screen, instructed, Uncle, monitor the repair progress. We must ensure the warship regains full functionality as soon as possible. Li Hong acknowledged and swiftly departed the command room. The monstrous creatures bore grotesque forms, some clad in tough scales, others sporting sharp fangs and claws. Their eyes gleamed with a savage light that sent chills down one's spine. The mech soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, feeling a mix of fear and resolute determination. Everyone, steady yourselves and do not panic, the mech captain shouted. However, the beastly creatures afforded them little time to prepare. Charging forward in an instant, their speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the front line. A mech soldier quickly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of energy beams at the foremost giant beast. Yet, the creature merely tilted to the side, evading most of the attacks, and the few beams that struck only left shallow marks on its scales. The giant beast leapt ferociously, pouncing upon the mech soldier. The soldier attempted to evade, but was struck by the beast's claws, leaving deep gashes on the mech and triggering alarm signals. Sparks flew as chaos erupted within the mech systems. Concentrate fire and seek their weaknesses. The mech captain commanded loudly. The soldiers, hearing the order, focused intently on the movements of the colossal beasts. Their eyes were filled with tension and determination, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, yet they paid no mind to wipe them away. "Captain, I've noticed that their underbelly is relatively vulnerable during their attacks." A mech soldier called out. "Good. Everyone target their underbellies." The captain decisively ordered. A barrage of concentrated fire rained down upon the beasts' underbellies. The sound of gunfire deafening. Several of the charging giants emitted agonized roars as energy beams struck their vulnerable areas, blood gushing forth, slowing their movements. Yet, an even greater number of beasts pressed forward relentlessly, seemingly oblivious to pain and fear, advancing with an unstoppable momentum point. One giant swung its thick tail with ferocity, striking a mech that failed to evade, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The pressure on the mech soldiers did not lessen in the slightest. "Damn it, this cannot continue," the captain bellowed, his voice tinged with despair, requesting reinforcements. "Hold on, assistance is on the way." Li Hao's voice resonated through the communication channel. At that moment, several beasts united, simultaneously unleashing powerful energy waves. The energy waves intertwined, creating a massive shockwave that surged towards the defense line. The soldiers gritted their teeth, resisting with all their might. However, under the might of this shockwave, several mechs instantly lost power, collapsing to the ground. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the reinforcements from the mech battalion and ground troops finally arrived. Their overwhelming firepower swiftly suppressed the beast's assault, granting the mech soldiers a much-needed respite. Chapter 198. Victory in the first battle on the mysterious planet Brothers. "It's time to counterattack," the captain shouted, his voice brimming with fervor, echoing across the smoke-filled battlefield. The mech soldiers rallied, flames of wrath igniting in their eyes. They coordinated closely with the reinforcements, their firepower weaving into a dense net, launching a more ferocious assault on the colossal beasts. Yet, these creatures were not to be underestimated. One of the largest beasts let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves reverberating through the air, seemingly capable of shattering souls. The other beasts, as if responding to some mysterious command, began to adjust their tactics. They ceased their blind charges, dividing into smaller squads to attack the defense line from various angles. Some squads swiftly flanked the sides, attempting to break through. Others executed feints, drawing the soldiers' fire to create opportunities for their comrades. This made the soldiers' defense increasingly challenging. "Be vigilant of the flanks," the captain urgently commanded, his voice filled with anxiety as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet, several agile beasts managed to breach the defense line, their forms ghostly as they surged towards the Wu-Wei. "We cannot allow them to approach the warship." A soldier resolutely piloted his mech forward, undeterred by the damage his machine had sustained in previous skirmishes. The ensuing struggle against the giant beast was nothing short of harrowing. The creature slashed at the mech with its razor-sharp claws, etching deep gashes into the mech's exterior. The soldier, maneuvering the mech with determination, fired relentlessly at the beast with the remnants of his weaponry. In the heat of battle, the mech's weapon system finally succumbed to the strain and malfunctioned completely, yet the soldier did not falter. A glint of resolve shining in his eyes, he piloted the mech with the last remnants of his strength, colliding with the colossal beast amidst a thunderous roar. The mech and the beast met their demise in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding air. Inspired by his valiant act, the hearts of the other soldiers surged with fervor, igniting a fierce determination within them. They roared in unison, fighting with renewed vigor. Some soldiers adeptly maneuvered their mechs, showcasing exquisite combat techniques as they engaged the beast in close quarters. Each clash resonated with intense vibrations, sparks flying in every direction. The soldiers skillfully controlled their mechs, sidestepping the beast's ferocious lunges while delivering powerful blows with their iron fists. The beast, stung by the pain, emitted an enraged roar, attacking with even greater ferocity. Yet, the soldiers stood undaunted, the joints of their mechs expertly bracing against the beast's onslaught as they grappled with its massive head, attempting to twist it. Others utilized the terrain to stage ambushes, striking the beast unexpectedly. Concealed behind boulders, they activated their mechs when the beast passed, launching attacks from behind. Energy swords were unsheathed in an instant, thrusting towards the beast's vulnerable spots. Caught off guard, the beast writhed in agony from the strikes. Meanwhile, other soldiers set traps along the sides of the valley, luring the beast into them and then triggering mechanisms that released massive nets from above, ensnaring the creature. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers concentrated their fire on the trapped beast, unleashing a relentless assault. The battlefield grew increasingly shrouded in smoke, and the intensity of the soldiers' combat escalated in a hollowed area. One soldier's mech found itself locked in a fierce struggle with two giant beasts. His mech's energy reserves were nearly depleted, his movements slowing. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreat, his gaze resolute, at that moment. One of the beasts lunged unexpectedly at the back of the mech. The mech lost its balance, tilting forward. The soldier struggled to regain equilibrium, but the other beast charged in swiftly, jaws agape in a critical instant. Nearby comrades arrived just in time. A barrage of energy beams struck the beast, momentarily repelling it. The fallen soldier seized the chance to reactivate his mech, joining forces with his comrades. Meanwhile, an experienced veteran adeptly piloted his mech, skillfully leveraging the terrain to guide one beast into a narrow passage. The walls on either side constrained the beast's movements, allowing the veteran to launch missiles from his mech's shoulders, resulting in a series of explosions upon the beast. Although the soldiers gradually gained the upper hand, the beasts continued to resist fiercely. Each attack and defense was fraught with peril and urgency. After a protracted and brutal battle, the number of beasts dwindled, and the soldiers' stamina and energy reserves were nearly exhausted. Following the battle, officers like Li Hao arrived at the scene to witness the fearsome creatures, astonished by their sheer scale, far more shocking than what had been observed through the monitors in the command room. The corpses of the beasts piled high before them, their massive forms emanating a chilling aura. The grotesque features of the fallen creatures sent shivers down their spines, with sharp fangs and claws seemingly still narrating the ferocity of the battle. Li Hao's expression turned grave as he approached one of the beast's carcasses, scrutinizing its iron-like scales and powerful limbs. The strength and offensive capabilities of such a creature surpassed their wildest imaginations. Li Hao murmured. Beside him, Li Hong could not help but exclaim, "I can scarcely fathom how the indigenous inhabitants survive in such an environment." Other officers gathered around, examining the characteristics of the beasts, attempting to glean more information about them. "General, these beasts appear to possess a high degree of organization and intelligence, unlike mere wild animals," one strategist remarked. Li Hao nodded in agreement. "There must be a greater secret lurking behind this. Collect samples for analysis." The soldiers promptly sprang into action, carefully gathering tissue samples, scales, and blood from the carcasses. Li Hong, observing the busy soldiers, expressed his concerns to Li Hao. "Li Hao, this place is becoming increasingly sinister. We must prepare more thoroughly." With unwavering resolve, Li Hao replied, "Uncle, regardless of the circumstances, now that we are here, we must uncover the truth." Shortly thereafter, the sample collection was completed and swiftly dispatched to the laboratory for analysis. Li Hao and the other officers continued to scour the battlefield, hoping to uncover more useful leads. At that moment, a soldier responsible for communications rushed in with news. "General, we've just received a report from the reconnaissance team. They discovered some peculiar structures in a region suspected to harbor human activity, resembling styles we are familiar with." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Instruct them to maintain surveillance and refrain from taking any rash actions." Upon returning to the command room, everyone anxiously awaited the results of the sample analysis. Finally, a researcher hurried in. "General, the preliminary analysis results are in.it. Appears that these beasts contain a unique energy substance, and this energy closely resembles one of our own." Chapter 199. The barbarian tribe. Li Hao's brow furrowed. "Is it the super energy stone?" The researcher hesitated before responding. "Based on the current analysis, there are similarities, but also some differences. Further research is required for confirmation." Li Hao crossed his arms, pacing the command room. "So this planet possesses super energy stones, and in substantial quantities, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many mutated beasts." Li Hong said solemnly. "How did they absorb it?" Just then, new information arrived as a soldier rushed in with an urgent report. "General, we have detected movements among the indigenous population. They seem to be aware of our presence." Li Hao's expression sharpened. "Monitor their movements closely and report at once." His gaze revealed a seriousness and vigilance as he fixated on the monitoring screen before him. Li Hong voiced his concerns. "This is not good news. We have no idea whether these natives will be friend or foe. His brow knitted deeply, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The soldier soon returned with more updates. General, the natives are gathering. Lihao bit his lip, the pressure causing it to turn pale. Prepare for battle, but do not fire unless absolutely necessary. The atmosphere aboard the Invincible grew tense once more. As soldiers hurried back to their posts, checking their weapons and equipment, standing ready with watchful eyes, awaiting the next command. Before long, the monitoring indicated that the indigenous force was advancing towards the Invincible. They marched in an orderly fashion, chanting slogans in an incomprehensible tongue, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Lihao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Deploy scouts to attempt contact and communicate with them. Remember to be friendly and cautious. Do not provoke them. Soon, several scouts departed in a small aircraft, heading towards the indigenous group. Inside the Invincible, everyone anxiously awaited the scouts' report, each passing second feeling unusually prolonged. Before long, the scouts relayed an urgent message through the communicator. General, the natives are filled with hostility. We cannot understand their words. Lihao's brow tightened. Maintain a standoff with them. I will come immediately. Li Hao quickly rose, accompanied by Li Hong and several capable assistants, hurrying to the scouts' location. Upon arrival, they found the natives armed and glaring fiercely, uttering incomprehensible sounds. Li Hao promptly retrieved a language device obtained from the X-civilization from his backpack. After activating it, it began recording the natives' speech. Initially wary of the strange device, the natives gradually relaxed under the soldiers' patient explanations, becoming more forthcoming in their expressions. The device's indicator light flickered continuously as it swiftly analyzed the captured language data. After a while, it emitted a faint beep, indicating the preliminary analysis was complete. Eagerly, Li Hao checked the results, only to find that it could decipher only simple words and phrases, yet it was a promising start. Greetings, we mean no offense. We are merely passing through. Li Hao translated this statement through the device and played it for the native leader. The native frowned, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After a moment, he spoke at length, prompting the device to spring into action once more. This time, the interpretation was slightly more elaborate, conveying that their territory was not to be infringed upon, and any outsiders were viewed as threats. After some time of dialogue, Li Hao learned that their race was called the Barbarians, and this area constituted their tribal territory. Li Hao attempted to convey that their arrival was not an act of aggression. We respect your territory. We are merely passing through, seeking cooperation and exchange. The Barbarians, however, remained guarded. Cooperation? Exchange? We do not trust outsiders. Li Hao quickly interjected. We can offer advanced technology and resources to assist in the development of your tribe. The Barbarians fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Li Hao's words. At that moment, an elder from the tribe stepped forward, surrounded by the crowd, approaching Li Hao. Outsider, your words sound pleasing, but we do not trust any foreigners. Please leave our territory at once, the elder stated. Li Hao gazed at him earnestly. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can provide you with food and treat the injuries of your wounded. The elder hesitated, murmuring softly to those nearby before replying, then you may first assist us in healing the wounded. Li Hao promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the necessary supplies and medical equipment. When these items were presented before the barbarians, their demeanor finally exhibited a slight thaw. Perhaps you truly harbor no ill intentions, the elder remarked, but we shall observe for a while longer. Li Hao nodded in understanding, acknowledging that is only prudent. We shall earn your complete trust through our actions. However, just as the tension between both parties appeared to ease, a young barbarian unexpectedly approached from behind Li Hao and whispered something to the elder. Instantly, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. His previously softened countenance grew stern once more, and he glared at Li Hao, declaring, "You are not welcome here. Leave our territory at once." Li Hao was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Respected elder, is there a misunderstanding?" The elder scoffed, "A misunderstanding? My tribesmen have just reported that your people are secretly gathering resources from our land." Startled, Li Hao turned to Li Hong, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. "This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding, elder. We have not issued such orders," Li Hao fervently explained. Yet the elder dismissed his words with a wave of his hand, commanding, "Arrest them all." The barbarians immediately encircled them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Li Hao raised his voice, "Please believe me, there must be an error. Allow me to investigate this matter." The elder regarded him with skepticism. When the young barbarian whispered again in the elder's ear. After a moment of silence, the elder stated, "My tribesmen witnessed your people collecting beast carcasses behind you." With a sigh of resignation, Li Hao replied, "Just now, ferocious beasts attacked my camp. We acted in self-defense. If you require, we will gladly relinquish all these beast carcasses to you." The elder scrutinized Li Hao intently, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. "You are newcomers, perhaps indeed facing peril. However, those beasts have always been a vital resource for our tribe," he conceded, his tone softening slightly. Li Hao quickly added, "Respected elder, we truly harbor no intentions of seizing your resources. If so, we shall return these beast carcasses to you immediately. I hope this demonstrates our sincerity." The elder nodded slightly. "I shall grant you this trust for now, but you must depart our territory as swiftly as possible." Chapter 200. Collaboration with the barbarian tribe. The elder's eyes flickered with hesitation, but before he could respond, several nearby barbarians shouted in agitation, "No. How can we be certain of your intentions?" Li Hao hastily clarified. "We genuinely mean no harm. We merely seek a temporary refuge. Moreover, our medical technology is advanced. We can ensure the swift recovery of the injured." The elder raised his hand, signaling for silence among his people, and fixed his gaze on Li Hao. "Allow me to ponder this." That moment, a wounded barbarian child limped forward, his leg wrapped in blood-stained cloth, and tugged at the elder's garment, pleading, "Grandfather, my leg hurts so much. Let them try to help me." The elder, seeing the child's pain, softened and said to Li Hao, "Very well, treat this child first. If you can truly heal him, we shall discuss further." Li Hao promptly summoned the medical personnel, carefully examining the child's wound. After a thorough treatment, the child's pain visibly subsided, and a smile graced his face. The elder, witnessing this transformation, finally relented. "Perhaps you may stay for a while, but any untoward actions will not be tolerated." Li Hao solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, we will honor our commitments." After the barbarians departed, Li Hao returned to the invincible ship, where Zhang Yu was perplexed as to why Li Hao did not simply eliminate them. "General, with our strength, we could easily defeat these barbarians. Why must we endure such indignities?" Zhang Yu inquired urgently. Li Hao regarded him seriously, replying, "War has never been the optimal solution to problems. Our aim is exploration and communication. If we can coexist peacefully, we shall understand this planet more swiftly." Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, "But they are so unruly." "What if?" Li Hao interrupted. "There are no what-ifs. I do not perceive this tribe as warlike. I refuse to allow my soldiers to perish in such meaningless combat." Zhang Yu remained silent for a moment before saying, "General, we cannot remain perpetually on the defensive." Li Hao's gaze hardened. "We shall not be passive. But we will resolve issues through wisdom and strategy, rather than mere brute force." At that moment, the communicator buzzed, and a soldier monitoring the barbarian tribe relayed, "General, we have spotted several barbarians lingering near the invincible ship. They seem to wish to speak." Li Hao immediately responded, "Bring them in." Shortly thereafter, several barbarian warriors entered, with one at the forefront stating, "Our chieftain has sent us to invite you to visit our tribe." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I appreciate the chieftain's invitation. I shall prepare at once." Turning to Zhang Yu, he instructed, "You remain on the ship and stay vigilant. I will ascertain their true intentions." Zhang Yu nodded. "General, please be cautious." Li Hao, accompanied by a few attendants, followed the barbarian warriors to their tribe. Along the way, he observed the surroundings, contemplating the chieftain's motives for this invitation. Upon arriving, the chieftain personally greeted them, stating, "Welcome, distant friend." Li Hao smiled in return, "Thank you for your warm welcome." Entering the chieftain's tent, which was simply adorned yet rich in barbarian aesthetics, the chieftain ordered food and drink to be served, saying, "This is a small token from our tribe." After expressing his gratitude, Li Hao remarked, "Surely, the chieftain's invitation entails more than mere hospitality." The chieftain's gaze deepened as he slowly replied, "To speak candidly, our tribe has recently faced threats from various quarters, which is why the earlier misunderstanding arose." Li Hao's expression turned grave. "Chieftain, may I inquire what kind of threats?" The chieftain sighed. "On one hand, ferocious beasts have been attacking our tribe with increasing frequency for reasons unknown. On the other hand, other tribal forces are active in the vicinity, and we fear they may have ulterior motives. Coupled with your sudden appearance, the tribesmen have become jumpy." Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. "I see. However, chieftain, as outsiders, We shall not directly involve ourselves in your tribal conflicts. The chieftain's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Do you intend to merely stand by? Li Hao quickly clarified, Chieftain, you misunderstand. What I mean is, we can offer you technological and strategic support to enhance your defenses and combat capabilities, rather than intervening directly in your internal disputes. The chieftain remained silent for a moment, his expression softening. What kind of technology and strategies can you provide? Li Hao replied, we can supply you with weapons, instruct you on constructing stronger fortifications, and train your warriors to combat the beasts more effectively. The chieftain contemplated for a while before responding, that sounds promising. But words alone are insufficient. I need to see tangible results. Li Hao nodded. Of course, you may fetch the finest weapon you possess. The chieftain, albeit puzzled, instructed his subordinates to retrieve the sharpest spear in the tribe. Li Hao received the spear with a slight smile, then drew a dagger from his waist, striking the spear's sharpest point. With a resounding clang, sparks flew, and to everyone's astonishment, the dagger sustained no damage while the spear snapped in two. The chieftain and the surrounding barbarian warriors displayed expressions of shock. Li Hao proclaimed, Chieftain, you see, this is our advantage in weaponry, which can grant you formidable combat prowess. The chieftain, still skeptical, regarded him. No wonder you were able to slay so many beasts in such a short time. What would it take for you to provide us with such weapons? The chieftain furrowed his brow, pondering, I am uncertain what you require. Currently, we have nothing to offer, but should you identify any needs, I shall see if I can procure them for you. Li Hao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Chieftain. We shall first survey the resources available around the tribe. Subsequently, Li Hao and his subordinates embarked on a meticulous search around the tribe. They discovered several rare plants with unique medicinal properties, potentially useful for crafting healing remedies. Li Hao returned to the tribe with samples and informed the chieftain, Chieftain, these plants may prove beneficial for both our parties. If we can gather them in abundance, it would not only bolster our medical reserves, but also constitute a valuable resource exchange. The chieftain observed the samples and remarked, these plants grow in perilous areas, often frequented by ferocious beasts. Gathering them is no easy task. Chapter 201. Teaching the barbarians to forge city walls. Li Hao unhesitatingly stated, we can dispatch elite warriors for the gathering. You need only guide us there. After some deliberation, the barbarian chieftain assigned a middle-aged warrior to lead Li Hao's soldiers to a nearby mountain to collect the plants. Li Hao swiftly selected a team of experienced soldiers to accompany the middle-aged warrior. Before the expedition commenced, Li Hao instructed the squad leader to equip a set of detectors. Under the guidance of the middle-aged barbarian, the team cautiously ventured into the mountains. Along the way, the detector screen intermittently flickered with faint signals, displaying various data regarding the surrounding environment. While awaiting the return of the squad at the barbarian tribe, Li Hao inquired about the circumstances in the vicinity. Tribe leader, apart from the ferocious beasts, are there any other potential dangers nearby? Li Hao inquired with a solemn expression. After a moment of contemplation, the tribe leader replied, there are also the neighboring White Bear tribe and the Black Tiger tribe. Li Hao's brow furrowed. What is the nature of your relationship with these two tribes? The tribe leader sighed. We often have friction with the White Bear tribe, while the Black Tiger tribe has always eyed our territory covetously. Desiring to annex it. Li Hao pondered for a moment. What is the strength of these two tribes? The tribe leader explained, the warriors of the White Bear tribe are robust and valiant, but they lack strategic acumen. Conversely, the Black Tiger tribe not only possesses formidable warriors, but their leader is also cunning and devious. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. It's bad, tribe leader. Several tribesmen have been injured outside. A warrior rushed in, exclaiming. The tribe leader and Li Hao exchanged glances and hurried outside to investigate. They found several barbarians injured and groaning on the ground. What happened? The tribe leader asked. One of the wounded barbarians weakly replied. We were hunting outside when we encountered members of the Black Tiger tribe. They attacked us without a word. The tribe leader clenched his fists. We can no longer tolerate their bullying. At that moment, another warrior rushed in with a report. Tribe leader, we have spotted members of the Black Tiger tribe lurking around the perimeter of our tribe, seemingly scouting the area. The tribe leader nodded. Gather the tribe's warriors and prepare for battle. Thus, the entire barbarian tribe swiftly mobilized, warriors arming themselves in readiness to confront the enemy. Li Hao stood atop a vantage point in the camp, observing the standoff at the tribe's gates. The leader of the Black Tiger tribe, mounted on a towering beast, bellowed, Barbarians, surrender obediently, and I may spare your lives." The barbarian tribe leader glared fiercely. "Never. Today, we shall ensure you have no return." Li Hao scrutinized the formations of both sides, calculating in his mind. The Black Tiger tribe had a significant numerical advantage and superior equipment, yet the morale of the barbarian warriors was high and not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the Black Tiger tribe launched the first assault, surging forward like a tide. The barbarian warriors charged fearlessly to meet them, and both sides instantly became embroiled in a fierce melee. After a chaotic skirmish, the warriors of the Black Tiger tribe were repelled by the barbarian tribe. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and although weary, the barbarian warriors cheered in exhilaration. Li Hao descended from his elevated position to assess the battlefield alongside the tribe leader. "While we have driven them back this time, they will likely not relent," Li Hao remarked. The tribe leader wiped the blood from his face. "Humph, should they dare return, we shall ensure they have no way back." Li Hao nodded. "However, this is a senseless sacrifice. You could easily construct defensive structures to thwart them." The tribe leader furrowed his brow. "Defensive structures? We have always engaged in direct combat, and we are unfamiliar with such matters." Li Hao replied, "No matter. I can send people to assist you. We will first plan the defense layout of the tribe, set up traps and obstacles, and then erect sturdy walls." After a moment of hesitation, the tribe leader ultimately agreed. "Then let us give it a try in the ensuing days." The barbarian tribe was bustling with activity. Li Hao's soldiers brought various tools and joined the barbarians in constructing fortifications. They began by selecting suitable locations around the tribe to dig trenches, with soldiers deftly operating advanced excavation tools while the barbarians, relying on their formidable strength and tenacity, labored with shovels and hoes. The trenches gradually grew deeper and wider, forming an insurmountable barrier. Concurrently, another group prepared to embed sharp wooden stakes. These stakes were meticulously sharpened and treated, rendering them hard and lethal. They drove the stakes deep into the bottoms of the trenches, points facing upward, creating a dense field of deadly traps. To ensure the stake stability, they also filled the surrounding area with stones and earth, making them difficult to uproot. Meanwhile, the construction of the stone walls was also underway. Strong barbarians and soldiers worked in unison, chanting synchronized calls as they transported massive stones to designated locations. The craftsmen meticulously measured and adjusted the stones, ensuring each one fit snugly. They started with larger stones as the foundation, gradually stacking them layer by layer, ensuring a tight seam. To enhance the wall stability, they filled the gaps between the stones with clay and gravel. At critical points of the walls, they erected watchtowers and firing ports. The watchtowers were constructed from sturdy timber, allowing soldiers to observe the surroundings from above. The firing ports were distributed at various heights along the walls, facilitating attacks by archers and catapults. After considerable effort, they completed the walls and trenches surrounding the tribe's encampment. Li Hao observed the structure, reminiscent of ancient fortifications. He carefully inspected the walls, internally assessing the defensive capacity of this line of defense. The walls stood tall and solid, constructed from rough yet sturdy stones, exuding an aura of primal strength. He remarked to the tribe leader, "Although this wall does not compare to the advanced fortifications of our homeland, it serves as a formidable barrier on this land." The tribe leader smiled proudly. "This is the result of our collective effort." At that moment, a soldier rushed in with a report, "General, we have detected new movements from the Black Tiger tribe and the White Bear tribe." Li Hao's expression tightened. "Very well, tribe leader. I leave the rest to you. We shall return." The tribe leader nodded and immediately summoned the warriors of the tribe to assemble atop the walls. As night fell, the surroundings fell silent, with only the torches on the walls flickering in the wind. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from a distance, shattering the tranquility of the night. A dark mass of figures surged toward the walls. As the combined forces of the Black Tiger tribe and the White Bear tribe launched their assault, the soldiers and barbarians atop the walls stood ready, archers drawing their bows, and catapults primed for action. As the coalition approached the trenches, the front ranks fell into the traps, impaled by the sharp stakes, their cries echoing in the night. Yet, those behind pressed forward fearlessly, attempting to leap over the trench. "Fire arrows! Launch stones!" The barbarian tribe leader commanded loudly. In an instant, arrows rained down, and stones flew, causing further casualties among the coalition. When the leaders of the White Bear tribe and Black Tiger tribe beheld the towering walls of the barbarians, they were momentarily dumbfounded. How has this barbarian tribe suddenly constructed such a formidable edifice? The leader of the White Bear tribe exclaimed in disbelief. The leader of the Black Tiger tribe gritted his teeth and roared. Regardless, press the attack. We must take them down today, however. The soldiers of the coalition, faced with the insurmountable walls and the continuing fall of their comrades, began to feel fear and hesitation creeping into their hearts. On the walls, the barbarian warriors fought with increasing fervor, their shouts resonating through the night. Liao ascended the walls to assess the situation, informing the barbarian tribe leader, "As long as you hold this wall, it is likely they will be unable to assault your tribe in the short term." The tribe leader furrowed his brow, expressing concern, "Yet we cannot afford to be complacent, having suffered such significant losses. They will surely devise ways to retaliate." Liao nodded. Indeed, in addition to fortifying the tribe's defenses, individual protection must also be enhanced. The tribe leader wholeheartedly agreed. "You are right, but our tribe's equipment is far too rudimentary." After contemplating for a moment, Liao responded, "I will arrange for my men to deliver some quality armor and weapons and teach you some combat techniques to enhance your individual fighting capabilities." Soon after, Liao's subordinates delivered a batch of brand new armor and sharp weapons. The barbarian warriors were elated, gathering eagerly to inspect the new gear. Liao personally demonstrated how to don the armor and wield the new weapons in combat. The barbarian warriors practiced diligently, repeating the exercises. After a period of training, the combat abilities of the barbarian warriors showed marked improvement. Additionally, the team that had ventured to gather healing plants returned. Upon seeing the team's return, both Liao and the tribe leader wore expressions of relief. "How did it go?" Liao asked the team leader. "It went smoothly. We collected quite a few healing plants," the team leader replied. "Did you discover anything along the way?" Liao inquired. "General, we detected energy fluctuations on the mountain where we were gathering plants, and there were also many ferocious beasts nearby. We found the range of the energy wave to be quite extensive." Liao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Energy fluctuations? The gathering of ferocious beasts may indeed be related to this. That makes sense. The tribe leader, listening intently, asked, "Did you uncover something?" Liao shook his head. "It is too early to say, but it warrants further investigation." In the days that followed, although the tribe basked in the joy of victory, they remained vigilant. Liao bid farewell to the tribe leader and, accompanied by the mechanized units of the 13th Legion, set off to explore the mountain they had detected. Upon reaching the mountain, they indeed felt the intense energy fluctuations. The deeper they ventured into the mountain, the more pronounced the waves became. Suddenly, a massive two-headed beast sprang from the thicket, blocking their path. The warriors immediately entered combat mode, and several mechanized warriors swiftly dispatched the beast that dared to obstruct their advance. Liao sought a relatively flat location near the mountain, where the mech soldiers constructed a temporary encampment. Just as the camp was completed, darkness enveloped the sky. Standing at the center of the camp, Liao gazed at the distant peaks, pondering whether the energy fluctuations might lead them to the super energy mine they were searching for. At that moment, a scout hurriedly approached. "General, we have discovered some peculiar footprints around the camp. It seems other creatures are active in the vicinity." Liao's expression hardened. "Heighten our vigilance. We cannot afford to be complacent." The night in the forest was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the calls of unknown animals. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the darkness. "Prepare for battle!" Liao shouted as a pack of agile and ferocious beasts surged toward the camp from all directions. The soldiers promptly activated their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. The conflation of flames and battle cries filled the air. After a grueling fight, the soldiers finally repelled the beasts' assault. Observing the weary soldiers, Liao urged, "Everyone, take this opportunity to rest. At dawn, we shall continue our exploration of the mountain's secrets." As the first rays of sunlight cascaded over the camp, Liao led the soldiers forward once more, wielding detectors as they searched for a location with the highest energy intensity. The detector's needle danced erratically as they trudged through the rugged terrain, beset by thorns and jagged rocks. "General, the fluctuations are intensifying. We must be close," a soldier exclaimed excitedly. Liao halted and scanned the surroundings carefully. "Everyone, search cautiously and remain alert to any sounds." After traversing a bit further, the detector emitted a shrill alarm, revealing a vast valley bathed in radiant light at its base. "This must be the place we seek," Li Hao remarked, gazing into the valley. Just as they prepared to descend, a horde of fearsome beasts emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. These creatures were colossal, with sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with malevolence. Li Hao and the soldiers swiftly entered a combat stance. Gripping their weapons tightly, "Be cautious in your approach," Li Hao commanded. The beasts emitted low growls and launched their assault. A massive lion-like creature lunged at one soldier, who deftly sidestepped and thrust his weapon toward the beast's abdomen. Other beasts joined the fray, plunging the scene into chaos. Li Hao directed the soldiers to coordinate their efforts, forming a defensive formation. A sharpshooter among the ranks unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking several beasts in their eyes, temporarily disorienting them. However, the beasts did not relent. Instead, they became even more frenzied in their attack. "General, there are too many of them. We should retreat," an officer urged beside Li Hao. Li Hao assessed the situation and commanded, "Fire the signal flare. Summon the mech squad for heavy fire support." The officer quickly launched the flare, and moments later, a cacophony of thunder rumbled through the sky as the mech squad arrived swiftly. Powerful firepower erupted from the mech's weapons, engulfing the beasts in a torrent of concentrated attacks. Flames, lasers, and shells erupted within the throng of creatures, blending their cries and roars into a symphony of chaos. The once ferocious beasts began to flee in the face of such overwhelming firepower. Yet, some stubbornly resisted, attempting to charge at Li Hao and his men. "Do not let them near. Maintain fire," Li Hao commanded emphatically. The mech squad worked in unison, constantly adjusting their angles of attack to ensure that no beast could breach their defenses. After a fierce barrage, the beasts in the valley were either repelled or annihilated. Amidst the lingering smoke, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the fallen beasts. "Cease fire and commence battlefield cleanup and reconnaissance," Li Hao ordered. The soldiers and mech squad began to meticulously inspect every nook and cranny, ensuring that no beasts remained hidden or other dangers lurked nearby. "General, during the mech squad's bombardment, a cave was blasted open at the valley's edge," a soldier reported breathlessly. Chapter 203, Discovery of the 13th Legion's Shipwreck. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. "Let us proceed to investigate." The group arrived at the cave entrance, where the detector emitted incessant high alarms. Li Hao's vigilance heightened as he observed the flickering detector. "Everyone, exercise caution. The situation is unclear. Do not act rashly." A soldier, unable to contain his curiosity, exclaimed, "General, the energy fluctuations are incredibly intense. Who knows what dangers lie within?" Li Hao took a deep breath and replied with a hint of excitement, "I suspect there are things we need inside." Cautiously, they stepped into the cave, where the walls were embedded with crystals emitting an otherworldly glow. "What could this be?" a soldier wondered, reaching out to touch a crystal. "Do not touch anything. That is an energy stone," Li Hao admonished sharply. The soldier quickly withdrew his hand in fright. With a serious expression, Li Hao warned, "These energy stones contain immense and unstable energy. A moment's carelessness could trigger an explosion. Extract 2 samples. We must retreat and analyze the stability of this energy source." A soldier carefully retrieved his tools and, under Li Hao's guidance, removed 2 energy stones from the wall. Just as they prepared to exit the cave, a violent tremor shook the ground, and rocks began to plummet from above. "We must hurry. The cave is collapsing," someone shouted. "Quickly, move outside," Li Hao bellowed. They dashed through the falling debris, narrowly avoiding injury. Upon returning to the camp, Li Hao immediately instructed personnel to analyze the energy stones. "General, we have preliminary results," a technician reported. "These energy stones possess extraordinary power, but their stability is exceedingly poor. Utilizing them would require incredibly complex technology." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Continue the research. We must discover a safe method of utilization." "Did you gain any insights during your expedition?" Li Hong and Ouyang Qingyu inquired as they found Li Hao. Li Hao regarded them and replied, "We discovered an energy stone, though its specific applications remain unclear. We only know it is powerful yet highly unstable." Li Hong's eyes lit up. "If we could harness this energy, it would be a tremendous boon for us." Ouyang Qingyu, however, expressed concern. "It could also pose a significant risk." Li Hao nodded. "Precisely why we must expedite our research. We cannot utilize this energy stone in its current state." "By the way, how is the repair of the warship progressing?" Li Hong replied, "Progress has been slow. We lack some critical components. The engine has been repaired, but the weapon and communication systems are still non-functional." Li Hao's expression grew grave. We must find a way to expedite the repairs of the weapon and communication systems. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage if danger arises. Ouyang Qingyu suggested. When the warship landed, several areas of the hull were damaged. We do not have the primary materials for the battleship. If we cannot repair it, we can fly within the planet's atmosphere, but we will never return. Li Hao's expression darkened. We must find a way to locate alternatives or explore other repair options. Ouyang Qingyu pondered. Perhaps we could seek inspiration from local minerals. We might find suitable substitute materials. Li Hao nodded in agreement. That's a promising direction. We should organize a team to survey the surrounding mineral deposits. Soon, a reconnaissance team was assembled and set forth toward the nearby mountains. General, the monitoring team observing the human faction has reported. They have located the wreckage of our 13th Legion's warship. An intelligence officer rushed in to relay. Li Hao's expression shifted to one of concern. Is it confirmed as our 13th Legion's? The intelligence officer responded. It has been verified. We found our Legion's emblem. Li Hao made an immediate decision. Uncle, let us investigate. Li Hong responded loudly. Understood. In no time, Li Hao and Li Hong, leading the mech squad, sped toward the direction of the shipwreck. Throughout the journey, Li Hao's demeanor was serious, contemplating the myriad possibilities that could arise from discovering the wreck. Finally, they arrived at their destination, where they found the wreckage surrounded by a group of armed indigenous forces rather than survivors from the 13th Legion. Li Hao's expression hardened as he whispered, "Everyone, stay alert. The situation has changed." Li Hong tightened his grip on his weapon, replying, "Li Hao, they must be using equipment salvaged from the wreck." Li Hao nodded, shouting, "Prepare for battle." The mech squad swiftly took formation, and the opposing force quickly became aware of their arrival, entering a state of readiness. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the enemy camp, proclaiming loudly, "Who dares to intrude upon this place?" Li Hao replied firmly, "This is the wreckage of our warship." The man scoffed derisively, "Humph, this is our trophy. You outsiders shall become our slaves." Li Hao glared furiously. "Prepare to attack." Instantly, a barrage of weapons from the opposing camp aimed at Li Hao and his team. The mech squad surged like arrows released from a bow, and chaos erupted as cannon fire roared and beams of light crisscrossed the battlefield. Li Hao's mech darted through the enemy lines, unleashing powerful energy beams that struck the enemy's mechs, igniting a series of explosive reactions. He deftly maneuvered the mech, sidestepping the enemy's incoming shells while executing a swift spin that obliterated the aircraft attempting a sneak attack from behind. Li Hong fought valiantly, his mech resembling a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, an unstoppable force. With a mighty swing of his colossal battle axe, he cleaved an enemy aircraft in two, in perfect synchrony with Li Hao. Li Hong drew the enemy's fire, allowing Li Hao to launch a surprise attack from the flank, their teamwork seamlessly tearing through the adversary's defenses. However, the enemy's resistance proved exceptionally tenacious. A squadron of enemy aircraft converged on Li Hao, and the concentrated barrage left his mech severely damaged. Yet, he stood resolute. With unparalleled piloting skills and indomitable will, he weaved through the hail of gunfire. Meanwhile, Li Hong faced formidable foes as well. One enemy mech, fortified with a powerful energy shield, rendered Li Hong's attacks momentarily ineffective. Undeterred, he relentlessly sought a chink in the enemy's armor. At last, he spotted the energy interface of the shield. With a vigorous swing of his axe, he shattered the barrier, annihilating the enemy mech. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, littered with debris. Though the mech squad led by Li Hao and Li Hong exhibited remarkable bravery, the overwhelming enemy numbers rendered the situation perilous. Just then, Li Hao discerned a critical flaw in the enemy's tactics. All their mech squadrons had taken to the skies. Mech squad members, ascend, Li Hao commanded, and the teams swiftly maneuvered their mechs skyward. The enemy does not utilize their mech's flight capabilities. Let's snipe them from above. Chapter 204. Rescuing the captives. The squad responded in unison, quickly adjusting their combat formations in midair. Their mechs belched forth blue contrails, creating a magnificent array in the sky. Li Hao was the first to lock onto an enemy target, decisively firing an energy cannon that struck true, transforming the foe into a fiery explosion as it plummeted. The other squad members followed suit, unleashing a torrent of energy beams that streaked across the sky like meteors, hitting their marks with precision. The enemy below scrambled in disarray, seeking refuge but finding none. They attempted to retaliate with anti-aircraft weapons, But due to the mech squad's altitude and velocity advantages, most of these attacks went astray. They even learned to use anti-aircraft weapons. Li Hao's expression grew tense. Everyone, be cautious and avoid unnecessary losses. The mech squad swiftly altered their flight paths, spreading out to evade enemy targeting. After a brief observation, Li Hao noted that the enemy's anti-aircraft defenses were concentrated in several areas, leaving others vulnerable. His gaze sharpened, and his mind raced with tactical strategies. All units, concentrate fire on the weak left flank of their anti-aircraft positions. Break through their lines, Li Hao commanded, his voice resolute and powerful. The mech squad members promptly complied, adjusting their mech trajectories. Their movements were synchronized, akin to a flock of well-trained raptors. The mech squad launched a fierce assault on the left flank. Powerful energy beams erupted from their weapon systems. Resembling a myriad of dazzling lightning strikes, these beams instantly struck the enemy's fortifications, producing thunderous explosions. Debris flew, and smoke billowed as the enemy's defenses were torn asunder. "Charge in!" Li Hao shouted, leading the charge like a shooting star towards the gaping breach. His mech radiated brilliance in the rush, embodying boundless courage and resolve. Following closely behind, the mech squad formed an unstoppable torrent of steel. Upon breaching the enemy's encampment, panic ensued among the foes. What they believed to be an impregnable defense was swiftly compromised, causing their morale to plummet. Soldiers screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, entirely bereft of the will to fight. Under the might of the mech squad's assault, the enemy abandoned their posts, fleeing in disarray. Some even dashed away without their weapons, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Wherever the mech squad ventured, the enemy's equipment and defenses lay in ruin. Li Hao and his team stormed through the enemy's territory as if traversing uncharted lands. The enemy's command structure lay in shambles, utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. "Spare no enemy," Li Hao's voice echoed through the communication channels. The members of the mech squad executed their orders with precision, leaving no corner unchecked as they targeted the fleeing adversaries. At that moment, an enemy leader attempted to escape in a vehicle, but Li Hao's keen eyes caught the movement. He swiftly adjusted his mech's weapon systems, unleashing an energy beam that struck the vehicle squarely, resulting in a massive explosion. "General, we have largely secured the battlefield," Li Hong reported to Li Hao. Surveying the devastated terrain, Li Hao replied, "Continue the search. Ensure no remnants of the enemy remain hidden." The mech squad commenced a meticulous sweep of the battlefield, leaving no potential hiding places unchecked. "Have we captured any prisoners?" the squad leader responded. "Not yet, General. However, we are intensifying our search." Just then, a squad member shouted, "We've found several injured enemies over here. They appear to have lost the will to resist." Li Hao rushed over. "Bring them to me." A few injured foes were brought before Li Hao, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Li Hao glared at them, coldly demanding, "Who are you, and why are you here?" One enemy stammered, "We are from the Black Panther tribe. This is our tribe's stronghold." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Black Panther tribe? When you arrived here, were there still people? Where did they go?" The enemy lowered his head, trembling as he spoke. "All the people here have been taken to the tribe." Li Hao's gaze hardened, and he bellowed, "Why capture them?" The enemy quivered. "The tribe needs labor, and the chief believes they may possess treasures." Clenching his fists, Li Hao seethed, "Take me to your tribe at once." The enemy dared not defy him, leading the way with trepidation. Li Hao and his mech squad followed closely, the roar of the mech engines echoing across the desolate plains. As they advanced, Li Hao's anxiety mounted. Images of the captives' potential suffering swirling in his mind. He envisioned innocent souls toiling under duress, contemplating the possible abuse and injustice they faced, his fury igniting ever more fiercely. The wind howled in his ears, stirring up clouds of dust. In the distance, the silhouette of the Black Panther tribe gradually emerged, an encampment of rudimentary wooden huts and fences, patrolled by a handful of guards. As they drew closer, the guards within the tribe noticed the approaching force and sounded the alarm. Li Hao paid no mind, charging ahead in his mech, his gaze resolute and unwavering, driven by a singular purpose: to rescue those who had been captured. Upon reaching the Black Panther tribe, he beheld the imprisoned captives. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Their tattered clothing bore the marks of neglect, many adorned with wounds. "Assess the situation of this tribe. We must devise a plan to rescue them," Li Hao whispered to Li Hong. Li Hong quickly surveyed the area and replied, Li Hao, this tribe appears heavily guarded, yet the layout is scattered, and their fortifications are relatively rudimentary. We can breach from the east, where the guards are fewer, and then head straight for the holding area. Li Hao nodded slightly. Good. Inform the team to prepare and act on my command. Li Hong promptly relayed the plan to the mech squad members. Li Hao cast one last glance at the captives, silently vowing to ensure their safe escape. Just then, the guards within the tribe seemed to sense their presence and grew alert. Li Hao decisively commanded, "Move out!" The mech squad surged towards the eastern flank like arrows released from a bow, cannon fire erupting as they engaged in fierce combat with the tribal guards. Leading the charge, Li Hao's mech unleashed powerful energy beams, repelling the enemies that stood in his way. Meanwhile, Li Hong directed a portion of the team to flank from the side, encircling the enemy and creating a pincer movement. Under the relentless assault of the mech squad, the tribal guards' defenses began to crumble. They grew frantic, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 205. Veterans of the 13th Legion. Before long, Li Hao and his team infiltrated the heart of the tribe, reaching the door of the prison where the human captives were held. The heavy door was locked with a formidable padlock. "Blow this door open," Li Hao commanded fiercely. One team member activated the powerful demolition device on their mech, and with a resounding explosion, the prison door was obliterated. Li Hao was the first to burst into the cell, a noxious odor assaulting his senses. The captives huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you," Li Hao called out. The captives looked up, their eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. Reinforcements from the tribe had arrived. "Protect them," Li Hao ordered, swiftly turning to face the incoming foes. Li Hong and the team quickly formed a defensive line, engaging the enemies in a desperate struggle. Li Hao's mech surged through the enemy ranks, each strike delivered with the force of a thunderclap. His voice resounded through the communication channels, rallying the spirits of his comrades. At that moment, a massive enemy mech entered the fray. Its colossal form and formidable weaponry exerted immense pressure on Li Hao and his companions. Where on earth did they acquire such a massive mech? Focus fire on its joints. Li Hao swiftly assessed the situation. The members of the mech squad responded in unison, unleashing a barrage of energy beams towards the giant mech. However, the mech's defenses proved to be remarkably robust, making it difficult to penetrate. At a critical moment, Li Hao discerned the location of the giant mech's energy core. "Uncle, cover me," Li Hao shouted, charging towards the colossal machine. Li Hong led the team in a valiant defense against the enemy's onslaught, buying precious time for Li Hao. As Li Hao approached the giant mech, he summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a lethal blow. With a resounding explosion, the energy core was obliterated, reducing the giant mech to a heap of scrap metal. The enemy, witnessing this, experienced a severe morale drop. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao rallied the mech squad to launch a counterattack. Utterly vanquishing the foe, "Quickly, evacuate everyone," Li Hao commanded. The mech squad escorted the rescued individuals away from the Black Panther tribe. After departing, Li Hao led them to a secure woodland area, establishing a temporary camp. As soon as they settled in, Li Hao began inquiring about their identities. "Everyone, we are now safe. Could you share with me where you hail from?" Li Hao asked gently. An elder stepped forward, bowing slightly, and replied, "General, we are from the human race, hailing from the Galactic Empire." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "I ask you, are there any members of the 13th Legion among you?" The elder looked at the mech soldiers beside Li Hao and, upon spotting the familiar emblem of the 13th Legion, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "General, could it be that you are one of the 13th Legion?" Li Hao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am in search of the lost brothers of the 13th Legion." Tears welled up in the elder's eyes. "This is wonderful news. The heavens have truly looked upon us. We thought we would never see anyone searching for us again." Li Hao's expression grew solemn as he stated, "As long as there is still one person from the 13th Legion, we shall not abandon any brother. Tell me what transpired then, and how many survivors remain." The elder wiped away his tears and slowly recounted. "When we initially entered the planet, our warship lost control. After landing, our casualties were minimal, but soon we made contact with survivors from other ships. However, we were soon pursued by the natives. Relentlessly chased, we could only flee in all directions until we were ultimately captured by the Black Panther tribe." Li Hao clenched his fists. "And what of the others?" Are all these individuals from the 13th Legion? The elder shook his head with a sigh. Some arrived here even earlier than us, and most of our 13th Legion comrades perished at that time. A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Hao's gaze. Damn it. Is there any chance of finding other members of the 13th Legion? The elder gazed into the distance, his voice heavy. They were scattered across various corners of the planet. Some are enslaved by other tribes, while others struggle to survive in the wilderness. Now that so many years have passed, I cannot say for certain. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Regardless, even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up. The elder nodded. General, the planet is vast, and searching for them is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Hao's gaze was resolute. We will start with those tribes, investigating them one by one. We are bound to uncover some clues. Li Hao resolved that once the warship was repaired, they would search each tribe in succession. Upon returning to the camp with the rescued individuals, Li Hao immediately summoned the technicians to inquire about the repair progress of the warship. The primary power system of the warship is nearly repaired, but some weapon systems and the navigation system require further adjustments. However, the hull's damage cannot be temporarily fixed, which poses a problem for taking off. The technicians reported to Li Hao frowned, his tone urgent. So, can we ascend now? The technicians appeared troubled. General, it will take at least 3 more days. Some crucial components need to be sourced from elsewhere, and meticulous adjustments cannot be rushed. After a moment of reflection, Li Hao replied, 3 days it is, but ensure the quality of the repairs. We must not falter at a critical moment. Departing from the technician's workspace, Li Hao convened his subordinate commanders to discuss subsequent action plans. We cannot remain idle before the warship is repaired. Deploy multiple reconnaissance teams to expand our search radius and gather as much information as possible about the surrounding tribes, including their population size, military capabilities, and relationships with other tribes. Li Hao methodically assigned tasks. The commanders promptly took their leave. Li Hao, accompanied by his guards, arrived at the barbarian tribe, which now boasted towering walls reminiscent of ancient fortifications. Gazing at the imposing walls, Li Hao pondered. It seems the barbarian tribe has developed better than anticipated. I wonder how much they know about the 13th Legion. At that moment, the tribe's gates creaked open, revealing a group of robust barbarian warriors armed with weapons, who eyed Li Hao and his companions with suspicion. A gatekeeper stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Who goes there?" Li Hao replied with dignity, "I come seeking the chieftain." With no intention to offend, the guard hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please wait here. I shall inform the chieftain." After a while, the guard returned and announced, "The chieftain wishes to see you. Follow me." Li Hao and his companions followed the guard into the tribe, where many barbarians cast curious and skeptical glances their way. They finally arrived at the chieftain's tent, where Li Hao entered to find a burly elder with piercing eyes seated at the head of the table. Li Hao bowed slightly. "Chieftain, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can forgive me." Chapter 206. Searching for the human race. The chieftain gazed at Li Hao and remarked, "You have returned. Did you find what you sought?" Li Hao took a deep breath. "Chieftain, I have come to search for warriors lost many years ago. I have heard they may have appeared in this vicinity. Might you have any leads?" The chieftain furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "I believe I have heard whispers, but I am not clear on the details." Li Hao's heart sank, yet he still held on to hope as he asked, "Could you please inquire among your people?" The chieftain nodded. "I can have my kin ask, but I cannot guarantee there will be any news." Li Hao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, chieftain. Should we receive useful information, I shall reward you handsomely." As they awaited news, Li Hao felt an unsettling anxiety, unsure if this time would yield any results. Seconds turned into minutes, and days passed as Li Hao paced within the tent. Finally, a barbarian warrior entered, reporting to the chieftain. After hearing the report, the chieftain turned to Li Hao and said, "I have inquired around. The nearby tribes do not possess your kind as slaves. However, I have heard that a tribe to the west has spoken of the human race. Perhaps they are the ones you seek." Li Hao's eyes sharpened, and he immediately replied, "Thank you for the information, chieftain. Regardless, I must venture to the western tribe for further investigation." The chieftain nodded slightly. "Be cautious. That western tribe is not easy to deal with." Li Hao hurriedly departed the barbarian tribe, returning to the camp, and quickly set his mech squad on a course towards the west. After several days of travel, they approached the western tribe. From a distance, the tribe's encampment appeared heavily fortified, with vigilant guards stationed atop watchtowers. Li Hao instructed his companions to conceal themselves while he, accompanied by a clever guard, stealthily approached for a closer observation. They discovered that the tribe's members were all robust and well-armed. At that moment, the guard accidentally stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the quiet forest. The tribe's sentinels immediately became alert, shouting, "Who goes there?" Realizing they could no longer remain concealed, Li Hao stepped forward and called out, "We mean no harm. We have merely come to inquire about some information." The guards swiftly surrounded them, weapons trained on Li Hao and his companion. Just then, a figure resembling a leader emerged, scrutinizing Li Hao from head to toe. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Li Hao replied with composure, "We are in search of lost companions and have heard that you harbor members of the human race. We have come to inquire." Li Hao continued, "I kindly request that you assist us. Should we find our companions, we shall offer generous rewards." The leader paused in silence for a moment before responding, "Follow me." Li Hao and his guard followed the leader into the tribe's encampment, their hearts filled with trepidation, uncertain if they would uncover any useful leads. Upon entering the encampment, the leader led them to a tent and instructed them to wait. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao observed his surroundings, noting the tribe's orderly arrangement and the well-trained warriors, which heightened his vigilance. Shortly thereafter, the leader entered with several subordinates, stating, "Indeed, we have captured some members of the human race, but I cannot confirm if they are the ones you seek." Li Hao urgently replied, "I implore you, allow me to meet them." The leader hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, leading Li Hao to a place where the captives were held. Li Hao beheld the imprisoned humans, their faces gaunt and bodies marred with injuries, with two bound to a nearby post. Li Hao feigned ignorance, claiming none of them were his. The leader regarded him with suspicion. "Are you certain? Please examine them closely." Li Hao feigned calmness, stating, "Indeed, there is nothing here. It seems I have searched in the wrong place and disturbed the chieftain." The chieftain glanced at the guards beside Li Hao and snorted coldly. "If that is the case, then leave at once." Li Hao, accompanied by his guards, turned to depart. Just then, he heard a weak voice from one of the individuals bound to a wooden post cry out, "Help me!" Li Hao's pace faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained composure and continued to walk away. After they had put some distance between themselves and the chieftain, and confirmed that no one was following them, Li Hao whispered to his guards, "Prepare the brothers. Once night falls, we shall annihilate this tribe." The squad leader, taken aback, hesitated. "General, wouldn't that be too reckless? What if something goes awry?" Li Hao's expression darkened as he firmly replied, "They have treated our compatriots so cruelly. They must pay the price. No need for further words. Do as I command." The squad leader could only comply. Night soon descended, and Li Hao stealthily approached the tribe with his soldiers. They silently dispatched the sentries on the outskirts of the tribe, gradually penetrating deeper within. However, just as they were nearing the area where the captives were held, an unexpected incident occurred. A mech soldier inadvertently stepped upon a trap, triggering a noise that alerted the enemies within the tribe. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the settlement, their shrill echoes piercing the night sky as enemies armed themselves and rushed out from their tents. Li Hao shouted, "Brothers, do not panic. Maintain formation." The mech soldiers quickly regrouped, forming a tight combat line. The enemies surged forth like a tide, brandishing spears and bows, their furious roars intensifying as they launched a fierce assault on Li Hao's forces. Leading the charge in his mech, Li Hao unleashed a powerful energy weapon, its radiant light streaking across the night like a bolt of lightning, instantly toppling a group of foes. The enemies fell, screaming and writhing in agony on the ground. Other mech soldiers, undeterred, unleashed their own formidable skills. Some launched a barrage of missiles that streaked through the air like a meteor shower, exploding amidst the enemy ranks in a dazzling and deadly display, filling the air with smoke and carnage. Others utilized the agility of their mechs to weave between the foes, their energy swords gleaming with a cold light, each swing generating a sharp wind as they felled enemy after enemy. Blood splattering in their wake, the battle grew increasingly fierce. While the enemies continued to fall, they pressed on with reckless abandon, charging toward Li Hao's troops with madness and resolve in their eyes. Seemingly oblivious to the fear of death at that moment, several towering foes emerged from the tribe, standing several meters tall and clad in heavy armor that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. They wielded massive battle axes, each as thick as a tree trunk, advancing toward the mech soldiers with heavy strides. Upon witnessing this, Li Hao bellowed, "Concentrate fire." Let us deal with these giants first. Energy beams shot forth simultaneously towards the colossal enemies, colliding with their armor and producing dazzling sparks and deafening sounds of friction. Under the relentless assault, the enemy's armor began to crack and ultimately shattered. With their protection stripped away, their bodies became vulnerable to the onslaught, and they were unable to withstand the powerful energy impacts, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, raising clouds of dust. The morale of the enemies began to wane. Their once frenzied attacks grew hesitant and sluggish. Meanwhile, Li Hao's forces pressed the advantage, denying the foes a moment's respite. The mech soldiers surged forth like tigers unleashed from their lairs, unstoppable in their momentum in the aftermath of the brutal clash. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The enemies of the tribe were ultimately vanquished, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood pooling into small streams that shimmered ominously under the moonlight. Li Hao surveyed the battlefield, devoid of any compassion. These foes had once treated their kin with cruelty, and their fate was richly deserved. Search the battlefield. Ensure there are no survivors, Li Hao commanded. The mech soldiers began to meticulously comb through the tribe, leaving no corner unchecked, scrutinizing every tint and shadow. Once they confirmed that no enemies remained, Li Hao led the rescued compatriots away from the bloody land. As they journeyed onwards, one of the young individuals among the rescued spoke weakly. "Thank you for saving us. Without you, we might have." His voice faltered, choked with emotion. Li Hao comforted him, saying, "Do not speak like that. We are all kind." At that moment, a child from their group, overcome with hunger and fatigue, could no longer walk. Without hesitation, Li Hao scooped the child into his mech. During their return, Li Hao learned that these individuals were descendants of the 13th Legion, all merely in their teens, their parents having sacrificed themselves to protect them. Gazing upon their youthful yet resolute faces, Li Hao felt a surge of compassion and admiration. He softly declared, "Children, from now on, this will be your home. Together, we shall face all challenges." After several days of arduous travel, they finally beheld the outline of their encampment. The soldiers within the camp erupted into cheers upon seeing Li Hao's return. He promptly arranged for provisions and resting places for the children. They devoured the food ravenously, their faces finally relaxing with a hint of relief. However, before they could fully settle in, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. "General, trouble is brewing. We have received word that nearby tribes are gathering." Seemingly in search of us, Li Hao's expression hardened as he ordered, "Immediately fortify the camp's defenses and dispatch scouts to closely monitor the enemy's movements." Upon hearing this, the children expressed their desire to fight alongside them. Li Hao, moved by their bravery, replied, "Children, you have already shown great courage. For now, focus on resting and conserving your strength." In the days that followed, the camp was bustling with activity, soldiers tirelessly reinforcing defenses in preparation for the impending battle. One night, the chieftain of the barbarian tribe arrived at Li Hao's encampment. Surprised yet polite, Li Hao welcomed the chieftain into his tent. The chieftain was direct, stating, "Did you slaughter a tribe? Now, the other tribes are searching for you." Li Hao's expression darkened as he replied, "They brought this upon themselves. They harmed our kin and must face the consequences." The chieftain frowned, "But in doing so, you have stirred a great deal of trouble. The surrounding tribes have united to seek you out." Li Hao scoffed, "With such a feeble assembly, do you truly believe they pose a threat to me?" The chieftain continued, "If this escalates, our barbarian tribe will also be drawn into the fray. We will no longer be able to survive here." Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What do you wish us to do?" The chieftain took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "I hope you can swiftly take your people, along with those you rescued, and depart this planet. Only then can we eliminate the root of this conflict, allowing our tribe to return to a peaceful existence." Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "We cannot leave for the time being. If they locate you, inform them of our whereabouts." The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Hao. "Do you understand how many tribes that entails? It is nearly the combined might of all the surrounding tribes, overwhelming in their numbers, akin to a surging tide." Li Hao's resolve remained unyielding. "It matters not. Our kin may not be warmongers, but that does not mean we are to be bullied. In the face of provocation, we shall not retreat." The chieftain's countenance darkened, but war brings only destruction and suffering. Countless families will be shattered, innocent lives extinguished, and the land soaked in blood. Is this what you wish to witness? Li Hao chuckled coldly. They dare to target our kin. I see no reason to spare them. Those who instigate conflict must bear the consequences. The chieftain fell silent for a moment before saying, even if you can triumph over these tribes, what then? The scars of war are difficult to heal. The seeds of hatred will take root and flourish, and endless strife will plunge this land into perpetual darkness. A flicker of determination flashed in Li Hao's eyes. What comes next? This land shall be rid of these tribes. We will establish a new order, ensuring that those who dare to infringe upon our kin will vanish forever. After the barbarian chieftain departed, Li Hao immediately summoned his subordinate commanders to devise a battle plan. Meanwhile, the departing chieftain wrestled with his own turmoil. His brow furrowed, and his steps were heavy. He wished to avoid the devastation wrought by war while fearing for his own tribe's safety. With each step, his heart felt as though it were weighed down by a colossal stone. Upon returning to his tribe, the elders surrounded him. Chieftain, how did your discussion with that person from the human tribe go? One elder inquired, his wrinkled face etched with worry. The chieftain sighed, his voice laden with resignation. The human tribe is determined to fight and will not yield. Their stance is resolute, as if they are prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Another elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What are we to do? Once war breaks out, our barbarian tribe will also find it difficult to remain unscathed. Indeed, the chieftain nodded heavily, but it seemed the human race had made up its mind. This war was likely unavoidable. At that moment, a young barbarian warrior stepped forward and declared, Chieftain, if we assist the humans in annihilating these tribes, then this land will belong entirely to us barbarians. Chapter 208. Indigenous Negotiations. The chieftain turned sharply to him, his voice a thunderous roar. Silence. Such an unjust notion will bring us utter ruin. The warrior, intimidated by the chieftain's rebuke, recoiled slightly, yet defiance still glimmered in his eyes. Just then, another scout rushed in, panting, to report, Chieftain, trouble awaits. The coalition of tribes has commenced their advance toward us, seemingly intent on striking first. This sudden news caused the crowd to pale, and the chieftain clenched his jaw, stating, it appears this war is indeed inevitable. Prepare to face the enemy. The barbarian tribes sprang into action, seizing their weapons, ready to defend their homeland. Meanwhile, Li Hao received word of the enemy's movements. Observing through the repair detector, he beheld the coalition's gathering point, where throngs of warriors amassed, their tents stretching endlessly. Various weapons glimmered menacingly under the sun, exuding an air of ominous anticipation. Beside him, Zhang Yu could not resist voicing his concern. General, with so many tribes assembled, how shall we respond? Li Hao's gaze was resolute as he replied, this is rather fortuitous. It saves me the effort of seeking them out one by one. Zhang Yu, anxious, inquired, General, do you mean to eliminate them all? Li Hao chuckled coldly, they still hold some utility. First, let us engage them in conversation to ascertain if they possess any of our people. Zhang Yu nodded cautiously. General, we must be wary of treachery. Consequently, Li Hao, accompanied by a cadre of elite soldiers, proceeded toward the coalition's encampment. Their steps were synchronized, their expressions steadfast, the mechs reflecting a harsh brilliance under the sunlight. Within the coalition, tribal leaders convened in their tents. The audacity of the human general's approach suggested a sinister scheme. One leader frowned, his eyes betraying doubt and vigilance. Humph, whatever his plot may be, with our numbers, should we fear him? Another leader, robust and brash, waved dismissively. What does it matter? We are many. We need not fear a single human. A more seasoned leader interjected, worry etched across his face. Let us not be careless. Humans are notoriously cunning. They may have hidden agendas. At that moment, Li Hao's voice rang out from outside, summon your leaders to speak with me. Shortly after, several figures emerged, some clad in ornate furs, others adorned with peculiar headgear. Each bearing unfriendly expressions. Li Hao wasted no time, stating plainly, I am here to inquire whether you have captured any of our kin, and if that tribe still harbors humans. One leader scoffed, humans? Ha! A feeble breed of slaves. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao, his eyes filled with provocation. Instantly, Li Hao's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his stare upon the leader, gritting his teeth. Repeat that. Yet the leader showed no sign of retreat, instead boldly declaring, I said humans are but weak slaves. What do you intend to do about it? He stepped forward, unleashing a surge of arrogance, bellowing, Hand over all your tribesmen today, and I might spare your tribe. Otherwise, prepare for annihilation. A nearby leader interjected. The western tribe was vanquished by you. Li Hao shot him a cold glance, responding, that was their own folly. To dare strike against my people is to invite such consequences. The initially provocative leader erupted in laughter. Do you think that by exterminating a single tribe, you can intimidate us? You are naively mistaken. Li Hao's gaze pierced through the air as he addressed him. If you do not believe me, feel free to test your luck. Just then, another leader rose, urging, let us not act impulsively. Perhaps we can find common ground. Li Hao scoffed. There is no room for negotiation. Either you surrender your people, or we shall engage in battle. The leaders exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in silence. After a brief pause, the first speaker ventured, indeed, we hold humans captive, but given your numbers? His words trailed off as Li Hao's expression hardened. A glint of resolve flashing in his eyes, without a word, he turned abruptly to leave, causing chaos among the leaders behind him. Is he truly departing? One leader gasped, disbelief etched across his features, his voice rising in pitch. Does he not intend to reclaim his kin? Another leader furrowed his brow, lost in confusion, murmuring to himself. The first speaker, astonished, had expected Li Hao to continue negotiating or disputing. His abrupt departure took him completely off guard. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Li Hao strode back with unwavering resolve, his steps firm and rapid. He stood tall, each stride resonating with determination, as if the very earth beneath him trembled in response to his conviction. His countenance was grim, lips pressed tightly, revealing the fury and determination simmering within. The soldiers followed in silence, their eyes reflecting unwavering trust in their general and readiness for the impending battle. Upon returning to the camp, Li Hao promptly summoned the commanders. Standing at the center of the tent, fists clenched, he cast a piercing gaze over the assembly. Prepare for battle. There is no need for further dialogue with them, he declared, his voice laced with suppressed rage. The commanders responded in unison, yes. Meanwhile, within the coalition's camp, witnessing Li Hao's unhesitating departure, panic began to brew. What shall we do? He seems genuinely intent on attacking. A diminutive leader paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is there to fear? We are numerous. Should we not intimidate them? A burly leader bellowed, brandishing his axe, attempting to bolster his own courage. Yet the human general appeared formidable and was not to be trifled with. Another leader, deeply concerned, remarked, that general is resolute. He appears adequately prepared. We must not underestimate him. The leaders engaged in heated debate, unable to reach a consensus. What if we simply surrender the humans to avert this conflict? Someone timidly suggested, their voice tinged with hesitation and dread. No. What would become of our honor? A voice vehemently opposed, eyes wide and flushed with indignation, gesturing animatedly as if to emphasize his conviction. With so many tribes united, how could we bow to mere humans? What would that say about our reputation? But should a battle ensue, we may not emerge victorious, suffering grave losses in the process. Another leader's brow furrowed, anxiety lacing his tone. That human general is formidable, clearly well prepared. We cannot afford to underestimate him. Chapter 209. Divine Retribution. To yield without battle. How can we maintain our standing on this land? A towering leader huffed, his gaze filled with defiance and arrogance. Do we truly fear a single human general, united as we are? If this word spreads, we shall become the laughingstock of other tribes. The cacophony of voices escalated, arguments intensifying in volume. Some raised their voices to drown out others, while others stomped their feet in agitation, and some stood silently, their expressions darkened. The camp descended into chaos and unease, akin to a pot of boiling water on the verge of eruption. Silence. A previously reticent leader finally erupted. What outcome do you expect from this clamor? His voice echoed amidst the din, halting the discord as all eyes turned to him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued, while we bicker heatedly. The humans will not pause for our decision. We are here to demand accountability for the slaughter of our kin. What then shall we do? Someone murmured softly. The leader furrowed his brow, pondering. We face two choices, either to resolutely engage in battle or to negotiate with the humans. Seeking reconciliation? Negotiate? With so many of us, do we truly fear them? A hot-tempered leader shouted. Once more, the camp erupted into debate, the earlier calm shattered. The leader sighed in resignation, exhaling deeply, "Let us not waste further time. We may as well strike first, or we might find ourselves embroiled in infighting." At that moment, a scout rushed in, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Trouble! The barbarians have gathered at the gates of their tribe." The leaders froze, the commotion abruptly ceasing. The once restless crowd was now immobilized by the shocking revelation, their faces etched with astonishment and dread. "What? The barbarians are assembling. What do they intend?" Someone questioned, their voice trembling, as if drained of all strength. Their eyes filled with trepidation. The leader's expression darkened ominously, as if he could draw water from the very air, gritting his teeth. "Could it be that the barbarians seek to take advantage of our turmoil?" His eyes flickered with anger and anxiety, his clenched fists turning pale from excessive tension. Could it be a collusion with the human race? Some speculated, their voices tinged with skepticism, brows furrowed in deep contemplation as they pondered various possibilities. Regardless, we cannot remain passive. The leader's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes sharp as blades, attempting to sever the confusion in their hearts, urging immediate mobilization to confront the threat posed by the barbarians. His voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The crowd sprang into action, transforming the previously chaotic camp, marred by internal disputes, into a tense and orderly formation in light of the new crisis. Soldiers hurriedly rushed about, the clatter of armor creating a cacophony, and in their haste, some inadvertently knocked over items within the tents, yet they paid it no mind. However, before they could fully prepare, the barbarian horde was already advancing towards the camp. A mournful sound, the barbarian's horn echoed, a chilling sound as if emanating from the depths of hell, reverberating through the soul, threatening to expel one's very essence. The soldiers of the tribal coalition gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with sweat, causing their grips to falter. Their breaths came in quick succession. At that moment, Li Hao stood aboard the Invincible, receiving reports from reconnaissance soldiers regarding the barbarian advance. Li Hao's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze piercing into the distance as he spoke in a deep voice. "Keep a close watch on their movements and report to me at once." The reconnaissance soldiers took their leave. While Li Hao fell into contemplation, behind him, the soldiers stood ready, awaiting his next command. On the battlefield, the barbarian army drew